The protagonist's name is Choi Han, a boy who was accidentally reincarnated on the northern continent, a land where countless heroes were born and raised. Although he is the male lead, he gradually turned to darkness because he had to spend his entire childhood living in the forest of darkness. It wasn't until he felt the love of others that Choi Han met the people he called his friends and family in Harris Village. However, tragedy struck, and everyone he considered family was slaughtered by a mysterious group. Even though he possessed immense power from living in the forest of darkness, Choi Han couldn't save a single soul. And just like that, Choi Han experienced for the first time how terrifying death could be. After growing up, he single-handedly wiped out the members of that dark organization. However, the bitterness in Choi Han's heart did not diminish. That feeling of helplessness and despair became a burning fire that fueled the protagonist's growth. Did you all think I was talking about the main character this whole time? No. Choi Han is only the male lead in a novel. And this guy here is the real protagonist we'll be following. His real name is Cale, and he accidentally transmigrated into this novel, becoming a good-for-nothing in the Count's lineage. As a transmigrator, he is now closer to death than the villain himself. Because he is just a minor NPC, everyone around him is an expert. Even the old butler in front of him is a disguised assassin. Cale Henituse glanced at him, thinking to himself, Ron Moulin, an assassin who traveled across the eastern continent by sea. He acts like a kind old man, but his true nature is cruel and heartless. I should let Choi Han deal with this old man. He quickly brushed past him, taking the cup of water he offered. Good, thanks. Ron Moulin didn't say anything, just smiling as he watched him. Cale Henituse sat down on a nearby chair. He contemplated, he isn't the only dangerous person by my side. There are too many powerful people in this world. I need strength to protect myself. To live a long life on this continent, which is about to be engulfed in war, without suffering, I need a decent level of strength, but I can't become too strong, as that would make me stand out. Just then, the door opened, and another servant entered, saying, Young master, we will help you get dressed now. Cale Henituse gently reminded him, just pick some simple clothes. Yes, young master. He didn't hesitate and quickly put on the outfit. Indeed, he was so handsome that he looked good in anything. The key to fashion is the face, after all. He then said to Ron Moulin, Let's go. Yes, young master. Everywhere the two went, servants came to greet them. Good morning. The greetings echoed continuously. Cale Henituse noticed a maid stuttering uncontrollably when she saw him. He frowned, wondering, is she that scared? But Cale Henituse isn't the type to just hit anyone. The worst thing he does is break things while drunk. He only likes to drink and cause trouble. He really is trash. He sighed. It would be better if they just left me alone. Before long, the two reached their destination. Ron Moulin slowly opened the door. I've opened the door. I hope you enjoy your breakfast. Cale Henituse also responded politely. Thanks, Ron Moulin. You should eat too. He then walked into the room, where the other family members were waiting for him. Cale Henituse's family, his father, the head of the Count's household, his stepmother, Countess Violane Henituse, his younger brother, Basin Henituse, and his younger sister, Lily. Daruth Henituse didn't show any particular emotion upon seeing Cale Henituse. You're late again today. Sit down. Yes. He found a seat as far away as possible. His father didn't really have any special influence over him. He was simply very rich. Besides, his stepmother and siblings always avoided him, so it was the perfect environment to quietly live on his own. Except for their constant staring, Cale Henituse softly asked Count Daruth Henituse, Father, is there anything you'd like to say? He replied with some hesitation. Nothing. He thought to himself, I guess they feel awkward around me. I'll just eat quickly and get out of here. This sausage is so juicy. Cale Henituse skewered a piece of food and exclaimed. Immediately after, a fork suddenly dropped to the floor. They all stared at him with their mouths agape, as if they had just witnessed something horrifying. He just smiled. He quickly picked up the fork. I'm sorry. Cale Henituse didn't say anything, just wondering, what's wrong with them? He looked at the glass of red wine placed nearby and picked it up. Is this wine? Just as he was about to take a sip, Count Daruth Henituse's voice rang out. Cale Henituse replied, It's delicious. He stammered upon hearing this. That's right. That vintage, right? You just said it was delicious? Yes. Everything tastes good. Count Daruth Henituse looked at him with sheer amazement. Yes. Very delicious. It's good to know you like the food. Yes. Father should eat plenty as well. Cale Henituse silently marveled. Being a spendthrift is actually pretty good. They don't criticize my lack of manners. And one more thing. I must not provoke Choi Han. I'd rather use my position to wander around in peaceful places than rule a complicated territory. If that's not possible, I'll pack my things and head somewhere the war cannot reach. Cale Henituse quietly finished his meal to everyone's utter astonishment. Afterward, Count Daruth Henituse gently walked over to him. Cale Henituse, do you need anything? He didn't answer immediately, appearing lost in thought. Money. Please give me some money. He agreed immediately, without the slightest hesitation. Very well, I will give you plenty. He smiled brightly and said, Yes, the more the better, father. Of course, I will give you as much as I can. Cale Henituse kept smiling like that until he saw the check. His face was filled with surprise. This house doesn't just have money, it has a lot of money. Cale Henituse quickly stuffed the check into his pocket. With this much, I have to change my plans. After finishing breakfast, he returned to his room. Ron Molen. Hearing his voice, he asked, How may I help you, young master? What is today's date? Ron Molen replied with a smile. May 29th, 781, according to the Felix calendar. He whispered to himself, May 29th, I must hurry. Choi Han will be arriving in Weston soon. In the quiet city, with only a few people in sight, a carriage slowly drifted through the streets, then stopped in front of a small shop. Cale Henituse slowly stepped down from the carriage. He looked at the shop in front of him. The sign read Poetry Tea House, and it looked quite peaceful. The servant driving the carriage stood behind him, looking confused and wanting to say something but stopping himself. Cale Henituse turned to him and said, You can go now. The servant was startled and his eyes widened. Yes? Would you like me to repeat that? He replied, confused. No. I mean, you don't need to wait for me. He walked straight into the shop, leaving behind only one sentence before entering, Don't worry, I'll be here for a while. Stepping inside, there were a few people happily chatting with one another. When they saw Cale Henituse, they all went silent at once. Not a single sound could be heard. He didn't care about that, instead staring fixedly at the chubby man standing in the middle of the shop. He must be the owner. The man set the book in his hands down, then smiled, and said to Cale Henituse, Welcome. He is such a wealthy, bastardly man. Bijos Flynn. Looking at his appearance, he immediately thought of a piggy bank. He looked just like a savings jar. He placed a few coins on the table and said, I want to rent the 3rd floor until the end of tomorrow, and bring me some tea that isn't bitter, anything will do. Cale Henituse looked around the shop. Did they have novels? Or only poetry? Billows Flynn smiled and replied, Of course we do, sir. We have plenty, in fact. Then give me the most interesting one and a cup of tea. I understand. He handed him another coin. I'll drink the tea later. Take this. Billows Flynn looked at him, bewildered, his face turning red as a gack fruit. 1 million gallons is too much, sir. Cale Henituse smirked and said, I'm loaded and well-connected. Just consider it your tip. He thought to himself, abusing money and power. If I don't do it now, when will I? Afterward, he sat on the upper floor, looking down at the city from high above through the window. Is that the place? Cale Henituse looked down at a corner where soldiers were standing guard carefully. This morning, he had been kicked out of the gate when he reported the attack to the Count. Instead of looking for information on those who murdered his loved ones, Choi Han's priority was to give the deceased a proper send-off. Truly a decent person. Why should rulers like us care about the lives of those useless commoners out there? Cale Henituse recalled the original owner's memories of his encounter with Choi Han. The wine in my hand is worth more than the lives of you useless commoners. He had shouted like that. Choi Han had smirked when he heard that. How interesting. You know, I'm very curious to see if you'll change your mind. He had lunged forward, grabbing Cale Henituse's face, his eyes sharp as they locked onto him. Should we test it out? Recalling that look from Choi Han, he shuddered slightly. Usually, that's how it would go. Getting the creeps now. Cale Henituse frowned. Stop thinking about the novel's plot. He continued to look outside. Just then, the figure of a young man in a black cloak was standing there, saying something to the guards. He immediately recognized it was Choi Han. They were probably asking for identification. Cale Henituse saw him suddenly turn his head. How would someone like Choi Han have something like that? He got turned away. For now, Choi Han walked away obediently, but he would wait until dark to jump over the wall and silently break into the city. Then he walked past Cale Henituse, who was busy drinking wine. After Choi Han left, Cale Henituse stood up immediately. He slowly walked downstairs and softly called out to Billows Flynn. Hey, I'll be back soon. Don't clear my spot. Understood, sir. After saying that, he stepped out gently and opened the door to leave. As soon as the door closed, everyone inside seemed to be relieved of a burden. All cheering, Cale Henituse left without breaking anything. Standing outside, he heard them mention Cale Henituse, but showed no emotion. I can hear you guys. Anyway, Cale Henituse looked around. I should prepare some defensive skills for myself, just in case I meet some powerful people. To survive on this continent, I don't need to be too strong. I just need to be strong enough to live comfortably. If I'm too strong, dangerous situations will get in my way. Cale Henituse walked gently along the deserted road, without a single soul in sight. Ancient power. Among those powers, I need an invisible shield similar to a mage's energy shield. He stopped in front of a bakery. Various types of bread were displayed on top, freshly baked or cooled. Cale Henituse thought to himself, "Today, I'll prepare bait for the indestructible shield." The baker saw Cale Henituse and gaped in surprise. "Young master, welcome." He looked at him without the slightest emotion. "I can't even be surprised anymore. Get me some bread." The owner stared, bewildered. "Yes." Cale Henituse reached out and pointed from one end of the counter to the other. From here to here, he tossed a coin toward him and said, "Wrap it all up." Seeing him staring blankly at the coin, Cale Henituse said, "I'll go elsewhere if you don't want to sell." The owner hurriedly replied, "No, young master, I'll pack it up for you right away." Saying that, he rushed anxiously into the back of the shop. On the road, Cale Henituse carried a bundle on his shoulder. Inside was all the bread he had just bought. Even though he knew it beforehand, this place was far different from Earth. It was truly a fantasy world. It was still bright outside, but lanterns were already being lit along the road. "I have to become a weakling. Their gazes are really hurtful. What a pain." Suddenly, Cale Henituse frowned and clicked his tongue. "I should get out of here as fast as I can." It turned out he had stepped into a deep patch of sand, getting his shoes dirty. Cale Henituse was completely unaware that two children behind him were staring at him. After walking for a while, he had left the city and carried the bundle up a nearby hill. On top was a fairly large tree, surrounded by a brick wall. Cale Henituse wearily dropped the bundle, wiped the sweat from his face with his hand, and sighed. He looked down and murmured to himself, "I've come a long way. This bag is really heavy." Then, Cale Henituse stepped toward the old, closed door. It was an old wooden door. As soon as he pushed it slightly, it opened immediately. Cale Henituse frowned and looked around. "Geez, how old is this place?" He looked at the massive tree in front of him, thinking to himself, "This tree must be 100 years old." Just then, a voice with the tone of a child rang out. "Don't go near that tree." Hearing the voice, Cale Henituse looked toward where the sound came from. "You can't. It's a man-eating tree, a man-eater. People who hang themselves on this tree all turn into mummies after one night." He suddenly smiled. "This is exactly the tree I'm looking for. A long time ago, during the ancient era, there was a person who loved eating so much that her own gluttony caused her to be expelled from the temple, and she passed away shortly after. A tree grew from her remains. Cale Henituse carried the bundle closer to the base of the tree. Her grudge and power both lie within this tree." He slowly took out each piece of bread. "The power of the indestructible shield I've always been looking for. Is it here?" Immediately after, the two children continued speaking to Cale Henituse. "You'll die, don't do that." He sighed slightly, suddenly feeling a bit of a headache. "No matter where I go, I always run into these annoying kids. Should I chase them away before I start?" He stood up and slowly walked toward the children. They were startled to see him. The two children looked at him with innocent eyes. "That's a man-eating tree. You'll die." Cale Henituse tossed 2 bags of food to them and said, "Not happening. Go somewhere else." The older child stubbornly insisted that it was a man-eating tree, while the younger one quickly grabbed the bags. He glared at them. Surely the kids had heard of Cale Henituse, the good-for-nothing. The younger child was terrified by his fierce gaze. "Sister, let's go." "Right, okay." Before leaving, the little girl still insisted he couldn't just die like that. Cale Henituse clicked his tongue. His face twisted in annoyance. Once the 2 kids were gone, he turned back to the tree and got to work. "Let's keep going." Cale Henituse grabbed a piece of bread and dropped it into the hole at the base of the tree. Instantly, the bread vanished. It just disappeared. It was chilling. He almost thought it would snatch his hand along with it. That shield was the guy's remaining power. He smiled faintly. It was an ancient power, yet its savage, primordial existence felt oddly reliable. He stared into the pitch-black, bottomless hole. He remembered the novel mentioning that you had to feed it until the darkness vanished. That darkness was formed by hatred. Once it faded, the light behind it would appear. Cale Henituse lifted the bag full of food. Once he found it, the indestructible shield would definitely be his. He tipped the bag, and the freshly baked bread fell down continuously. "Eat up." After dumping all the food into the hole, Cale Henituse saw no reaction, so he figured he'd need about 10 more bags. Just then, some sound came from the hole. He clicked his tongue. That was actually pretty creepy. That was a deep-seated grudge, all right. Cale Henituse didn't linger. He'd come back tomorrow. The 2 kids hadn't actually left. They were hiding behind a wall. They were sitting there, happily eating the bread he'd given them. Seeing that, Cale Henituse muttered, "Good grief." Deep down, he figured they wouldn't dare go near the tree, but if they did walk in there and get eaten, it would be a bit of a nuisance not for him, but for them. The two children saw Cale Henituse and stopped eating to watch him. He frowned slightly and said, "If you still want to eat, keep quiet." Soon, it was dark, and Cale Henituse headed back to the shop where he'd rested earlier. A moment later, he walked down from upstairs. Billows Flynn smiled when he saw him. "You're back?" "Yeah. I expect you'll come by next time." He added, "By the way, the tea was great," and he had only read half the book, but it was quite interesting. He liked how the protagonist's abilities were recognized and how he grew. "Don't let anyone else read that book, so I can finish it whenever I come back." Billows Flynn looked confused. "Oh, yes. I'll set it aside for you. Come back soon. I'll be waiting." Cale Henituse stepped out of the shop. Whatever. The scene shifted shortly after. At a tavern, as always, the owner saw him and rushed over in a panic. "Oh my God! Welcome back, young master." Since he was used to these reactions, Cale Henituse didn't feel anything. The guy was panicking. And with good reason, everything around Cale Henituse usually got smashed when he was drunk. He tossed a gold coin to the guy, then said softly, "A bottle as usual, and add some boiled chicken breast, no salt." "Yes, sir." The owner stammered as he asked him, don't you want to find a seat first?" Seeing he didn't answer, he turned around in a hurry. "I'll bring it right out." Cale Henituse sighed and looked around the tavern. He clicked his tongue. The gangsters and scammers all avoided him. Now he saw he was quite the oddball. Usually, the useless wastrels of wealthy families would hang out with these types or keep them as lackeys. But Cale Henituse despised them. To him, they were just trash. Soon, the owner brought his order over. "Here you go, sir." "Nice." He didn't linger. He grabbed the food and left. The wine Cale Henituse was drinking was definitely the most expensive in the shop. He stepped out, popped the bottle, and took a swig. Cale Henituse walked down the street, feeling himself warming up. If he remembered correctly, it was about 100 steps starting from the city gate, following this wall. He walked into a small alley. Just as expected, here it was. The moment Choi Han jumped over the wall, a small kitten was being kept warm by a larger one, placed right across from where he landed. This world was one where coincidences played a major role. Cale Henituse sighed softly, shifting his angle to avoid scaring the cats. He looked to the side. Just as he thought, a figure draped in a black cloak was sitting there. Cale Henituse marveled internally, a good person, indeed. He'd found him. When he caught Choi Han's gaze, he felt a bit nervous. He frowned slightly. Lucky he'd had some wine. He should initiate, so the guy would have a strong first impression of him. Cale Henituse softened his voice. "You look hungry, don't you?" He opened the bag of chicken breast he'd just bought, placing it in front of the two kittens. "Poor things. Eat up." They approached him with caution. They were smaller than he'd thought. Cale Henituse gently tore the chicken into small pieces. "Can you guys eat chicken breast?" The kitten kept sniffing, its eyes full of wariness as it watched him. He stroked its head lightly. "Eat up and get well soon, you poor things." Then, Cale Henituse asked as if it were a coincidence, "Do you have somewhere to go?" Choi Han didn't reply, not even a peep, but he wouldn't give up easily. "A place to stay." "Are you hungry?" Cale Henituse thought to himself. "Just as I thought, he won't answer. He's definitely watching me." "You're not answering?" Only then did Choi Han answer in a low voice. "I'm hungry." He stood up and walked toward him. Under the hazy moonlight, Cale Henituse looked down from above. "Hey, follow me. Let me get you something to eat. You could make a strong first impression by treating others to good food." Cale Henituse walked ahead, keeping an eye on Choi Han as he stood up slowly. "That's right. Follow me." He looked down. The two kittens had finished the food he'd brought. "Even though I don't like cats, this one is pretty cute." Choi Han stood still behind him, staring intently without looking away. It seemed he couldn't ignore it after all. Cale Henituse sat down and gently stroked its head. "You seem to like me, but I have to go. See you later." The other cat seemed startled. Then, both of them quickly ran off. He sighed softly and continued to lead Choi Han along. It was evening at the Henituse estate, and as they reached the gate, Cale Henituse suddenly stopped. Even though he didn't seem to notice, he frowned at Choi Han and turned his head to ask, "What are you doing?" Perhaps he's evaluating me to see if I'm an easy opponent to kill, he thought to himself. After seeing the guy had no intention of answering, he added, "Aren't you coming?" Just then, the guards noticed him. "Young master." Cale Henituse sighed to himself. "Can't they stop calling me that? It's so weird to hear them stuttering over that word." "Come on in." The guard quickly opened the gate for him. As he stepped into the mansion, Ron Mullen was already waiting at the door. Welcome back, young master. Cale Henituse held the wine bottle and said, Thanks, Ron Mullen. He really waited for me. That old man is truly terrifying. Right now, he is intently observing Choi Han. The two of them just stand there, staring each other down. Seeing that tense atmosphere, I wonder if I'm hallucinating or if there are sparks flying between them. Cale Henituse speaks up softly, cutting through the tension. Follow me. Ron Mullen doesn't follow, but instead asks, What is it, young master? If you need anything, I will take care of this guest. Cale replies flatly. No need. Inside, I think that since they've met now, it should be fine. Just as I step upstairs, Choi Han, who is standing in front of the room, smiles when he sees me. Young master, so you've returned even after drinking. That guy is the deputy butler of the Henituse estate, and he feels so exhausted. Ah, that's right. He's responsible for me. I suddenly pull out a bottle of wine. Seeing that, he fearfully backs away, and Cale Henituse speaks up. I just calmly look at him and tell him to put it somewhere else. He stammers, realizing he just acted inappropriately. Yes, Cale Henituse adds, next time, I'll really throw it at you. Then I walk away. He is startled by that. Young master, where are you going? Then, in the kitchen, there is one more person Choi Han needs to meet. There he is, the son of the assassin, Ron Mullen. I look at his hands, sharpening a knife, and I suddenly shiver. Another terrifying person. He cooks food with that face and those hands? The reason Choi Han needs to meet this guy is that when Protagonist Mullen sees Choi Han's skills while he's beating Cale Henituse up, he will be impressed and decide to follow him. If I let him leave with Choi Han, his father will follow too. The bomb that explodes now will be twice as effective. Cale Henituse throws his arm over Choi Han's shoulder and tells him to cook something for him to eat. Protagonist Mullen asks with a grimace. What was that? I immediately say, why don't you put that knife down? Give him something to eat. He's hungry. Understood. Young master. Brilliant. Protagonist Mullen, Choi Han, and Ron Mullen as well. Cale Henituse smiles slightly. All three of them have been linked together. Before leaving, I add, prepare something for me too. I'm hungry as well. The food must be high quality. The steak you made yesterday was delicious. You're a talented chef. The steak will make the meal even better. Prepare it quickly. Saying that, Cale Henituse quickly leaves. Returning to his room, Hans asks, Young master, what should I do with that guest? He is my guest. Take care of him. I think to myself, now that the three of them have met, my job for today is done. If that's still not enough, I'll make Choi Han hit someone, and Protagonist Mullen will be the witness. Hans, when the food is ready, bring it to my room. He hears that and just stares at me without answering. Changing the scene to the Count's study, Hans has reported everything to him. So he went to the illegal tea house of the FLN Merchant Guild and brought a stranger back here. He was drinking but still sober? Hans asks softly. Should we have someone follow him? No need, as long as he stays in this city. Everything he does is still under my authority. Just continue to observe and report to me as usual. I understand. Count de Ruth Henituse frowns slightly, thinking to himself, Cale Henituse has changed. Count de Ruth Henituse looks serious, thinking he feels Cale Henituse is different from usual, not because he is suddenly stronger and smarter, but even all his actions are different. He calls out softly, Hans. Yes, my lord. Bring me information about the illegitimate child of the FN, and he quickly follows orders. I understand. After Hans leaves, Count de Ruth Henituse stands up, walks toward the window, and thinks that what has changed is not just Cale Henituse, but the air on this continent has also become more dangerous. The Henituse family has protected their assets and expanded little by little, never needing to be recorded in history. Just having a peaceful and happy life is enough. Then, he turns away, thinking, I should probably reinforce the city walls. Changing the scene to Cale Henituse's room, my face suddenly goes pale. I don't feel too good. Bringing the lemonade earlier made the pain even worse. He, of course, notices my expression but just smiles. You were sleeping so soundly that I didn't dare wake you. Cale Henituse frowns slightly, noticing the white bandage wrapped around Ron Mullen's neck. Is your neck injured? He hands me a cup and asks, Are you worried about me? No, I just find it annoying to look at. Because I remember earlier he and his son had attacked Choi Han together. Not much, just a scratch from a cat. Cale Henituse thinks to himself, does this cat have something to do with an innocent person? After I finish drinking the cup of water, I stand up. Ron Mullen asks, Are you going out now? Someone else will handle everything outside. I understand, young master, but what do you think of the lemonade? I pause, not understanding the hidden meaning in his question. It's delicious. Is that so? I don't answer but frown. What an annoying old man. That kind of question. Then, as soon as I open the door, Cale Henituse sees Choi Han standing outside and freezes. What the? Then I suddenly slam the door shut. Startled. My heart is pounding, and my face turns pale. Ron Molan. He just smiles faintly. I didn't expect you to be surprised. Your guest from yesterday is waiting for you outside. I hadn't had a chance to tell you yet when you opened the door. I told him to wait in the room, but he insisted on seeing you and stood outside waiting. Cale Henituse feels truly exhausted. Not even getting a chance to speak, what a pain. Truly an annoying old man. He could have said it, but chose to remain silent. The door opens once more. I step outside and softly ask Choi Han, "What's going on?" I think to myself that he hasn't moved even an inch. Choi Han is silent for a moment. Then his lips move. "To repay you." Cale Henituse frowns when he hears that. "What?" "I will repay you for the meal." I put on an expressionless face. "No need." "Is there anything else you need to ask of me?" Deep down, I'm frowning. "Repay me?" Absurd. How would I know if someone might take advantage of Choi Han? He clenches his fists and says with some difficulty, "Actually, there is something I want to ask for your help with." Without waiting for Choi Han to speak, Cale Henituse quickly guesses that what he wants to ask probably relates to Harris Village. I shouldn't get involved with him. I immediately reply, telling him about Hans, saying he's a quite talented deputy butler and he can probably help him. By the way, Ron Molan is a talented person as well. I suddenly put my arm around his shoulder. He will listen to your request. Ron Molan, since he is my guest, help him as much as you can. Choi Han frowns slightly upon hearing that. But you don't know who I am. Cale Henituse uses a tone as if it's obvious, asking back, "Why would I need to know who you are? Do I need a reason to help someone with fewer privileges than me? Based on your situation, I suspect you'll ask some difficult questions. If there's anything difficult, Hans will guide you. I'm busy. Going where?" Saying that, I walk away. I need to get more money because I'll be spending a lot today. Ron Molan speaks up. "Young master, as you wish." Cale Henituse turns his head to look at him, then quickly turns away. Just get it done. Overcoming hardships together is what the protagonist and his partner are supposed to do. Behind him, Ron Molan whispered softly, "How interesting." The brave little dog didn't like handouts at all. He still hated it, but he drank it all anyway. He touched the wound on his neck. The little dog was terrified. Did he know anything? Right then, Choi Han's voice rang out. He led the way. Ron Molan glanced at him, thinking to himself that this lowly wretch kept reeking of blood while pretending to be clean. What a sneaky lowlife. He smiled faintly. "Of course, follow me." He looked toward Cale Henituse, then followed Ron Molan. Under the ancient tree, swaying in the wind, Cale Henituse stood there, one hand on his hip, the other carrying a fully loaded fabric bag. He dumped the bag at the base of the tree, and fresh, hot loaves of bread tumbled out. The hoarse, raspy sounds coming from someone who had been starving for days made the atmosphere sink. "More, give me more." Cale Henituse frowned helplessly. This was driving him crazy. From his memories of the book, he knew that the woman mentioned in the story was a nun who had been starved to death. With no time to look into it further, Cale Henituse hurried away before it was too late. "I don't know what it's about, but Daruth Henituse told me to drop by the evening lesson, so I have to get back before dinner." He turned and left, shoving his hands into his pockets with a frantic look. "I have to hurry. I have to hurry." At least I plan to satisfy the tree's gluttony by at least half. Cale Henituse had only walked a few steps when he met two raggedly dressed children sitting in a corner, holding a loaf of bread. It was a red-haired boy and a gray-haired girl. There was a scratch on their faces. Cale Henituse watched them for a moment, then clicked his tongue and turned away. Before long, he returned to town. "Since I bought all the bread at the bakery yesterday, it'll take time for them to restock." Cale Henituse looked around as he walked. "I have to find another shop." Just then, a voice called out from behind. "Young master." A middle-aged woman approached excitedly. "My shop has plenty of bread," he smiled with satisfaction. "Now, this is someone who knows how to do business." He tossed a gold coin to the woman. "Take it all for me, quickly." She looked down at the gold coin in her hand, beaming with joy, then immediately ran back into the shop to get the goods. "Please wait a moment, young master." A while later, she returned with a bag full of bread and placed it on the ground. "Here you go." Cale Henituse couldn't help but be amazed. It didn't take much time at all. She really is a capable business person. The woman seized the opportunity. "I can prepare more for next time." He smiled contentedly. This woman, he was starting to like her. At that moment, a man also rushed out to compete for the customer. "Young master, we can prepare even more for you than that bag does." Cale Henituse quickly handed him a gold coin and asked carefully, "Really? I'll visit your shop next time, so have a sack ready," he grumbled. Tomorrow I'll need to visit 3 shops to get all the bread. Fortunately, everything was prepared quite quickly. In a hidden corner somewhere near Cale Henituse, a shadow was silently observing. He looked at him with a puzzled expression. "What is he doing here?" Beacrox Mullen asked with tired eyes. "Is he crazy?" He recalled Ron Mullen's attitude when his father said the kid was interesting. He hadn't paid much attention, but the more he observed him, the more he agreed with his father. Beacrox Mullen said nothing more, just glanced over, a vague sense of amusement flickering in his eyes. Following him was just as interesting as following the black-haired kid. Elsewhere, the little girl with gray hair held a glass vial of herbs, looking at Cale Henituse with a surprised expression. This isn't bread." Besides her, the red-haired boy hid fearfully behind his sister. He looked at them calmly. Then suddenly, the boy spread his arms to block him. "Go away." The girl also looked at Cale Henituse sadly. "You can't die." He carried a large bag on his shoulder, standing silently as he watched them, his eyes filled with clear sympathy. Cale Henituse, no, just Cale Henituse, an orphan with nothing but his name. That was why everyone showed him sympathy. Cale Henituse looked at the dirty-faced children who were anxiously worried about him, and he felt a bit stirred. "Do you need a reason to show pity?" Looking down at his worn-out shoes and feet covered in scratches, Cale Henituse felt a pang of heartache. "There was a time when I confused the meaning of those words, but as I grew up, I learned what they really were." He pursed his lips. How annoying. They seemed quite panicked by Cale Henituse's silence, while he remained lost in his own thoughts. "I hate seeing children in pain and misery, but that doesn't mean I'll take care of them." A moment later, Cale Henituse finally spoke up. "I'm not going to die." That hoarse, dry voice rang out once again. "Give me more. More." He helplessly dumped all the remaining bread he carried at the base of the tree. Fine. Eat to your heart's content." He pushed himself up and stood gracefully, his gaze still fixed on the tree. It felt as if the darkness was fading away. "I think the money I spent was worth the effort." The area around him became quiet. Cale Henituse looked around. Did those kids come back? He felt immensely relieved. It's so much more pleasant not to see injured kids. At that moment, Hong and An approached his feet. Cale Henituse waved his hand to shoo them away and slowly walked off. "Aren't these the cats from yesterday? Do they remember me?" It's best to avoid troublesome things. At the villa, which was Cale Henituse's home. At that time, in a neatly decorated, luxurious room, Cale Henituse was discussing matters with his father. "Father, could you say that again?" Daruth Henituse's expression was serious. He repeated carefully, "All right, Cale Henituse, you will represent our family and go to the capital." Cale Henituse raised an eyebrow, his face filled with rejection. "Go to the capital? Really?" He smiled and explained. "Usually, Basin would be the one to go. However, you are the eldest son of the family. They are holding a major event. And this time, the sons of all noble families are invited." Daruth Henituse seemed very eager for Cale Henituse to go, and tried his best to persuade him. "Basin has been attending events like this for 2 years already. Even though he hasn't attended royal events yet, I want you to be the one to go this time." Cale Henituse was lost in chaotic thoughts, narrowing his eyes as if not wanting to remember. Speaking of the event hosted by the royal family, the terrorist attack on the plaza, a mysterious organization had attacked the plaza, where many people were gathered in the capital. The scene back then was full of chaos, ruin, and devastation. The only person who stopped their plot was Choi Han. Afterward, Choi Han saved many people who were there and became close to the royal family, like friends. Cale Henituse shuddered, terrified. "I'm getting chills just thinking about having to be one of the people in that incident." He glanced at Basin, who was standing there, seriously listening to his father. "Father mentioned earlier that Basin usually goes to these things, right? Should I ask him to go in my place?" Cale Henituse fell into a difficult situation, his eyes revealing his calculation. "I don't want to go to a dangerous place, but I can't bring it up to Basin. There has to be a reason why a guy like me shouldn't have to head to the capital. Besides, why is Daruth Henituse doing this?" "Daruth reminded me that I'd be leaving in 5 days." Cale Henituse, acting as cunning as ever, realized that if the original Cale Henituse were to get beaten to a pulp by Choi Han within those 5 days, he wouldn't be able to go. Daruth Henituse offered him a comforting look. "Before Basin took over, you used to attend these ceremonies too. Think back on those times and just relax on this trip." Cale Henituse cut him off immediately. "Well, you've certainly made your wishes clear. I'm quite confused about this, and I don't understand why I'm being forced to go. Give me some time to think about it." Daruth went silent for a few seconds, seemingly surprised, before responding. "All right, you may go." Waiting for that exact moment, Cale Henituse turned to leave. "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Basin Henituse called out to him. "Brother." Cale stopped in his tracks. What is it? He showed clear dissatisfaction. There was no reason for him not to go. He let out a sigh. That kid, Cale Henituse, thought about his thorny future. He was going to be kicked out of the succession line. His younger brother, Basin, had been acting like the successor for 2 years now, but Basin insisted that Cale Henituse had reasons to represent the family. He sighed again. Everything was starting to get complicated. Another thing, Cale Henituse's gaze suddenly turned sharp. This was worth betting on. He left right after Basin, grumbling to himself as he walked. The chances of Cale Henituse being able to turn this around weren't very high. Furthermore, if Basin dies and doesn't become the Lord, I'm going to be in big trouble. Basin needs to stay alive so I can have a peaceful life. Just then, Hans appeared from behind. You're here, young master. About the guest's request, Cale Henituse hurriedly cut him off. Hans, his voice filled with annoyance, as he gave instructions to the servant, Cale Henituse had him come here. Hans seemed a bit surprised, but replied immediately. Yes, sir. Just by looking, he could already guess part of it. Based on Hans's expression, Choi Han's problem had perhaps been solved, but now I have to go on this unexpected trip to the capital. Cale Henituse turned back to add one more thing. Oh, and if he doesn't show up, tell him this. He clearly mentioned the word debt. Cale Henituse had likely accepted his fate and was figuring out how to deal with it. I'll do whatever it takes to make this trip more comfortable. Cale Henituse thought of Choi Han. The chance for him to repay his debt had arrived. He would use Choi Han to his own advantage. Cale watched Choi Han, who was sitting on the chair looking around, and felt satisfied. Ever since Ron Moulin took charge of his meals, he looked much better. Ron Moulin, Beecrox Moulin, and Choi Han, this trio, was progressing exactly as I had predicted. Not waiting for Cale to speak first, Choi Han hurried straight to the point. How should I repay you? Cale Henituse was a bit surprised. Straight to the point, huh? He remembered the details from the book and gave a faint smile. There was a slight change in the beginning of The Birth of a Hero. I'm trying to keep everything as it was in the book, but if I go to the capital, there will be major changes compared to what's supposed to happen. Cale Henituse placed a blank sheet of paper on the table and said to Choi Han, First, I need to know what you are capable of. He looked at him seriously. Simply put, this was an interview. Choi Han leaned forward slightly to look at the paper. Continuing, Cale Henituse made his request. Do you know how to protect others? Choi Han looked at him, his face full of confusion. What do you mean by that? Cale was silent for a moment. This was a sudden change in plans, but it would surely be to his benefit. Cale Henituse was calculating a foolproof plan. I have to prevent the members in Choi Han's group from obtaining the ancient power. While I'm taking what I need, that power is useless to them anyway. He calmly explained it to him. It was quite simple. Can you protect others instead of killing them? The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Choi Han looked anxious. I'm not sure. Choi Han clenched his fists, and Cale paused. It would be very dangerous if I provoked him right now. Cale Henituse seriously asked again. Then, can you kill people? Choi Han answered immediately. Yes. Cale then agreed. Then you can also protect others. Cale Henituse tried to comfort him. It will be quite difficult. But difficult doesn't mean impossible. Mentioning this, he remembered his past life. In the life that I, Cale Henituse, lived, there weren't many situations I could avoid just because they were difficult. Cale Henituse thought gloomily about his own life. That's why I've always been generous with this new life inside the body of this trash, Cale Henituse. But now there is a damn mountain I need to overcome if I want to have a peaceful life later on. That is why I need someone to help me get over that mountain. Choi Han smiled at his words, his face less confused. Difficult didn't mean impossible. I guess so. Cale Henituse continued to ask Hans. All right, this is the last question. Choi Han didn't hesitate. Go ahead and ask, he said, somewhat flustered. In a resolute tone, Cale asked the final question. What is your name? Choi Han froze for a moment, then asked uncertainly. You don't know my name? Cale Henituse answered calmly. Of course I know it, but in his heart, he already knew everything. I even know I'm going to get beaten to a pulp by you, he thought, leaning back in his chair with a fake expression. I heard it from others, but I wanted to hear it from you yourself. Choi Han complied and said his name, Choi Han. Choi Han held out his hand, wanting to shake his. My name is Choi Han. Cale Henituse also took his hand, the atmosphere filled with harmony. He introduced himself as well. Oh, is that so? As for me, my name is Cale Henituse. Cale Henituse placed a paper listing the tasks on the table. What you need to do to repay me is very simple. Choi Han read the strange names written on the paper with a confused look. Rosalind, Locke. Cale Henituse had based his decision on what he had read in the book. That's right. The princess of the neighboring kingdom. You survived the assassination attempt. Rosalind. The other person was the heir of the Wolf King, Locke. The image of Locke in the book was clearly described as the sole survivor of the Blue Wolf tribe. He looked weak, but when he went berserk, he would become a more brutal werewolf than anyone else. Meanwhile, Rosalind possessed terrifying power, second only to Choi Han. She had no interest in the throne. Besides, her wish was to find the greatest magic tower on the continent. Once she achieved that goal, she would become a hero. Cale Henituse remembered the horrific scene and shuddered slightly. The person who tried to assassinate Rosalind was tortured by Beecrox Mullen shortly after. Lately, I've been shuddering and feeling chills often. He stood up and walked toward the wooden cabinet, looking cheerful and encouraging. That's right, those two. So you know how to read. It's good to know that. Cale Henituse took a scroll out of the cabinet. You will begin the journey with me. He spread the scroll a map onto the tea table. Cale Henituse pointed to a location on the map. Here. You just need to follow the instructions I've written on the paper. He sank back into his thoughts about this sudden change of plans. There's a reason why Choi Han has to accompany me halfway like this. In the first volume of The Birth of a Hero, a marquis was introduced as the villain. Cale Henituse, just thinking about him is enough to get on my nerves. He's always getting in the way of the prince and Choi Han, and that jerk is even raising a crazy dragon. He tried to tame a dragon under 5 years old. The dragon escaped, but ended up going berserk. The book described a terrifying scene where the dragon burned an entire village to the ground. That was when Choi Han showed up, and in the end, Choi Han killed the dragon, gifting it the mercy of death. But Cale Henituse has to head to the village the dragon is going to attack. He knows if they avoid that village, they'll arrive at the capital too late, or Choi Han will kill it first. Otherwise, they have to release it before it turns aggressive. Cale Henituse speaks up now, setting conditions for Choi Han to head to the capital with those two. That's how you repay me. You're asking if I need to protect them? Cale Henituse responds generously. That's up to you. And he adds another condition. However, you must reach the capital and meet me in one piece. You can at least protect yourself, right? Choi Han is silent for a moment, and Cale Henituse asks anxiously, why aren't you answering? Can you do it? He hesitates for a moment before nodding. Fine, I can do it. Cale Henituse sits in his chair, quietly rubbing his nose and sighing. I should have had a drink before starting this conversation. After that, he waves his hand, signaling him to leave. He's free to go. Choi Han reaches the door but stops dead in his tracks because of Cale Henituse's words. By the way, everything we discussed just now is a secret between the two of us, okay? He smiles slightly and replies, I understand. Night falls quickly in Daruth Henituse's study. Well, Cale Henituse is reporting to you, father. I need money. He agrees and replies, oh, all right then. Daruth Henituse speaks to him and hands over a check. I will inform the treasurer. Cale Henituse returns to his room. Lying on the bed, he quietly gazes at the check. Money really is the best. Just then, Ron Mullen rushes in, carrying a teacup. Young master, here is some honey lemon tea. My son made it specifically for you. He sets it on the table and stands quietly at the foot of the bed. Sleep well, young master. I will always be by your side. In the dark room, Cale Henituse stares at the ceiling in thought. Then he jolts upright. This strange old man has made him lose his sleep entirely. Thinking about the two of them, he decides he should send them off with Choi Han first. Cale Henituse walks down the street, his face pale and full of exhaustion, as if he'd just watched a horror movie this morning. A moment ago, Ron Mullen had approached Cale Henituse. Do you want to go rabbit hunting? I can show you how. He smiles with great interest. Hunting rabbits isn't easy. You can never tell when it will jump or where it will go. Therefore, you must observe carefully and kill it the moment you have a chance. After killing them, you must remove the testicles. He recalls that sinister look. I can teach you how to do it. It makes him shudder. What a truly terrifying old man. Cale Henituse stops in front of a bakery. At least he's glad Ron Mullen is with him. An older man steps out to greet him. Young master, you're here quite early today. Cale Henituse seems to have become more attached to this town. He's been here a few times and is starting to feel comfortable here. He asks the owner, how's the bread? The old man is very friendly with him. I have it all ready for you. A moment later, the owner comes out with a bag full of bread. By the way, is today really the last day you're buying? Cale Henituse reaches out to take it. That's right. Is there a problem? Or do you want more money? Of course I want more. Hearing the old man's honest reply makes him chuckle. Before leaving, Cale Henituse pats the man on the shoulder with a comforting tone. Don't worry. If I want to eat, I'll come back. After that, he doesn't linger and leaves right away. Walking to the old tree, he finds the two children from before sitting neatly in front of the fence. Don't these kids have a home? It looks like they're waiting for me. Cale Henituse holds out the two small bags containing the bread. Here, Take this. The children hesitate for a moment. Then the gray-haired girl steps forward to take them. Without a word of farewell, he turns his back and walks in. Cale Henituse has reached the old tree. He looks around. Luckily, it's foggy today, so no one will know what he's doing here. He breathes deeply, then starts untying the bags one by one, familiar with the routine, pouring them out at the base of the tree. The dry, hoarse voice begins again. Cale Henituse, more. Please give me more. Cale Henituse pours another bag out. Here, eat. The base of the tree suddenly opens up, revealing a bright white hole so deep he can't see the bottom. He stands up and looks at it with interest. It finally turned white. If he gets rid of all the bread he has, this light will surely come out. He hasn't been happy for long before that choked-up voice sounds even more frequently than before, forcing him to clutch his head. More, 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 more. He panics, trying to find the source. What is this? This wasn't written in the novel. The sound rings out and stops after the words, "If you bring more, I will give you a gift." Cale Henituse thinks for a moment, his eyes thoughtful. A gift, you say? He looks up at the canopy, his attitude one of accepting the trade. Fine. Cale Henituse pours the rest of the bread out. This is the last bag. I wonder what will happen after I dump all of this into that hole. The ground suddenly trembles slightly. Cale Henituse watches it, dazed. A moment later, the light from the tree roots shines even brighter, accompanied by a clear voice. It's so delicious. The tree keeps talking, leaving him frozen in place. The texture of the bread is so soft. I really like the third bag. The food keeps getting better. A small, shining orb is making the noise. Anyway, the bread in the third bag was really delicious. I've never eaten anything this good. The tree keeps rambling on and on. When I ate those rolls, I could feel they were made of high-quality wheat, because not all wheat is the same. Do you know that? Cale Henituse feels helpless, finding it childish. Is this why no one has obtained this power? The tree keeps babbling. So now I'm very full, because that pile was so delicious. He seems to realize something. Perhaps her resentment wasn't because of hunger, but because she had no one to talk to. It starts telling him about the past. Back in ancient times, there weren't many delicious things like this. In those days, the priests would only feed me mushy stuff. It says this with an irritated tone. I was driven away because I ate too many appetizers. What a ridiculous reason. Cale Henituse crosses his arms, trying to endure it. I'm listening to this story because I need that ancient power. The tree shows no signs of wanting to stop. It's venting all the repression it's held for so long. Then I left with my colleague with the intention of spreading our religion. After a while, we ran out of food, which is why I starved to death, and Cale Henituse has to put up with it. Is it over yet, for heaven's sake? Well, life is hard, but this is just a bit annoying. A long time later, the tree finishes its long-winded story and turns to speak to him. Thank you for listening to my story. You really are a good person. Cale Henituse is probably feeling very helpless and bored. It seems she isn't going to quiet down. As the space grew silent, he reached out to catch the breeze, the colors shifting. How beautiful. Just then, his gaze shifted to the tree, emitting a powerful light. Cale Henituse reached out to touch it. It was warm, too. He stood still for a moment. Soon, his face revealed a look of satisfaction and contentment. There it is, the tree explained. By the way, my gift will protect you. Cale Henituse reached out and touched his left chest. Done. According to the information in the book, the shield will protect the owner's life, and it resides in the heart. So, it will stay there until I die. He tested it for a moment, sensing that source of power surrounding his heart. His heart seemed to beat faster, protected by the shield. The wind around him began to howl, while Cale Henituse kept his eyes closed, feeling the new surge of power. Every ancient power leaves a mark based on the owner's personality. He tried to recall what he had read in the book. If I use this power, Cale Henituse opened his eyes, and a burst of light appeared before him, waiting for him to summon it. Then he smiled faintly as he recognized the shield in front of him, an indestructible shield appearing before his eyes. Cale Henituse stood alone in the middle of the vast grassy field, his coat fluttering in the fresh breeze. His expression relaxed as he looked at the silver shield hovering before him. He satisfied himself, thinking, finally, I have something to protect myself. That silver shield before Cale Henituse was the indestructible shield. Contrary to its name, it can still be broken, but it never disappears. When attacked with enough force, the shield will shatter to protect the owner's life, but it will gradually recover based on the vitality of the owner's heart. Thinking of this, he slowly placed his hand over his chest, feeling his heartbeat, the source of energy for the shield. If my heart is stronger, the shield will be sturdier. He reached out to touch the shield, silently planning to upgrade it further. I should upgrade this shield to the next level on the way to the capital. I'll boost it until it can protect me for 5 minutes. No, 10 minutes would be much better. Cale Henituse touched the shield, unable to help but smile with joy. It felt amazing. But suddenly, his eyes flashed as if he remembered something, though one problem remained. He looked at the shiny, sparkling shield before him and looked displeased. I don't really like it. It feels like a saint's shield. He stood with his hands on his hips, feeling helpless. Well, it looks like I have to accept it. A moment later, the clear blue sky over the grassy field vanished as a heavy, gloomy downpour began to fall. Cale Henituse stood silently, watching two cats, one red, one white, at his feet. The two adorable kittens looked up at him with glistening eyes, their little mouths constantly making soft sounds that one couldn't resist. Cale Henituse frowned, staring at the two kittens for a moment, as if struggling with his thoughts. But the kittens, seeing his hesitation, proactively moved forward and rubbed against his legs. Cale Henituse could no longer resist their begging. He helplessly put a hand to his forehead and sighed in defeat, picking up the soaked kittens to take them home. Han was incredibly surprised. "Young master, what is that?" Cale Henituse immediately tossed the kittens to Han coldly. "Stop talking and take them." Han stood there, stunned, holding the kittens. They were truly, as soon as they were held, they kept rubbing against his chest, making him blush with delight. Such cute kittens. Han immediately turned to ask Cale Henituse, "Young master, can I keep these too?" Cale Henituse didn't pay attention, turning his back to leave. "Do whatever you want." But suddenly, remembering something, he stopped. He turned back, pointed at the kittens obediently lying in Han's arms, and gave a few instructions. "If you feed them, they'll stay quiet. And besides, they're siblings." Han froze in surprise. "Huh?" Meanwhile, the two kittens had their fur standing on end. Cale Henituse had guessed this purely from his observations. There was a faint scent of herbs and bread. He remembered a similar smell when he first met them. It must be them. He smiled slightly, glancing at the confused man and the two cats. "Did you think I wouldn't notice?" Cale Henituse had easily deduced their identities. The silver one was surely the older sister, and the red one must be the younger brother. Cale Henituse's words made the cats break out in a cold sweat, their eyes widening in panic. With that, he turned, smiling kindly to say goodbye to the cats. "We'll talk later." Han finally came to his senses, thinking the last remark was for him, and replied, "Sure thing, young master." Cale Henituse couldn't help but sigh helplessly. "I wasn't talking to you." He took off his outer coat and asked Han, "Where is everyone else?" Han, while happily playing with his two new feline friends, replied. He mentioned that Choi Han would be escorting him halfway to the capital. He hugged the cats and continued his report. After hearing that, he nodded, understanding. "I see." He smiled to himself. The three of them seemed to be getting quite close, but Han's next sentence immediately brought his mood down. "The three of them seem quite interested in serving you, young master." In a certain study, Cale Henituse walked up to Billows Flynn's counter. "It seems I'm the only one here." Billows Flynn looked at the person who just entered and replied, "Welcome." Cale Henituse looked coldly at Billows Flynn. He asked him, "I've decided to return. Are you keeping your promise?" Billows Flynn smiled warmly at him. "Of course I am. Shall I get you the book from last time and a cup of tea?" Cale Henituse turned to go upstairs, then heard him add, "Also, today's tea is Sejong tea." He paused for a second, then continued walking up. Outside the window, the rain was still pouring down, the air filled with the humidity that the downpour brought. Billows Flynn didn't take long to bring the tea up behind him. "Here is your tea." Cale Henituse simply leaned against the window, watching the rain, indifferent. Billows Flynn, seeing his lack of attention, gently placed the tea on the table. Cale Henituse was still deep in thought. Choi Han, Ron, B. Crocs, and finally, Billows Flynn. He looked at Billows Flynn, who was always smiling kindly and friendly before him. At first, he didn't seem very wealthy, but after he committed to becoming an ally of Choi Han and told him about his ambitions, this guy also learned how to hide his emotions and intentions. Even though I don't know what he's thinking, Cale Henituse saw through the person before him. His true nature was that of a greedy man. He stood with his arms crossed, staring indifferently at Billows Flynn without a word. "I don't hate greedy people. Who isn't greedy as a human?" Lost in thought, he heard Billows Flynn speak first. "Young master, I heard you're going to the capital." At this point, Cale Henituse replied, "That's right. And is there a reason for that?" Billows Flynn answered humbly, "Well, I'm also heading to the capital, so I'd like to travel with you." Cale Henituse had already anticipated this. "I knew this would happen, because sooner or later, he's going to join Choi Han's team anyway." Billows Flynn chatted with a smile, the topic shifting to Cale Henituse, who seemed to have changed for the better. He had become completely different from his old reputation. Cale Henituse lifted his teacup to his lips and casually mentioned his nickname, the Count's Trash, right? Billows Flynn didn't dodge the question and spoke plainly. That's right. Or more accurately, a good-for-nothing, right? Isn't your true nature just an arrogant fool? Hearing that, Cale Henituse decided to lay his cards on the table. It was time for a serious talk. He calmly set his teacup down. Billows Flynn. He looked at him with a knowing gaze. You can't even call your father, father. Billows Flynn's expression stiffened at Cale's words. Because you're an illegitimate child, aren't you? It was still raining heavily outside. Seeing Billows Flynn's reaction, Cale Henituse continued. Are you just going to let things be? Are you truly okay with your current life? Or are you not? Cale Henituse's words left Billows Flynn speechless. Receiving no response, Cale Henituse started talking about himself. You know, for the past 10 years, I've done a lot of crazy things, starting when I was 8. As he spoke, 2 people came up from downstairs to call Billows Flynn, but Cale Henituse didn't stop. For those 10 years, I did nothing but nonsense. That's why I've changed myself. He casually recounted his dark past as if it belonged to someone else. And I can't keep living like a fool, can I? Only then did he turn to Billows Flynn and ask, when will you stop living like a fool? Billows Flynn, who had been listening in silence, suddenly struggled to hold back his laughter, then couldn't help but cover his face and laugh out loud. After laughing for a while, he looked up at the person before him with a sinister gaze, as if revealing his true nature. I'm just bored. Billows Flynn held his forehead and looked up. I'm really tired. Cale Henituse sat with his legs crossed, looking dignified. See? I told you. Billows Flynn grinned. Then, see you in the capital. Cale Henituse waved him off. No need, he thought to himself. Things will get complicated if I meet Billows Flynn in the capital, because Billows Flynn is the one who has to travel with Choi Han. Ron Moulin and Choi Han stood silently listening to their conversation. Billows Flynn seemed lost in thought. As Billows Flynn left, Choi Han and Ron Moulin took turns meeting Cale Henituse. Cale Henituse thought to himself, good. Cale sat alone, lost in his own thoughts. In the end, Choi Han and Billows Flynn had crossed paths just like in the book. Cale Henituse crossed his arms and spoke seriously to Ron Moulin and Choi Han. Ron Moulin, I know you will go with Choi Han. And as far as I know, B. Crocs Moulin will go with you too. But I guess he'll stay in the kitchen because he has a high sense of responsibility. Ron Moulin asked Cale Henituse about Billows Flynn. You're right, young master. Besides, are you close with that guy? Ron Moulin said. I see. Cale Henituse looked at the two of them, thinking, what should I say? It felt strange. Choi Han was also contemplating something. Choi Han smiled and spoke up. I don't think every rumor is true. Inwardly, he was thinking, what on earth is he talking about? There was a voice. Your tea is here. It was Billows Flynn bringing the tea. He said, shall I serve them? And received a nod. Yeah. Billows Flynn placed the cups down, one by one. I ordered these beforehand. This is warm lemon tea. Cale Henituse smiled and pointed at the teacup. This one is special for you, Ron Moulin. Since you bring it to me every day, I thought you'd like it. Ron Moulin looked at the teacup thoughtfully. Young master, this is warm lemon tea. It helps you sleep better. And my son makes it specifically for you. Choi Han looked at the cup, thinking, I'll have some too. Eventually, Ron Moulin drank the tea, thinking, whatever, just drink it. Now, the three of them were enjoying the warm tea in the room. Cale Henituse's gaze suggested that if they wanted to drink, they shouldn't make any noise. Ron Moulin received his look with deep thought. He was lost in his own train of thought. Ever since they arrived at the workshop, B. Crocs Moulin had requested a duel with him. All because B. Crocs Moulin had discovered a small part of Choi Han's strength and wanted to see more. His thoughts weren't just about Cale Henituse, but also about Choi Han. I refused his request because I would become a protector. He even said he could do it, but Choi Han always rejected B. Crocs's requests for a duel, and he had heard some surprising words from the little puppy. Cale Henituse had said, I can't keep living like a trash, right? Ron Moulin continued to enjoy his tea, thinking things were getting more and more interesting. Choi Han's eyes brightened as he smiled. The tea is delicious. Now, it was Cale Henituse's turn to enjoy the tea while reflecting. In The Birth of a Hero, the relationship between Choi Han and Ron Moulin was always tense, but they still traveled together. They were bound by a contract, but they knew they could rely on each other. Quite a few things happened because he did everything to avoid getting beaten up. After a sip of tea, Cale Henituse smiled broadly, but his brain was divided in two. It was a bit wrong to prioritize his own life, but he couldn't let the novel dictate his life either. He spoke up. Sweet tea is the best. Ron Moulin looked thoughtful, and Choi Han smiled, completely agreeing with Cale Henituse's opinion. They walked down the stairs one by one. Billows Flynn stood up to grab a book, saw Cale Henituse, and asked, "Are you leaving?" Cale Henituse walked on. "Yeah." Then a conversation ensued between them. Billows Flynn said cheerfully, "I think we'll meet again in the capital." Cale Henituse disagreed. "That won't happen. I'll come here every day before departing." Billows Flynn asked in surprise, "Really? Are you coming to read books?" Cale Henituse replied, "Who knows?" As Cale Henituse walked out of the room, Billows Flynn ran to the door and called out happily, "Feel free to come any time, young master. This tea house always welcomes you." Ron Molan watched and felt uncomfortable. He clicked his tongue. "I think I hate creating rapport." Choi Han replied to Ron Molan, "I don't want my hatred to turn into favor for you." Ron Molan answered, "I wasn't talking to you." Ron Molan looked at Cale Henituse and thought, "On this trip, I should have B. Crocs Molan prepare some favorite dishes for this puppy." His gaze toward Cale Henituse was very deep. He has changed, but a trash is still a trash. He remembered the image of Cale Henituse with his father, even though he still remembered the day he comforted his master when the mistress passed away. And Ron Molan also remembered the image of Cale Henituse with his new family. He had also witnessed Cale Henituse showing hostility toward his stepmother and her family, but he had never caused any trouble with them, even when drunk. The image of Cale Henituse kept appearing in his thoughts. "I've been watching Cale Henituse for 18 years now." The scene shifted to Cale Henituse's house, where he had two small, cute rabbits. Cale Henituse looked at the two of them. "Ah, I forgot about you two." Cale Henituse looked at them and thought, if Choi Han were here, he would surely take care of them. Unfortunately, he has other things to do. He recalled Choi Han's words, "I want to return to my room first to practice and become stronger so I can protect someone." That got him thinking, is he still trying to get stronger? Who exactly is he trying to protect? Wait, did I hear something? "Young master, what are your thoughts?" "Ah, so Choi Han is approaching those two little kittens. They're cute, but they're so cold they never let me pet them," Choi Han says, his eyes crinkling into a smile. "So, do you agree?" Cale Henituse responds to Choi Han. "Yeah, I guess." He looks at him, thinking, he really seems to love cats. Cale Henituse watches Choi Han with the two kittens. These kids came from nowhere, and look at them now, they're even healthier than before. What did Choi Han do in such a short amount of time? The two kittens look up with sparkling eyes. Choi Han, still peeking in from the doorway with that cute, crinkly smile, calls out, "I'm heading out. If you have any trouble with those little ones, just give me a call." He lingers for a moment. "I could always trim their nails and brush their teeth, you know." Cale Henituse replies, "Just go. I'll think about giving them a bath myself." Ron Molan approaches the two cats. He sits down and stares at the pair. "Oh, are these two members of the cat tribe? Interesting." Their confusion is met by the shock on the faces of the two kittens, one silver and one red. Ron Molan observes them. The cat tribe is famous for their stealthy movements and incredible speed. They could be quite useful if trained properly. The two kittens look increasingly confused and wary. Ron Molan reaches out his hand toward them. "I will train you two to be a gift for the young master." Cale Henituse sighs helplessly, looking down at An and Hong sitting on the floor. "Why do you two keep following me around?" Hearing him say that, the two kids immediately nudge their heads against his legs, acting spoiled, then gently rub against Cale Henituse. Watching them fawn over him, Cale Henituse thinks to himself, "I feel like I forgot to tell them something." With that thought, he wears a cunning smile. "Oh, right, pay up for your meals." Seeing him say that, the two little ones pretend to be clueless, looking up at him with wide, sparkling eyes. Seeing them refuse to speak, he urges them, "Don't just stand there, Cale Henituse, answer me in human speech." An and Hong stop playing dumb and brazenly walk up to him. Cale Henituse bends down to see what they want. An pulls at his clothes and says, "I want to eat meat, but I'm not hungry just yet." Hong pipes up from behind, whining, "I want some cake." Hearing them, he gives a knowing, mysterious smile. "If I give you food, you know what that means, right?" The two little ones look up at him with glistening eyes, signaling they understand. Food expenses, huh? Time passes, and 4 days later in the dining room, Daruth Henituse smiles and asks, "Cale Henituse, you're leaving the territory today, but you don't seem worried at all." Cale Henituse remains calm, paying little attention to his father's words as he continues to eat. In the novel, it rained yesterday, he thinks, recalling the events from the story. He reflects that he was supposed to be beaten to a pulp by Choi Han, but he wasn't hit yesterday. Thinking about this, he can't help but smile. Above all, he remembers the feeling of receiving the indestructible shield. It was as if his entire body was being wrapped and protected by it. Cale Henituse habitually touches his chest. That sensation is always there, even if he can't see it clearly. He lifts his glass of wine, deep in thought. Even if I were attacked by Ron Molan and Beecrocs, I could probably survive it once. Suddenly, a thought flashes in his mind. He sets the wineglass down and says, "Oh, that's right, Father." Cale Henituse looks up and says calmly, "I requested to have fewer servants, but the number seems to have increased." Seeing him state it so bluntly, his father is a bit flustered. "Ah, we discussed this, didn't we?" While he struggles with how to respond, Violan steps in. His stepmother coldly interrupts the awkward atmosphere. "I did that." Lifting her wineglass, she says calmly, "If we reduce the number of servants, the household will be understaffed. That simply won't do." She looks at him and adds, "It's not that I think you're lacking, Cale." She continues, "I know you're aware of that." Setting her glass down, she subtly warns him. Everyone, especially nobles, must be even more concerned with their appearance. Observing her words and actions, he realizes her true intent. He knows Violan was the eldest daughter of a poor baron, and dreamt of becoming a renowned figure. Watching the ripples in his wine, he relates it to the undercurrents in noble society. Back then, she had traded goods for noble houses after broadening her horizons. After arriving in this territory, she became passionate about sculpting. That was when she met Baron de Ruth, and they fell in love. She is now the pillar of the cultural center in the territory. She is very proud of her life, and satisfied with the family she lives with. Many people would grit their teeth, believing that appearance is everything. After a moment, she speaks up. "Therefore, it ultimately means we must have plenty of staff." He didn't expect her to say that. He glances at her, thinking, "Of course, having many servants is convenient. Without them, even changing clothes would be a hassle." Thinking of this, Cale Henituse remembers Raun Miru from the novel. A wild, black dragon will appear in the future. There wouldn't be many casualties if that dragon weren't an issue. After thinking for a while, he decides not to worry about it. It doesn't matter what others do, but he doesn't want to see anyone die right in front of him, and he doesn't want to be responsible for people getting hurt because of it. He thinks about how he had to fend for himself when he was young, so he knows how scary and burdensome it is when human lives are at stake. Picking up his wineglass, he says to her with a sarcastic tone, "Art is the mirror of the soul, isn't it?" She replies, "So you know that, do you?" He answers, "Yes, I am aware." He twirls his wineglass. Sculpting doesn't just create what the eye can see, it creates what is already in one's heart. He continues, "That was written on a plaque in the exhibition hall." The words suddenly surface in his mind, a sign in the gallery for the new sculptures. It was written by Violan herself. After talking about art, her attitude toward him becomes noticeably softer. "The servants will do whatever you wish," she says. "Furthermore, the carriage and everything else have been prepared to the highest standard. People like us must maintain our standards." "Very well. Then please select the most expensive items." Naturally, she prepared a carriage so high quality that even driving on rocky roads wouldn't be an issue. As she speaks, her lips curl into a smile. His father looks surprised, staring at her with wide eyes. After a moment of stunned silence, he clears his throat, wanting to say something. Then he speaks up. "Cale Henituse, have you looked through the documents regarding the noble families I sent over?" Even before he asks, he answers him honestly. "Well, quite interesting." He bluntly judged their characters. There were narrow-minded people, clever and terrifying ones, fools, and those with power. All types of people exist. Seeing him remember all that, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. "Well, you really read everything I gave you, didn't you? Anyway, just do whatever you want." As he spoke, he suddenly hesitated. "Ah, Cale Henituse." His gaze lifted to look at him, appearing serious. "I heard a strange rumor." He told him the news he had recently received. People were saying that the carnivorous tree had turned a vibrant green, where nothing else could grow. Hearing this, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. He pulled back his serious gaze and said, "It's fine, but it really is an interesting rumor, isn't it?" He was stunned for a moment, thinking there's no way he would go to the slums. And surely, as he was thinking, another thought appeared to contradict the previous one. It's impossible for him to know about the story of the ancient power. The tree and I have a bit of a connection, so I can vaguely guess what's happening to it. After a while, he quickly regained his composure. "That's right, it truly is an interesting rumor." His father clicked his tongue. Not only that, but it was also no ordinary rumor. Suddenly, his face grew stern as he warned him that whenever doing anything, he must pay attention to rumors, because nothing is more terrifying than people's mouths and eyes. Then, he didn't forget to emphasize, "But in the territory I manage, it's fine." He quickly replied, "Yes, I will keep that in mind." In his heart, he thought, if he lived in this territory, he would only be able to live comfortably, without any challenges. Cale Henituse fell into deep thought, hoping to quickly reach the capital and enjoy the rest of his life. Not long after the meal ended, before leaving, his father regretfully said to him, "I don't think I can see you off because I have some business to attend to, so goodbye for now." When he passed, Basen, Henituse, and Lily both looked at him with indescribable expressions. Sensing those looks, he couldn't help but stop, turn his head, and ask them, "What is it?" Both Basen, Henituse, and Lily bowed without prior arrangement. He stood there, watching to see what they were going to do. Suddenly, Lily hesitated and said to him, "Have a safe trip, brother." Hearing his little sister's words, he happily replied, "Yeah, you behave yourself too." Seeing him instruct her like that, the little girl blushed with shyness and spoke in a clear tone, "Yes." The three of them stood there talking for a while before saying goodbye. The next day, after he had carefully prepared for the trip, he went to the carriage that Violin had said she prepared for him, but, as he was about to touch the door, he suddenly stopped. As if seeing something that made him uncomfortable, he frowned, his tone clearly showing his dislike. "What is this again?" Cale Henituse furrowed his brows in surprise. "What is going on here?" It turned out that inside the carriage, Han was happily watching the two cats, On and Hong, lying opposite him. Seeing their satisfied expressions, he couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems they like that seat more than mine, huh?" Han approached the two cats and sat down. "Young master, shouldn't our cats be comfortable? How small you two are," Cale Henituse muttered to himself. If only he knew they could create lightning and poison. Ron Molen, who had been standing behind him, finally spoke up. "Young master, I will sit next to the coachman." He nodded in response. "Yeah." As he was about to step into the carriage, someone called him, Cale Henituse. He stopped moving and hummed. Choi Han approached and said, "Could I not ride in the same carriage, sir?" Cale Henituse asked curiously, "Why is that?" He laughed mockingly in his heart. "Is that really necessary?" He gave a slight nod and replied, "Yes." Cale Henituse sighed in his heart. He's truly strange. Watching the others back as he walked away, he sighed with sorrow. Even now, those eyes still hold that hatred. He still couldn't bring himself to let go, so he was incredibly conflicted. After traveling with Beecrox, Molen, Rosalind, and Locke, Choi Han had become quieter, but always kept a knife in his heart. Cale Henituse narrowed his eyes slightly. That didn't seem like a bad thing, right? Suddenly, a sound rang out. "This isn't your seat, is it?" He was startled and hummed. Cale Henituse turned his head and saw Hillsman talking and laughing with Choi Han. People like that shouldn't appear on this continent. The two separated, and he stepped into the carriage. "Whatever, let's go. I'm the type who looks down on others anyway." When Cale Henituse was settled, Hillsman poked his head in to ask, "Young master, shall we depart now?" The door slammed shut, and he coldly ordered, "Yeah, let's go." Very quickly, the carriage moved at a rapid pace. The group arrived at a bridge crossing a river. Cale Henituse looked out the window, lost in thought. Should I, Cale Henituse, handle those gifts? He recalled asking Basen Henituse and Lily earlier. What gifts do you two want?" Lily asked in surprise. "Really?" Cale Henituse smiled inwardly. As expected, she wants a sword. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "A sword." This answer surprised him. "Huh?" Lily Henituse looked up politely. "Buy me a sword, please." Cale Henituse frowned in contemplation. A 7-year-old child and a sword. He asked back, "Is that so?" Basen Henituse explained. "Lately, Lily has been dreaming of becoming a swordsman." He touched his chin, evaluating. Regardless, this family's proportions were quite good, with such long legs and arms. Cale Henituse looked at her, seeing her eyes full of anticipation. Although she was only 7, she was taller than her peers, so with a bit of effort, she could become a swordsman. He nodded in agreement. "A swordsman is fine. I'll buy you an expensive one." Lily Henituse's face brightened with happiness. "Thank you." Cale Henituse then asked his younger brother, Basen, "What do you want?" He didn't hesitate to answer. "A fountain pen." He nodded. "All right, I've got it." The carriage reached the middle of the bridge and suddenly stopped. Hearing the commotion outside, the two cats became startled. Cale Henituse asked, "Why did we stop?" It turned out there was a group of bandits blocking the carriage road outside. Locke pointed at the group in front. "If you want to pass, you have to pay the toll. Hand everything over." Cale Henituse sighed. Wow. As expected from the novel, bandits would appear. Can't those guys see the family crest on the carriage? The two cats sighed as well. On frowned? I guess so. Hong chimed in. Idiots. Ron Molen spoke from outside. Young master, it seems we have to take a short break. There are certainly a lot of rabbits here. He frowned when he heard him say that. These rabbits are different from the type I want to give the young master. Then, he smiled kindly. Naturally, others will catch these rabbits and bring them to you. Cale Henituse muttered to himself. There's someone even more terrifying than the bandits right here. He cleared his throat to regain his composure. Time slowly passed. The sky was blue, and the clouds were white. Today was a day with perfect weather. Cale Henituse was dazed, thinking, it's been half a day, right? In another day, I should arrive at the village destroyed by the Black Dragon. Very quickly, dusk arrived, and the sky was covered in a warm sunset glow. He clenched his fist, looking at the food on the table. The main course today, rabbit soup. Good grief. Cale Henituse's gaze was drawn to the food in Choi Han's hands. You didn't catch this yourself, did you? Choi Han bowed his head. This guy could hunt rabbits, sure. Two cats were fussing around at his feet. On was waving her paws. If you don't like it, you can give it to me. The sound of Hong and Cale Henituse could be heard. Give it to me, give it to me. Hong was standing nearby, raising his voice. My dear cats, I have prepared your food. There isn't even a pinch of salt in it. It's a healthy meal. Cale Henituse glanced around, seeing everyone chatting excitedly, then looked in another direction to see Choi Han enjoying his meal with gusto. He clicked his tongue. Today, Cale Henituse's carriage caravan had run into a group of bandits. Choi Han stood there with his sword drawn, unfazed as he watched the bandits charging, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Naturally, the strongest among them was Choi Han. After the fierce battle, bodies were strewn everywhere, and Choi Han was covered in blood. Hillsman announced from outside the carriage. Young master, I have finished cleaning up. A person stepped forward from behind. It was just a small skirmish. Choi Han spoke up, easy as pie. His blood-stained face terrified Hillsman. Cale Henituse, looking out from the carriage, judged that someone capable of handling a count's son was indeed different. He didn't have a single scratch on him. Ron Molan noticed him eating little and showed concern. It seems you aren't eating much, young master. Does it not taste good to you? Cale Henituse muttered to himself. This old man is just playing games with me. He turned and gave a sullen nod. Yeah, it's not good. Upon hearing this, Choi Han turned and asked, Are you not feeling well? Cale Henituse shook his head. That's not it. In his heart, he added, I can eat anything except these hunted rabbits. Choi Han looked at him in silence, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, he spoke up. By the way, Cale Henituse. Everyone stopped to set up camp and rest. Choi Han was sitting on a log, looking into the distance, when Cale Henituse walked over and asked, What are you looking at? Choi Han was startled, turned around, and asked with a serious expression, Is this your first time witnessing a battle? Cale Henituse raised an eyebrow and answered honestly, What battle? The encounter with the bandits today. Choi Han nodded. Yes, that's right. The campfire everyone had lit was still burning, and Cale Henituse's voice sounded, It is the first. Recalling the image of the bandits swarming like ants earlier, Cale Henituse continued, Because I have never encountered so many bandits before. Choi Han seemed to understand something. I see. I thought this was the first time you had faced such danger. He chuckled to brush it off. Ha! A thought flashed through Cale Henituse's mind. Even though it was scary, because of you, I've been scared and anxious for all this time. Cale Henituse turned his head toward Ron Molan, who was busy doing something by the carriage. What about over there? He remembered Ron Molan's evil expression when he caught a rabbit. The old man looked at the rabbits he had caught and smiled. Then he remembered Beecrox Molan, the one who always carried a knife at his side. Cale Henituse looked away and sighed. Everywhere he looked, there were people like that. Every moment felt like his life was hanging by a thread. He reached out his hand. There was a bowl of soup in front of him, but his appetite had faded even more. Someone approached and called to Cale Henituse. He crossed his legs like a king, folded his arms across his chest, and asked, What is it? The person who arrived was Choi Han. He walked up to him and said something hard to understand. The first time is naturally hard to bear. Cale Henituse didn't understand what he was talking about. It had nothing to do with the earlier conversation. What are you saying? Seeing Cale's confused expression, Choi Han changed the subject. Don't you practice martial arts? Cale Henituse shook his head. No need. Seeing him indifferent to training, Choi Han said, Shouldn't you have the strength to protect yourself? He didn't think so, and sat casually in his chair, replying, Isn't there plenty already? Choi Han turned his head to look at the elite soldiers, who were fully armed and assigned to protect him. Don't you see the people around me? And what's more, without waiting for Choi Han to continue, Cale Henituse placed a hand on his chest and patted it proudly. He smiled and replied, I trust in my heart. I will survive. Having said that, Cale Henituse looked smug, convinced he was right. After all, he had that shield inside him to protect him. He had to be prepared against scary people like Choi Han. The group of people stood there, watching the two of them bickering, leaving the leftover food uneaten, their bodies weak from hunger. Choi Han remained silent, not answering, but he was trying to remember something he hadn't done yet. On this side, two little cats were winding around Cale Henituse's feet. Meow, meow. Cale Henituse folded his arms and looked down at An and Hong, feeling annoyed. What now? Suddenly, Choi Han turned around and left, leaving behind these words, "I must go practice my sword." Cale Henituse asked in confusion. "But you just finished eating." Gripping his sword tightly, Choi Han said, with intense determination, "I must become even stronger." Watching Choi Han's back as he faded from his sight, the thought flashed through his head. Stronger? Are you going to blow up the entire continent or something? That scary guy. While he was thinking, Bikrox Molan brought a bowl of food full of meat, eggs, and vegetables and placed it in front of Cale Henituse. "Please eat more." Cale Henituse was startled, turned his head, accepted the bowl of food, and said thanks. "Oh, thanks." Seeing Cale Henituse's expression, Ron Molan stepped forward and said, when there was no interest in eating, Ron Molan took on the persona of a know-it-all, lecturing Cale Henituse. "Acidic foods like lemons are very good for you." While he was preaching, a powerful voice echoed from afar. "Attention, everyone." The person who shouted was Hillsman, the vice captain. "After eating, quickly gather at the back for training." Cale Henituse folded his arms and looked at Hillsman, sighing. Sure enough, the vice captain has been influenced by Choi Han too. Cale Henituse's group had started to depart. 3 days later, Cale Henituse sat in the carriage, rubbing his chin. 3 days from now, the incident where the dragon goes berserk would happen. This was the territory bordering the Henny family's territory and was owned by a viscount. Below the mountain, located on the right side of the village, was a villa owned by the person who ruled this place. A black dragon was locked up behind that mountain. Cale Henituse was once again lost in his own thoughts. Although that villa belonged to that viscount, this viscount was no different from a dog belonging to Marquis Stan. His eyes looked into the distance, thinking of Venyon. Venyon, the second son of Marquis Stan, the one who harmed his older brother until he was crippled just to take his place as the heir. They say that Madman occasionally visits that villa. Thinking of this, he sighed involuntarily. If that madman didn't raise the dragon and torture it just to entertain himself, then that whole incident where the dragon goes on a rampage wouldn't happen. Hong saw him sigh and was naturally startled. Hong smiled awkwardly, quickly finding the right words to soothe the tense atmosphere. "Young master, you're tired, right? I will go with Choi Han to quickly find an inn," he replied lazily. "Let's do that." Hong noticed his mood had improved, let out a sigh of relief, and quickly nodded. "I will be right back." Hong stood and spoke with Choi Han. It seemed they were giving each other instructions. Cale Henituse stood by, observing, then called out. When Choi Han heard his name, he replied, "Yes?" Cale Henituse, sitting in the carriage, urged him, "Hurry up and come back." Choi Han, sensing the late hour, nodded in understanding. He was so cold when talking to Han just a moment ago. But as soon as he heard Cale Henituse's request, Choi Han gave a genuine, happy smile. "Yes, I'll be back soon." As he spoke, Choi Han felt a strange sensation in his chest, a reaction that left him feeling puzzled. Choi Han stared at Cale Henituse, his expression as uncomfortable as someone touching book pages with sweaty hands. Cale Henituse looked at Choi Han's intense gaze, feeling bewildered. He turned his face away, slightly embarrassed. Suddenly, in the distance, a carriage came barreling toward them at high speed, and an old man was in the middle of crossing the street. The carriage showed no signs of slowing down. In that desperate, dangerous moment, a pair of legs reacted with lightning speed. Note: this section combines the carriage scene's urgency with the immediate action. It was Choi Han. He dashed at full speed to save the old man. Cale Henituse, watching from inside the carriage, found the scene a bit hard to fathom. A term flashed through his mind. Cliché. A term for an overused, predictable script or idea that makes things feel classic or boring. In a split second, Choi Han reached the old man. He quickly wrapped his arms around the man's chest. Just as the carriage whistled past like a gust of wind, Choi Han and the old man tumbled to the ground. The carriage had a flag with a black background and yellow patterns. It kept speeding away without a second thought, as if the driver had no conscience at all. Choi Han, observing the scene, stood up, stepped out of the carriage, and let out a sigh. Hillsman appeared from behind and asked, "Young master, are you planning to go check it out yourself?" Cale Henituse asked back with a look of annoyance. "If I don't go, who will?" A foot stepped out from that carriage. The person stepping down was Venyon, a typical, power-hungry noble. Choi Han looked at the cold, arrogant expression on his face, an expression completely devoid of remorse for what he had just caused. He frowned in disgust. He was the textbook villain from the novel The Birth of a Hero. The servant beside Venyan spoke up, scolding, "Do you have any idea who you are blocking, Lord Venyan?" Ignoring the fear of authority, Venyan shouted, "Is that how you talk to the person you nearly ran over?" Choi Han, despising the arrogance of the wealthy, stood his ground. "Blocking your path? Isn't it because you refused to stop the carriage that this happened?" The man felt no guilt, insisting that the fault lay with Choi Han and the old man, claiming that anyone who sees a noble's carriage should know to move out of the way. The man looked at Choi Han with utter contempt, then glanced at the old man trembling on the ground with disdain. "That stupid commoner is just acting out." Choi Han glared at him with visible irritation. Venyan reached out and tapped the man's shoulder, shaking his head. "Enough." Then, Venyan turned his gaze toward Choi Han with an expressionless face. Han, witnessing their conflict, turned to whisper to Cale Henituse. Choi Han seemed very agitated. Cale Henituse didn't answer, only gritting his teeth in silent anger. "Tsk." Cale Henituse quickly stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and said, "Calm down." Choi Han looked back, hesitating. "But I just don't like their arrogance. They could have taken another route to avoid the crowd. How could they just charge straight where people are?" Before he could finish, Cale Henituse interrupted. Cale Henituse's expression was indifferent, but his voice was calm and reassuring. He turned to look at Venyan, his eyes immediately drawn to a smear of blood on the other man's sleeve. Cale Henituse stared at that bright red bloodstain on the sleeve. It looked like the blood from when he visited the imprisoned dragon. Venyan Stan, oblivious to Cale Henituse's gaze, offered a friendly smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you. You're from the Henituse Count's household, right?" Cale Henituse saw Venyan greet him and realized his assumption was correct. So he really did recognize me. Cale Henituse thought for a moment before replying, "Indeed, it's a pleasure to meet you, young Master Venyan Stan." But inside, he was cursing Venyan as a crazy bastard. Ignoring his cold gaze, Venyan continued, "I've heard so much about the Henituse house, about someone who lives so freely and is nothing like other typical nobles." Venyan touched his cheek with a finger and asked, "Are you the one replacing Count Henituse at the banquet this time?" Upon hearing this, Cale Henituse felt nothing but annoyance. Why ask when you already know? Despite his irritation, Cale Henituse politely nodded and replied, "Yes, I am that trash. The trash who knows his place." At those words, Venyan Stan offered a compliment. What an interesting person. Venyan Stan's eyes flickered toward the old man, who was still dazed, sitting on the ground. Although it's a waste of time dealing with trash like that, it's not a bad thing to meet a noble person, to meet young Master Cale Henituse. Venyan Stan kept stroking his chin, while his subordinate seemed to be sizing up who was actually worthy of standing on this land. Venyan's gaze turned cold as he stared at Choi Han, the person deemed unworthy. Choi Han gritted his teeth in anger, but remained silent. Venyan Stan finished and laughed, as if mocking Choi Han. He needs to be re-educated. The old man finally regained his senses, crawling a little, trembling as he knelt and bowed his head to beg for forgiveness. "Please forgive this lowly commoner." Venyan looked at the trembling old man and felt a sense of satisfaction. The state of the people in any territory reflects the personality of its ruler. Cale Henituse frowned, looking at the scene with a cold, thoughtful expression. The Viscount of this region is just like his master. You can clearly see the authority and elitism of typical nobility. Cale Henituse had no patience to stand there and argue with Venyan, so he turned to leave. "Young Master Venyan, are you finished?" Venyan stood there. "I am." Cale Henituse moved toward the old man and squatted down. He knew Venyan was begging for a beating, but as long as he was involved, he couldn't let Choi Han cause a scene. Cale Henituse placed his hand on the old man's arm. "Listen to me, old man." The old man fearfully looked up but didn't dare to make eye contact, stammering, "Yes, yes, sir." Cale Henituse asked a question completely unrelated to the current situation. "Where is the tavern?" The old man looked bewildered. "Yes?" Cale Henituse stood up, his expression indifferent. "I'm asking you, where do they sell good wine? If I don't get a drink of good wine, I get very cranky, so just tell me." He then held out his hand. Cale Henituse turned to Ven and smiled. "It was a pleasure meeting you today." Young Master Venyan didn't answer and didn't shake his hand. Venyan Stan looked at Cale Henituse with a suspicious gaze, wondering what he was up to. Before he could respond, his subordinate stepped to his side and spoke up. "Young Master, quite a bit of time has passed." Venyan Stan looked annoyed at his subordinate. "You are interrupting a conversation between nobles." Venyan then turned to shake Cale Henituse's hand with a polite, social smile. "I have some business to attend to, so please excuse me." Venyan quickly let go of his hand. This action left Cale Henituse quite puzzled. He grabbed it just to let go immediately. Watching Venyan's back as he walked away, Cale Henituse chuckled and said, "If we run into each other in the capital, let's have a drink. You're quite the busy man, aren't you?" Cale Henituse added, as expected of the heir to the Stan family. This made Venyan Stan extremely uncomfortable, as if Cale Henituse was mocking him. To maintain appearances, Venyan forced a smile, turned around, and said, "Young Master Cale Henituse is truly carefree and easygoing. Let's meet again sometime." With that, Venyan got into his carriage and left. Watching the carriage disappear at the foot of the mountain, Cale Henituse sighed. "I have absolutely no intention of seeing that guy again. I need to stay far away from him." He then turned to pat Ron on the shoulder. Half of all nobles are like that. Seeing the old man still standing on the ground, looking dazed, Cale Henituse squatted down and asked, "Old man, why aren't you getting up? Are you hurt?" Without waiting for the old man to answer, Cale Henituse turned to give an order to Choi Han. "Choi Han, you're the one who saved this old man, so please take good care of him." The old man waved his hands, saying, "Oh, it's fine, sir. Let me just show you the way to the tavern." In truth, he had only said that earlier, to help the old man out of a tight spot. Cale Henituse shook his head. "All right, but what tavern? I'm not interested in drinking." The old man smiled and replied, "My home is a tavern, sir." Cale Henituse asked in surprise, "Oh? Your home is a tavern?" The old man nodded quickly. "Yes, it's the only inn in the village. It's a tavern and a restaurant all in one." Cale Henituse stood up. If it was the only one, there was nowhere better to go. Feeling a bit interested, he gave an order to Ron. Ron listened to the directions. Just as he was about to leave, Choi Han stopped him. "Cale Henituse." Cale Henituse asked, confused, "What is it?" Choi Han spoke up. "Aren't you angry?" Hearing that, Cale Henituse didn't understand what he was supposed to be angry about. "What do you mean?" After a moment of thought, he retorted with a few questions. "About him looking down on me? Or him telling me I should teach you better? Or calling that old man who was nearly killed a piece of trash?" Cale Henituse asked Choi Han, "Why should I, the young master, apologize to an old man like him?" "You expected me to say something like, 'Please forgive me, old man,'" he continued. "I'm not the kind of person who says things like that." Cale Henituse wasn't petty enough to be bothered by such things, nor did he feel any anger. Not at all, he thought to himself. I know saying that would look cool, because that's the kind of thing Choi Han would do. However, it wasn't the time for that. Cale Henituse looked at Choi Han, who still didn't seem convinced, and added, "This attitude is just something I've learned from life." Cale Henituse believed that compromising with power and accepting a moderate level of injustice was a way to live according to his own preferences. Then he smiled. "And, if there's anything that makes me hold a grudge, at any time, I will certainly pay it back, no matter what." Cale Henituse adjusted his tie and continued, "That Venyan guy will probably be kicked out of his house soon." Choi Han was confused by his words and turned to ask, "What?" Cale Henituse didn't answer, just flashed a confident smile. His gaze drifted into the distance. "I'm going to steal his dragon." The scene shifted to a room inside the house. The old man led them to his home and introduced it. "Young master, this is the best room we have." Cale Henituse looked around to observe the place. Even though the exterior of the house was quite humble, the interior was fully furnished and tidy. "It's actually quite nice, isn't it?" The old man stood by, smiling. This is the first time a noble has ever stayed here. But the old man's face still showed a hint of fear, as if he worried there would be many shortcomings. "Even so, I hope you can rest comfortably." Cale Henituse noticed the old man was still nervous, so he walked over and patted his shoulder. "This is prepared quite well, but going overboard like this actually makes it inconvenient for me." He comforted him. "It's all right. Please be at ease." Cale Henituse sighed and said, "And I don't like it when people belittle themselves like that. This is a place where people passing through my territory stop. How could it be lacking in anything?" Hearing his words, the old man looked at him in surprise. After a moment of silence, the old man asked, "Young master, are there many people as kind as you in the Henituse territory?" He crossed his arms, looked at the old man, and smirked. "What do you mean? I'm the biggest trash in that territory." Cale Henituse looked at the cozy room. "Everyone else is a much better person than I am." The old man seemed to understand, and replied, "Ah." On and Hong, standing on the floor, could only shake their heads in frustration. After chatting for a while, the old man left. Before walking out the door, he bowed politely, "I will take my leave now." Just as he was about to say something, the old man had already left. Cale Henituse sighed, bowing at a 90-degree angle, like that he really doesn't know how to act comfortably, does he? Shortly after the old man left, there was a knock on the door. Cale Henituse glanced at the door and said, "Come in." Ron entered, holding a wooden box in his hands. "Young master, Cale Henituse, I've brought this item." Cale Henituse stood up and said, "Yeah, give it here." Ron handed the box over, and he accepted it. Cale Henituse noticed Ron's eyes were fixed on the box in his hands. He seemed very curious about what was inside. Cale Henituse looked at Ron and asked, "Isn't a butler supposed to be someone who doesn't show his emotions?" Ron realized he had slipped up and, acting quite impudent, replied, "Showing everything to my master is one of the things a butler should do." Cale Henituse's mouth twitched. "That's ridiculous." Ron placed a hand over his chest with a smug expression. "I'm a very interesting person, sir." Cale Henituse lost his patience and told him to get out. Ron nodded. "Yes, sir." Just as he was about to leave, Ron stopped unexpectedly, looked back, and asked, "Oh, young master, will we be staying here for 3 days?" Cale nodded. "Yeah, get everything settled." Ron replied, "Yes, I understand." After Ron left the room, Cale Henituse placed the wooden box on the bed and stared at it. Cale Henituse placed his hand on the box. Besides, Ron wasn't the type to be afraid of him, either. He was cautious, but not fearful. He had guts. On and Hong stood at his feet, looking up. On said, "I'm extremely curious about what's in there." Hong agreed. "Very curious." Cale Henituse unlocked the box and lifted the lid. It was the item to save a miserable soul and trick a madman. He looked inside the box and smiled. It would keep him from getting hurt, bringing him back to the time before he was chatting with Billows Flynn. The two of them were sitting across from each other. Billows Flynn asked, "Young master, what do you plan to use this for?" Cale Henituse sat with his legs crossed and replied, "I don't have any reason to tell you that, do I?" Billows Flynn frowned. "I see. But it costs a lot of money to acquire that item." Cale Henituse asked, "Can't it be rented?" Hearing Cale Henituse's question, Billows Flynn burst into laughter. "Ha, of course, for you, young master, it's possible." However, Billows Flynn provided more information. "There were 2 things in there that couldn't be rented to ordinary people. I will borrow it under my own name, so let's meet in the capital, and you can hand it over to me." Cale Henituse nodded. "Yeah, of course." On saw something large and round in Cale Henituse's hand, and curiously reached out a front paw to see what it was. Cale Henituse lifted it up, out of On's reach. Cale Henituse nodded. "Yeah, of course." On noticed something large and round in Cale Henituse's hand, so she curiously reached out a paw to see what it was. Cale Henituse picked it up and kept it out of On's reach. Cale manipulated the mana-disturbing device, then named a price that made the On siblings gasp. It was worth several 100 million gallons. Cale Henituse held it out toward On and Hong, noting that just renting it would cost about 20 million gallons. He grew quiet, explaining that this item would destroy all recording devices within a certain range. However, it had to be installed a day in advance and would take about 40 minutes to set up. Cale Henituse stared at it with a smirk. Even though it was expensive, the internal parts were durable and not easily destroyed. This was the part he was most satisfied with. After that, he tucked it under the bed and left to attend to other matters. On and Hong curiously climbed up to take a look. Meow. Cale Henituse walked in. Seeing the 2 siblings playing with it, he asked if they knew how to read a map. On looked at Cale Henituse, puffed out her chest, and replied, "Of course we do. We are descendants of the cat tribe, after all." Hong nodded. "Yes, that's right." Having said that, Cale Henituse took out a map and placed it in front of the 2 On siblings. He pointed to a location on the map. "We are currently at this village and this mountain. See?" He began to analyze. "Go east from this mountain, and you'll find a villa. Don't get too close, so you don't get caught." Cale Henituse continued. "Behind that villa, there is a cave. We're gonna steal the kid who's being held prisoner inside that cave." Hearing this, Hong looked up in surprise and asked, "The kid?" Cale Henituse nodded and winked. "Yeah, even younger than you." Hong gasped. "Younger than me?" Cale Henituse replied, "Yeah, 4 years old." He then put the mana-disturbing device into a bag. Hong asked cautiously, "So, are we going to save him?" Cale Henituse said with the tone of a thief. "Save him? No, we're stealing him." He tied the bag up and hung it around On's neck, telling her to go in her cat form, bury the device on the mountain, and return. On poked the bag with her paw and asked where she should bury it. Cale Henituse, hearing her, turned toward the window and replied, "Anywhere on the mountain will do." On was very curious and loved to ask questions. She had been asking questions this whole time. "Anywhere is fine?" Cale Henituse nodded. "Yeah." Hong looked at On and smiled smugly. "This is easy." On replied, "We've already managed to sneak away from the adults in the cat tribe before." Watching the siblings, Cale said, "Of course it's easy for you two. I wouldn't have asked for your help in the first place if you didn't have the skills." He set them on the windowsill, and his words made them imagine a delicious plate of beef. When you get back, I'll treat you to all the beef you can eat. With that, the two cute kittens jumped out the window and left. He smiled as he watched them go. Seeing their silhouettes fade into the distance, Cale Henituse's smile deepened. Cale Henituse picked up his cup to drink. This tea suited his taste. The more he drank, the more he found the lemon tea wasn't bad at all. Choi Han skeptically asked why Cale Henituse had summoned him here. Is something the matter? Hearing his question, Cale set his cup down. Cale Henituse crossed his arms over his chest and crossed his legs. He remained silent, looking away for a moment before asking, "Have you ever seen a dragon?" Choi Han was surprised. "A dragon?" Cale Henituse nodded. "Yeah." Choi Han replied, "I've seen things of the dragon species." Cale Henituse guessed he meant the monsters living in the deep woods that resembled dragons. Thinking this, he asked, "What kind?" Choi Han replied, "A monster." Cale Henituse was curious. What were the similarities? Choi Han mentioned its distorted, ferocious appearance. Cale Henituse realized what he meant. "Is that so?" he asked skeptically. "Then you can't really call that a true dragon." Choi Han was surprised and didn't quite catch his meaning. Cale Henituse raised a finger and began to explain so he would understand. Dragons are like humans. Dragons, beast people, and elves. All of those species are similar to humans because they have emotions and souls. He paused for a moment before continuing. But what if, from the moment they were born, they didn't know who they were, but were imprisoned in darkness and lived there without ever knowing the existence of the sunlight? Cale Henituse looked at Choi Han and asked, "Do you know what they would become?" Cale Henituse tapped his finger lightly on the table. It meant losing their sanity. He looked deep into Choi Han's eyes, speaking of having no family, no expectations, only loneliness. Choi Han's hand slowly clenched into a fist, his expression pensive, a tragic life indeed. Choi Han fell into silence, his face bowed, his eyes dark and heavy, saying nothing. Seeing Choi Han's expression, Cale understood. He knew the young man would react this way. A kind-hearted person like him could never not fly into a rage after hearing such a story, right? Thinking this, he picked up his teacup and slowly brought it to his lips. And such an entity was nearby. Choi Han remained silent, and looking at his face, which couldn't hide his anger, Cale guessed he would be furious when he heard the story about the tortured dragon. After a long while, Choi Han finally spoke up and asked, "You want to save it and keep it?" Cale Henituse immediately denied it. "Are you crazy?" Choi Han thought his intention was to save it, but hearing him say that, he was shocked. "What?" Cale Henituse retorted. "Why would I do that?" He set his teacup down on the table. That dragon grew up being tortured by humans. Because of that, it no longer trusts humanity. Cale Henituse imagined that dragon. And I've heard that, whether human or dragon, they are both species that love to stand above others. Dragons are also a very arrogant species. He was still lost in thought about the dragon. And above all else, raising a dragon felt too powerful, like inviting disaster upon oneself. Cale Henituse couldn't help but ask himself. There were only 20 of them across the entire Ostaves, continent from east to west, and possessing one of them? That would make oneself the center of the entire continent. Choi Han asked skeptically. If that were the case, then Cale Henituse laughed out loud. "Haha, well, then what? Why would you ask such an obvious question?" he asked. "Aren't dragons meant to live free and wild, as is their nature?" Choi Han quickly nodded. "That's true." Hearing that, Cale Henituse stood up. "So, we're going to save that dragon?" "Yeah. So, give me a hand with this." Watching him prepare to leave, Choi Han suddenly felt a bit excited, his eyes brightening. "Anything. I will do anything." Seeing Choi Han's exaggerated expression, Cale Henituse shook his head. "There's no need to be so enthusiastic, and we don't need to kill anyone. Let's just handle this quietly," Choi Han exclaimed. As expected of Cale Henituse, he put his hands in his pockets and ordered, "Go to the first floor, and tell Han to bring a tray of drinks here for me." Inside the house below was where the guests were eating. At this moment, Choi Han was sitting next to Han. Han was busy playing with An and Hong. The cats were on the other side, and Cale Henituse had been drinking until his face was red. Choi Han saw Cale Henituse drinking to the point of being so drunk but still wanting more, so he felt a bit worried. "Aren't you going to stop him from drinking so much?" Conversely, Han wasn't worried, and even teased him with a laugh. "Yes, the young master isn't holding anything in his hands, is he? Besides, the young master promised not to throw any more wine bottles." "Haha, so it's safe." Cale Henituse walked up to the old man's wine counter. "Hey, old man. The wine here is delicious, isn't it? Better than I expected." The old man explained. "It is wine specially made from fruits and herbs that grow around the mountain, sir. That's why it's quite expensive. Cale Henituse held up the wine bottle he was holding and asked, is there a lot of this bottle left? The old man bowed respectfully. Yes, there is plenty, sir. Cale Henituse spread his arms and said, Go on, take all of it out for my group. Hillsman, seeing him losing his composure due to the alcohol, quickly ran up. Young master, there's no need to go that far. Cale Henituse leaned in close to Hillsman, looking annoyed. Just drink it. It's a token of my appreciation, you know. Then he turned to Choi Han. Choi Han, come here and help me. Help me get upstairs to rest. Hillsman said worriedly. Young master, let me. Cale Henituse waved him off. It's fine, Deputy Captain. Go get some rest. Same goes for the other soldiers. He told them there was no more danger to worry about. Except for the guards, everyone else take the day off. After saying that, Cale Henituse was supported into his room by Choi Han. I'm tired. I'm heading out. Hillsman looked on, dazed, as the two left. Young Master Cale Henituse prayed internally. Please, don't follow me. Watching their retreating backs, Hillsman stayed silent. Ron Molan stood on the staircase, watching them with a lazy gaze. Cale Henituse, walking ahead, stopped when he saw Ron. He thought, this old man might not care what I do, but it'll be a huge headache if he keeps pestering me. I'd better inform him first. Cale Henituse brushed past Ron. Ron Molan, I'm stepping out for a bit. Keep it a secret, got it? Ron stood still, then turned around and replied, Yes, I understand. And I will be waiting. Cale Henituse annoyedly told him not to wait. The two of them then headed into the room. As soon as they entered, Cale Henituse warned, I'm exhausted, so don't wake me up unless it's an emergency. He added, You know what happens if I'm disturbed while I'm sleeping, right? Choi Han excitedly agreed. Yes, of course, young master. Please get some rest. Ron Molan nodded. Young master, I will keep watch outside. Cale Henituse said, Choi Han, you've done enough. You can go now. Choi Han helped Cale into the room. Yes. Cale Henituse tilted his head slightly toward Choi Han and whispered into his ear, When the sun sets, enter my room through the window. The two separated slightly, and Choi Han stood silently watching him before heading back toward Cale's room. An and Hong were sitting on the bed. An asked, Are we starting now? Choi Han entered through the window. Cale Henituse jumped down, a clear look of surprise on his face. Cale Henituse held an item in his hand and told him, Put this on too. Choi Han blankly took the item. Cale tossed to him. Huh? He looked at Cale, who was putting on a hood and a black mask to cover his face, and asked, What is this? Cale Henituse watched Choi Han, curiously examining the cloak, thinking to himself, Well, it's the organization's uniform. In The Birth of a Hero, the mysterious organization's attire was described quite clearly, probably because that organization would eventually clash with the protagonist, Choi Han. I specially had these made based on that description, Cale Henituse thought, while buttoning his cloak. It looks a bit cheap, but from a distance, it's not too bad. Besides, people will only remember the star pattern anyway. Choi Han asked again. But, is this a bad thing we're doing? Cale Henituse replied bluntly. Yeah, a bad thing. A very bad thing for that guy, Venyan. Hearing that, Choi Han made an ah sound. You adapted to this so quickly. In that case, I'll wear the mask too. Cale Henituse handed the mask to Choi Han, thinking, I guess you're right. People will always hate and want to punish the bad guys. Having lived alone and wandered for so many years, he wasn't that 17-year-old boy anymore. Just then, both of them turned their attention to the two adorable cats on the bed. Cale Henituse introduced them. Oh, these are children of the cat tribe. They're beast people. Cale had them introduce themselves. This is Choi Han. This is An. This is Hong. Introductions over. Let's get moving. In the gloomy forest, the watch on Cale Henituse's wrist ticked away. It was about 3 a.m. Cale Henituse looked up and gazed ahead. Let's go. Choi Han, along with An and Hong, followed immediately. They ran quickly through the night forest. Cale Henituse, observing his surroundings as they moved. He thought, the voice-changing device is working too. It seemed the marble was working perfectly because, despite the alarm from the high-level magic device, Cale Henituse approached the cave where the sound was coming from. He couldn't help but mutter, with such a quiet sound, what could they possibly be doing? Choi Han suddenly appeared in front of two knights, catching them completely off guard. The blonde one quickly thrust his sword forward. Who's there? Where did you come from? But his sword was easily swiped away by Choi Han. The knight fell to his knees. Choi Han seized the moment and struck a blow to the back of his neck. The blonde knight collapsed. Choi Han successfully snatched the item from him, a vial of purple liquid. Just then, the blonde knight's comrades appeared. Cale Henituse said, Damn it. What do you want? Cale Henituse spoke calmly. On jumped out from the rock beside him, summoning fog. The group panicked, looking in all directions. What's going on? Where did this fog come from? The blue-haired one realized something and gritted his teeth. He had discovered that Cale Henituse was trying to take the opportunity to escape, so he gave chase. Cale Henituse's expression remained incredibly calm as he said, "Provide cover." Choi Han immediately appeared in front of Cale. The knights shouted, "Stop them," but anyone who stepped forward had their sword knocked away. The blue-haired man widened his eyes in shock. He couldn't believe what was happening. How are they suddenly? He looked at Choi Han, who had easily taken down 2 knights with one hand. Could he be a swordmaster? The level of swordsman starts from apprentice to sword expert swordmaster, and levels beyond that remain a mystery. Back in the present, Cale Henituse frowned in annoyance, thinking, "Looks like it's over, right?" Choi Han lunged at the blue-haired man, who gritted his teeth and tried to hold his ground. "Ugh, where did you guys come from?" Choi Han said coldly. "Too noisy." Cale Henituse, taking advantage of the fight, ran ahead. "I'm counting on you." The swords clashed, creating a jarring sound. Choi Han growled, "No one is getting past here." Meanwhile, Venyan Stan was in his base, pulling at his hair. Why? Why isn't the orb working? Hearing footsteps behind him, he whipped his head around. Venyan Stan stumbled back in fear. "Who's there? Don't come any closer. Do you have any idea what's in here?" Cale Henituse whispered to himself. "Scared, huh?" Venyan had rigged the door with a self-destruct device to deal with intruders. Cale Henituse held up both hands. Cale Henituse thought, "If that thing explodes, both me and this entire cave are toast." Just then, a cloud of toxic gas began to spread. Venyan Stan inhaled it and quickly tried to back away. He clutched his throat, coughing. "Poison! There's poison!" Venyan collapsed. Cale Henituse approached him and gently took the key hanging from Venyan's waist. Cale Henituse looked at the key in his hand, thinking, "Got it." At that moment, On and Hong landed from above. Cale Henituse praised them. "Well done." Inside Venyan's base, only 2 candles lit the space. Cale Henituse, On, and Hong stepped into the prison. He looked at the black dragon, Raon Miru, lying in the cell. There it is. Raon Miru was sleeping soundly, his body covered in various wounds. Cale Henituse scanned the area, thinking, "The room reeks of blood." He opened the cell door and called out. With Raon Miru still silent and not saying a word, Cale Henituse pulled his mask down. "Let's head out." Raon finally looked up at him, and Cale Henituse thought to himself, "That's a sharp look." Outside, On and Hong were keeping watch over Venyan, urging, "Hurry up, we're running out of time." A noise echoed, and both of them turned toward it. It was Cale Henituse, carrying the resting Raon, as he stepped out and gently set him down on the ground. On and Hong circled around him. "That must hurt, right?" Poor thing. They kept fretting over how much pain he must be in. They were so noisy that Raon Miru bared his teeth in annoyance. Cale Henituse stepped in to remind them, "You guys are too loud, leave him be." He watched Raon growling at Hong, thinking to himself, "I was planning on using the healing potion I brought anyway." His eyes drifted to the blue orb around Raon Miru's neck, and Cale Henituse calculated silently, "But I have to remove that mana-suppressing collar before the potion will work." He scanned his surroundings, and suddenly, Cale Henituse noticed something under his feet. He gave a sharp kick to Venyan, who was lying on the ground, thinking, "Ugh, this guy is just in the way." Raon, standing nearby, also gritted his teeth, glaring at Venyan with hatred. Cale Henituse felt along the prison wall, lost in thought. The secret exit Venyan prepared must be around here somewhere. The book said he was so worried about intruders that he'd built a secret escape route. As Cale Henituse followed the wall, he thought, even his own guards don't know about this exit. Following the wall, he found a section that was flatter than the rest. He stopped abruptly. This was it. Cale Henituse looked up to inspect it. So, it's here a light push, and the door should trigger. Just then, footsteps approached, and Cale Henituse tilted his head to look. He asked, "You're all done?" Choi Han replied, "Yes." He suddenly noticed something on the ground. Raon was angrily tugging at Venyan's clothes. Choi Han stood frozen, watching Raon. While Choi Han stared at Raon Miru with a less than friendly gaze, Cale Henituse spoke up. "Choi Han, hurry up and finish your report. Per your request, I took down all the guards and made sure they can't fight anymore." Cale Henituse praised him. "Good job." Then, he tapped the wall in front of him and ordered Choi Han, "Punch right here." Choi Han looked confused. "Yes? With full force?" Cale Henituse was speechless, thinking, does he want to collapse the whole cave? He had to advise him. "No, just enough." Cale Henituse explained, "Just make it sink in about 10 centimeters, that's enough." Choi Han understood immediately. "Ah, So just a light punch then? Cale Henituse replied. Yeah, nice and easy. Watching Choi Han estimate his strength, Cale Henituse thought, I couldn't even punch with that much power if I tried. Choi Han braced himself and swung. Whoosh! His punch shattered the wall. Choi Han pulled his hand back gently without a single scratch. An and Hong, standing behind them, marveled in awe, while Cale Henituse, already used to this, just picked up Rayon without a word. A torch was lit, and Choi Han held it. An and Hong stood on his shoulders. Cale Henituse spoke. Let's go, Choi Han replied. Yes. Cale Henituse carried Rayon outside. Rayon opened his eyes wide, observing his surroundings. Even when placed down, Raon Miru kept looking around so intently that Cale Henituse pursed his lips, feeling awkward. He said, Stop staring at me like that. I just saved you, you know. Cale Henituse secretly thought his vigilance and defensiveness must be because of being imprisoned by Venyan for 4 years. Honestly, I find myself liking this dragon. Cale Henituse, an orphan who grew up accepting the hands of fate. This kid is nothing like me, Cale Henituse called out. Hey, he pulled out a large pair of shears. He tested them and then walked closer to Raon. Cale Henituse suddenly grabbed Raon's collar, making An and Hong jump in surprise. Cale Henituse brought the shears up to cut the collar off. Raon squeezed his eyes shut in fear. A sound rang out, and Raon opened his eyes, stunned. He had been freed from the collar. Raon looked up and saw Cale Henituse holding the shears that had broken it. Cale Henituse asked, What are you looking at? He took off his gloves and handed them to Choi Han. There's still a static charge on the collar, so wear these and get rid of it. Choi Han took the gloves, while Raon Miru just kept frowning at Cale Henituse. Cale Henituse opened a red potion bottle. He sat down in front of the dragon. Do you have any idea how much money I spent on you? Cale Henituse held Raon Miru's chin. That action made Raon Miru remember the past, when he was held down while sharp blades were about to stab him. But to his surprise, Cale Henituse fed him the red potion instead. While feeding him, he said, So, get better soon, you foolish kid. The place they were standing in quickly lit up with a brilliant blue glow. The wounds on Raon's body were healing, and a bright blue light radiated from him. Raon began to take slow steps, finally able to walk normally again. As Raon lifted his foot to inspect it, Cale Henituse spoke up again. Hey, he asked. What do you want to do now? You're a smart and proud dragon. I know you can speak human languages, so answer me. Cale Henituse watched Raon Miru over the empty bottle. Now that he was free, what do you want to do? Raon Miru opened his mouth to answer. He replied to Cale Henituse, I will live. Raon said, with determination. I want to be free. I don't want to be tamed. Cale Henituse agreed with him. Then do it. You're a dragon, so live freely. He continued. I won't hold you back. Raon reacted sharply. Liar. Raon raised his voice in accusation. Humans only ever lie. Cale Henituse responded calmly. So what? It's true. I'm very good at lying. He stood up. But you should live however you want. Raon looked at Cale Henituse, dazed. He advised him, live truly, freely. Having said that, Cale Henituse turned his back and left with Choi Han. He thought, that's enough. The dragon was saved, the village was safe, and Venyan was taken care of. Cale Henituse called to Choi Han behind him. Let's go. Cale Henituse was still thinking, and Choi Han had learned what freedom meant thanks to the dragon. He walked straight ahead, thinking to himself, most of all, I don't want the responsibility of raising a dragon, so this is fine. Ron was left alone, staring at the empty potion bottle. I hate humans. Humans are evil. Back on Cale Henituse's side, Hong chatted happily with his sister. Big sister, he's following us, isn't he? An replied, Yeah, I think so too. Hong exclaimed, So, we're going to have a little brother. Hong smiled, and An nodded. Cale Henituse laughed at the two. Stop talking nonsense. He explained, dragons are creatures that value freedom highly. They can't stand being controlled by humans. Plus, that dragon was tortured by people, so he hates humans even more. On side at that. So, no little brother then. Hong chimed in as well. As the night deepened, the moonlight illuminated the misty forest. Cale Henituse ordered An and Hong to hurry and go fetch the jewel. Cale Henituse and Choi Han stood still, watching them. Cale Henituse placed a hand on Choi Han's shoulder. This is the first time Choi Han has ever saved anything. Cale complimented him, saying he worked hard. Even though he had just dealt with a group of bandits, that was more about defense than a rescue. Choi Han was slightly surprised by the praise. Cale Henituse pulled his hand back, thinking to himself, the narrative has already shifted to saving a dragon instead of the village well. That should be fine, right? Choi Han spoke up suddenly. Cale Henituse, are you listening? Yeah, Choi Han asked. What would you do if that dragon thought differently of you? But Cale Henituse still denied it. That won't happen, Choi Han explained. I'm just speaking hypothetically. Cale Henituse stroked his chin in thought, but he couldn't come up with an answer. Cale Henituse turned and walked away. I don't dwell on the past or things that won't happen. Seeing this, Choi Han warned him that it was dangerous to walk alone. Cale Henituse turned his head and frowned, scanning the edge of the forest, but he couldn't detect anything in the silent woods. Could they have already returned home? Cale Henituse was sleeping soundly in bed when a beast's paw appeared on the windowsill. It was Raon Miru. It sat on the ledge, watching Cale Henituse sleep. It was still holding the empty medicine bottle from before. Cale Henituse and Choi Han sat facing each other in the room. Cale set his empty glass down on the table. He let out a weary sigh. Was I too tense last night to feel anything? Now my stomach hurts from all that alcohol. I couldn't even sleep because I felt like someone was watching me. He turned to Choi Han and asked, Are you all finished with the cleanup? Choi Han replied, Yes. Choi Han added, I erased all traces leading here, and created fake trails pointing toward Cale Henituse, yawned, feeling drowsy. Good job. Choi Han suddenly asked, But Cale Henituse, if we travel for a few more days, we'll reach a city. Is that the intermediate city you mentioned before? Cale explained. That's right. The next city is called Pooz. It's the midway point of our journey. He added that getting there required climbing quite a few mountains, which took a significant amount of time. However, the road from here to the capital is fairly clear, so it will take less time. Hearing this, Choi Han became curious. But Cale Henituse Cale replied readily. What is it? Choi Han hesitated. Actually, on my way back, I went to the estate to check on things. The young man raised an eyebrow. Choi Han had hidden behind a tree, secretly observing everything. Everyone seemed chaotic. There were soldiers and knights leaving the village. He guessed they were probably heading out to report the situation, but his guardian didn't think so. However, the guardian's strange reaction puzzled Cale Henituse. Why are you stuttering like that? The guardian continued his report. The secret exit we used has been completely destroyed. An and Hong were shocked by the news, and the surrounding area was the same. Everything was in shambles. Cale Henituse remained silent, thinking for a moment before calmly stating, That dragon did it. All three looked at him in surprise. Cale stood up. It's fortunate that no one died. It's still small and must have been terrified. He smiled inwardly. It was probably afraid that someone would come out of there, so it burned everything down, and it likely wanted to destroy the magical items that used to control it too. Besides, he still praised it. Dragons are sensitive to mana, even at only 4 years old. It's quite clever. Choi Han finally began to understand. So, that's it. No wonder I felt such a massive amount of mana, he agreed. They seem to have paid a high price for underestimating the dragon, as small and weak. Once the matter was settled, Cale shooed Choi Han away. If there's nothing else, you can go now. Choi Han obeyed. Yes. Before leaving, Cale Henituse suddenly wondered about something. So, are you going to sleep until we set off? Choi Han denied it. No, I'm going to go help Beecrox Molan. Hearing that, Cale felt satisfied. Oh, you two seem pretty close. The guardian's face darkened. Not close at all. Cale just grunted. Oh, really? It was an expression he rarely saw, but he added a bit of advice. Oh, on your way out, tell Han to bring me some liquor. The guardian paused. Understood. After Choi Han left, Cale turned to look at the wall. The clock in the room kept ticking away. Not knowing if he was sobered up yet, Cale Henituse left his room and started walking down the stairs. He stopped after taking one step because someone was blocking his path. Seeing Choi Han standing there confused him. Why did you stop? Why aren't you going down? He followed Choi Han's gaze and saw two knights chatting with each other. That's one of the knights from yesterday. Cale Henituse nudged his guardian's foot. He asked, startling him, Why are you just standing there? The guardian whispered. He shouldn't have been able to function normally for at least a day. But he recovered faster than I expected. Choi Han looked disappointed. I underestimated him. He clenched his fist with determination. I'll be much tougher next time. Cale Henituse immediately turned away. He really is the typical protagonist. He'll do anything for the sake of his own justice. Cale walked to a table and sat down. An old waiter approached with a bottle. Young master, I've brought you the same wine as last time. Suddenly, Cale Henituse blurted out. Old man, the more I look at you, the more I admire you. The man froze in surprise. Thank you, sir. Cale rested his chin on his hand and smiled. You're a very skilled merchant. I'm complimenting you. This liquor is truly perfect for sobering up. Before he could even finish pouring the drink, a voice interrupted him. Hillsman looked annoyed. Yesterday, we held a party for everyone to relieve their exhaustion. After drinking, everyone went to rest. Not a single person left the inn. So I don't understand why the Viscount's men are here investigating us. The knight struggled to explain. Yesterday, the Viscount's estate had a break-in, and some items were stolen. We just wanted to see if you had suffered similar losses. Cale Henituse lazily took a swig. Stolen? What? Well, stealing a dragon is also theft, I suppose. He slammed the bottle down on the table. The sound drew the attention of both men toward him. Cale Henituse switched to a gruff tone. What are you looking at? Hillsman coughed hurriedly. If our young master doesn't drink in the morning, he won't be comfortable all day, so he's just having a drink. He also fumbled. It's, sobering liquor. The young master is just using it to wash down what he drank last night. The knight also replied hesitantly. What an interesting person. Cale Henituse, sitting nearby, thought to himself, is that a compliment? Well then, I hope you all have a safe trip. The knight left in a huff, which made Cale Henituse feel a bit relieved. Maybe they don't suspect us of being the thieves anymore. He calculated carefully. They must be thinking that a piece of trash like Cale Henituse couldn't possibly do something like that. Who would think that a noble receiving orders from the royal family, who is busy drinking like this, could be the culprit? The young man rested his chin on his hand. Even if Venian found out about this, he wouldn't suspect me. Because he knows full well there's no connection between that mysterious organization and the Henituse household. Cale Henituse closed his eyes, and Ron Mullen quickly appeared. As you wish, young master. Move that wine bottle aside and bring over the honey lemon tea. Only honey lemon tea will help with the hangover. His words took him by surprise. Pardon? Oh, I see. But then, the warm water was brought out, and even if someone were to follow the trail, they wouldn't be able to find the culprit. Venian was seething, just as he had predicted. He must be losing his mind right now. Everything started to revolve around a character named Taylor Stan. He sat in his wheelchair, looking outside, lost in thought. Although he was the prime candidate to inherit the Marquis Stan household, he was the eldest son who had been abandoned due to his paralyzed lower body. Taylor buried himself in thick books. He never stopped researching and reading in order to heal his legs. However, there were no records on how to cure it. But was there also no way to die? His hand reached out toward the bookshelf again. By chance, while finding an ancient text in an old bookstore, Taylor Stan had stumbled upon a small clue. Inside the book were maps, blueprints, and stone towers. He paused as well. The only thing that could be analyzed and translated from that ancient text, it was just those two words. But the library door seemed to open even wider. Taylor Stan immediately headed to the place suggested by those two words. The carriage sped along the dry road with Cale Henituse sitting inside. An and Hong curiously asked him, Are we going to camp today? He lazily replied, Yeah, we'll start camping along the way from today. Cale Henituse looked out the window again. To be able to comfortably travel to the city of Po, accelerating like this was the only way. There was a reason he had to reach that place. The shield inside his heart silently emitted a signal, a power similar to the ancient power of the indestructible shield that I possess. And the young man had already set his sights on one thing, the vitality of the heart. The power Taylor was searching for was right there. A strong gust of wind blew, making his hair flutter. If I obtain that power, the protective strength of this shield will also become more powerful. Although snatching Taylor's last chance is quite a pity, it is more necessary for someone heading to the capital like me. Cale Henituse thought to himself, Taylor knows that this power can increase vitality and regeneration. However, he doesn't know it has no effect on a body that has already been injured beforehand. That pathetic man lowered his head in despair. And finally, upon learning the truth, Taylor Stan was deeply disappointed. His end couldn't have been any worse. That ancient power he had struggled so hard to find couldn't even protect his life from Venian. He clicked his tongue while An happily recounted something. I heard it from Hans. Both siblings excitedly praised that thing. If you go and make a wish to the stone tower, it will come true. The stone tower is very beautiful too. The children's little ears fluttered. If you're bored or don't want to, that's fine. But we really want to try it once. Come with us, please. Cale Henituse asked them something else. What are you planning to wish for? They revealed. We wish for our youngest sibling to come with us too. Forget it. They hugged each other and cried at that cold-hearted response. As evening approached, the carriage stopped. Hans helped Cale Henituse off the carriage and reported to him, We will camp here, young master. Walking on this road together is going to be tiring. The next morning, a surprise from nature appeared before his eyes, and Cale Henituse was wary. What is this? Hans doesn't know either. It seems like someone brought it and left it here. The marks on the ground were very clear. The more he looked, the darker his expression became. He was anxious, spoons and forks used as a message in the form of drawings. It seemed like someone who knew how to speak but not write. With a bad feeling, Choi Han suddenly smiled happily. That attitude made him even more restless. Choi Han had been on guard all night. He clearly knew who did it, but was pretending not to know. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. That white dragon. The young man quickly turned away, deciding to pretend he didn't know either. But at the next camping spot, a large animal appeared with the exact same drawings. If I pretend not to know, will it give up? And at the next campsite, there were 2 rabbits. The amount of hunted game just kept arriving steadily at each stop. It kept repeating like a cycle. Cale Henituse sat tiredly in the carriage. Oh my god, surely it's not following us all the way into the city, right? Choi Han held On and Hong in his arms, petting them. Aren't they easy to look after? A child who had not lost his purity. Cale Henituse just silently judged. If he had seen the dragon blowing away a mountain, he wouldn't say that. He sighed in frustration. Because it was imprisoned, it hates humans, so why is it doing this? Not to mention, when it gets stronger, it will teach the Marquis Stan household a lesson. He looked out at the scenery again. Only then would the Henituse territory be peaceful. Task. They finally entered the town, making the 2 children gasp in wonder. They pressed their feet against the glass to look at everything. Look, every house has a stone tower. How strange. Choi Han also joined in. It's the city of stone towers. They laughed and chatted excitedly, while Cale Henituse remained strangely silent. Their group's stop was also next to a large stone tower. Cale Henituse crossed his arms and looked ahead. Here? Hans kindly introduced it to him. Yes, they won't charge a high price here because we arrived before the Stone Tower Festival, he wondered. This place didn't have that many rocks, yet there were so many stone towers. How strange. They went inside together, while Hans kept chatting enthusiastically. I know the reason for that. Young master. He spread both his arms. It's a tragic story, a story passed down to this day. Cale Henituse was a bit impatient. Don't be long-winded. Hans immediately became serious again. That story, no. The entire legend. He faced him. I'm listening. The young man smiled and told the story that happened in ancient times. Cale Henituse still didn't understand. Ancient times. Really? The young master sat in a comfortable chair. Yes. From ancient times. Cale Henituse pulled the wine glass on the table toward himself. He took a sip and suggested, all right then, tell me. Hans was extremely excited, so he immediately focused on telling the story. At that moment, he clearly stated, this city was abandoned by the gods. Abandoned by the gods? This first piece of information surprised him. The space around them seemed to be covered in a dark aura. A story I've never heard before? Hans happily recounted. I heard that this city was once abandoned by the gods. He tilted his head in curiosity. First time hearing that. His friendly butler exclaimed, that's because you don't study history, young master. Cale Henituse frowned. You're really asking for it, aren't you? He scolded him. You like that, don't you? Right? Hans chuckled and replied, telling the master things the master doesn't know is one of the things a great butler should do. Then he returned to his story. For some unknown reason, this city was abandoned by the gods. That's exactly the kind of thing a top-tier butler should do. He turned back to his story. For some reason, this city had been abandoned by the gods. Beside the cargo crates, small stones were piled up on top of one another. Because of that, the local people started building these stone towers. I heard that's how they send their prayers. Cale Henituse continued. So, do the prayers actually come true? But Hans immediately denied it. No, sir. Nothing actually comes true. It was late afternoon, and the streets were growing empty, which made sense since there were no temples in this city at all. He realized it immediately. Since the gods had abandoned them, they felt there was no reason to worship them. Right after, the young butler complimented him. As expected, our young master is so sharp and quick-witted, you don't even need to study. Cale Henituse started getting annoyed. Keep talking nonsense and see what happens. Hans quickly explained things more clearly. Anyway, that was why there were no temples here, only stone towers. And these towers eventually became a promise. He emphasized this point. It's a promise between people, and also a promise to themselves. Cale Henituse immediately asked, what kind of promise? Hans's hand moved slowly. He held up one finger and exclaimed, whoever fulfills their wish must tear down their own stone tower. Cale Henituse picked up a coin and examined it. Quite an interesting city. His butler agreed, indeed, sir. To fulfill their wishes, they must overcome themselves. He slowly reached for another coin. Overcoming oneself, huh? Cale Henituse pondered idly. So, tearing down the tower implies a way of overcoming hardship? A small smirk tugged at his lips. He was amused because the towers weren't built to pray to the gods. Hans added, "Yes, it's a commitment to themselves." Cale Henituse also understood another side of it. After all, the gods wouldn't listen to their wishes anyway. The person in front of him suddenly looked regretful. Yes, while it is sad to be abandoned by the gods, this story is actually full of hope. Suddenly, his master spoke up. Hans's eyes widened immediately. Yes? Cale Henituse suddenly gave an order that made him bow. Bow down. An and Hong were under the small table, glaring at him. Their gazes grew even fiercer when they were looked back at. Hans gave a wry smile. Why are the little cats so angry? I'll go get some grapes. Cale Henituse just looked at him, confused, thinking they couldn't possibly be angry from hunger back on the carriage. The two cats had been happily chatting with each other, but it was because of what he had said earlier. They had heard that prayers would come true if they prayed at those stone towers. The stone towers are so pretty, aren't they? The young butler still tried to reassure An and Hong. My little cats, I'll bring you some delicious treats. Please, stop being angry. He immediately asked for permission. Young master, may I be excused for a moment? Cale Henituse coldly picked up his wine glass. You don't need to come back. So Hans quickly left. I'll be back as fast as I can. The dark red wine swirled in Cale Henituse's glass. He turned and gently reminded the old butler, Ron Mullen, you go get some rest too. The old man raised an eyebrow. Will Mr. Choi Han be leaving here after Monday? He replied, yeah. Cale Henituse casually asked further, you don't like that? Do you want to go with him? Ron Mullen didn't answer, but just looked at him silently. Then, a cold smile bloomed on his lips. How could I leave you, young master, and go away? I must stay by your side, young master. He shuddered at those words. It was terrifying. Ron Mullen continued, I just thought it would be nice if we traveled with young Choi Han. We should probably talk more before he leaves. The butler rubbed his chin and thought, B-Crocs will probably miss him a lot. Cale Henituse explained, you two should meet often in the capital, since you'll be traveling together anyway. That way, your relationship will improve, and you can all go to Rosalind's kingdom together. He awaited a response. Hurry up and say it's a good idea, Ron Mullen replied gently. Will everyone be staying together when we get to the capital? That is certainly something to look forward to. He maintained a friendly and attentive exterior. For everyone to reach the capital safely is this old man's only wish. Cale Henituse thought to himself, as if I'd believe that. Looking forward to it? Wishing everyone safety? This old man isn't capable of such feelings. He waved his hand. You may leave. Ron Mullen bowed and quickly left. The door closed softly. An and Hong immediately burst into tears. Hick, Hans is a liar, a big liar. I actually believed him. While the two children were being noisy, Cale Henituse was preoccupied with something else. He had heard that person lived to be 150 years old. What he was thinking about was a special heart. The power hidden by an ancient person who died of natural causes due to old age, the vitality of the heart. The young man stood up. That person had considered this ability a curse. An and Hong watched his every step with curiosity. Hans had just returned with food. He was startled by Cale Henituse's sudden appearance. The three of them stared at him, making the young man nervous. Is something wrong, sir? Cale Henituse adjusted his coat slightly. Then he told the young butler to go see the stone towers. An and Hong were extremely excited, just them and Choi Han, taking the two cats along as well. Hans, though confused, immediately agreed. The person who lived to be 150 had wanted to build a stone tower where the winds converged. He patted Hans on the shoulder to prepare to head to the gathering point of the winds. That man had spent 100 years at that spot trying to complete the tower, but in the end, he couldn't finish it. His aged hand reached out. He must have wished for something so intensely. Cale Henituse's red hair fluttered. I don't want to know what that wish was, Cale Henituse thought to himself. But I have only one intention when I get there. I will rebuild that tower magnificently. The sunlight flickered, illuminating the path ahead. Cale Henituse and his entourage walked through the park. He frowned, shielding his eyes from the sun. It's way too hot out now. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the side. Cale Henituse stepped forward a bit to see more clearly. Not far away was Taylor. As expected, he was still here. Priest Cage and the eldest son, Taylor, were walking around together. He carefully calculated his moves. He only wanted to see the stone towers, but he hadn't expected to run into them here. Everything he knew about them was only through outside descriptions. Cage asked, Taylor, what brings you here? He gently squeezed his shoulder. I wanted to confirm if it was just nonsense or the truth. For many nights in a row, I've been having such unsettling dreams. Pushing his wheelchair, he explained that the god had told them to get here quickly because our future benefactor will appear in this place. How that person will act in the future, even the god doesn't know. He was curious, was there someone that even a god couldn't predict? Cage replied, who knows? Half of what the gods say is just nonsense anyway, he countered. What kind of nonsense is that? Those are the words of a god. He gestured toward him. But isn't hearing the word of a god supposed to be a secret? Cage sighed. There isn't even a temple here in Po, and what kind of prayers are we talking about? The gods don't feed us, do they? And for nobles like us to be told we'll find a benefactor, do you really believe that? He didn't stop urging them on. Speaking of food, I'm starving. Let's go eat. Taylor furrowed his brows. Cage, are you really going to answer him like that? He stated firmly. I suddenly have a massive craving for beer. Cage muttered. Why on earth am I craving pork? They looked at each other and burst into laughter. Taylor pointed forward, clearly a perfect match. Let's go, it's on me, he said, perking up. I'll do my best to keep up, sir. With that, the two of them walked off, humming a tune, while Cale Henituse watched them intently from behind. Now I have their faces firmly memorized, he thought to himself. They didn't know him, so it was best to keep it that way, just avoid them and stay out of their path. Suddenly, Han spoke up with a sweet tone. Young master. He leaned in toward Cale Henituse and whispered, I just saw the eldest son of Marquis Stan, sir. He turned around, startled. How do you know who they are? The young butler boasted proudly. Information regarding the children of nobles is deeply embedded in my memory, sir. He added, the one sitting in the wheelchair had the Marquis' crest on it, so I recognized them the moment I saw it. Cale Henituse shared his thoughts. I thought you were completely useless, but I guess you have your uses after all. He chuckled. Is that so, sir? What is your plan now, young master? He hummed and thought. Then, the young man made a quick decision and brushed it off. Before them stood the massive stone towers built by the townspeople. He observed them, judging, so this is the place? It looks more ordinary than I expected. Cale Henituse crossed his arms and sighed. This isn't exactly what I expected from ancient relics, but since it looks so ordinary, I can't really let my guard down either. On and Hong, down below, looked dejected. What? This is disappointing. It's not beautiful at all. Choi Han stepped away from his side, and he watched curiously. What's this? Is he planning to pray here? His guard stood before the stone tower and clasped his hands together. Cale Henituse just watched in silence. It seemed he was praying for a quick return to his hometown. Choi Han and Cale Henituse, they were truly different. The young man's eyes looked down quietly. Choi Han was a kind-hearted character, shaped by growing up in a happy family. He had survived the most dire circumstances and would always carry that inherent goodness to the very end. At that moment, he spoke up. Cale Henituse. He replied immediately. What is it? Choi Han looked unexpectedly serious. There is something I want to ask, and something I want to report. Cale Henituse's smile twisted. Why so uneasy? Go ahead and ask what you need to ask first. Choi Han blurted out. Cale Henituse, are you not going to pray, sir? He sighed. What on earth are you talking about? Then, the young man replied calmly. I don't do things like praying. That made his guard even more curious. Why is that, sir? Cale Henituse answered honestly. Because it makes us expectant. He offered his perspective. Living without expectations or hopes is much more comfortable. He glanced at the stone slab. For example, when you're gambling, if you only bet 100 gold but win 500, of course you'll be happy. But if you were aiming for the jackpot and only won 500, you'd definitely be disappointed. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. Han appeared with a bright smile. The young master is certainly very knowledgeable. After all, there's no such thing as dreams or hope in this world, right? But he coldly brushed him off. Focus on the scenery, Han replied cheerfully. Yes, sir. An and Hong were led away by the young butler. Let's go, you little cats. Choi Han continued the conversation. In that case, I will take you to see something. Actually, the dragon has followed us into the city, sir. He turned to leave. Just act as if you don't know. Choi Han obeyed. Yes, sir. But Cale Henituse's gaze drifted upward in worry. Was that dragon really following him every single second? He didn't linger any longer. Let's go. The group left the prayer site together. The ground, once empty, remained still. Suddenly, a small, round, chubby footprint appeared on it. The black dragon had hidden itself and was truly right there with them. The sunlight hitting the row of houses marked the beginning of a new day, and also the start of a decisive step for Cale Henituse. Specifically, something he had decided just yesterday. Tomorrow, I will set off for the grave of the person who lived to be 150 years old. Cale Henituse wore his signature cold, stylish cloak. I will only take Choi Han with me. Cale Henituse secretly calculated, looking at the 3 white, orange, and green fruits before him. If I say I'm taking Choi Han, the strongest one here, then no one will follow me, right? He was meant to go alone, but if he did, they wouldn't leave him be. Just as he predicted, Deputy Captain Hillsman puffed out his cheeks in a pout, but he couldn't argue with his stubborn young master, so he had to comply. Yes, I understand, sir. As for Han, it was exactly what he wanted. He happily went to find the little ones. Then I will take care of the cats, sir. Cale Henituse couldn't help but sigh. He seemed to have been waiting for just that. With everything settled, Cale Henituse walked away in a bit of a hurry. Choi Han followed behind, calling out, Cale Henituse, what are you going to do today? Cale Henituse furrowed his brows and turned back, annoyed. If you keep saying, what are you going to do today, people will think I go around causing trouble every single day. Having said that, Cale Henituse pointed ahead. Today, we have business to attend to at the mountain in front of us. You can just wait at the entrance. Choi Han looked in that direction, assessing the terrain, and followed while replying, Yes, I understand, sir. Cale Henituse felt relieved. Choi Han's personality was the most stable. He never questioned the things he did. When they had gone a bit deeper into the forest, Choi Han suddenly spoke up. Cale Henituse. Cale Henituse stopped and turned back. Yes? Choi Han averted his eyes. I will be leaving this place tomorrow, sir. Cale Henituse nodded. I know. I'm the one who told you to go. But he still hesitated. Before I leave, there is one thing that weighs on my heart. I have something to tell you. Cale Henituse seemed to have guessed it already. As expected, the matter he wanted to report wasn't just about the dragon. Cale Henituse asked Han calmly, So, what is it you want to say? Choi Han was silent for a moment before slowly mentioning a name. Ron Molan. He looked at him timidly, his eyes full of worry. Ron Molan is a dangerous person, sir. Cale Henituse heard this and froze, stunned, staring at this young man who wore his heart on his sleeve. He cleared his throat, momentarily not knowing what to say. He hadn't anticipated that he would bring this up so suddenly. Should he pretend he didn't know, or act like he already knew? Cale Henituse looked at Choi Han and replied calmly, Is that so? Choi Han was slightly agitated by this indifferent reaction. Why aren't you surprised at all? That man reeks of blood, sir. He is a dangerous person. He has stained his hands with the blood of many. If you already know that, Choi Han said, becoming increasingly frustrated. How can you keep Ron Molan by your side like that? Cale Henituse calmly crossed his arms, looking at him with a composed expression while his mind raced with secret thoughts. If I had known that, I would have taken Ron Molan with me when I went to save the dragon. But I didn't. The sound of the wind rustling the tree branches seemed to soothe Choi Han's emotions slightly, while Cale Henituse remained deep in thought. Maybe he couldn't grasp Ron Molan's power or didn't trust him. But there was no way he couldn't trust someone who had been by his side for the past 18 years. Cale Henituse sighed as he closed his eyes slightly. Perhaps that was why Choi Han assumed he didn't know about Ron Molan's strength. Choi Han had calmed down a bit, but he still couldn't hold back his concern and blurted out, But it seems like neither you nor the others know about it. That's why I thought I should tell you, Cale Henituse. Cale Henituse just shrugged. I didn't know Ron Molan was that strong. Choi Han sounded a bit impatient. He is someone to be wary of. Are you really going to keep him by your side like that? He really was a kind soul. Cale Henituse appreciated that, but he needed to prioritize his own survival with his own calculations. Keep him by my side, you say? I'll have him leave with you as soon as we reach the capital, Cale Henituse said. You, or Ron Molan? His half-finished sentence left Choi Han confused. Yes. Cale Henituse tilted his head slightly. If you find Ron Molan so dangerous, why leave him be? Choi Han frowned. Well, of course. But he couldn't finish his sentence and lowered his head. Cale Henituse raised an eyebrow. That's right, because Ron Molan hasn't done anything to you. Appreciating Choi Han's concern for him, Cale Henituse shared a little. Regardless, Ron Molan has been my butler for 18 years. As he spoke, Cale Henituse recalled the back of the butler, Ron Molan, the way he always stood quietly beside those who flaunted their power and did Hans's work for him. None of that ever made Ron Molan angry. Regardless, as a butler, he had done an excellent job and dedicated himself fully to the household. Suddenly, Cale Henituse changed his tone. Do you hate Ron Molan? Choi Han hurriedly denied it. That's not it. Cale Henituse wondered. Then Choi Han was honest. I just thought it would be better to inform you about this. Cale Henituse repeated himself, making Choi Han look up. You and Ron Molan, he said, placing a hand on his chest with a touch of affection, are the same to me. Cale Henituse used a bit of carrot and stick tactics. After all, he also possessed extraordinary power. Doesn't that make you just as dangerous? The two were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't realize Ron Molen had been like a bird of prey perched on a branch, listening to the two young men's inner thoughts all along. Cale Henituse reiterated, "To me, you and Ron Molen are both the same." The butler listened to every word of Cale Henituse, but his face remained expressionless. Butler Ron Molen was just a butler, after all. Cale Henituse returned to his cold, detached demeanor. "He's just someone working for his paycheck, just like you, Choi Han." Cale Henituse felt a bit impatient. Time was flying. He had to hurry. He waved his hand at Choi Han. Nothing more to say, right? Cale Henituse turned away and pointed, reminding him, "I'm leaving, don't follow me." And so, Cale Henituse left Choi Han all alone in the green forest. Ron Molen quickly revealed himself. He looked old, but it was the seasoned, experienced kind of old. He hopped down from the tree with ease. Heard that? Choi Han had already sensed the presence of the assassin disguised as an old butler. The butler raised his voice, acting haughty. "I'm the one who changed your diapers and raised you, young master." He stepped closer, forcing Choi Han to reach out and block him. He might have been sentimental talking to Cale Henituse, but dealing with this old fox required Choi Han to be on high alert. "Don't follow him from here on out." Butler Ron Molen said nothing, but he could feel the stubbornness and hidden metal of the brat in front of him. He didn't bother arguing, just watched the back of Cale Henituse as he walked further away. "I see, this kid." The butler sighed quietly, lost in thought. "I only followed this far to see what would happen since the young master left the cat tribe kids behind and only took Choi Han with him." The unpredictability of old age had truly arrived. Meanwhile, Cale Henituse had arrived alone at a stone cave that seemed to be the entrance. He looked weary. Seriously, Cale Henituse silently complained that the entrance was too small and he'd have to crawl inside. Cale Henituse had no choice but to crouch down, mourning the loss of his nice, crisp outfit. Fashion is a failure today. Cale Henituse's voice echoed inside the cave. Whew, this wind. He stood looking at the stone wall in front of him, thinking, wow, this is beyond my imagination. I'll probably have to break this wall for the wind to stop. If I get the sound of the wind later, will I get this sound too? He mocked himself. If he didn't have help, how could Taylor Stan have obtained this power? Now it was a race against time. Suddenly, a scream rang out from the side. Don't get hurt. Ron flew over in a hurry. You can't do it. Suddenly, Cale Henituse exerted his power, causing the stone wall in front to explode. Rayon froze. Cale Henituse turned his head with an impatient look. Tisk, Rayon quickly said. Just passing through. Cale Henituse thought to himself that it had followed him after all, but he had no time to pay attention to it now. He scanned the surroundings, evaluating the wind. Here it had a 3-hour cycle of strengthening and weakening. Now was the weak period. He had to enter quickly before the wind's intensity increased again. Beside him, Raon Miru spoke up. You're clearly just a weak human. Cale Henituse didn't care, and moved forward, continuing to use his power to break through the layers of stone. Raon hesitated, seeing that. What on earth is that power? After a while of breaking rocks, Cale Henituse thought, as expected, even though the wind is weak, it gets stronger the further in you go. Still, it's just a minor difficulty. At this level, the shield will be pushed back, but won't shatter. He continued to use his power, calculating in his mind. Actually, I already anticipated being pushed back a few times. That's why, when I started, I reduced the durability and increased the size of the shield. Whenever I get pushed, I'll just gradually shrink the size. Once he succeeded, he thought to himself, all right, let's go deeper. Cale Henituse suddenly heard a noise. I regret it so much. I regret it so much. Cale Henituse thought to himself. I can hear a voice like the pine tree that held the shield. The sound continued. Sob, I regret it so much. Cale Henituse frowned, thinking, Tisk, is there no one normal among these ancient people? Why did Taylor think this was so precious? The voice echoed again. You who possess familiar power. I do not wish for you to receive this ability. Cale Henituse stopped, wondering, who possess familiar power? Suddenly, the sound seemed to shriek, and along with it, the wind's strength grew, forcing Cale Henituse to halt. I betrayed my own kind. I am a wretch. I survived alone, left alone. How shameful. Cale Henituse used his shield of power to block the front and move forward. The voice still hadn't stopped. I hoped that everyone would live forever. But that wish could not come true. There is only pain and more pain, which is why I couldn't finish the stone tower. Cale Henituse gritted his teeth, thinking, how incredibly noisy. What's so precious about this? It just keeps spouting laments about wanting to die. He went deeper inside, cursing the pathetic sound in his heart. At least the food critiques from that guy before were better than this. The sound is getting louder, and this healing power is useless. I can only protect myself. There's nothing else I can do. I've been abandoned. Cale Henituse stared at a pile of stones stacked one on top of the other. So what if I was abandoned? Staying alive is what matters most. Nothing is more important than being able to protect myself. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take 5 steps forward. Cale Henituse raised his shield, silently calculating. Will the shield break? The wind is terrifyingly strong. This isn't just about being pushed back anymore. That voice appeared again. Even as the wind cut through his body like a blade, Cale Henituse thought to himself, people with ancient powers sure are talkative. At the second step, the same voice returned. I still cannot die. This is the cursed power of regeneration. As Cale Henituse took his third step, the voice showed no signs of stopping. No matter how hard my heart beats, I cannot run, for I fear death, and I fear the pain of being wounded. On the fourth step, the wind grew even stronger. Cale Henituse gritted his teeth, pushing forward with both arms against the gale, the voice ringing in his ears, heightening his fear of the death that lay behind that pain. At the final step, Cale Henituse stomped hard onto the rocks. It felt as if everything had ended. He thought, the wind has stopped. Yet, the voice continued, I chose to abandon my faith and just survive. Cale Henituse sighed, unimpressed. Believe or not, you have to survive first. He pulled a white handkerchief from his pocket and tied it around his face. Looking at the stone pile, he muttered, well, if you were mediocre to begin with, nothing you do is going to make it look any better. Inside the cave, Cale Henituse said, this part's easy. All right, for the finale. Cale Henituse reached out to touch the stone pile. The moment his fingers brushed against it, a sudden burst of light illuminated the surroundings. Ryan watched, stunned. Huh? The light from the stones dimmed slightly, and the voice continued. I intended to fight alongside them, but I didn't know that humans are so weak in the face of pain. They aren't the ones who serve the gods. I realized I had to endure the pain and the crushing pressure all alone. Those who live deep in the forest and worship the gods gave me that a thing that tastes like nothing at all. Cale Henituse pondered. Where have I heard this before? The voice spoke again. I built a tower with the desperate hope of turning back time, but the tower could never be completed. Perhaps the gods hate someone selfish like me, who only thought of their own happiness and abandoned their kind to run away. Cale Henituse took off his gloves and said nonchalantly, selfishness is what makes us human. Silence followed. Confused, Cale Henituse leaned against the stone pile and asked, are you done? The voice replied, my sister said that too. My sister was the kindest person of all. My sister sob. Cale Henituse wiped his nose, closing his eyes in impatience, thinking, I'm going to go insane. The voice continued, you who carry a familiar power, you remind me of my brother. That arrogant attitude is truly admirable. Cale Henituse stood there with his arms crossed, feeling speechless. Done crying? So now you're flattering me? Suddenly, the voice declared, now, knock it down. Only then can you surpass my limits. Cale Henituse looked satisfied. He thought, exactly what I was waiting for. He then delivered a powerful kick to the stone pile, sending the rocks scattering everywhere. Raon, watching from the side, thought, this human is really weird. Suddenly, Raon Miru froze, because in front of him and Cale Henituse floated a glowing orb. Before Raon and Cale Henituse was a hovering, radiant orb. Cale Henituse reached out and grabbed it. The orb flared up in an arc and then settled, merging into Cale Henituse's body. He touched his chest, slightly surprised, thinking, it's all right, I can feel a new vitality within me. Cale Henituse closed his eyes, sensing it. He calculated, this vitality will help reinforce my shield, allowing it to recover several times faster than an ordinary person. Cale Henituse and Rayon left the cave. He looked at Rayon, who was trying to act indifferent by looking elsewhere, and asked, do you want to come with me? Rayon jumped in surprise. Looking away, he said, you are too weak and need protection, but I hate humans. With that, Rayon disappeared, leaving Cale Henituse standing there. Seeing this, he could only think, what a fickle creature. He scanned the surroundings and said, over there, I see traces of someone standing in the grass. At that very spot, a shadow flinched. Cale Henituse felt a headache coming on. Great, another mouth to feed. Upon returning, he ran into Choi Han. Choi Han asked in surprise, Cale Henituse, did you just roll down the mountain? Caught in such a disheveled, mud-stained state, Cale Henituse cursed internally. Damn it, he replied reluctantly to Choi Han. Yeah, just a little. That evening, outside the city of Puzo, a cup was thrown and shattered, followed by a loud shout from Cage. Taylor asked, what's wrong? Cage replied, ah, wait, don't talk. She pressed her hands to her forehead, gritting her teeth and letting out a, Taylor asked, "Did the god say something?" Suddenly, Cage kicked a chair, sending it flying, and screamed, "Aha! Damn it!" Taylor, Stan, and the others stood in stunned silence. The servant hurried over to set the chair upright. Seeing Cage like this, Taylor, Stan wondered who had broken in and waved his hand to signal the servant, saying, "No need to follow me." The servant replied, "Yes, sir." Taylor rolled his wheelchair forward and asked, "Cage, what is it?" Cage replied, "Wait a moment." She walked out to the courtyard. Under the night sky, Cage approached the railing, where a small pile of stones was stacked, with an inscription on the wooden railing. Cage touched it and exclaimed, "This is crazy." Hesitating, "Is it for real?" Taylor, Stan rolled over and read the inscription, "Destroy it. If you want to fulfill your wish, that's what this says." Cage, standing nearby with a headache, said, "I think we should knock it down." "Ah, it's not crazy. The god told us to destroy it." Taylor, still not understanding, asked, "Huh?" Cage began to explain, "The god doesn't usually talk nonsense, right? Usually, I only hear that voice once a year." Taylor asked, "What kind of stone tower is this to make you act like that?" Cage replied, "It's a turning point that will change our lives. That's what the god said, and the choice is yours." The god said, "If you want to live a comfortable life, do not destroy the stone tower." Taylor interrupted, "Wait," but Cage continued, "You might not see it, but underneath the tower is a letter. The contents of the letter might reveal why the tower was built. You can only get the letter by destroying the tower. So what should we do?" Hearing this, Taylor, Stan smiled faintly, then said with ease, "Destroy it." Immediately, Cage swept her hand across, destroying the stone pile. Watching this, Taylor, Stan thought, "It said if I wanted to live comfortably, I shouldn't destroy it. I've never lived comfortably, and I have no intention of starting now. I want to keep healing these legs and overthrow that damn marquis." Taylor's eyes deepened as he picked up the letter to read it. The Crown Prince was holding an ancient power. It was an ability unnecessary for the Crown Prince, a power that could be used only once to heal any wound, even one's disabilities. And the Crown Prince is looking to make a trade, specifically for something that can keep the second and third princes under his control. Taylor, Stan's hands trembled as he read, and he told her it was the turning point. Cage took back the letter and said, "I want to see too." The letter read, "His legs couldn't move, but his head, hands, eyes, and mouth, everything else was still alive. He should decide for himself, as the eldest son of the Marquess Stan." Taylor turned to Cage and said, "Cage, leave the servants here and let's go to the capital." Cage agreed. "Fine. You have to do what you have to do." Taylor replied, "That's right. It has to be this way." He thought to himself, "I knew I had to do this, and I shouldn't have let my guard down even before my legs ended up like this." Taylor added, "If we want to keep up with the royal schedule, we need to hurry." Cage replied, "Fine, let's go." From afar, the cat's sister descendants appeared. Hong asked his sister, "Sister, can we go back now?" An replied, "Yes, we finished the job we were told to do, so let's go back and have dinner." They both cheered happily. Dinner time. The next morning, at the door, Cale Henituse, Choi Han, and the pair of cat descendants were getting ready to leave. Cale Henituse looked at Choi Han as he was preparing and asked, "Are you really going just like that?" Choi Han turned back and replied, "Yes." Hearing this, Cale Henituse could only sigh. "See, the weather is clear today." Cale Henituse threw a small brown bag over and said to Choi Han, "Take this with you." Choi Han caught it and asked curiously, "Cale Henituse, what is this?" He opened the bag to find small glass vials of antidotes inside, a watch, a rolled-up piece of paper, and some money. Seeing this, Cale Henituse brushed it off. What are you saying? If you don't like it, just throw it away." Choi Han was still bewildered. Then, Cale Henituse turned away, leaving with a simple, "Stay healthy," he thought to himself. Although there was no grand farewell, this was probably fine. Choi Han gripped the bag tightly and replied enthusiastically to Cale Henituse, "I will return after I go." Beside him, Hillsman cleared his throat and said, "I will also improve my abilities on the way to the capital to become the young master's guard knight." Han held Hong and On in his arms and said, "Go and come back safely." Ron Molan also smiled to say goodbye. "See you later," Beacrox Molan added from the side. "I guess I have to sharpen my knives more." The Hong and On siblings ran to Choi Han's feet, playing around. He looked down and played with them. Ryan watched from afar, thought for a moment, and reached out to cast a spell. A blue glow from Rayon Miru's hand appeared, surrounding Choi Han. After finishing, Rayon lay down, closed his eyes, and sighed in relief. Choi Han touched the items on his person, thinking to himself that he had already received so much, and yet he kept receiving more. I must pay them back properly. Then, he said, see you in the capital. After Choi Han left, everyone departed from the city of Puzhou and headed toward the capital. Under the deep orange sunset, Han spoke to Cale Henituse. Young master, the sun has just set. Perhaps we should camp here tonight. Cale Henituse replied. Yeah. He looked down at Hong and On. The two siblings were facing each other. Suddenly, Cale Henituse asked, what is it? His words startled Hong and On. Cale Henituse put his hands on his hips and smirked. What? Did you meet a dragon? Hearing that, Hong and On could only freeze and gasp. Cale Henituse closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and thought to himself that when Choi Han left, that dragon must have followed him. It followed on its own accord, so he couldn't stop it. In the distance, another carriage appeared. In the dense pine forest under the sunset sky, Hillsman said, I'll go check the surroundings. A blond man approached, and Hillsman bowed and asked, excuse me, if possible, may we use a part of this space? Hillsman asked back, who are you? Cale Henituse glanced over. The man introduced himself. I am a knight of Marquis Stan. Cale Henituse opened his eyes wide in surprise and cursed inwardly. Damn it. I didn't anticipate that they would use a type of carriage without any distinctive patterns or symbols. A voice spoke up after that. We only came to disturb you because we saw the Henituse family crest. Taylor continued. I am Taylor Stan. Cale Henituse gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it. One person left and 3 returned, and they aren't just 3 normal people. He looked at a corner where Raon Miru was flying over, preparing to pounce on the rump of a deer, thinking, that foolish dragon. Then he looked over at Taylor and Cage, remembering a crazy priest who wanted to be defrocked, and a man from the Marquis Stan house. Finally, Cale Henituse put his hands on his hips, bowed his head, closed his eyes, and sighed. Taylor spoke up. To make such a sudden request is truly rude. If it is inconvenient, we will leave. Cale Henituse calculated silently. After being paralyzed from the waist down, everyone around him had avoided him. He would surely leave, as he said. On their side, after Taylor Stan finished speaking, he thought, in any case, for a neutral party like the Henituse Count family, getting involved with me would be an inconvenience. Unexpectedly, Cale Henituse said, avoid what? He stepped forward and continued, this place is not my land either, and I wouldn't do that to fellow travelers like us. Then he reached out his hand toward Taylor and introduced himself. I am Cale Henituse, from the Henituse Count family. It is not dark yet, and the sunset is staining the entire forest. Taylor said to Cale Henituse, because of these legs, getting out of the carriage is actually a bit inconvenient for me. Cale Henituse replied, I know. Taylor reached out to shake Cale Henituse's hand and said, it is a pleasure to meet you, young master Cale Henituse. This is the priest who is traveling with me. Cage leaned out, smiled, and introduced herself. It is a pleasure to meet you. Young master Cale Henituse, I am the priest. Please, let's enjoy the peace of this evening together. Seeing this, Cale Henituse smiled on the outside but thought to himself, what peace of this evening, so kind. This woman hated the fact that she was a priest and always wanted to be stripped of her power. But Cale Henituse said, I don't believe in gods. He was in his trash mode at this moment. In another corner of the story, Cale Henituse was the source of the worry. Seeing Cale Henituse in such a muddy state, everyone looked worried. Hillsman patted his chest and said firmly, I, the captain of the squad, should have escorted the young master. Han held his chest and said, young master, I don't have. Why did you struggle so much that you ended up like this? Ron Molan also said sadly, oh my, young master. This old Ron Molan finds it truly heartbreaking. Cale Henituse laughed. I don't believe in gods. Taylor Stan and Cage looked confused. The priest thought to herself, is there really a guy crazy enough to say such nonsense? They whispered to each other, he is a truly interesting person. Cale Henituse thought that for someone disabled, the Stan family couldn't provide decent aid like before. He must have spent quite a lot of money to set up his residence in the city of Puzhou. Cale Henituse waved his hand with a calm expression, thinking they must have run out of money by now. And after all, it was because of him that they were going to the capital. Cale Henituse called out, Han! The vice butler stepped forward from behind. I command you to help these people. Han quickly accepted his order. Yes, young master. Cale Henituse added, bring them their own food and set up a tent next to ours, and don't look for me. You know how to take care of them yourself. The vice butler quickly replied, yes, I will treat them as you wish. Cale Henituse's back was turned, while Taylor and Cage sat there, looking stunned. He spoke up to Han. Yeah, and bring me some wine, Han. Yes, sir. Cale Henituse said his goodbyes as Taylor sat in his carriage. I'll be heading off now, young Master Taylor. Taylor Stan replied cheerfully. Yes, thank you for all your help. Cale Henituse bowed with a smile on his face, but inwardly, he was thinking something else entirely. Help? Not at all, Cale Henituse thought to himself. I just don't want to get tangled up with you people. Cale Henituse turned, hands in his pockets, and told the man, There's only one knight over there. You should set up a guard post there as well. The subordinate replied, Yes, young master. Cale Henituse turned and headed toward another carriage. Hong spoke up excitedly. I know those people. The gray cat replied to her younger brother, Hong, I think I've met them before too. Cale Henituse signaled them with his hand to act like they didn't know them. The two cats replied to him. Is it like with the dragon? He answered. Yeah. Cale Henituse looked over at his subordinate and the two people bowing to him. He leaned against the side of the carriage with a faint smile. The gray cat asked again. Like the little dragon? Cale Henituse explained. I only meant to save him. But he's not a bird trying to repay a debt. Why does he keep following me? Cale Henituse thought with satisfaction. If it's come to this, I should make good use of that dragon. It's a creature with an extraordinary sense for mana, one that even a genius like Rosalind can't compare to. The two cats looked at him with dissatisfaction, judging him. Cale Henituse smiled. He would probably have to ask for a few favors. He was in different clothes, a white tunic, scratching his head and yawning. Cale Henituse saw the figures of Taylor Stan and Cage in the distance. What's this? Han, from behind, spread his arms and laughed. Haha. Has the young master finally woken up? Cale Henituse crossed his arms, looking annoyed. What is it? What's all the noise about? Han gestured toward the pair earlier and exclaimed. It seems young Master Taylor Stan had some sort of misunderstanding. The scene before him showed Taylor's tense expression and Cage's panic. He asked curiously, a misunderstanding? Cale Henituse approached them as well. What's going on? Both of them were sweating. Taylor clasped his hands together and said apologetically to him, Young Master Cale Henituse, I am truly sorry. Taylor continued. It seems my location has been exposed. In front of them lay a wild boar. On the boar's back was a strange footprint. Priestess Cage exclaimed. We left so secretly. But even so, it was someone I couldn't even detect. This is getting a bit out of hand. Taylor covered his face. Cale Henituse stood with his hands on his hips, thinking, how could I have detected a dragon with that kind of power? It's amazing it was able to bring a boar this big here. Taylor Stan bowed his head and spoke. Young Master Cale Henituse, about this. He called for Beecrox Molin. He replied, yes, young master. He gestured and said, looks like we'll be having steak this morning. Beecrox held his gleaming tools. I'm sure it'll be a top-tier steak this time, sir. Taylor Stan looked a bit surprised and asked, this time too? Cale Henituse explained, we have someone in our group who handles the food. Taylor asked again, who is it? He smiled and replied, he's a bit more shy than he looks, so you probably won't be able to meet him. Taylor Stan and Priestess Cage both looked a bit uncomfortable. Taylor Stan said to him, it seems we have misunderstood. Cale Henituse replied calmly, it's fine. Beecrox Mullen is a good chef, so please enjoy your meal before you go. Taylor Stan asked again, but, young Master Cale Henituse, I heard you were also on your way to the capital. Cale Henituse looked at him upon hearing this. Taylor Stan suggested to Cale Henituse, if it's all right, could we follow behind you? Cale Henituse seemed to have known this was coming. He thought, just as I expected. Cale Henituse tilted his chin up. Feel free to do so. Cale Henituse seemed to have a plan already. There was no way they could know that the person who wrote that letter was him, and if things were handled well, they would be people he needed later. Taylor and Cage looked thrilled, but Cale Henituse thought, they have no idea they're being used. Taylor Stan said respectfully, yes, then we will trouble you until we get near the capital. Cale Henituse crossed his arms and thought, after hearing Taylor's words, clever. If we go to the capital together, it might cause a bit of a stir, so we can only travel together until we get close. Cale Henituse smiled and replied, let's decide when we get there. Taylor added, yes, just getting us to a safe place is enough. Cale Henituse replied in a friendly manner and said to the butler, that's true. Cale Henituse gestured to Han. Han, bring the food to the carriage for me. Han quickly replied, yes. Priestess Cage spoke to him. Ah, young Master Cale. He turned to ask, is something the matter, priestess? Cage asked, do you truly not believe in the gods? He looked slightly surprised and puzzled by the question. Cale Henituse thought to himself, why is she asking me this? He replied to Cage, yes. Cage's expression didn't change. I see. Taylor sat in his wheelchair while Cage walked beside him. Taylor felt something was off, so he asked her, what is it, Cage? Cage spoke, it's strange. Taylor Stan asked immediately. What is? Priestess Cage rubbed her chin and said, Well, it's just that. She hesitated and faltered. She thought of Cale Henituse and exclaimed, I feel like the god of death is breathing down my neck. That suffocating feeling. And just like that, Cale Henituse's journey to the capital proceeded without any major incidents. One day before arriving at the capital, Taylor Stan held a bottle of wine and called out, Young Master Cale Henituse, Cale Henituse. He replied, What is it? Taylor Stan said cheerfully, Young Master Cale Henituse, it seems you are someone who enjoys wine? Cale Henituse, a man who couldn't survive a single day without wine. Taylor hesitated and continued, But it seems the reality isn't like that. Based on my observations these past few days, I've noticed something completely different from the rumors. You always stay in the carriage for our sake and show us the utmost care. Even your servants and subordinates follow you so well. And above all, you are someone who treats us like normal human beings. Taylor invited him excitedly. Young Master Cale Henituse, shall we have a glass of wine together before we part ways? Cale Henituse didn't answer right away and asked, What do you want? Taylor thought, as expected, this person couldn't possibly be trash. On the contrary, he is a man with great foresight. Taylor Stan also became more serious and asked, Young Master Cale Henituse, what kind of person do you think I am? Cale Henituse looked at him for a long time, sighed, and tossed a money pouch onto the table. To their surprise, he said, I don't know the exact reason why you're coming to the capital at such a high-profile time, but there is only one reason why anyone would walk into a tiger's den like this. He emphasized, the Henituse family's wealth. It's about money, isn't it? Taylor Stan exclaimed in amazement. You knew all along. Cage was also surprised, truly impressive. Cale Henituse pointed at the money pouch on the table and continued, I thought you might be short on funds. If you want to settle down comfortably in the capital, you obviously need money, right? That doesn't seem to be your plan, though. He held a coin in his hand and smiled. Besides, now that I have a golden turtle by my side, trying to ask me for money is worth a shot, wouldn't you say? Taylor understood and thought, so that's it. If I receive money from him this time, it would truly be our good fortune. I suppose asking for your financial support is worth a try, then, Taylor realized, thinking that made sense. If we could receive your help this time, it would truly be a blessing for us. Even if you refused, you probably wouldn't tell Venyan about this anyway, Taylor Stan noted, observing Cale Henituse's calm demeanor. After all, it seems you aren't one to enjoy unnecessary trouble. A genius who likes to hide his true self to me. That's exactly who you are, Taylor Stan replied sincerely. Thank you, truly. The young master Cale Henituse voiced his deduction. You two are planning to leave early this morning, right? Taylor replied. We chose that time because we wanted to depart as discreetly as possible. From now on, we will handle things ourselves. Cale Henituse asked, You're planning to rely on the temple to enter the capital? Taylor Stan confirmed, Yes, that is the plan. Cale Henituse speculated. Even so, it will only take you 3 days to reach Venyan or the Marquis, as this also involves the internal politics of the temples of the god of death. Taylor Stan was surprised. You really are well informed. Cage chimed in excitedly. Young Master Cale Henituse, you're asking so much about our situation there must be a reason, right? Cale Henituse drew a small circle on the table, pondering silently before saying, Travel with me for 1 more day. I will provide the funds in advance, and you two will use my carriage. Your other companions will arrive in the capital the following day. Taylor Stan looked at the bag Cale Henituse had just placed on the table and asked, This is? Cale Henituse continued. This is a device that makes living beings within a certain radius invisible. Taylor Stan was stunned. Why would you go this far for us? It's far too much trouble for you. Cale wondered why he was going this far. He thought to himself that he had to help because this was a mess he had caused. Plus, if Taylor became the head of the Stan household, he wouldn't have any more trouble with the Marquis Stan family later on. That could also ensure the safety of Henituse territory, and his own future life would be secured as well. He spoke up. Because I felt pity. I wanted to know what someone who had to flee with crippled legs was thinking. A firstborn son of a Marquis, living like that to a piece of trash like the Count's son. Seeing how hard you were trying made me feel pity. Taylor Stan gripped his knees tightly, knees that could feel nothing at all. His eyes, nose, mouth, ears, everything was full of life. Taylor Stan laughed heartily and said, I sincerely thank you. We truly do need this money. Cale Henituse spoke up. In return, I have one condition, he emphasized. Forget everything. Cage replied. Let us, along with young master Cale Henituse, swear an unbreakable oath. You know, don't you, that if you break an oath made before the god of death, You will die? Cale Henituse agreed. I know. Please, proceed. Cage asked. You aren't planning to go back on your word, are you? Cale Henituse nodded. No, I have no such intention. As for us, we will wash our hands of this if any trouble arises later. Cage smiled and asked, Do you mean Venian? Cale Henituse replied, Yes. Taylor instructed, Cage, let's do it. Cage replied, I'll start right away. Then she clasped her hands and closed her eyes. Purple smoke began to swirl in the air. Cage performed the ritual. I am Cage, daughter of the eternal night, and this is Taylor Stan. I swear in the name of the darkness. I swear by death. If this oath is broken, we shall sink into the darkness forever. Cage opened her eyes and continued. Everything that exists here, Cage and Taylor Stan shall bury as a secret. Aside from Cale Henituse, we will tell no one else. Taylor added that he would not reveal it to anyone else. The purple smoke gradually faded into nothingness. Cage explained, What you feel now is the power of the oath. If we break this promise, Cale Henituse, as the witness, will be notified of our deaths. Cale Henituse felt the vibration within him and replied that he understood clearly. Taylor Stan brought out a bottle of wine. Young Master Cale Henituse, shall we have a drink together? Cage happily brought out 3 glasses and said cheerfully, Cheers? Taylor Stan smiled. Indeed. A good day like this wouldn't be complete without a drink. Looking at the two of them happily setting everything up, Cale Henituse thought in surprise. Do they carry wine glasses around with them everywhere? He commented. A priestess is truly an impressive person. Cage poured the wine and said, To you, is it strange for a priestess to drink? Cale Henituse replied indifferently, Is that something I should be concerned about? Cage exclaimed, Oh my, I really like you, she asked teasingly. Young Master Cale Henituse, don't you want to get to know a nice big sister? Cale Henituse replied coldly, No, I don't. Taylor Stan chimed in, not wanting to lose out. How about a nice big brother then? Cale Henituse answered, No, absolutely not. Taylor and Cage looked at each other and burst into laughter. Ha ha. The 3 of them happily clinked their glasses. Cage shouted, Cheers! On a night without moonlight, the bond between the 3 of them had become deeper than any moon. Shortly after, the carriage continued to speed toward the capital. Inside, Cale Henituse calculated that they would reach the capital gates in about 2 hours. The gray cat and the red cat both stared at Taylor's smiling face. Cage, sitting next to him, looked a bit tired. Taylor Stan spoke up. Young Master Cale Henituse, do you know anything about the event being hosted by the Imperial family this time? Cale Henituse replied, This is my first time visiting the Imperial Palace. However, a few years ago, I attended a banquet for the nobles of the Northeast. Taylor realized that, and explained, This event is for the king's 50th birthday. It's a festival for the entire public. It seems this isn't much of a festival for you, young Master Cale Henituse, is it? Cale Henituse felt bored and thought to himself, A festival. My foot. This festival is the reason I'm so restless right now. Other than the mysterious organizer, I am the only one who knows what is about to happen at this festival. Cale Henituse felt the pressure. Knowledge meant responsibility and endless, useless worries. Because if he pretended not to know, he could feel the fear of death following him. Cale Henituse planned. First, he had to dodge it. He had to stay away from things that would put him in danger. To be precise, he would just do things that wouldn't cause too much disadvantage to himself. Thinking this, Cale Henituse asked, For young Master Taylor Stan, this isn't much of a festival either, right? Taylor smiled and replied, I believe this is an important turning point. Cale Henituse replied, I see. Taylor emphasized seriously, Be careful of the Crown Prince. Even though I am a discarded firstborn, I still have ways to get information within the Marquis Stan household. Although this 50th anniversary celebration is an inevitable event, inviting all the children of the nobles was the Crown Prince's own idea. Taylor pondered how to explain this. Cale Henituse teased, The Crown Prince is a bit of a snake, isn't he? Taylor laughed happily. Ah, that's right, exactly. Then, realizing he had been caught off guard, he quickly added, Ah, no, that's not it. Taylor felt flustered. Well, it seems you already knew. Cale Henituse said it wasn't too hard to figure out. Taylor shyly scratched his cheek. That's true. But this is the first time I've seen someone express it as accurately as you. Young Master Cale Henituse. Cale Henituse thought to himself, He's certainly good at manipulating people. The Crown Prince is quite skilled at winning others over. That way, people end up being used by the Crown Prince without even realizing it. A typical example is Choi Han, whom the Crown Prince hails as a hero. Choi Han will eventually think well of the Crown Prince, thinking he's being treated kindly while being used without knowing it. Cale Henituse mused that although it is manipulation, the Crown Prince uses it for the right reasons. He doesn't exploit others for personal power or gain, but for the kingdom, the people, or an even greater cause. He uses those sweet words to offer praise before mentioning his need for assistance. To a kind-hearted person like Choi Han, such a request is impossible to refuse. Taylor interrupted Cale Henituse's train of thought. In any case, young Master Cale Henituse, it would be quite troublesome if the Crown Prince were to get involved with someone like you. Cale Henituse replied that there was no need to worry, as he only wanted to arrive quietly. I hate being the center of attention. The air suddenly turned silent under Taylor's stare, so Cale Henituse asked, "Why are you staring like that?" Taylor looked embarrassed. Well, arriving quietly is impossible. Cage patted Taylor's shoulder, gave a thumbs up, and said, "It's nothing." Cale Henituse leaned back on the bench and continued, "Even if we did get involved, it wouldn't lead to the things you and the priestess here are thinking about." Cale Henituse said smugly, "Because I am a disciple of that kind of person, Taylor." Cale Henituse thought that if the Crown Prince encountered a fellow like this, he would surely avoid him. So, against someone who uses others through flattery, I will do the same. Cage raised her finger and said excitedly, "Young Master Cale Henituse, your look right now is much more fitting. You look very villainous." Cale Henituse looked out the window and replied, "Better than looking like a saint." The castles within the capital gradually came into view, and Cale Henituse remarked, "As expected of the capital." Taylor Stan explained, "Rhone is a kingdom of stone. When researching ancient stories, even before the kingdom of Rhone existed, this land already had many tales related to stone. One of them is about a guardian deity here that resembles stone. It is a god that protects everything, regardless of any attack, the god that prevented darkness from covering this continent since the very beginning." Cage smiled as she watched Taylor Stan rambling on and said, "It seems you really like such myths, don't you?" Taylor Stan confirmed, "Yes, that's right. Because that guardian deity, no matter how much it was destroyed, stood firm and protected everything. That is why this land and its people have been able to live in peace until now. Because such an entity doesn't exist in reality. That's why I like myths," Cage asked in surprise. "You don't believe in them?" Taylor replied, "Because it's rare for anyone to be able to protect others, no matter how wounded their body is." Cale Henituse chimed in with agreement. "That's true." He thought to himself that he couldn't believe someone would prioritize protecting others over themselves either. He said, "But this is my first time hearing this story," he thought to himself. "In novels, there are many types of myths surrounding the birth of heroes. But even though I've read all 5 volumes, I've never seen this content." Taylor continued, "Perhaps that story isn't very well known. It's an ancient myth I learned about while researching the origins and powers of ancient stories." Cale Henituse realized, "I see." He looked out the window, then handed the glowing object to Taylor and said, "Take this. Now let's get ready." The carriage stopped at the capital gate. The vice captain stood in front of the door and announced, "Young Master, the guard knights want to inspect the inside of the carriage." Cale Henituse, holding a bottle of alcohol with a flushed face, kicked the carriage door open. The 2 knights were startled. The vice captain smiled at the scene, and Cale Henituse stepped down slowly. Followed by the 2 cats, Cale Henituse, acting slightly drunk, made a gesture of invitation. "Go ahead, inspect it." The 2 knights spoke mechanically, "Excuse us." Then they stepped closer to the carriage to observe, seeing only empty liquor bottles rolling inside. Both stepped back, bowed deeply, and said, "Please pass. Welcome to the capital." Cale Henituse stepped back into the carriage calmly. Once the caravan started moving, his drunken look vanished. Cale Henituse smiled at the 2 people opposite him, sarcastic, "Welcome to the capital, huh?" Taylor Stan laughed, lifted the item he was wearing around his neck, and replied, "It's been a long time since I've heard that welcome." The carriage had reached the west side of the capital, Heis. Cale Henituse said, "Young Master Taylor Stan, when we arrive, Ron Mullen will guide you both. Now, you 2 can get out." And Cale Henituse added seriously, "Forget everything that happened." A guard approached and opened the door to announce, "Young Master, we have arrived." Taylor Stan and Cage looked at Cale Henituse as he got off the carriage and said, "Thank you very much. Hope we meet again happily." Cale Henituse stood before the gate and observed for a long while, whispering, "It's bigger than I thought." As expected of the Henituse family, so wealthy, not too flashy or ostentatious, but it clearly looks more luxurious than the estates of other nobles. Cale Henituse went inside. The head butler and servants were already lined up in their positions, bowing halfway to respectfully welcome him. "Young Master Cale Henituse, welcome back. We are here to serve you to the best of our abilities." Cale Henituse glanced toward the butler, Ron, and asked quietly, What is this? What's going on? Ron looked helpless, signaling that he didn't know either. Cale Henituse spoke slowly, and everyone looked up. From now on, don't be so formal. For those who do their job well, I will not treat you poorly. I know that all of you were chosen by the Countess, and that you all take pride in your professions, so behave in a way that suits that pride. If you have anything later, just ask Ron. Then he thought to himself, even if I didn't say that, they would ask anyway when there's too much work. He walked inside and continued. Let's go, Ron replied with a sound and quickly followed behind. An old man walked out, likely the butler of this place, clutching his head and sighing. Haha, young Master Cale Henituse has really arrived. Oh, my head hurts. We should get going too, right? The servants spoke up one by one. Yes, and some whispered. What's wrong? He didn't put on airs in front of us, did he? As long as we don't mess up, we can keep our lives. Cale Henituse sighed, tossed the invitation on the table, and fell into thought. Ron, standing behind him, asked, Young Master, are you not going? Cale Henituse frowned and asked back, Can I not go? Ron replied, No. Isn't this the meeting of the Northeastern Noble Association? He confirmed, That's right. Ron brought the list forward and gave details. This is the list of the children of the noble families who have arrived in the capital. Cale Henituse looked over. Is that so? He asked. Has Ron finished arranging everything? Ron replied respectfully. Yes. He was satisfied. Very well. You go and rest, too. Ron bowed deeply. Yes, I will go and rest comfortably. Cale Henituse suddenly remembered and gave an order. Oh, bring some food in for me. Ron answered yes and quickly retreated. Cale Henituse looked through the list once and then dropped it. He stood up, thought for a moment, opened the balcony door, and watched a few leaves drifting by. A knock sounded, and he said, Come in. A plate of hot food was placed on the table, and Cale Henituse said, Eat. All this time, even though you always bring food to me. But I bet you haven't been able to eat a proper meal, have you? You must be exhausted from traveling like this. The black dragon stared intently at the food on the table. The gray cat quickly took a piece and fed it directly into the dragon's mouth, while Cale Henituse took a sip of wine. Ron Molan watched the two cats taking turns feeding the dragon, thinking, Eat up, I'll have plenty of things to ask of you later. He placed his wineglass on the table and thought, Time to get going, isn't it? Only in a place as wealthy as this can one eat so well and feel so comfortable. How wonderful it would be if things could just stay like this, Cale Henituse sighed. It truly was great. This was what life should be. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside, causing all three creatures to look toward the sound, and Cale Henituse scrambled to his feet. The wineglass on the table fell and shattered. Cale Henituse speculated, Choi Han, it couldn't be him, could it? No, that's not right. Choi Han isn't supposed to arrive for another 3 days. Even if he ran like a madman, there's no way he could reach the capital in 3 days. Did Choi Han bring a battered and bruised Lock here? The noise outside grew louder. Cale Henituse thought further. Even though I gave Choi Han a recovery potion imbued with divine power, it doesn't work on the wolf tribe. They are the ones abandoned by the gods. And for someone as cautious as Rosalind, there's no way she would use high-level magic like teleportation. And I told him to stay put at a specific inn once he reached the capital. Cale Henituse approached the door and quickly opened it. The two people standing there surprised him. Choi Han was panting heavily, carrying someone on his back, and wheezed, Young Master Cale Henituse, I am truly sorry. You are the only one I could turn to. The only one. Choi Han and Rosalind stood silently behind him. Cale Henituse observed the person on his back and silently deduced it was Lock of the Blue Wolf tribe. His condition seemed grave. This fever, it's the state of the first berserk transformation for the wolf tribe, isn't it? Why is the first transformation, which should have happened a year later, occurring now? Choi Han quickly laid the unconscious Lock on the bed. Cale Henituse ordered, Ron, bring some water here. Choi Han, yes, go quickly now. Cale Henituse stood by the bed, observing Lock's condition, thinking, looking at this, it seems this berserk state can no longer be delayed. At this moment, Lock was delirious, his eyes half open, hot breath escaping his lips. Cale Henituse's blurry silhouette was saying, Don't push yourself, just close your eyes, it will be all right. Lock remembered the figure of a man gripping his shoulders when he was young, the man quickly running away, leaving him alone. No matter how much he called out, Uncle, Uncle, that figure slowly faded away. Lock squeezed his eyes shut, enduring the torment. Choi Han looked at Lock with concern and asked, Cale Henituse, why is Lock like this? He clenched his fists, shaking as he spoke. The recovery potion you gave me didn't work. According to Rosalind, the Blue Wolf tribe cannot use this type of potion. Healing magic doesn't work either, so we don't know what to do. Choi Han shouted. I have to protect him. I have to protect him no matter what. Cale Henituse opened his mouth to reassure him. Calm down, then thought to himself, if you're this noisy, the boy will wake up. He stated his plan. If you trust me, leave him to me. Choi Han did not hesitate, and replied immediately. I trust you. He replied, go ahead. Cale Henituse found Choi Han's excessive concern strange and thought, but what happened? I know Choi Han is a guy who lives by his emotions. According to the story, this is the stage where he and Locke slowly open up to each other, not like this. Did I cause this? Cale Henituse looked at Rosalind, who had been silent the whole time. The heir to the throne of the Breck Kingdom, Rosalind, was also a mage who was preparing to give up that position. With that fiery red hair, she was compared to a velvet rose. Perhaps the sun was the thing that symbolized her. Suddenly, Rosalind exclaimed, this feeling, what is this immense source of mana? She noticed the black dragon sitting on the chair and raised her hand. Cale Henituse looked over and sighed. Hey, dragons usually love mages. It seems he's transferring mana to her. Leave him be. The black dragon glanced at Cale Henituse once, and quickly ran off. Rosalind let out a cry, looked at Cale Henituse, and asked, what is this? Cale Henituse, impassive, pointed to the bedside and said, this side needs more priority. Rosalind shifted her attention. She asked, what is going on with Locke? Cale Henituse remained silent, evaluating the situation. I thought she wouldn't use that high-level magic since she's so cautious. He looked at the staff in her hand. But for them to arrive in the capital 3 days early, perhaps Rosalind did use teleportation. Unlike what I calculated, she exposed her own magical abilities. Cale Henituse spoke up. You are a mage, aren't you? Rosalind replied, yes, that's right. He continued. Have you ever heard about the berserk transformation of the wolf tribe? Rosalind searched through her memories, speaking slowly. Ah, I've read about it in books, but this is the first time I've seen a case where someone has to endure this much pain. Cale Henituse clarified her confusion. He said, because it's the first time, you don't fully understand. He continued to explain. When they undergo this first transformation, they usually have to endure physical pain and lose their rationality. If they can overcome this first time, they can use it as their own weapon. He calculated for a moment and said, it seems it won't be long now. Rosalind hesitated and then said, I don't know what kind of person you are, but I am also a reasonable person. She expressed sympathy. He is just a child. Cale Henituse looked at Locke suffering on the bed and replied, I know. Cale Henituse looked at Ron, who was bringing in tea, and ordered, Ron, bring a stretcher here. Ron was confused. Yes, he continued. Carry him onto the stretcher and take him down to the training ground. And don't let anyone else in. Seeing Ron's blank face, he urged, go quickly. Ron hurriedly replied, yes, thinking, bringing a sick person to the training ground? Cale Henituse continued his orders. Choi Han and the lady, Rosalind, introduced themselves as Rosalind. He paused and added, right, Rosalind. The two joined forces to go. Both were startled and raised their voices. Yes, Cale Henituse said gently. Just like the wolf tribe, the tiger tribe, and the bear tribe clans that carry the blood of wild beasts within them, the parents or siblings are the ones who handle this for them. They take on all the attacks from the one undergoing the berserk transformation and protect the child from getting hurt. Cale Henituse looked at the two cats pestering Locke and continued, but it seems it will be difficult for this child. He clapped his hands once and shouted, come on, you two, play the role of parents. He thought for a moment and said, if you don't like that, you can be his older brother and sister. Please, protect this boy. At the training ground, Locke was still curled up in the middle of the field, hugging himself. Choi Han asked, Cale Henituse, how long does each berserk transformation last? Cale Henituse speculated, he's a pure blood among pure bloods. Choi Han said, it seems it will take a long time. He replied, yes, about 2 hours. Hearing this, Choi Han wasn't worried at all, and said firmly, I can do it. I am Locke's older brother. Cale Henituse had no objections and ordered, both of you, get to the middle of the field. They both approached Locke. Suddenly, Locke convulsed violently. He let out a groan. Erg. His body began to transform, his claws gradually becoming sharp, his voice also turning into a growl, and Locke let out a loud roar. His eyes shifted to a deep black, his pupils glowing a fierce red, and his fangs emerged as Locke let out a roar. As he screamed, his body transformed constantly, enduring waves of agony. The sound of his cries startled Choi Han and Rosalind, but they could do nothing but stand by and watch as Locke's body grew larger and larger. Cale Henituse looked at the magic circle surrounding Locke, then glanced at the black dragon casting it, and praised, "A mana shield? You really are quite talented, aren't you?" The black dragon scoffed, "You're too weak, so I have to protect you." Cale Henituse replied indifferently, "Is that so?" All that remained around them was the sound of Locke's deafening screams. Cale Henituse hugged the red kitten and offered a suggestion. "Oh, and by the way, block out the noise, will you?" The black dragon said nothing, just flicked his wrist, and the screaming stopped instantly. Cale Henituse asked, "I don't understand why you don't use that power more often?" The black dragon declared arrogantly, "There is no need to understand." Cale Henituse silently assessed that the dragon's magic seemed to be getting stronger. He would definitely need to make full use of it in the future. Standing for too long was tiring, so he decided to plop down on the courtyard ground. After thinking for a while, a thought came to him, and he spoke up. "On, Hong, you two haven't undergone a berserk transformation yet, have you?" Both of them nodded. He continued, So what do you know about the berserk transformation?" On replied that they didn't really know, as no one had ever taught them. Cale Henituse thought to himself, "I knew it. They are considered pure-blooded, so their future berserk transformation will likely be terrifying." Cale Henituse taught them gently, explaining the nature of the wolf, tiger, bear, and whale tribes. Cale Henituse glanced at Locke, who hadn't fully transformed yet, having only grown 2 ears. His clothes were ripping apart, and he continued, "Those are the tribes that lose the most reason during a berserk transformation. That is why they are often seen as the most beast-like. I don't know much about your cat tribe, but if you ever get a fever or sudden, sharp pains, you must come to find me immediately." On and Hong listened, their eyes lighting up. They looked at him with joy and admiration. Even the black dragon glanced over. Cale Henituse was silently calculating. To minimize damage, he had to be prepared. Both kittens approached him, happily trying to curry favor, and let out a meow. Cale Henituse's train of thought was broken. He shuddered slightly at their unusual behavior and asked, "What is this?" By now, Locke had almost completely transformed and was still screaming non-stop. Cale Henituse couldn't understand why the kid was going through a berserk transformation at this very moment. In the Birth of a Hero novel he had read, this event wasn't supposed to happen for another year. It was triggered by someone's death. For Locke, Pendrick, that person reminded him of his uncle's death. The loss of his uncle, who had served as the tribe chief, had deeply affected him. Everyone around him seemed destined for a tragic end. Locke had finished his transformation. Choi Han and Rosalind were worried and called out to him one after another, "Locke, calm down. Locke." Locke had lost all reason. His mind was blank, driven only by a craving to unleash all his power. He growled, let out a roar, and lunged at Choi Han. Choi Han quickly used his scabbard to block the sharp fangs, but the immense force sent him sliding backward, his arms trembling. He shouted, "Snap out of it! Locke, it's me, Choi Han." Locke unexpectedly swung his razor-sharp claws forward. Choi Han jumped back to dodge, while Cale Henituse watched from the sidelines, helplessly remarking, saying that won't make him calm down. The fastest way is to just hit him in the head until he's unconscious. Taking the opportunity, he offered some guidance. "On, Hong, watch how the wolf boy moves." Both of them looked in that direction. Locke was moving, and Choi Han was struggling to dodge his attacks. Cale Henituse continued, "That movement is based on beast-kin instinct, completely different from humans." He smiled, adding that it was both the beauty of the beast-kin and their greatest danger. The berserk transformation isn't something scary or disgusting. It's when they become at their strongest. Let's see, it might be a bit different for your tribe. But Cale Henituse paused, observing Locke cracking the training ground floor with his punch. He continued, "That instinctive movement, observe how he relies on that wild instinct." He emphasized, "Make it your own. Otherwise, you'll end up like the wolf, bear, or tiger tribes." He thought about how they usually ended up getting their heads chopped off. After speaking, Cale Henituse reached out to pet On and Hong, who were looking at him with worshipful expressions. Locke lunged at Choi Han with all his might. Rosalind quickly cast a magic circle to block the way. She saw the magic circle repeatedly taking blows from Locke. She hurriedly screamed, "Locke, do you remember me? You said you wanted to become family, right? Calm down. Quickly." Choi Han darted in another direction, trying to draw Locke's attention. "Attack me instead. Locke, I'm your protector." Locke glared at him in fury. Cale Henituse continued talking to the black dragon. "Hey, look at how Rosalind uses her magic. It's not for Choi Han to counterattack, but to ensure the other side doesn't get hurt. And the way she uses aura to protect the wolf child, preventing injury, is much harder than causing it." He watched Locke charging at Choi Han and added, "But I know you can do it right away." The black dragon sighed, unable to hide his arrogance. Because I am a dragon, nothing is impossible. Cale Henituse smiled. That's right. So, observe and judge for yourself. He sat in a corner, looking rather bored, and thought with a hint of regret. Looks like I'll have to endure this for 2 hours, huh? I really should have brought some wine. The 2-hour mark was approaching, and Locke's rampage was slowly coming to an end. All three were standing there panting. Locke had almost returned to normal. He spoke. Brother, sister, forgive me. He breathed heavily, unable to hide his exhaustion, as he tried to finish apologizing to everyone. As he spoke, his legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the training ground. Choi Han shouted, Locke! Rosalind also rushed over. In his exhaustion, his eyes slowly closed, and a blurry figure appeared in his sight once more. He called out uncle before passing out. Cale Henituse approached and said, You two, go get some rest. Then he looked at Locke, who was unconscious in Choi Han's arms, and announced that everything was finished. Choi Han lifted Locke onto a stretcher. As Rosalind stood there dazed, a red potion vial suddenly floated in the air. She quickly caught it and looked blankly at Cale Henituse, asking, Locke's body can't absorb recovery potions, can it? He looked at her calmly and replied, Why would I give this potion to a wolf boy? It's for you. You worked hard. Rosalind was astonished. She didn't know what to say. She looked at Cale Henituse, squeezed the vial in her hand, and said sincerely, Thank you. Cale Henituse walked away leisurely, saying nonchalantly, It's nothing. He approached Choi Han and said more seriously, Choi Han, I need to talk to you about a few things. Locke was being cared for by the butler and Han. Inside the study, where food had been prepared, Cale Henituse said, Tell me everything that happened. Choi Han quickly recounted the events. Yes. Finding Rosalind wasn't difficult at all. We also arrived at the city that Cale Henituse mentioned and found the merchant group heading toward the capital. It wasn't exactly a large merchant group, just a small caravan of about 5 merchants. When I found them, they were looking for 2 escorts because their own guard had been injured. And just as Cale Henituse said, Rosalind was there too. Cale Henituse searched his memories of the Breck Kingdom, which bordered the northwestern part of the Rhone Kingdom. Rosalind was heading to the Gier Kingdom, located beneath the Rhone Kingdom. She had been assassinated in the Rhone Kingdom. Cale Henituse crossed his arms, deep in thought. Even though she had managed to escape the danger using her own abilities, she couldn't identify the culprit. So, she didn't leave but stayed in the Rhone Kingdom to gather information. Choi Han added, She was also on her way to the capital, and because she wanted things to go smoothly, we became closer. Cale Henituse asked in surprise. Closer? Choi Han replied, Yes. I'm not the type to strike up a conversation first, but if we can get closer, wouldn't that be better? Cale Henituse didn't object? Not exactly. He said reluctantly, Just act according to your nature, that's fine too. Cale Henituse whispered to himself that, according to the novel, the two of them weren't close until they met Locke. There was no way someone as highly guarded as Rosalind would be the one to initiate a friendship. And Choi Han wouldn't be that type of person either, not after the Harris Village incident. Choi Han looked unfazed and said, I know I didn't act like my usual self, but I wanted to repay the favor in full. Cale Henituse thought, Is that so? Is that the reason? Choi Han continued, The place where you, Cale Henituse Nim, told us we could meet Locke. That merchant group had stayed at a village nearby, and something happened in the village they were supposed to visit. Hearing this, Cale Henituse suddenly became much more serious. He listened carefully. When we first arrived at the village, I discovered that their bodyguard was a beast person. Choi Han recounted the details of their time in the village. Choi Han looked behind him, noticed 2 people carrying items, and approached them to inquire, Are these goods to be sold to people in this village? One villager, after setting the crates down, let out a breath, and answered, Ah, not this village. The people from the village on the mountain come here to trade with us. Choi Han looked in the direction the man pointed and replied, I see. You figured you'd meet Locke if you followed those people from the mountain village. And on the evening of that day, the man from before was a bit worried. He complained, How strange, the meeting time has already passed, he said apologetically. I'm sorry, but can we not take the goods there to trade? It seems they forgot the appointment. We were really worried, that's why. Choi Han suddenly remembered Cale Henituse's advice. Go to that village with the guards. The man looked at his companions and asked, Are you okay with that? His companions replied, Yes, it's fine. As soon as they set foot there, Choi Han was deeply shocked. Rosalind, standing behind him, covered her mouth in horror at the fiery sight before them. The fire had engulfed the entire village. Countless corpses were being consumed by flames. Choi Han still couldn't forget how he felt. At that moment, he clenched his fists, trembling slightly. He said sadly, Cale Henituse Nim. In that place, I saw something very familiar. 5 red stars around a white star. Surprising, he thought. Could it be someone from the secret organization? According to the novel, Choi Han does indeed reach the Wolf Village and unexpectedly encounters the secret organization's assassination squad in the middle of their escape. He asked, "Did they all die?" Choi Han replied, "No, they said they were going to capture the survivors of the Wolf tribe, and they unexpectedly ran into the mysterious organization's assassin squad while fleeing." He asked, "Did they all die?" Choi Han replied, "No, they said they were going to capture the surviving children. Perhaps the village chief, who was protecting the village, is dead." He silently calculated that about 10 children had been taken away at the place where the chief fell. Cale Henituse didn't understand. It didn't seem like what he knew. He thought, didn't capture usually mean kill everyone? Why would they want to capture the wolf children? Choi Han remembered the scene where he met that teenager and said, "And a teenager appeared before the group that wanted to take the children away. That was Locke." Cale Henituse thought in silence. Does he think death and kidnapping are different? Naturally, Locke would always hide even if the children died. The wolf tribe's nature is such that they cannot witness the death of their family or friends. What finally made Locke reveal that trait? He frowned, rubbed his temples slightly, and asked himself reluctantly, "Sigh. The story has changed too much." Choi Han spoke up. "I stopped them." His expression was extremely serious. "I tried to kill them all." Cale Henituse told him to go on. Choi Han began to explain that those people wearing black cloaks without stars were the same group that had attacked Harris Village, and he recognized it from the dark power they used. Cale Henituse asked, "You think they use the same type of power as the group that massacred Harris Village?" He answered immediately, "Yes." He was pensive. Unexpectedly, Cale Henituse had to pretend this was the first time he'd heard of it. Choi Han said, "At that time, amidst the sea of flames, there was a person with 5 red stars on their chest." He thought of the figure of the man in the hooded black cloak. That very person was the one who killed all the guards, and he couldn't forget the blonde hair or the delighted expression on his face as he licked the leftover blood on his hand. That trashy bastard had drunk the blood of the wolf tribe. Cale Henituse pondered for a moment. A mad mage drinking wolf blood? Through the clues, he deduced that the terror event at the Capitol Square was led by a single individual, a piece of trash who drank wolf blood. The image of that person in a black cloak standing on top of the tower appeared in his mind, someone with a high position in the blood cult. Cale Henituse reached a conclusion. That mad mage appeared at the Blue Wolf Village, not at the Capitol Square. However, he still felt puzzled. Why would someone of high-ranking mage lineage, as well as a blood cultist, kidnap the wolf children he originally intended to wipe out? Out of leads, Cale Henituse could only think of one thing. Was it because of saving the dragon? Currently, he could only think of that single variable. Choi Han reported that, in the end, he couldn't capture them alive or kill them. He continued, "The ones I caught committed suicide, and the rest were teleported away by the person with 6 stars on their chest." Then Choi Han remembered the mage saying this. He stood in the middle of the sea of flames, his red eyes staring at him as he spoke. What a pity. They were perfect seeds. I believe the children have an even better taste. Cale Henituse felt confused. What does he mean by seeds? He asked further, "What happened to those children now?" Choi Han replied, "Rosalind used magic to teleport them away, and they are currently hiding at an inn nearby, along with the merchant from that day." He thought to himself, all the adults of the wolf tribe are dead, and now there are 10 children left, and a merchant? Cale Henituse thought, why didn't you leave the kids with the merchant? Out loud, he pretended to understand the story. Inside, Cale Henituse mused that if it continued like this, he would soon own a petting zoo. He sighed and asked Choi Han, "You're very curious, aren't you?" He nodded and replied, "I really am very curious." Cale Henituse knew exactly what Choi Han was wondering, so he reached out for a piece of bread. Who are they? Why are they doing this? Cale Henituse turned around. And why does he, Cale Henituse, know so much about them? He was sure Choi Han wanted to know everything. Cale Henituse held a small piece of bread and said, "I will tell you 2 things." Choi Han looked at him, puzzled. "Only 2 things?" Cale Henituse replied indifferently, "That's right." He also told him to stand up. Seeing this, he asked hurriedly, "Where are we going?" Cale Henituse turned his head back, glanced at the clock, and replied, "The Temple of the Death God." Night fell, and the 2 stopped their carriage in front of a magnificent white tower. Cale Henituse spoke up. "I will tell you 2 truths here." He emphasized that he would stake his life on it. Then Cale Henituse looked at Choi Han and said, "Come with me, and I will tell you a groundbreaking truth." Choi Han felt a bit anxious but still followed. The two walked up to two white-robed priests. The two servants prayed for his peace. Cale Henituse asked if the priest had any empty rooms left. The two priests were stunned by his words. After that, they looked at Choi Han. He had the face of someone who had suffered from hunger for 2 days, the look of someone easily deceived, wearing clothes that clearly didn't belong to a city dweller. The two priests asked which one of them would be wagering their life. Cale Henituse pointed at himself and said clearly, "It is me. I will use my life as a wager." Choi Han called out to Cale Henituse. He looked back and asked, "What's wrong?" Choi Han said, "You don't have to go this far. I believe you." Cale Henituse sighed softly and said, "You won't believe me." Then he thought to himself, how could Choi Han believe him? Because he had no intention of telling him anything about that secret organization. Cale Henituse pondered as he turned his head. If he told him everything, he would just bring all that trouble upon himself. He told himself that Choi Han is the type to ride the strongest beast person, lead the whale tribe, and fight the human hunter tribe. The whale tribe has a prickly nature. Choi Han would get into all sorts of trouble, so it was best not to get too deeply involved. Then, he asked, "Do you have any rooms left, Father?" They replied that they did. The two priests continued, "Please head down to the basement. We will prepare a room for the two of you quickly." Choi Han and Cale Henituse slowly followed the priest down into the basement. The priest opened a door and said, "Please wait a moment. We will tidy up inside." After they closed the door, Cale Henituse said, "You seem impatient, so I will tell you one thing first." Choi Han replied, "Go ahead. I trust you." Cale Henituse snapped his fingers. If that was the case, the first thing was that he affirmed he knew neither the purpose nor the identity of that secret organization. Choi Han asked in surprise what he meant. At that moment, the door opened, and the two priests invited them inside. One priest pointed to the priest standing inside and said, "Whoever wants to stake their life, raise your hand to let him know." Cale Henituse smiled and muttered, "It's truly hard to believe, isn't it? I understand what you're thinking." Then he turned his head and said, "Let's go." Choi Han hesitated for a moment, but eventually, he went inside with Cale Henituse. Inside the room, Cale Henituse and Choi Han sat before the divine officer. He raised his hand, and the divine officer observed their state. He signaled toward the paper on the table. Choi Han picked up the paper, which stated that the one wagering death would touch the hand of the one accompanying them to the death god and read the oath aloud. If the one wagering death broke the oath, they would die. Cale Henituse was speechless, thinking to himself that it was a barbaric text. The divine officer slowly raised his hand, then he began the process. Choi Han wondered, "Is this the power of a god?" He replied, "Yes." He reached out to touch that power. "So this is the thing that will finish me off if I break my oath, huh?" The divine officer declared that what is true cannot be heard by this deaf divine power, and what is false will be judged by this deity with death. Cale Henituse began to swear his oath. I, Cale Henituse. He swore that before the impartiality of the gods, he would only tell the truth to Choi Han. His words were extremely firm. "If this is a lie, I will pay for this oath with my life right here and now." He felt a bit anxious. He had to tell Choi Han the whole truth here. He had been very hesitant. It turned out the reason for the current situation was that he had accidentally become a character in a novel. I am just an ordinary South Korean who ended up in the novel I was reading. That is why I know everything up to the 5th volume, and when I opened my eyes, I had become the child of a noble like this. This world will soon be plunged into war, but because of my desire to live a comfortable life, I interfered with the content of the novel. No matter how you put it, that wish of mine is becoming increasingly distant. He closed his eyes and made a silent decision. Either die on the battlefield of this continent, or die with Choi Han's contempt. So, he began to present his case. First, standing before Choi Han, Cale Henituse affirmed, "I, Cale Henituse, do not know the identity of that organization. That fact is the truth. At the time before I entered the story, many stories had unfolded until I finished reading the 5th volume. All I know about that organization is what they have done. I know absolutely nothing about their identities or their goals." He continued. And the second thing was also a clear truth. He opened his eyes and looked straight at Choi Han. "I also hate and want to eliminate this organization." Choi Han wondered how one could hate them without knowing about them. He explained, "Because I know some of the things they have done." Cale Henituse recounted all the related events, from the Black Dragon incident to Locke. He became serious. "Choi Han, I have lived under the guise of trash. That was my dream. I have no desire to take over my family." He did not hesitate to tell the whole truth. "Basen Henituse, my younger brother. I hope he will be the one to take over House Henituse," he expressed. "However, my father, the head of this family, sent me here. I could have refused, But why did I represent the family in this capital? Choi Han replied. I don't know. He explained. It is because I know the secrets of what that organization will do. Choi Han was surprised. He spoke up for himself. I cannot answer why I know, but I know that they will kill many people in this capital. I cannot let them come here, and I myself want to stop that organization. He thought to himself. Of course, I am not free enough to trade everything to prevent this for the rest of my life, but out loud he still insisted. But I have planned to solve everything as smoothly as possible and return home. Choi Han found it extremely difficult to understand. He asked, Can't you tell me how you could write these things? He replied, Yes, I cannot tell anyone else in this world. Choi Han was a bit expectant when he intended to stop, but he added, For your sake, I will tell you one more thing. He affirmed, I have absolutely no intention of harming you. Choi Han fell into deep thought for a moment before clenching his fists. He decided, I trust you. He replied cheerfully, I understand. He chuckled slyly. Cale Henituse Nim, please make one more vow. If you make a deal, I'll fully trust you. He felt a bit awkward. He didn't expect this, but it wouldn't be a problem if he just told the truth. What does he want me to say to earn his full trust? In his mind, he hated this, but out loud, he had to agree. Fine. What is it? Choi Han began to open up. Cale Henituse Nim, I have to take revenge on those people. Since you asked, this is the first time I've ever hated an individual or an organization like this. Please, tell me everything you know about their identities. You're agreeing to this? Of course. He secretly sighed in relief. He thought it would be some difficult request. Will I know about them before Choi Han does? He started making a new oath. If I, Cale Henituse, find out anything about them, I will inform Choi Han immediately. Before the witness, he was firm. If he broke this oath, he would pay with his life. He asked him, Is that good enough? Choi Han was satisfied. Yes, that's enough. He suggested. Shall we end it here? He replied. Yes. He tapped the table, and everything fell silent. He sent his regards to the priestess, hoping her life would always continue. Thank you, priestess. He walked out, thinking to himself that he had to live a long life and not break the oath. One only lives once. The two stepped into the carriage, and Cale Henituse said, to add, that mage who drank blood, he is the leader of the event that will take place in this capital. Choi Han wondered, Can I kill him as soon as I see him? He replied calmly, Why ask such an obvious thing? Kill him or not, do as you please. He agreed. Yes, I will definitely kill him. Someone knocked on the door, and Cale Henituse said, Come in. Ron Molen pushed the door open. Young master, he saw the old man. Ron Molen placed a cup of tea on the table. He pointed at the tea, curious if it was lemon tea for before bed. Ron Molen replied, That's right, young master. He lifted the tea to his lips, secretly worried. It was hard to avoid drinking this lemon tea before bed. Suddenly, Ron Molen said, Young master, may I ask a favor? He choked upon hearing this. He asked him, What is it? A favor? He was filled with suspicion. He felt like a mouse, and the old man was a cat. He was in danger. A scary old man like him actually had a favor to ask. And you're asking me? Go on. The old man smiled and said, May I have 2 days off? He exclaimed, then shook his hand, happily replying, Of course. I think that's fine. Haven't you worked hard all these years looking after a jerk like me? If you want to rest, you can anytime. He was genuinely happy. Ron Molen, take as long as you want. He calculated inwardly. Good, please take a long rest. However, to bond with Choi Han, he had to arrive before the event in the capital. 2 days was perfect. Cale Henituse let out a sigh of relief. Not having to look at this annoying guy's expression for 2 days was something to look forward to. He turned and instructed, Wait a moment. He reached into the shelf and pulled out a small drawer. Under Ron Molen's gaze, he took out a money bag and handed it to him, warmly advising, This isn't much, but I hope you can eat well and have a good rest. The old man took the money, looking at the bag in his hand, remembering eat well and have a good rest. He recalled the time when he was still young. Throughout that long time, he had served by the side of this troublemaking young master like a puppy. He looked at him, who was happy in front of him. This is the time to break that cycle and act again. His gaze became sharp. He didn't care about what he had gone through. If they crossed over to the Western continent, things would become very chaotic. If so, he had to leave his son here and go. He smiled and replied, Young master, may I really do this? He didn't hesitate. Of course, Ron Molen, you have that privilege. The words made him think. Privilege, huh? He suddenly became serious. Originally, he had planned to take Beecrox Mullen and leave in a few days without saying anything, but he wanted to see how this brat would react, so he asked for 2 days off. Maybe he already knew what kind of person he was. Cale Henituse was even generous. Or should I give you a little more? This amount is fine, right? The old man regained his smiling composure and replied, Young master, that's too much money. What will you do if I just run away? His gaze was full of malice. Or were you hoping I'd leave? Cale Henituse was confident. Don't I know your personality? If you wanted to, you would have slipped away long ago. Why notify me like this? Isn't that right? In reality, he almost completely understood the man's nature. The true self of Ron Mullen was clearly shown in the novel, The Birth of a Hero. He wouldn't say anything when leaving the Count's house, and when he needed to leave Choi Han's group, he would state his terms and leave. The old man said casually, That's right, exactly. He felt that watching over him all this time was more than he had done for his own son. Ron Mullen kept smiling. Perhaps he was the one who understood the current Ron Mullen best. Well, I'm old now. I will accompany you to the Imperial Palace. He agreed immediately. Let's do that. Ron Mullen understood clearly. He couldn't let his puppy look ugly in front of the royal family and the nobles. He bowed. Then, I will take my leave. He waved his hand. Yeah, go ahead. He believed the person he had raised since childhood wouldn't cause any more trouble, right? The next morning, as he lay in bed thinking, a knock sounded again. Cale Henituse said, Come in. A young man with blonde hair walked in with a happy smile. Young master, good morning, Han reported respectfully. Ron Mullen said he would be worried if the caregiver wasn't me. Am I not very useful? He said, seriously. It would be better if you were quieter. Han placed the lemon tea in front of him. This was the gift Ron Mullen had left behind. He was very puzzled. Han. For what reason? Must it be lemon tea? Han replied comfortably. It's good for your health. He secretly worried. What is he planning to do? Playing these tricks. While Choi Han was walking over, he looked at him, going back to when he spoke to the old man earlier. He had replied, Yeah, he wondered where he was going. The old man was a bit annoyed. That's none of your business. He was silent for a moment. Then he asked him, The reason you met me was because of Cale Henituse, right? The old man walked past him. Think what you want. Choi Han watched Ron Mullen's back as he left. Choi Han stood in Cale Henituse's room, and he asked, Cale, has Locke woken up yet? He replied, Yes. He noted calmly, Is that so? Sit down. In his heart, he felt a bit troubled. As expected, the recovery speed of the wolf tribe was very fast. He calculated that the bastard son of the Flynn Merchant Guild, Billows, would also arrive in the capital. Cale Henituse sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought. He had promised to drink with him and return what he had borrowed when he arrived in the capital, and they had already set a meeting place. The place that could connect Choi Han and Billows Flynn was exactly that place. Cale Henituse sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought. He had promised to drink with him, return what he had borrowed, and they had already set a meeting place in the capital. That place was where Choi Han and Billows Flynn could connect. He asked him, How are the children and the innkeeper doing? Please report back carefully. Once I, Cale Henituse, finish this meeting, I'll stop by on my way back. Cale Henituse rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful. He stepped closer to him and whispered, Young master, these are the letters sent to you by the nobles of the Northeast. Did you get the info? Already? I'm not really interested. Since it didn't seem important, I almost forgot what kind of trouble I was supposed to be causing. Han continued in a low voice. Oh, and there's a guest who wants to meet you, young master. He guessed. You mean Rosalind? Han replied. Yes. Rosalind is very sharp. Cale Henituse watched her closely. Even though she had never encountered a dragon before, she was already able to recognize that the mana from yesterday came from one. He analyzed that such a massive amount of mana could only come from a dragon. Han reported. She said she would come to see you whenever you have time. Cale Henituse instructed Han. In that case, go prepare. I'll have breakfast in my room and invite Rosalind to join me. Han eagerly accepted the order. Yes, I understand. Han whispered to him with a chuckle. Oh, young master. It's already noon, he said seriously. Hans ran off excitedly. Yes, I will get it ready right away, Cale Henituse reminded him. Oh, and on your way, open the balcony door. Han replied softly. Yes. It was a beautiful morning with gentle sunlight. A small paw rested on a tree branch. The cute little black dragon was stretching out. He had to make sure that Black Dragon could come in at any time. Cale Henituse thought to himself that no matter what, even if it wanted to sleep outside, it always chose the branch closest to the window to feel safe. Choi Han took his orders. During lunch, I will go to see Locke, he observed. It seems you two are taking turns looking after him, huh? He turned to speak to An and Hong. Are An and Hong helping out too? An replied, What do you mean helping out? Of course we are. Even if we go through berserk transformation, we can't be stronger than him, An explained. So we have to learn how to control him, Hong added. That's right, that's exactly what we have to do. Both expressed their determination, so we will do our best to learn. From what he knew, they weren't really taking care of him. They were preparing for the possibility of having to face him as an enemy. Choi Han explained, But it seems Locke has been more at ease since he started hanging out with these two. He felt relieved hearing that. If that was the case, then things were fine. Choi Han reported, I didn't tell Rosalind and Locke that bringing them here was your idea. He praised him. Good. You have my word. I will keep it a secret. He suspected Choi Han was acting this way because of his oath to the god of death, but there was one thing Choi Han wouldn't know. How much caution it takes to speak, and the existence of the distance between the speaker and the listener. He lifted his teacup gently and took a sip, calculating in his heart. He analyzed the situation based on his own words as Cale Henituse, and since he was the one speaking, he could use that to his advantage. After placing his teacup on the table, Cale Henituse asked Choi Han, You once said you would kill that blood-drinking mage if you met him again, right? Choi Han confirmed. Yes, he thought. He didn't hesitate at all. He guided him. I will let you know how to find him. Choi Han was incredibly surprised. He looked away. Of course, only after we stopped that terrorist incident first. Just then, an announcement interrupted them. Young Master, Rosalind Nim has arrived. They both stood up and looked toward the door as she entered. Han reminded him, Young Master, Rosalind Nim, if you need anything, please call me. Choi Han walked to the door, and as he passed her, he whispered, Rosalind, I'm heading to see Locke. She smiled. Okay. Inside the room, she spoke politely. Thank you for inviting me to dine, young Master Cale Henituse. He politely invited her. Oh, Rosalind, please sit here. He started. We have things to discuss. She teased him with a smile. It seems young Master Cale Henituse is someone who hates beating around the bush. He turned his head and gave a command. Come in. He made a hand gesture, creating a sound. She was surprised. A dragon? That's the dragon Nim, right? He reminded her. Why don't you introduce yourself? The dragon neatly folded its front paws. The adorable dragon lay curled up right in the middle of the dining table. She tried to mimic his gesture from earlier. Raun Miru let out a soft sound at Cale Henituse. Then Raun sat up and conveyed to him, I'm so hungry. Cale Henituse put his hands on his hips and agreed. All right, eat up, he said cheerfully. Shall we eat together? She stammered. Oh, yes. She was extremely fascinated. A dragon of such a young age was dining right in front of her. She couldn't stop thinking about the fact that she was eating at the same table as him. The same table. Even if I told people, they wouldn't believe me. She clearly showed her excitement. As a mage, being honored like this is truly surprising. That a dragon Nim could be in the same place as a human. Raun raised his short, cute leg. This human is really weak. If you want to be treated, that's why you're like this. Faced with Raun's mockery, he was too tired to even speak. Yeah, sure. She was incredibly grateful to be dining with young Master Cale Henituse and the dragon Nim. I am truly honored. He observed her. She was clearly a brave person. Usually, if it were other mages, they would be trembling and kneeling before a dragon. Most mages' wish when meeting a dragon would be to desperately beg to be taught magic. Dragon magic is what every mage on this continent craves. Cale Henituse said warmly. You can stay as long as you like. Suddenly she looked at him. Young Master Cale Henituse. He listened. Yes? Rosalind presented. I have 3 questions. She continued. One has already been answered, leaving only 2. May I ask them? He said confidently. Go right ahead. She began probing. First, can we stay here even though we weren't invited? Nobles usually fear trouble and danger, even if they know I am a mage. He answered. First of all, since you were brought here by Choi Han, it's fine. And since he is here, it will be all right. So that's how it is. She realized. Is that so? Then, if my third question is regarding the fact that you are a noble, why do you use honorifics with me? He paused his eating to explain. A mage with red hair and fiery red eyes. She had comfortably introduced herself as Rosalind. Isn't it you who should stop using honorifics with me? The princess fell silent. Rosalind smiled. The head of the merchant guild said you were trash. She had a different view of him. It didn't seem right. He replied calmly. The fact that I am famous for being trash is true, he explained. But for a mage, shouldn't you judge things based on your own intuition, rather than what others say? she agreed. Young Master Cale Henituse said, "Exactly. We only believe in what we discover ourselves." He analyzed her character. Rosalind was a very clever person. As a princess, she didn't use honorifics, but as a mage, she didn't forget to use them. He guessed that Rosalind likely had a strong sense of identity as a mage. He blurted out, "Then, Princess Neem," she interrupted. "Rosalind," he corrected her. "In that case, Rosalind, do you have any more questions?" She looked satisfied. "No, that's all." Rosalind still had a few lingering questions. "But Cale Henituse, you don't mind getting involved with me, do you?" Even though she had clearly figured out his true identity, he didn't oppose the idea of letting her stay. If she had known she would receive such special treatment, she wouldn't have bothered hiding her identity, and he was, after all, the benefactor who saved Locke. Cale Henituse calmly picked up a piece of meat and replied, "I don't know. I probably just didn't want to cause trouble for the princess." Rosalind realized he was lying. It was just a clever excuse. She observed Raun Miru and him a human living with a dragon, known as a deadbeat, but in reality, he wasn't like that at all. She sipped her wine, lost in thought. If he wanted to, he could easily report the presence of the princess of the Breck Kingdom right here. She looked to him for help. "It seems you haven't reported anything to the royal palace." "Thank you," she said. He replied, "What's the big deal?" He explained the reason. "Isn't it obvious that it should be handled that way?" Deep down, he understood clearly, because if he did that, the crown prince would never let such an opportunity slip by. Rosalind entrusted him with a request. "Please convey that I said I don't want to, if the royal family mentions anything about this," she insisted firmly. "I will also send them a letter." He agreed. "Understood." She showed her sincere gratitude. "Thank you so much for giving us a place to stay. I will handle my own affairs so as not to cause you any trouble," he replied politely. "You're welcome," she smiled happily. "It's nothing. It's just the natural thing to do." At that moment, both he and Rayan reached for the same dish. Rayan looked annoyed. "Eat your own food. This one is mine." Raun Miru ate with gusto. She accidentally glanced at Raun Miru. Rayan glared back at her sharply. He immediately fed Raun Miru a piece of food. He held up 4 fingers. He reminded her softly of his age. She felt a bit confused, but of course, she was extremely warm and polite. "Yes, Dragon Nim." Of course, Raun Miru immediately grabbed his share of the food. Everything was resolved. He suggested they continue eating. She happily replied, "Yes." Outside the building, someone could be heard complaining, "My head hurts so much." Choi Han was incredibly devoted. "What are you talking about? If you have any troubles, just tell me. I will try my best to help you." Cale Henituse refused. "It's fine. It doesn't concern you," he thought to himself. The nobles in the northeast only knew the image of Cale Henituse as a deadbeat from the past. And because the arrogant incidents involving Cale Henituse had spread throughout the continent, he reminded himself that he needed to be more cautious. But he immediately argued with himself, "No, I have to act even more like one. How should I show everyone that I'm a deadbeat?" he mused. Like a dog, among deadbeats, there are all sorts of types, right? At Count Eric Wheelsman's estate, a man was waiting for the two of them. The man respectfully invited them in. Young Master Cale Henituse. He evaluated the house located at the northeastern entrance of the continent, the estate of Count Eric Wheelsman. He witnessed the scene before him. A family that was not very wealthy and didn't hold much power. That was why, at this northeastern gathering, the Wheelsman family and the Henituse family could form a close alliance. Cale Henituse carefully analyzed the person he would be working with. From the Henituse family's perspective, it was different from others. Forming a bond with the Wheelsman family would bring certain benefits. He called Eric Wheelsman's name. He remembered Choi Han's advice. While it would be good if you could be close to young Master Eric, there will be many other nobles at that gathering. Don't act too much like a deadbeat. You should be careful with your words. He thought carefully about what Choi Han had advised. According to Han, it seemed Cale Henituse and Eric were quite close. But according to reports, Eric was a cautious and meticulous person. The two stopped in front of a door. The man probed him. "Will you be going in, young master?" He agreed. Yeah, he felt a bit conflicted inside. Honestly, what face should he put on when meeting them? As the door opened, but in the end, that anxiety was unnecessary. Eric, Cale Henituse. He looked serious. Eric wondered, "Anyway, you still listen to me, right?" He propped his chin up, looking bored. "Don't you find it annoying too?" Amiru continued. "That's right, young Master Cale Henituse. I heard that you hate troublesome ceremonies as well." Gilbert Cheval chimed in. Young Master Cale Henituse, feeling annoyed isn't a mistake, he agreed. "Yeah, it's really annoying." Eric suddenly stood up. "See? So you don't need to talk or smile, just stay quiet." You can leave it to us to handle. Amiru nodded in agreement. Eric was excited. You already said you hate ceremonies and annoying stuff. He was stunned, feeling confused. This was truly strange. Cale Henituse felt puzzled. This is a bit weird, he explained. I'm good at staying quiet. Eric was surprised. Oh, you are? Eric crossed his arms and nodded, analyzing. Ah, that's right, you naturally are. According to his understanding, although Eric was quite meticulous and easygoing, he was someone who worried about many things. He devised a way to respond, though it still seemed quite careless and contradictory. Eric was friendly. Honestly, the nobles coming from the northeast might cause trouble for you, because those pursuing Marquis, Stan, or others have nothing left to show. But if you just sit still, we can resolve everything smoothly. What do you think? He realized. Indeed, for Eric, this was very important. He hesitated. Currently, among the 10 noble families, including the Henituse house, his family was still maintaining a neutral position, without any factional ties. He assessed the situation. Those who followed these other great nobles all wanted to present this northeastern noble gathering to their masters. He considered it very carefully. Then he had to be even more cautious. There were 4 neutral families out of the 10, and he seemed to have come up with a better plan. Among them, the strongest neutral family in the northeast, my Henituse family, had to be even more cautious. He replied, if that's the case, then that's good. Eric suggested, I think we should handle the meeting with the Crown Prince. Eric was extremely confident. You'd probably hate this and only want to drink, so it might be a bit difficult. So you just need to come and say hello, and leave the rest for us to carry. He smiled to himself. Everyone toasted together, each tasting their own wine. He praised it. It's delicious, right? Eric agreed. Isn't it? Eric continued to earn his trust. You just need to sit there and greet people a little. That's it. Cale Henituse agreed to follow along. Yes, that's fine. He thought to himself that it was a better offer than he had expected. He silently boasted that Henituse wine was the best. Choi Han entered the room. Cale Henituse Nim, you called me? He probed. How is the inn? He reported. I went to check the situation. The children seem very interested, he asked happily. Then there's nothing else to do, right? Choi Han was honest. Yes, that's correct. He ordered, go tell Han not to stand in front of the door anymore, because I've gone to bed and am preparing to sleep. Choi Han was curious. Are you going out? He replied. That's right. Cale Henituse gave instructions just like last time. Enter my room through the balcony window. He wondered. No Hong or On, just you and me. Suddenly, Rayon spoke up. I'm going too. With that, Raon took off into the air. He decided that the 3 of us would go together. Choi Han was a bit confused. He guessed, was this a revenge mission? He insisted it was not. Absolutely not. Cale Henituse urged him to get outside quickly, and when he returned, he should bring another hat. Choi Han understood. I understand. He wondered to himself. What is he thinking to be so extreme? The 3 of them were in the same room, the door slightly ajar, bathed in the soft light of the night lamp. He lay down on the bed. Raon Miru reminded him, don't fall asleep. He felt helpless. In its eyes, am I just a 4-year-old child? Cale Henituse sat up. He looked toward the window as a foot stepped onto the balcony railing, his cape fluttering behind him. Choi Han jumped down onto the balcony. Seeing this, he knew he had arrived. He held the hat with a judgmental look. As expected, a cape is better than a hat, Choi Han wondered. Are we really going like this? Raon Miru volunteered. I will use magic. He had a suggestion. I heard dragons can shapeshift. Why not use human form? It would be more comfortable, wouldn't it? Raon Miru looked disgusted. I hate humans. I don't want to turn into one. Dragons are cool. Choi Han wondered. Who did you say is cool? Raon Miru looked at him. He spoke up in support. Dragons are cool. Choi Han agreed. That's right. Raon placed his hand on the bed and cast a spell. In an instant, Raon Miru disappeared. Choi Han, feeling a bit confused, called out to him. Cale Henituse Nim? He replied. What is it? The 2 of them looked down at the height of the building. He probed. We have to be carried, right? He suddenly pointed upward, and magical energy swirled around him, lifting him off the ground. He praised, dragons are truly gifted, as Rayon helped him hover. Rayon enthusiastically agreed, that's right, I am the greatest. In a flash, Raon and Cale Henituse vanished before Choi Han's eyes. He had to admit, dragons were indeed great. Choi Han peered from behind a wall, checking to see if anyone else was around. After seeing no one nearby, he signaled for Cale Henituse to appear. It's safe from here. Just then, Cale Henituse dropped down from above next to Choi Han. Our protagonist thought to himself that the black dragon's magic was much stronger than he had imagined. It must be related to its nature. With this kind of power, it could be said to be even better than a high-level mage. Surely, if it grows up, it could blow away an entire kingdom if it wanted to. He looked at Choi Han thoughtfully. But if he had the sound of the wind, there wouldn't even be a need for this, and no need to bring these two along. With that, Cale Henituse recalled that power. The sound of the wind was the third ancient power he wanted to acquire. To obtain it, he had to go to the northeastern part of the Roan Kingdom, the territory of Lady Amiru. Cale Henituse reached up to adjust his hat. When I return from the capital, I intend to go to that sacred place to get the sound of the wind. He pulled his hat down, hiding his contemplative face. Even though it was an ancient power located by the sea and would be difficult to reach, he could take it quietly. Cale Henituse reached into his belt and pulled out a scroll. The whale tribe and the merfolk would appear in this eastern sea at the end of Volume 4. So, as long as I don't go to that area at that time, it will be fine. I just need to get to that sea safely. In any case, by then, Choi Han would no longer be accompanying him. Thinking this, Cale Henituse told Choi Han to follow him toward the residential area. Laughter and chatter were everywhere. "Give me another bottle here." Choi Han was quite surprised. Naturally, compared to other places, the capital at night was very lively, while Cale Henituse seemed quite calm. Of course, as they reached the center of the capital, the two encountered a family out for a walk. Cale Henituse ordered Rayon Miru, "Dragon, block our sounds." After that was done, Cale Henituse explained to Choi Han that there was something in magic called magic bombs. He turned, confused, and asked again, "Magic bombs?" He crossed his arms and explained slowly, "Yes, magic bombs. They come in many shapes. The history of this continent spans many. Magic wars and magic bombs have evolved alongside the development of magic." Cale Henituse lowered his voice as he spoke about the problem. "But there are many limitations, such as installation sites and mana supply, so using them is complicated." He looked very serious as he spoke to Choi Han. Meanwhile, a new type of bomb has been developed that will incinerate this place and the surrounding areas in 6 days. After speaking, Cale Henituse began to think. In The Birth of a Hero, Choi Han and Rosalind discovered 5 bombs, and since the plot has changed, I don't think the hiding places and the people will be the same as in the book. Looking at the surrounding scenery, if that's the case, an explosion could happen at any time. But I believe this event will unfold as scheduled, because I have confirmed the existence of that damn mage in this place. Choi Han looked toward a family standing nearby and asked, "Are you saying the bombs will explode right here?" Cale Henituse replied, "That's right," and he emphasized that they could be installed anywhere, even on people. Cale Henituse looked at his pensive expression and continued, "Of course, they don't know of their existence, and we must stop this." Choi Han asked, "Then what should we do?" Cale Henituse only replied, "It's simple. Magic bombs are just a mass of mana, so we just need to find where the mana density is higher than elsewhere." Choi Han carefully confirmed the information. "Is that mana amount large enough to be easily identified?" He denied it. "Not at all." Cale Henituse pointed out the serious problem. "It's only slightly higher than usual, so even skilled mages would have a hard time finding it. These small masses of mana absorb surrounding mana and then explode." Hearing this, Choi Han was silent for a moment. He was about to express his determination to Cale Henituse. Even though it wasn't an easy task, Cale Henituse cut him off. "It's easy." He turned to look at Rayon. "Right?" It responded firmly that it could do it as easily as flipping its hand. Cale Henituse gripped the scroll in his hand tightly, because he knew that since the Black Dragon had this overwhelming magical power, its ability to sense mana would be equally top tier. Finding that difference in mana was just a small task for it. Having thought this, Cale Henituse turned to Choi Han. "I don't know how it is for humans, but explosives placed in a single spot must be installed at least 2 days in advance." He looked toward the center. "There is surely one installed in this plaza, as it is the most crowded place." Choi Han agreed with this thought of Cale Henituse. "Yes, that is true." Having said that, the two began to discuss the battle plan. "Choi Han, you and the Black Dragon will go together, using this plaza as the center to look for those bombs every night." Choi Han wondered, "Just the two of us?" Cale Henituse patted his shoulder to reassure him. "You can act without making others suspicious. Your abilities are exceptional." Choi Han asked further, "After we find them, what should we do next?" "You can act without making others suspicious. Your abilities are truly outstanding." Choi Han asked further, "Once I find them, what should I do next?" He calmly said, "Nothing at all." He asked in surprise, "You're not going to destroy it right away?" Cale Henituse explained that we will destroy it on that day. He wondered, "May I ask why?" He smiled at him. "You want to find that mage, right?" No matter the type of magic bomb, only a mage can trigger it. The amount of bombs detonated via items was created by the very person who made the explosives. Choi Han was about to say something, but he cut him off. For now, we have to find them first, and if possible, find those who have had explosives implanted in them too. Cale Henituse was very cautious about this. Even though finding them would be difficult, to track down the bombs, the two of them would have to travel a lot. It was truly a troublesome and arduous task. He carefully opened the scroll to take a look. I'm letting the two of them do this because I can't help much myself. Cale Henituse's expression became listless, and I hate doing this kind of work too. Choi Han asked Cale Henituse if they just needed to return 2 days before the event, right? Cale Henituse replied no. Both of you must go the day before the event. Choi Han asked in surprise. 1 day before? Choi Han thought it would definitely be harder then, as everything would be under tighter security. Suddenly, Cale Henituse laughed out loud. He was startled as he watched him. Cale Henituse pulled a strange circular object out of his pocket with a very confident look. He said that on that very day, there would be many mages, but for 10 minutes, they wouldn't be able to use magic. That much is enough, because things related to magic will be deactivated. Just 10 minutes is plenty. Under the cold night sky, Cale Henituse said firmly, just 10 minutes, as he held the magic stone tightly in his hand. This stone would jam the magic bombs for 10 minutes, 10 minutes long enough to save the people rigged with bombs, because the enemies would definitely show up. Thinking of this, he smiled, and Cale Henituse handed the magic stone to Choi Han. Naturally, Choi Han and the Black Dragon would help him with the rest. Choi Han asked blankly, Cale Henituse, did you do all of this by yourself? He replied, that's right. Hurry up now. Cale Henituse pointed toward a house. I'll be waiting there. Come back before 11 tonight. Choi Han wondered, why isn't Cale Henituse coming along? It started to get chilly. He rubbed his arms and said to Choi Han, it's cold, isn't it? He replied indifferently, yes. Choi Han decided to split up. He said to Cale Henituse, I will work hard. When I return, please treat me to a beer. He smiled and agreed. All right. Having said that, he turned to look at Raon Miru. You go too. Once he said that, Raon began to dispel the magic around them. Choi Han started on his mission, leaving Cale Henituse standing by the corner of the wall. 2 days later, in his room, just after waking up, he was thinking about what had happened recently. Over the past 2 days, he had been searching for places where bombs might have been planted, but so far, he hadn't discovered anything. Just as he was thinking, a knock sounded outside his room. Young master, you're awake. Cale Henituse, surprised, began to step off the bed, and as he opened the door, Ron Molen was right there, greeting Cale Henituse excitedly. I have returned. He felt a sense of regret. The wonderful dream, like a summer night, had vanished, and reality was returning, wasn't it? Not only that, he also handed Ron Molen a letter, saying, there is a letter for you, young master. Ron Molen smiled and opened it. The content of the letter was roughly, young master, may I have a drink from you? After reading it, he told Ron Molen to bring the finest bottle of wine. He sat down in a chair and tossed the letter onto the table. The bastard son of the Flynn Trade Guild was coming to the capital. If so, the time to meet the crown prince in this kingdom was also drawing near. While he was thinking, Ron Molen spoke up. Young master, do you remember that the day after tomorrow we are going to the palace? Before the festival's opening ceremony, there is a gathering between the children of the nobles and the crown prince. It's not exactly a banquet or a negotiation. Cale Henituse contemplated. It's a mix between a banquet and a meeting. I wonder if Taylor and Cage are still doing okay. One is an abandoned eldest son, and the other is a crazy priestess. But he thought that if it were those two, they would probably be fine. He suddenly flinched. Why am I thinking about these two? Stop thinking about it. He planned to stay in the royal palace for a while. Even if someone was cursing nearby, he would just sit still. Suddenly, in the middle of his thoughts, Ron Molen called him, young master, and he asked, may I accompany you to the palace? Cale Henituse replied obviously. Who else would it be? At this moment, Ron Molen was pondering a different matter. The rulers of the eastern continent's underworld, known as the Arm, had begun to eye the western continent. Those people called the Arm. No one could predict their actions. One of the 5 great families that ruled the night sky of the eastern continent. The Molen family, the successor of that family. Ron Molen was furious and angry at the Arm. I have avoided running into them by staying here. He looked quietly at Cale Henituse. Perhaps the time to leave had finally come. He wondered. Of course you're coming along. Why are you asking about something so obvious? Ron Molen smiled reassuringly. The young master will do great. Cale Henituse expressed confidence. Ron, basically, my face and physique aren't too bad, right? Ron Mullen happily replied. That's right. Our young master is excellent. He stared blankly, his face changing color. What did I just hear? Having said that, Ron Mullen bowed. Then I will excuse myself. I have things to discuss with the butler. Cale Henituse stared at him thoughtfully. He seems to have had a very good vacation, doesn't he? Why is that? Ron Mullen left, but he just turned his head back and said softly, and I will tell him to bring the best bottle of wine for you, young master. Cale Henituse looked a bit scared, his face becoming bewildered. Hurry up. As soon as Ron Mullen stepped out the door, An and Hong ran in to inform Cale Henituse that if they weren't careful, they could die. They had found a way to kill. Cale Henituse praised the two for their hard work and let them lie on the ground to play. While playing, An and Hong noticed something strange, the scent of the wolf tribe. They turned sharply toward the door. It was Locke. He called him, "Come in." Locke slowly entered, and Cale Henituse gently said, "Sit down." Locke replied shyly, "Yes, sir." He waited for him to sit down before saying, "If you have something to say, just go ahead." Locke's expression was a bit confused. Cale Henituse comforted him. "You came here because you had something to say, right?" "I'm listening," Cale Henituse asked Locke. "You had something to say, which is why you came, right?" Cale Henituse urged him, "Speak." Locke hesitated for a long time. The thing is, he stood up abruptly, shyly raising his voice, "Thank you very much." After saying that, Locke's face turned beet red. Cale Henituse thought of how innocent and childish he was. That was the image of Locke in the novel. He observed Locke and pondered. According to the novel, after the first berserk transformation, his personality would change, but it seems to still be the same, doesn't it? Thinking that, he spoke up. "All right, you've thanked me." Locke replied a bit blankly. "Yes. Are you still being shy?" "Yes." Cale Henituse lifted his teacup and took a sip. "All right, that's enough of the thanks. You can go." But Locke blushed again, wanting to say more. Actually, Locke, you're so nervous that your hands are wringing together," Cale Henituse said indifferently. "Actually, young master, the thing is." Hearing this, Locke widened his eyes in surprise, staring at Cale Henituse. "Go on." Cale Henituse folded his arms on the table and smiled. "That's right. When you speak, you have to look someone straight in the eye like that." He continued, "Anything you want to say, just let it all out. I'm listening." Locke understood what he meant. He began to confide. I am the eldest brother. I have to take care of my siblings, and I'm also their cousin and brother. That's why I have to get revenge." Cale Henituse watched Locke, his mind racing. There were 10 siblings that Locke had to look after from now on. With the wolf tribe, his family, his kin, and his fellow villagers, the people who had always cherished and loved him, there was no way he could ever forget them. That was why he had to take this revenge no matter what. Locke was still awkward, hanging his head low. Suddenly, Cale Henituse called out, "Hey, wolf boy." Locke jumped, looking up at Cale Henituse. Cale asked again, "You're a wolf, right?" He continued, "Wolves always try to look after their family and always live their lives to the fullest as a tribe filled with pride." When Locke was praised, he brightened up and looked happy again. Locke spoke up. "Thank you for helping me." Locke was about to continue, "Please help me," but Cale Henituse cut his thanks short, saying, "Once is enough." Cale Henituse said bluntly, "I don't want to help you." In his heart, he thought, lately, the dragon and Choi Han had already given him enough reason to worry about the future. The black dragon was a magnet for trouble. If he kept getting tangled up with Choi Han, it would invite even more chaos. So he couldn't just help Locke recklessly right now. Of course, he understood the pain of losing the families of those 10 wolf children. He had been through it too, even though this situation happened partly because he had meddled, but he didn't want to take responsibility for the whole thing. Cale Henituse stood up and made an offer. "However, let's make this a business deal." Locke didn't understand and asked back, "A deal?" Cale Henituse rested his hand on the table and replied, "Yes." He continued, "What can I do for you? And in exchange, what can you do for me?" Cale Henituse smiled. "Get everything clearly organized, then come find me again." Locke seemed hesitant, thinking for a moment, then stood up and faced Cale Henituse. "Yes," he said with a hint of joy. "After I've thought everything through clearly, I will come back." Cale Henituse ruffled his hair. "All right then." The scene shifted to a few days later, in front of a majestic, lavish palace. The carriage horses stopped in front of the palace. Cale Henituse, dressed smartly, stepped down from the carriage. The Palace of Joy was the name of the palace used for hosting banquets. It was a smaller palace established by the king to celebrate the birth of the crown prince. Cale Henituse stood with his hands on his hips, observing the palace and thinking, Even though it was just a palace for the third prince, he looked at the grandeur of the palace and couldn't help but marvel, but clearly, it was far more massive and magnificent than any castle or villa in the Henituse territory. Cale Henituse glanced around, wondering, Eric, Gilbert Chevelle, and Amiru haven't arrived yet? Just then, there was the sound of a carriage approaching from behind. Cale Henituse gritted his teeth in frustration and muttered, Damn it, there's someone else too? Why at this time? In front of the palace, the person who had just stepped down spoke up. Hey, who might this be? It's Neo Tolls. He smiled. Isn't that the famous young master Cale Henituse? Neo Tolls started a conversation. Did you come to the palace alone? In contrast to the smiling expression on his face, Cale Henituse frowned, thinking, why did I have to meet a follower of Venyan here, of all places? A typical rude jerk like Neo Tolls, he received support from the second son of the Stan family, Venyan. The village that held the Black Dragon was territory belonging to the Stan Viscount's family, and originally, the relationship between the Viscount Neo Tolls family and the Henituse family wasn't very good. The reason was that despite being only one mountain range away, the Henituse family was significantly wealthier. But in the past, their family had wanted to build ties with the Stan family. That was 5 years ago. After coming under the Marquess Stan's banner, the Neo Tolls family became even more obnoxious. Cale Henituse sighed inwardly. Why did he have to run into a follower of Venyan here? Others gradually arrived in front of the palace. Neo Tolls waved his hand, ordering his butler, I'll chat with young Master Cale Henituse for a while. When I give the order, come over. The butler replied, Yes. Neo Tolls began to speak. Young Master Cale Henituse. His expression was arrogant. What is a piece of trash like you doing at the palace? Cale Henituse endured it silently. Nothing changes, does it? I wonder if only fantasy novels have people like this, or if reality is also full of jerks like him. Cale Henituse muttered to himself, Fine, whatever. This guy is picking a fight with me anyway. He grew more and more annoyed. Can a Viscount talk to a Count's son like that? I thought it only happened in books. Encountering this in real life is so annoying. I'm not even the protagonist, and I'm still running into this kind of situation. Should I just get rid of this villain who doesn't know his place? Seeing him not answering, Neo Tolls looked triumphant. What's wrong? Want to throw a wine bottle at me? He continued to provoke. Or do you want to hit me? At this moment, the Black Dragon, hovering over Cale Henituse's head, spoke up indignantly. This guy is asking for it. Cale Henituse understood clearly. He was trying to provoke him on purpose. Since magic couldn't be used in the royal palace, magic recording devices couldn't be brought inside. The Black Dragon whispered, He's just like that bastard Venyan. Cale Henituse tilted his head and explained, This guy is one of his subordinates. The Black Dragon asked coldly, Should I kill him? Cale Henituse shook his head to stop him. No need for that. Just then, more carriages arrived. Both Cale Henituse and Neo Tolls turned their heads to look in surprise. The line of carriages sped past them. The carriage doors opened, and stepping down were Eric, Gilbert, Chevelle, and Amiru. Cale Henituse exclaimed in surprise. Neo Tolls turned pale and shut his mouth. Cale Henituse pointed at Neo Tolls, signaling to them, Handle him. Eric Wheelsman cleared his throat. He ran over and stepped between the two. Young Master Neo, long time no see. Cale Henituse looked on and marveled silently. The idiot. Neo Tolls broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, It looks like they are on the side of that trash. He suddenly realized something. Neo Tolls looked at Cale Henituse. He saw that Cale Henituse's expression resembled the silhouette of Venyan, his master. Neo Tolls became even more uneasy. Cale Henituse calmly walked away, leaving him behind with the others. The Black Dragon followed Cale Henituse, reporting that the magic recording was complete. Cale Henituse thought smugly, With this, I can ruin that guy later. Cale Henituse looked at his multi-talented Black Dragon. He was still thinking, it was a pity they couldn't use magic recording images. Outside the gate, Eric Wheelsman smiled at Neo Tolls. Young Master Neo, I'll see you at the table. He walked ahead and cheerfully called out, Lady Gilbert Chevelle, Young Master Amiru, let's go. Inside, a greeting was heard. Young Master Cale Henituse of the Henituse Count family, please come in. Cale Henituse observed everything inside and commented, Seems decent, doesn't it? Amiru explained to him, The highest seat at the banquet table is for the Crown Prince, followed by tables for each region. Cale Henituse smiled at her with satisfaction. Amiru looked at him shyly, wondering, Is it because I didn't say it well? Cale Henituse replied, It's fine. I know now. There are a total of 5 tables in the hall, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and the center. The banquet tables are arranged according to the status of the nobles. Cale Henituse looked around and silently marveled. As expected, the Crown Prince is quite thorough, isn't he? Creating silent competition is the Crown Prince's special skill, yet he is extremely strict with himself. The seats for the second and third princes were placed one level lower. Cale Henituse mused. He organizes everything so meticulously, even the smallest details. As expected of the Crown Prince, people with that much power aren't the type I want to get close to. At that moment, Eric Wheelsman rested his hands on his hips and offered a wry smile. Of course, our group is the one closest to the exit. Cale Henituse chimed in to comfort him. Being close to the door is convenient, though. Cale Henituse explained. And sitting here means we don't have to bow to anyone. Eric Wheelsman teared up, touched. The young master like Eric Wheelsman exclaimed, "It's so good that you understand my intentions." But Cale Henituse thought nonchalantly, "Huh? Who knows?" And calling this a banquet is probably an understatement. He looked at Gilbert Chevelle and Amiru, who were satisfied with him, and thought, what are they so confused about? Just then, another greeting rang out. "Young Master Venyan Stan of the Marquis Stan household, please enter." Ven greeted them. "Young Master Cale Henituse has come as well?" Cale Henituse sat at the table and replied, "Yes, it is an honor." He reached under the table, and Cale Henituse frowned. Sure enough, the black dragon was scowling on his lap, hiding under the table. The black dragon transmitted a voice to Cale Henituse. "It's fine. I told you it was fine. I am a great dragon." Recalling a few days ago, Cale Henituse had instructed him, "Listen clearly. If you follow me into the palace, you will meet Venyan, since he is the son of a noble invited to attend." He looked at the black dragon, who was uncomfortably trembling. "But you cannot kill Venyan there. That is a very important day." Cale Henituse offered a deal. "On that day, if you meet Venyan and don't kill him, I promise you one thing." Cale Henituse had guaranteed. "Later, I will finish him off for you." He roughed up the black dragon's head, leaving his hair looking like a messy bird's nest. Back in the present, Cale Henituse marveled at the situation in his heart. This dragon is more rational than I thought. Luckily, he didn't explode with rage. He imagined the scene of a massive fire consuming everything, thinking, otherwise he would have torched this place, and I might have had to say goodbye to my life. Cale Henituse focused on looking forward, judging in his mind. Are they coming this way? He sat still, lost in thought. Right, because the table next to us is for the northwestern nobles. They have to pass through here. Cale Henituse was still busy thinking. Eric Wheelsman noticed this and cleared his throat. Cale Henituse. He signaled with his eyes to just leave him alone. But Cale Henituse was still busy wondering, how do I act like I don't know Venyan? Just then, a voice called out from behind him. Young master-like Ven smiled from behind. Long time no see. Cale Henituse pulled out his chair and stood up to respond. Yes, young Master Venyan. This is our first meeting since we were at Viscount Neo Toll's territory, right? Venyan Stan didn't respond immediately, but just smiled in silence, while that fellow, Neo Toll's, looked annoyed behind him. Ven and he looked at each other. No one spoke first. The people around them all focused their attention there. Finally, Venyan replied, "That's right. That was my route home after visiting young Master Neo." Cale Henituse also smiled brightly. "Ah, is that so? We were also planning to have a drink together in this capital, weren't we?" Venyan Stan continued to smile. "That's true." Cale Henituse didn't reveal his true feelings. "That's right. After meeting young Master Venyan, the knight of Viscount Neo Toll's came looking for me." He continued. "Neo Toll's estate was burglarized. Is the young master all right?" Cale Henituse asked with concern. "As a friend of young Master Neo, you must know about it, right?" Venyan Stan replied with a scowl. "Yes, it is truly sad news." Cale Henituse continued to show regret. "I only just drank my hangover cure that morning, and hearing that story was a real shock." "Oh my," he said, intentionally speaking louder. "Good heavens, a robbery. I heard there's nothing left, and I think something very precious was stolen too, right?" Cale Henituse tossed out a few words of comfort. "Young Master Neo, stay strong. Don't unbelievable things like that sometimes happen in life?" Ven was forced to reply. "Ah, that's true." Cale Henituse thought smugly. In this world, the most annoying people are the talkative ones, the ones who aren't sharp, and the ones who have no ill intent. I'm playing all three types, he thought to himself. How fun is this going to be? Cale Henituse excitedly spread his arms. Whenever sad things like that happen, drinking is the best. Young Master Neo, let's have a drink together today. Cale Henituse asked further. Young Master Venyan, will you join us? Venyan Stan was lost in thought at that moment. After losing that black dragon, I've lost my credibility. He scowled at Cale Henituse and thought, According to the evidence provided by the knights, even though I suspected the organization that supplied the dragon to me, Venyan was still thinking. However, a group of people staying. They're on such a special day, I can't help but be suspicious. At this moment, Cale Henituse was still acting friendly. Spending a day together with some drinks, and all the bad things will be forgotten, Venyan Stan mused. Maybe this incompetent fool doesn't know anything about the dragon. He forced a smile. Young Master Cale Henituse, thank you very much, but let's do it another time. Cale Henituse persisted. What a shame. But if you say so, then so be it. But even those knights looked pale when they met me. Young Master Neo, you have to be strong. Cale Henituse pulled out his chair to sit down, and it seems everything valuable was lost that day, right? Anyway, you can't find something that someone else wants to hide. You must keep living. Venyan Stan walked away calmly, but he gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, that piece of trash. That dragon has stealth magic. Who knows where it has hidden now? Neo Tolls, on the other side, bit his lip in frustration, while Cale Henituse added with a smile, Young Master Neo, hang in there, he thought to himself. From now on, Venyan, you're going to be eating dirt, my friend. An announcement rang out. Young Master Antonio Guerre from the Duke Guerre household has arrived. Karen Orsina from the Duke's household has arrived. Cale Henituse set the wine bottle down on the banquet table. On spoke up. Young Master Cale Henituse. Everyone else at the table also stared at him, and Cale Henituse silently broke out in a sweat. Cale Henituse explained, I'll drink in a bit. Gilbert Chevelle replied, Exactly. The banquet has begun. Everyone is enjoying the delicious food and chatting happily. Only Venyan was sitting in one spot with a scowl, arms crossed. Cale Henituse kept his eyes fixed on his watch. The clock pointed to 5 o'clock. Outside the door, a hand reached out to wave off the servant's greeting. A group of people entered, led by Crown Prince Alberu Crossman. He walked straight to the highest seat, looking pleased. Thank you for accepting my invitation. Cale Henituse bowed his head, glancing at his watch and thinking, It's time, isn't it? Up above, Alberu Crossman spoke up cheerfully. It is a true honor to have such valuable talents illuminating this palace, and to have the great figures of the future gathered here. The door opened once more. Crown Prince Alberu Crossman looked in that direction with a hint of surprise. Cale Henituse turned his head, smiled, and thought, They're here. The door opened to reveal Taylor and Cage. Cale Henituse marveled. Talk about perfect timing. Everyone was shocked to see the two of them arrive. Cage pushed Taylor slowly into the middle of the room. All eyes were fixed on them. The entire room fell silent at their appearance. Cale Henituse smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, that was a wise decision. The Church of the God of Death is going to have quite the headache. He watched Cage and Taylor approach calmly, and pondered. I'm sure Cage doesn't care about that. In a corner of the room, Venyan lost his composure, jumped up, and shouted, What is the meaning of this? Seeing Venyan's furious reaction seemed to amuse Alberu Crossman. He excitedly reached out to welcome Taylor and Cage. I didn't expect to see the eldest son of Marquis Stan, Taylor Stan, and a priestess of the God of Death here. Taylor replied with a calm and respectful attitude. His voice was slow, but very cautious. I heard that this was an opportunity for the children of the kingdom's nobles to meet and converse with His Highness, the Crown Prince. It is highly improper to arrive without an invitation. Though, Alberu Crossman smirked and said it was fine, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Even though I invited all the representatives of the families, if a family doesn't have a representative, then of course, anyone can come. Alberu Crossman raised his voice, taunting Venyan down below. I'm sure young Master Taylor won't mind, right? Taylor Stan replied calmly. I was a bit surprised. Your Highness. Seeing Venyan Stan's face darken with rage to the point where he couldn't utter a word, Cale Henituse thought to himself, a family with no representative, this is clearly a formal public blow from the Crown Prince against an illegitimate heir like Venyan. Cale Henituse looked at the three princes sitting up high, recalling that in the story of the hero's birth, the Crown Prince always seemed anxious about the second and third princes. Since the Marquis family had close ties with the third prince, this was quite strange. He frowned, deep in thought. Even if the current king favored the third prince, dethroning the Crown Prince wouldn't be an easy task. Cale Henituse speculated, wondering which side each noble would take. He looked at Alberu Crossman and Taylor and felt something was off. He hadn't wanted to pry, but it was clear something was happening. Alberu Crossman gave Taylor a polite smile, his tone courteous yet full of scrutiny. I'm sorry to put you in a difficult position, but regardless, I am truly happy to see young Master Taylor Stan looking so healthy after such a long time. Taylor Stan replied calmly and gently, Your Highness, even though I cannot move these legs of mine. He paused for a moment before continuing slowly. I still have these hands, my head, eyes, ears, and mouth. Everything is still very much alive. Actually, if anything, I've become even stronger. Alberu Crossman laughed dryly, feigning admiration. Is that so? You really are still alive, aren't you? However, he couldn't help but add an ambiguous remark. The last one standing is the strongest, wouldn't you say? Upon hearing this, Venyan Stan's expression turned even gloomier. Cale Henituse watched their battle of wits from the side, judging the situation to be quite interesting. He surveyed the room, the crown prince, Taylor, Venyan, and all the nobles of the kingdom. The confrontation was as tense as a thread hanging by a cliff. Watching their strained faces was fascinating. How could one witness such a spectacle? Cale Henituse thought to himself, I wish I had some popcorn. Just then, Alberu Crossman changed the subject, turning to Cage. This person must be the priestess of the god of death, right? Cage bowed solemnly and respectfully. A servant of eternal slumber, Cage, humbly greets the crown prince. Alberu Crossman didn't ask further and said cheerfully, Let's leave the conversation for later. Shouldn't we enjoy the banquet first? I wonder where the most suitable place for the two of you would be. Then his gaze stopped at Cale Henituse's table. Ah, I've found the perfect spot. A mischievous smile appeared on Alberu Crossman's lips. Cale Henituse felt uneasy as he saw him looking toward his table. Is it here? After a moment, he realized it made sense. After all, there was nowhere else. A place with no major nobles, just those following the factions of the major ones, a perfect power balance. Cale Henituse knew very well that other major nobles wouldn't dare touch a spot chosen by the wealthiest and most powerful noble who claimed neutrality. Alberu Crossman cheerfully gave the order. Young Master Taylor, why don't you sit at the table in the northeast section? Because that area seemed more spacious than the others. Taylor bowed. Thank you for the seat, Your Highness. Cage also bowed respectfully, thanking him. Cale Henituse glanced at Neo, seeing his annoyed expression as Alberu Crossman pointed toward their table. It's nothing. Being with the kingdom's talents is a wonderful thing. Then he asked, You don't mind rearranging the seating, do you? Eric quickly stood up and replied respectfully, Of course not, Your Highness. Those at the table also stood up one by one to make room. Eric turned and whispered to Cale Henituse, Cale, you know, right? Just stay put. Once the arrangements were finished, the butler politely announced that they could be seated. Beside Cale Henituse's spot, there was a wide, empty space. Taylor's wheelchair filled that empty spot. He smiled and greeted everyone politely. A pleasure to meet you. When everything was settled, Alberu Crossman declared, All right, although there was a slight delay, let's begin the banquet. It is a great honor to have invited the future talents of the kingdom here to dine together like this. He continued, I truly thank you all for responding to my invitation. Down below, Cale Henituse cast a glance at the table next to him. He observed Venyan's expression. The speech has ended. Please enjoy the banquet today. The room grew quiet, and the servers brought out the food to display on the tables. Amiru turned to Cale Henituse excitedly, suggesting, Young Master Cale, let's go pay our respects to the Crown Prince. He didn't respond to her, but looked up at Alberu Crossman, his mind racing with guesses. But what is his intention? It seems like the Crown Prince's invitation wasn't just for this. There must be something more. As he thought this, Cale Henituse used his knife to cut a piece of meat. Naturally, there were many possibilities. He picked up the piece of meat with his fork, his brain still running like an analytical machine. Could it be because war is brewing in the southern part of the Western continent? Or perhaps he already foresaw the seeds of civil war within the Jipper Kingdom. He brought food to his lips, then thought, whatever, what does that have to do with me? Seeing him eat, Rao and Miru wondered to himself, it must be delicious. Humans are good at cooking after all. Cale Henituse nudged his glass away and realized, so, there really is a magical recording device here, huh? Eric, standing beside him, nervously reminded him, Cale Henituse, just 5 minutes. He responded with a calm, indifferent nod. Yeah, but my mind is on something else. I've already figured out one reason. First off, this is a chance for the Crown Prince to sound out the noble's children. And naturally, the second and third princes knew this too. Cale Henituse smiled meaningfully. It meant this was the will of the entire royal family. Eric stood up and told everyone, Let's go. The others quickly stood up as well, including Cale Henituse, even though he wasn't the least bit excited about meeting the Crown Prince. From up on the dais, Alberu Crossman saw them approaching and quickly stood up. He smiled brightly. Ah, the talented figures from the northeastern region. In the grand hall, the group bowed in greeting. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke with feigned respect. It is an honor, Your Highness. I, Eric Wheelsman, am humbled to be in your presence. The Crown Prince replied cheerfully. Indeed, indeed. Eric Wheelsman. We have something to discuss, don't we? These words made him look up at the prince with a radiant expression. The man standing before them was Alberu Crossman, with his light blue eyes, a kindly smile, and golden hair that was proof of the sun god's blessing, the trademark of the Crossman royal family that ruled the Roan kingdom. Eric Wheelsman replied excitedly, Yes, I have been looking forward to this moment to speak with you. Alberu Crossman responded happily. Of course, I have been looking forward to it as well. The brilliant young master Eric of the Wheelsman estate, the family that guards the gateway to the northeast, how could I possibly delay this moment? Hearing this, Cale Henituse quietly observed Crown Prince Alberu Crossman, thinking, how interesting, a silver tongue, indeed. The Crown Prince turned his attention toward Cale Henituse, of the Henituse earldom. I don't believe we have met, have we? As he spoke, he reached out his hand, which took Cale by surprise. The prince continued, Thanks to the Henituse estate, we no longer have to fear the forest of darkness. Because of that, I can sleep soundly and feel at ease. Not stopping there, the Crown Prince showered him with compliments. I also happen to know that young Master Cale Henituse is a free spirit, surely inherited from the relaxed nature of the Henituse family. Your soul is as pure as your own freedom, isn't it? Cale Henituse mused to himself, praising a well-known trash like me, that's no simple feat. With that in mind, the Crown Prince was truly talented. Cale Henituse shook the prince's hand with a sly, cunning grin. Meeting you today, your highness, I can feel it. If the king is the sun that illuminates the day, then the Crown Prince is the moon that brightens the night. Cale Henituse thought he sounded like he'd been enlightened. His words left the prince slightly confused, and he asked, Is that so? Cale Henituse continued his flattery. Yes, your highness. We came here to answer your summons. You are the star in the hearts of our people. I, Cale Henituse, truly cannot contain my emotions today. The three people standing by watched, dumbfounded, their mouths agape at Cale Henituse's ability to talk trash. He smirked internally, thinking, This is the first step toward keeping my distance from the Crown Prince. Just then, Round's voice echoed in his head. That guy they call the Crown Prince, why did he dye his hair with magic? It's a level only a great dragon could detect. Did another dragon dye it? Or is it some other kind of power? Hearing Raon Miru say that, his eyebrows furrowed, and he thought nervously, Oh, great. I just learned something useless, a secret of someone else's that should never be revealed. Raon continued his warning. His eyes changed color, too. This ordinary human is plotting something. Weak human. Be careful. Alberu Crossman, currently, looked slightly puzzled, watching Cale Henituse because he had been silent, just staring fixedly at him. But then, as if realizing something, Raon Miru warned, This guy isn't a weak human. Be especially careful. You'll die. Hearing that, Cale Henituse felt a wave of skeptical doubt. The Crown Prince was known for not being good at using force, but the dragon said he wasn't weak. Wait, let me fix that. Hearing that, Cale Henituse felt a wave of skeptical doubt. The Crown Prince was known for not being good at using force, but the dragon said he wasn't weak. According to what Cale Henituse knew, the current queen was the mother of the third prince, not the Crown Prince's mother. She was a commoner who worked as a maid and died of unknown causes when he was young. Even Choi Han thought the Crown Prince was an ordinary person. What was he hiding? But then he thought, no, whether he's hiding it or not doesn't really matter. The Crown Prince spoke up then. Young Master Cale Henituse, you and I seem quite alike. Hearing this, Cale Henituse beamed and replied, That is the honor of my life, your highness. With that, the Crown Prince released his hand. It seemed he sensed the prince's confusion, so he happily stepped back. So that was the reason. Eric and Gilbert Chevelle looked at him, confused. Why was Alberu Crossman so wary of the second and third princes? And why did the king suddenly start favoring the third prince? Cale Henituse felt suspicious. Was he not his biological son? Or was there another secret about his birth? He seemed intrigued, as if he'd just discovered something new. This is actually pretty fun. Gilbert Chevelle and Amiru looked at each other, confused. At this point, Cale Henituse shifted his target and turned to Lady Amiru. I heard the scenery in your territory is beautiful. Is that true? Amiru smiled and replied, Yes, it's true. The steep cliffs facing the sea are breathtaking. Cale Henituse cursed silently. Beautiful, my foot? Those cliffs are going to make it difficult for me to acquire the next ancient power. For those who don't know, the third ancient power, the Sound of the Wind, was possessed by an illegal mage alliance during the Civil War in the Whipper Kingdom. It actually belonged to a mad tyrant. He was a character who appeared in the second half of the Civil War, and that power meant nothing to him. Cale Henituse rested his chin on his hand, assessing the events that would unfold later. The Tower of Magic would collapse after the Civil War. Rosalind, the one with the most potential, would become the master of the new magic tower on the Western continent. Choi Han, the Mage Slayer, and the Empire's Crown Prince, all three, were linked to events taking place in the central northern region of the Western continent as typical heroic figures. The Queen of the Jungle, who unified the South at the beginning of the novel, also had content implying she was involved with them. Beyond the mysterious organization that Choi Han encountered, the Western continent became a battlefield for a struggle for hegemony that had broken the peace of the last 200 years. But then, he couldn't care less. It wasn't his business. Cale Henituse walked over to JB, calling for young Master Gilbert Chevelle, and asked, "I can leave once the banquet ends, right?" Gilbert Chevelle turned and replied, "Yes, we will meet the Crown Prince after the banquet concludes. Aren't you coming with us?" Cale Henituse replied, without a second thought, "Why would I go? You three are all good at attracting investment." This remark made Gilbert Chevelle jump. So, he had already read the documents? Cale Henituse remained nonchalant. "I just skimmed through them. Today's banquet is delightful. I have prepared a drinking party after this for those who need it. Furthermore, I have prepared seats for everyone for this year's birthday celebration. We hope everyone will come and join us for that momentous day." Cale Henituse frowned, feeling annoyed. This was a forced situation where he would have to be at the plaza when the bomb went off. Well then, the party ends here. As Cale Henituse stood up, the person pushing Taylor Stan walked over with a smile. "See you again later." Cale Henituse's younger brother really didn't enjoy being called little brother. Lady Amiru approached and offered to see him off. Was she worried Cale Henituse might cause an accident along the way? Lady Amiru smiled politely, saying it was a pity, but young Master Neo had already left. He gasped, suddenly realizing he was afraid that guy might start trouble with him. Outside the gate, Amiru Ubar encouraged Cale Henituse. "You've worked hard today, young master." Cale Henituse replied briefly, "It's only natural. But you have a lot more work ahead of you, Lady Amiru." She replied calmly, "It's all to achieve a good result." Cale Henituse frowned slightly in thought. Even though she said that, he could sense the urgency behind her words. The northeastern coastline was practically worthless land, with jagged cliffs as if carved by hand, and whirlpools nearby. Locals could navigate those waters easily, but for outsiders, it was clearly a dangerous place. Despite that, and perhaps because of the sound of the wind, Amiru and Gilbert Chevelle were insistent on investing in this worthless beach. Amiru tilted her head slightly and continued, "I believe I have enough strength to see it through." Cale Henituse wanted to remind her that the prince was definitely keeping a close eye on this investment. Cale Henituse thought to himself, "Everyone's worked hard today anyway, so helping out a little shouldn't hurt, right? I'm also securing the northeastern noble faction, and according to the information, Amiru is quite tight-lipped." He turned toward her. "You want to invest in tourism, right? If you're in such a rush, why not take a moment to think carefully about the geographic value of your territory's coastline? It sits right between the Wiper Kingdom and the north." She didn't quite understand his meaning. Naturally, he hoped she would keep this advice for herself. She slowly realized the implication in his words and said firmly, "I will keep your words in mind." Cale Henituse stepped into the carriage, a servant closed the door, and it began to roll away. Amiru held her hair back as it caught the breeze, watching him leave while lost in thought. The northwestern coast was mostly desert, but the territory of Amiru Ubar and Gilbert Chevelle had a complex coastline with many small islands. It also featured steep cliffs that looked as sharp as if they had been cut. Cale Henituse looked out the window, deep in thought. Everyone else thought this peaceful era would last forever, but the Crown Prince certainly knew this peace wouldn't last much longer. Cale Henituse closed his eyes, perfectly calm. Regardless, before that crazy mage could make his move, he had to secure that ancient power first. It was a beautiful day, with gentle, lovely sunlight. Suddenly, Choi Han ran up and reported, "I've discovered 4 magic bomb locations." He was extremely panicked, saying they were all near the plaza. Cale Henituse's tone remained incredibly calm. "Show me the map." Choi Han handed the map over to Cale. While Cale Henituse studied the map, Choi Han continued, "When I found the first spot, I carried the Black Dragon and searched the nearby areas, discovering 3 more. Other than those, I didn't find anything else," Choi Han explained. "I tried searching more areas near the plaza, but there doesn't seem to be anything else." Cale Henituse pondered as he looked at the map. In the original Birth of a Hero, it was said there were 5 bombs attached to people and 5 at specific locations. 6 attached to people and 4 at locations this time, he wondered. Is this another variable? He thought for a moment, then instructed, From the day after tomorrow until the speech ceremony, it will be safe, so there's no need to rush. Choi Han couldn't help but worry. Even so, it seems we should clear those bombs quickly. Cale Henituse interrupted. Disable them at dawn the day after tomorrow. Choi Han asked, confused. Yes, Cale Henituse thought to himself. I know that magic bombs are weapons that require the caster to send a signal to detonate them, but cutting off that signal is easy. The Black Dragon and Rosalind are both far superior to ordinary mages. It'll be time-consuming, but it's simple. Cale Henituse calculated. In that case, I have to let Rosalind handle the bombs attached to the people. That has to be done on the very same day. That way, that blood-crazed mage will feel confident that everything is going according to his plan. As for Cale Henituse's plan, Choi Han couldn't help but wonder. Not destroy them, but disable them? Cale Henituse retorted. Why would I destroy such useful things? He smirked. I have to use them, don't I? Cale Henituse thought to himself that it wasn't just about the bombs themselves. The mana concentrated in the explosives was a very useful ingredient. Cale Henituse mused that there might be more, so he told him to keep searching. Cale Henituse had already prepared his own plan, checking to see if the positions of the bombs would change. The Black Dragon and Choi Han would have to hide their identities to scout the area. The two of them had woken up by then, and Cale Henituse said with a dry tone, "Work for your meals." He smiled and urged them, "Go to work." While Cale Henituse sat comfortably waiting, the Black Dragon and the children began their mission. The carriage moved steadily under the gentle sunlight. Speaking of the current situation, right before the birthday of the King of the Roan Kingdom, he heard that Billows Flynn would be coming to the capital. Cale Henituse sat in the carriage, with Locke sitting opposite him. He had met Locke before. After hearing the boy out, Cale Henituse asked, "You want me to take care of your siblings?" Locke replied, "Yes, that is what I want to trade." Cale Henituse asked, "If that's the case, what can you do for me?" Locke affirmed, "It's not just me who can do it." Cale Henituse was extremely curious about that answer. "If not you, then who?" Locke innocently assured him, "I will work with my siblings. Together, we will be much stronger." Returning to the present, the two of them were sitting in the carriage. Locke spoke up cautiously. "History shows that the Blue Wolf tribe is famous for being knights." His voice rang out, but Cale Henituse coldly interrupted. "That's something I didn't know," Locke eagerly suggested. "If you don't know, let me explain." Cale Henituse flatly refused. "No need." Locke fell into an awkward silence. Even so, Cale Henituse considered it carefully. He considered forming a knight order with the 10 wolf children and Locke. Locke himself was terrified of the cat tribe, yet he was someone who would charge at the cat tribe leader for the sake of his own kin. For him to take on such a blindly loyal kid as his subordinate, it was no different from joining a cult. Finally, Cale Henituse had to speak up. "Stop with the nonsense. They're just children. How can they become knights?" Cale Henituse pondered. "You asked me to protect these children, but the condition you're offering seems to contradict that request." Cale Henituse's brows furrowed slightly as he thought, "If I turn these kids into knights, based on the nature of the wolf tribe, they wouldn't be a cult, they'd be more like a bloodthirsty gang." Then Cale Henituse asked, "But what do the children want? Why are you deciding for them?" Hearing this, Locke was stunned and hung his head in confusion. "I'm sorry." Cale Henituse stated directly that this wasn't something he needed to apologize for. "For now, I already know what you want to ask for. Now, think about what I want to receive from you." Cale Henituse thought carefully. Naturally, he had already thought about that, but not for now, for about 3 months from now. He understood that when an ancient power appeared on a certain treacherous mountain and existed for 6 months, only a wolf tribesman who had undergone berserkification would be able to climb it. Cale Henituse smiled as he thought about his future wealth. If he sold that ancient power to the Queen of the Jungle, he could earn enough money to live comfortably for the rest of his life. Even if the Count's estate were to collapse, the king has plenty of money. It wouldn't hurt to ask for a little. Cale Henituse's silence made Locke nervous. He asked, "Is there anything you need me for?" Cale Henituse said nothing, only letting out a sigh. The carriage continued speeding down the road. Cale Henituse replied, "Don't ask such an obvious question. There's no way I wouldn't need you." Hearing this, Locke gave a soft gasp. "Whatever you want to exchange, please just say it." "I will do anything." Cale Henituse raised his voice. "Is that so?" Then, he held out a pouch of coins, kindly saying it had been a long time since he'd seen his younger siblings, so he told them to go explore the capital for a bit. Locke took the pouch, his expression deeply confused. "Explore?" Cale Henituse replied, "That's right. Isn't this your first time in such a big city like the capital?" He smiled generously. "Eat some good food. Hong and On will go with you, so don't worry about getting lost." But Cale Henituse thought to himself, he had to get rid of them all to be comfortable. Hong and On ran over to cling to Locke. He joked around with them. They were very close. Cale Henituse remained calm. I should probably let the wolf children be watched over by Choi Han later, right? If not, I'll have to find a nanny. Either way, someone who can cook well and is attentive would be great. Speaking of this, Cale Henituse remembered someone. He couldn't stand being near that person for even a moment. What good is being a good cook if you're just a lunatic who enjoys torture? He couldn't let these pure-hearted wolf children have their humanity corrupted. The carriage stopped on the road. Cale Henituse stepped out first, followed by Locke. He looked up, his expression somewhat confused, while Cale Henituse's majestic voice rang out, "Follow me." As soon as they stepped inside, a warm voice greeted them. "Welcome." The place was filled with the scent of grapes. The innkeeper politely asked the two, "Do you have acquaintances staying here?" Cale Henituse stopped in front of a room. He turned his head and told his companion, "Your siblings are inside, so go ahead and open the door." Locke hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes." He carefully set Hong and On down on the floor. Placing his hand on the doorknob, Locke held his breath, gathering all his courage. The tightly closed door was opened. The people inside and outside caught sight of each other. At that moment, a child ran over and hugged Locke tightly, shouting, "Brother Locke!" Everyone in the room became emotional. Brother Locke." Young Master Cale Henituse stepped forward to greet them. "It's been a while, Billows Flynn." A strange voice sounded from the side. "It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Cale Henituse. Are you the leader of the party arriving with Choi Han?" The man stepped forward with a friendly demeanor. "Choi Han has told me many things about you. It is a true honor to meet you, young master." Cale Henituse reached out his hand humbly. "What kind of honor? What's so good about meeting a rascal like me?" The two shook hands as a common social courtesy. The man introduced himself. "I am Odious Flynn." Cale Henituse had memories of this man. Odious Flynn was a promising heir to be the leader of the Flynn Merchant Guild, but he had refused the position to live with a small merchant group instead. He was Billows Flynn's uncle, the one who had set up Choi Han and Billows Flynn, stirring up Billows's greed. Cale Henituse silently judged him to be even more cunning than Ron Mullen. On the outside, he pretended to be the owner of a small merchant group, but behind that mask, he was a powerful figure in the underworld. He could be very kind and also very cruel to others. That was odious. Cale Henituse smiled despite knowing everything. "The Flynn family? So, you must be related to Billows Flynn." "It is a pleasure to meet you," Odious replied. "What a surprise," he expressed. "So, you know this young master here. I haven't seen Billows Flynn since he was a tiny child." Odious laughed comfortably. "It seems the boy has met many good people, leaving the Flynn Merchant Guild to choose a peaceful life. This seemingly kind uncle was the only person who left a good impression on Billows Flynn's childhood." Cale Henituse wondered, "Is he really treating Billows Flynn kindly?" Odious suggested, "Let's go upstairs. I have wine up there." Cale Henituse declined. "Choi Han and Rosalind are about to arrive. Why don't you have a drink with them?" Billows Flynn replied, "Yes." Odious looked regretful, hoping to have a drink with the young master one day. Cale Henituse said they would have to schedule it sometime. A voice rang out, "Thank you, young master." The scene before him made Cale Henituse struggle to hold back as he muttered, "What a headache." Looking at the innocent children standing in front of him, he felt troubled. "I think at this point I need to find a trainer instead of a nanny. But what kind of trainer should it be?" Billows Flynn's voice called out, "Young master." He stood by the window and saw Cale Henituse, asking, "What are you doing here?" Cale Henituse chatted with Billows Flynn, telling him he was working so that he could enjoy his old age in peace later on. Billows Flynn was silent, unable to say a word for a moment. He sat down in a chair and started pouring wine. Billows Flynn unexpectedly poured all the wine directly into his mouth. After finishing the glass, he seemed unable to take it anymore, but the very next second, he continued pouring more. Cale Henituse felt something was wrong and spoke up. "Don't you see me sitting here?" Billows Flynn said. "My stomach is so unsettled. Please forgive me, young master." Cale Henituse offered a suggestion. "I don't know why you're so anxious, but are you really going to keep drinking like this?" Billows Flynn, appearing to be filled with concerns, called out to him. Young Master Cale Henituse answered coldly. Billows Flynn shared honestly. "Odious is my uncle." Cale Henituse already knew a little bit. Odious did not carry the Flynn name. Billows Flynn had never been allowed to call him uncle, but he was the only person who had brought him warmth when he was young. When he was young, Odious had told him, "Billows Flynn, remember that you are a true descendant of this family. To me, you are qualified." In The Birth of a Hero, Odious had said that to Billows Flynn. That encouragement had driven Billows Flynn, and through Odious, he learned about Choi Han. Because he was blinded by power, Billows Flynn followed Choi Han into the fight for the inheritance. While Cale Henituse was pouring wine, Billows Flynn called to him. "Young master," he continued. "Why would someone like Odious accept being the leader of a small merchant group? Aren't you curious?" Actually, Cale Henituse was no longer interested in these matters. "Why should I be curious about the Flynn family?" Billows Flynn realized his family was quite insignificant in Cale Henituse's eyes. "I understand. The Flynn family isn't that great," Cale Henituse replied as a matter of course. "That's right. Whether it's you or Odious, you both carry the Flynn name." Billows Flynn said, without emotion, "I am an illegitimate child." Cale Henituse replied nonchalantly, "What kind of bastard says you aren't a Flynn? Everyone says you're a Flynn." At Cale Henituse's words, Billows Flynn was a bit stunned. "Young Master Cale Henituse, what do you mean?" Billows Flynn honestly assessed him. "You always have such sharp words." Even Cale Henituse couldn't deny it. "I suppose that's true." Billows Flynn grabbed the wine bottle from Cale Henituse's hand and asked, "I have something I want to ask. What have you been stealing with those support tools these past few days?" A look of interest crossed Cale Henituse's face. "One thing for now. I'll steal the rest later after I've had some rest," Billows Flynn asked. "Can you let me join in?" Cale Henituse refused. "Sorry, there's no room left." Billows Flynn joked, "Then I'll have to go steal something else." Cale Henituse just replied, "Go right ahead." That evening at his mansion, Cale Henituse was still wearing his pajamas. "Is that you, Ron Molan?" Ron Molan bowed slightly. "Young master, there is a favor I would like to ask of you." Cale Henituse looked confused. "A favor?" Ron Molan gazed at him, saying, "I wish to entrust my son to you." "Young master." Cale Henituse frowned. "Is your son Beecrox?" "Yes." Cale Henituse couldn't help but wonder. "Why?" Ron Molan explained, "I want to go fox hunting, young master." His expression turned dangerous. "You are well aware that I am a killer, right?" Cale Henituse turned away, feeling a bit awkward. "So what?" Ron Molan replied. "I have to go kill someone." Cale Henituse asked again. "You're leaving your son with me?" Ron Molan answered. "Yes." Cale Henituse was suspicious. "The foxes you speak of, they're people, aren't they?" Ron Molan replied bluntly. "Exactly." His expression became strangely excited. "I have to mince them into tiny pieces." Ron Molan's words made even Cale Henituse feel uneasy. He thought that either Ron Molan or the targets would be minced. There were only those two possibilities. Choi Han and his group didn't need Ron Molan now. Locke could enter a berserk state, so even without Ron Molan's strength, his son would be just fine. Cale Henituse felt a chill down his spine. That unnatural smile on the assassin's face, it would have been better if he didn't smile at all, he said helplessly. "Just go." Cale Henituse got into bed and pulled up his blanket. "I'll tell Han that you're taking leave. Remember to check in, and take your ID to collect your salary from the Flindy Merchant Guild." He confirmed one more time. "You intend to hand Beecrox over to trash like me? He is mature now. He can take care of himself." Cale Henituse lay down. "I'll give you a year off." In his heart, he thought that in a year, there would be work for him. Finally, he cautioned, "Take your time. Don't get hurt anywhere before you come back." Ron Molan, who had been standing still, finally moved. He chuckled until he was trembling. Ron Molan looked at Cale Henituse, who was sleeping in bed, and thought to himself, he had mistaken the boy for a puppy, but it turned out Ron Molan himself was the puppy. Ron Molan asked, "Then, may I send you reports every month?" Cale Henituse replied indifferently, "Do as you please." Ron Molan opened the room door. "I'll be off then. I'll return." Only then did Cale Henituse open his eyes, sighing inwardly. Truly an assassin. Not a sound of footsteps as he left. Dawn arrived. Choi Han's group was gathered in the living room, and Cale Henituse walked over to them. He remarked, "Rosalind, you look great with brown hair." Rosalind stroked a lock of her hair. "Really? I think I'll be happy keeping the style I like." Rosalind didn't know exactly what was happening today. She only knew she was there to help defuse the magic bombs. Cale Henituse had promised to reward her. Cale Henituse asked again, "Locke, if you don't go berserk, can you still use the wolf's power?" Locke, holding On and Hong in his arms, replied, "I can." Cale Henituse began dividing the tasks. "Rosalind, you're with Locke. The other team is Choi Han with On, Hong, and the Black Dragon." Rosalind asked, "What about you, young Master Cale Henituse?" Choi Han replied in confusion, "Young Master Cale Henituse's strength is a bit." Rao and Miru flew beside him and sighed. "So weak." On and Hong both shook their heads with a look of disappointment. Useless. Completely useless. So, Cale Henituse received judgmental looks from all three. He explained nonchalantly, I am weak, so I'm afraid I'll be a burden. Besides, I have to prepare for the ceremony at sunrise, so I probably can't join." He handed a bag to Choi Han. Cale Henituse continued to outline the group's plan. "At the transition from night to day, when the Royal Knights replace the guards, we will sneak in to defuse the bombs. Wait until the black orb activates, and everyone must hold their designated positions to keep track of the square and the mysterious organization. The birthday banquet starts at 9 o'clock. Cale Henituse smiled. "All right, don't forget to bring back the diffused bombs," Rosalind reminded him. "Do you remember you promised me one?" Cale Henituse replied, "Of course." Rosalind said, happily, "I'll take that as my payment." The balcony door opened wide, revealing a night sky filled with stars. Cale Henituse saw them out, closed the door, and leaned against the frame, his expression thoughtful. Suddenly, a breeze blew, lifting his hair. A white shield appeared. Its power made the wind grow stronger and stronger. But Cale Henituse stood still to feel it. He reached out, thinking to himself, somehow it was good to have it by his side. Cale Henituse touched the shield, calculating that if anything happened, he would need to use a bit of its power. "It should be fine. I probably won't run into that crazy mage, right?" A while later, once Cale Henituse was dressed neatly, he said, "Ah, today is your last day, right?" Ron Mullen smiled and replied, "I'll be back next year." Hearing that, Cale Henituse couldn't help but shiver, thinking that sounded terrifying. He secretly plotted, "After a year, I'll pass him off to Hans immediately." Cale Henituse turned away from the mirror and spoke, "Let's get ready." The carriage driver snapped the reins. The horses immediately bolted, pulling the carriage behind them. Cale Henituse sat inside, asking, "Why did you want me to come along?" Amiru didn't explain, but asked back, "Young master, do you think building a naval base in our territory would be feasible?" Cale Henituse remembered the letter he had received earlier. He had received a letter from Eric. It said that the bid to invest in his tourism project and the Crown Princes had failed. The letter read, "You endured so much for us, but we failed." He said this left Gilbert Cheval and Amiru feeling quite discouraged, but Amiru didn't look like that at all. He smiled. "I think you already know the answer, don't you?" "Lady Amiru." Amiru replied, "That's right, but because I cannot decide on my own, I contacted my mother. I intended to tell you about this today. Building a new naval base is no easy task. Troubles arising from conflicting interests between regions are more headache-inducing than the construction costs, especially during such peaceful times. Therefore, the royal family is eyeing the northeast, the only area with a coastline in the Eastern Territory, but above all, it's because the power of those in that faction is comparable to theirs." Cale Henituse asked his question. "So, ultimately, Lady Amiru's concern is the royal family's growing influence over your territory?" Amiru answered, "Yes. That is why I invited you along." Cale Henituse heard this, crossed his arms, and leaned back, thinking, "This won't be easy at all." He spoke up. "I'm curious about your questions, but I must say this first. The money in the Henituse household is entirely managed by my father. Trash like me has no say in such things. In territories not directly managed by the royal family, places used to raise an army for both the crown and the regional lord, there are many contracts drawn up in very meticulous detail regarding actual control. Perhaps the royal family has passed the construction of the naval base on the northeast coast. They will pour all their money into it. When that happens, control of the base will naturally fall into the hands of the royal family. Compared to tourism investments, building a naval base will consume far more human and financial resources. Gilbert Cheval and Amiru's territories. There aren't enough human and financial resources to handle this. If Amiru wants to put an end to this, there's only one way: borrow money from those who have it." Upon hearing Cale Henituse's confession, Amiru smiled as if she had already anticipated those words. "Is it really like that? The Crown Prince is very wary of the movements of the Whipper Kingdom and the northern nations. I found that out after talking to him," she said, clasping her hands together. "That's why I managed to uncover some information, thanks to the guild." Cale Henituse secretly agreed with this. "That's right. The Crown Prince and the royal family are already aware of the impending civil war in the Whipper Kingdom, and the Northern Knights are gathering their strength. It really is surprising. It seems the situation in her territory isn't great, which is why she has to rely on the Eric Wheelsman family. To obtain information from another region through a guild, she must have spent a fortune. Knowing how to invest money for a sure outcome, she has good judgment." As the carriage continued into town, Cale Henituse spoke up. "I heard that the Henituse family's city walls are being renovated. The territory will block any dangerous infiltration from the outside. There must be an interest in military strength. I will speak to my father about this." Amiru, having achieved her goal, was pleased. We will also officially contact the Count again. If the naval base is built in the northeast, control will fall under the houses of Eric, Amiru, and Jubei. Cale Henituse wore a sly smile, thinking to himself that if the Henituse family contributed funds to the construction, they would also become part owners, while simultaneously bringing benefits to the Count's estate in terms of naval power and other maritime advantages. Suddenly, Amiru fell silent, as if something was difficult to say. She spoke. Actually, I'm a bit worried about the whirlpools, but we have navigation routes for ships that were created a long time ago. That must be our strength if anyone tries to infiltrate. I want to try it this time. Cale Henituse smiled upon hearing that. He thought to himself, whirlpools. Huh. That whirlpool will be mine sooner or later. Cale Henituse grew more excited the more he thought about it. Building a house on the cliffs of the northeast coast and enjoying retirement, wouldn't that be wonderful? If he hands the territory over to Basan, it will be very difficult to live in the territory. When the war breaks out, he will run away. After the war ends, it would be great to go to Amiru or Jubei's territories, build a mansion, and live there while gazing at the sea. When Amiru saw he didn't answer, she was a little worried. Young Master Cale Henituse, I hope you will help me. Cale Henituse smiled dismissively. You want to ask for help from trash like me? He put on an innocent act. I have no influence. I can only help by passing along words. Amiru recalled her mother's advice from before. She had said, Amiru, you have no power in your hands, so you must be cautious, but if you want to gain strength, you must know how to risk it all. She gave a faint smile and replied to Cale Henituse, saying that passing words along was already good enough. Amiru reached out her hand. If you have the chance, please visit Ubar. She invited him. There are quite a few interesting places to discover there. Cale Henituse politely reached out to shake her hand. If I have the chance, I will drop by. Amiru replied, I hope that day comes soon. The carriage finally arrived. Cale Henituse stepped out first, constantly looking around as if searching for something. He looked at the watch on his wrist and thought to himself, it is already 8:30. In the capital's Glory Plaza, guards for this event would have been concentrated since an hour ago. At 8:30, the Royal Knights will control the entries, and the plaza will be packed with people. No one will be able to easily get out of here anymore. The time when everyone cannot easily enter or exit is when they start looking for the hidden items. Necklaces, pendants, or magic bomb pouches could be in any shape. The people carrying those bombs, Choi Han and the others, will find them. Just then, someone spoke up behind Cale Henituse. You've arrived? That's Jube, she exclaimed. Everyone arrived early, huh? Meanwhile, Cale Henituse was busy thinking, it doesn't matter if they can't find them, because the answer will be revealed soon. Locke replied to Gilbert Cheval. Of course, we set off at 8:05. She asked Cale Henituse again. Stay, put in one place today, okay? Cale Henituse shook his head slightly, thinking to himself that he didn't know anything. He didn't know a thing. Just then, they suddenly discovered the appearance of two people in front of them. Locke exclaimed, Oh my god, how could this happen? At this moment, Raon Miru also flew to Cale Henituse's side. I'm here, he reported. We are disarming the magic bombs at the locations. Exactly at 8:55, they will all be disarmed. I'm busy, so I'm off. Raon used his claw to stroke Cale Henituse's hair. Weak human, if you encounter trouble, remember to use the shield. Cale Henituse's group also dispersed to get into their carriages. Time to get in the carriage. As for Cale Henituse, he watched Raon fly away, feeling confused. Shield? What the hell kind of shield? There's nothing that requires using a shield, right? Albaru Crossman reported that everything was ready, and they were just waiting to depart. He smiled satisfactorily. Let's go. Cale Henituse sat in the carriage with a grumpy, speechless expression. Taylor was the first to speak. It is an honor to meet you again after the party. Amiru introduced herself. Very happy to meet you again. I am Amiru. Cale Henituse thought to himself, arranging the seating like this. Is this a prank by the Crown Prince? Neo Tolls was a bit grumpy. Very happy to meet you. He looked toward Cale Henituse, who was still sitting with his legs crossed, looking out the window without any intention of greeting them. Cale Henituse was currently busy thinking that chaos was not far off now. However, the carriage was already chaotic. Taylor and Amiru just smiled at each other like that. Neo sat in a corner, huddled up. Cale Henituse saw this and thought he looked quite flustered. It made sense. Almost all the nobles looked flustered. Venian's face was particularly chaotic. Who could have imagined it? The abandoned eldest son, Taylor Stan, could actually abandon his wheelchair and walk on his own 2 feet. And the people of Marquis Stan's house were standing beside the Crown Prince. That was something no one could have imagined. He had obtained the healing star. Just then, Amiru smiled and spoke, cutting through the awkward atmosphere. "Young Master Taylor, have your legs completely recovered?" He glanced at Neo beside him and replied, "Thanks to a heaven-sent luck, my legs have recovered. Currently, they have completely recovered. Congratulations to you." "Thank you, lady." Neo coughed lightly, wanting to hide his own confusion. Taylor Stan did not look at him anymore, his gaze shifting elsewhere, observing the city through the glass window. Neo awkwardly smiled. "Since young Master Taylor Stan's legs have recovered like that, you will surely return to the Marquis's castle, right?" He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Return, you say? That place was originally my home. Isn't that the place I was supposed to be in?" His answer left the other man completely speechless, unable to say anything more. Afterward, Taylor Stan turned to look at Cale Henituse, who had been silent the whole time, without saying a word. He smiled intimately and said, "Young Master Cale Henituse, I want to tell you everything. It's truly a very interesting story." He furrowed his brows and sighed. He knew what he wanted to talk about. Afterward, the carriage stopped in the middle of the city. Neo stepped off the carriage and said, "Well, I'll be going now." Amiru also stepped off the carriage. Young Master Cale Henituse said, "I'll be heading over to young Master Eric." She glanced at them before leaving, thinking to herself that young Master Taylor and young Master Cale Henituse had never met before. Surely nothing will happen, right? The carriage was now left with just the two of them. Taylor spoke up first. "Finally, it's just the two of us. I healed my legs by becoming the head of the Marquis family." Cale Henituse calmly asked him if he had traded his loyalty for it. "I made a deal." He smirked. "Good for you. Congratulations on healing your legs." Taylor Stan pulled a piece of paper from his person. This contained the terms of the deal, which he then handed to him. Cale Henituse took it and asked, "Why give this to me? You should know that it's better to keep this under wraps. Cage has been exiled." Upon hearing that, he asked, "For acting on her own?" "That's right. She's very happy. So that's good news. She has finally stepped onto the path of the crazy priestess." Taylor smiled at him. "Everything begins now. We will win. Isn't that right, young Master Cale Henituse?" Cale Henituse didn't answer, but frowned to himself, wondering why he was being lumped into their victory. He said, "You will be victorious." Taylor stood up and opened the carriage door. "Thank you. I'll take my leave now. Once we win, let's the three of us have a drink." Cale Henituse smiled and said, "Henny's wine is delicious." The carriage continued on, and he finally opened the paper Taylor had given him earlier. It stated that the Crown Prince wanted to avoid a civil war. Cale Henituse furrowed his brows, gritted his teeth, and quickly put the paper away. He then stepped out of the carriage. As expected, the Crown Prince's true origins remained a mystery. Just as he stepped out, Eric, Gilbert Cheval, and Amiru approached him, calling out, "Young Master Cale Henituse, let's go. It's our turn to enter." In the novel The Birth of a Hero, Choi Han had climbed to a position slightly higher than a commoner. However, it still paled in comparison to the royalty and high-ranking officials. It was now 8:25. This was the time for nobles and high officials to enter, as well as when the commoner entrance was being monitored. JB noticed his silence and asked, "Young Master Cale Henituse, is this your first time at the plaza?" "Yes, I've passed by in a carriage before, but this is my first time actually coming here. There's a tea house to the south, an inn to the west, a flower shop to the east, and the Ceramic Guild's building to the north." He remarked softly, "The plaza is truly massive." Cale Henituse looked around. The plan was proceeding smoothly. Over there, the commoner entrance had closed, blocking off access. Now, he had to start finding the hidden bombs, though searching like this wasn't really necessary, because at 9:1, the answer would reveal itself. After that, they sat at a small shop in the plaza. "Please, have a seat here." Coincidentally, Taylor was there too. "We meet again." The young master nudged him as he sat down slowly and said, "That's right, young Master Taylor." He thought to himself that this was the exact same seating arrangement as the last banquet. Eric whispered a reminder, "Cale Henituse, stay put. Understood?" Cale Henituse chuckled. "Eric, just look at the clock in the center of the plaza. I won't do anything today." Immediately after, an announcement echoed throughout the entire plaza. The Crossman royal family was entering. Round flew closer to Cale Henituse to remind him there were 15 minutes left. He thought to himself, "Indeed, a dragon is capable of anything with its magic. There is nothing it cannot do." At this moment, a procession of magnificent carriages began to enter the entrance. Cale Henituse quietly watched Albaru Crossman, who was smiling and waving at the citizens. According to the Black Dragon, the Crown Prince's hair and eye color had been dyed. Originally, his hair and eyes were the color of a commoner's brown. A series of cheers broke out. The son of the Roan kingdom, King Zed Crossman, was entering. At the same time, Cale Henituse glanced up at the roof of a house not far away. A small cactus pot was placed there. He smirked, thinking, is it disarmed now? Then, right under the clock, the king and the royal family were seated in their designated spots. As soon as the king raised his hand, the chatter died down. The atmosphere became stiller than ever. The king smiled and said, I have received the protection of the sun god and have ruled this country for 30 years. Cale Henituse stared at him intensely. He seemed happy, but unfortunately, it was now 9. The plaza clock chimed several times, and then everyone looked up at the sky in confusion. Huh, what is that? Ah, what's up there? What's going on? Who is that? On the clock tower, a man wrapped in robes stood there, his eyes cold as he looked down. Seeing this, everyone shouted in unison, Who are you? Get down here. The soldiers began to act, all of them rushing to move up to the building. Contrasting the surprise and worry of the crowd, Cale Henituse sat calmly. The blood-crazed mage. Redika, what if he doesn't follow the script? What should I do if he doesn't show up? If Redika doesn't appear, I'll have to go through the trouble of finding him. And the one who'll have to do the hard work is Choi Han, not me. Choi Han could hear the mad mage announcing that the upcoming terror would be quite interesting. Up there, Redika laughed loudly. He snapped his fingers, activating a magic attack. Small sparks of lightning scattered. This is going to be fun. Just as he predicted, the man had indeed said exactly that. The sky, which had been clear just moments ago, was now turning blood red. Ominous clouds slowly gathered. The space became chaotic, and a surge of magical energy erupted with a blinding light. Golden lightning swirled violently, forming a small sphere. Then, a barrage of lightning bolts struck the ground below. Everyone scrambled in panic. Rosalind, Choi Han, and Locke were taken aback. Cale Henituse glanced in one direction and smiled. Found you. 10 minutes. Even if we can't disarm the bombs attached to people, that's enough time to move them to the mountain behind the capital, where people are forbidden to enter. Raon flew around and informed him, I found a human. Cale Henituse just sat there smiling, because he had Rosalind and the Black Dragon with him. At the same time, Choi Han suddenly grabbed a young man. What is this? Let me go. The man was wearing a small blue necklace. When Cale Henituse saw it, he confirmed it was the item. Without a word, Choi Han snatched the necklace from the man. He whispered to himself, that was quick. Right after, Eric ran over and pulled at him. Cale Henituse, I've been calling you. Cale Henituse ignored Eric and looked toward Alberu Crossman. Your Highness, please leave this place first. He thought to himself, the Crown Prince's hair is up there, and Alberu Crossman is frowning. He recalled Raon Miru's words earlier. Did another dragon dye it for him? Or is it some other power? The Black Dragon had said that. His hair hadn't been changed yet. Wasn't it mana magic? Eric hurried Cale Henituse along. Cale Henituse, we need to get out of here quickly. Redika stood atop the clock tower, laughing aloud as he continued to rain down lightning strikes. How annoying. Immediately after, 4 other figures in black simultaneously activated a massive magic circle in the burning red sky, launching a barrage of spears. Cale Henituse heard screams echoing incessantly. Save me. Raon continued to report. One after another, more people were being found. Cale Henituse frowned slightly. It is currently 9:04, and 3 people have been found. Eric and the others ran over, urging him, Young master, this is no time to stand around. Let's run. Right, we must leave here at once. He didn't budge, only patting Eric on the shoulder. Eric, calm down. He pointed behind him. At that moment, soldiers had surrounded the square, and the people were extremely agitated. Move! Open the gates! Please, just wait a moment. How can you tell us to wait in this situation? The nobles are already fleeing. Open the gates. The situation was incredibly chaotic. Eric said softly, Thank you. I have calmed down now. This is the real me. It is now 9:08. In 2 minutes, the mages will have finished stabilizing the mana, and soon, the mana disturbance device will run out of energy. Choi Han was still diligently searching, and managed to eliminate 1 more person. That makes 4. 2 more to go. The moment the mana is stabilized, it will surge back toward the magic bombs. 2 minutes is enough time to act. Raon told him it was done. Cale Henituse froze upon hearing this. What? Seeing him look dazed, Tay asked, Young master, what is wrong? Cale Henituse frowned. Only 4? Cale Henituse looked around anxiously. Were there really only 4 bombs? He was still very uneasy. Clearly, the original story mentioned 10, but the event had changed, with the number of bombs reduced. The mages in the compound raised their arms to stabilize the mana. Small glowing orbs were launched upward, then exploded into puffs of smoke. Their barrier automatically opened a path for the blue orbs. They were being controlled, flying straight outside. Cale Henituse watched them. As expected of the Black Dragon and Rosalind, the bombs had been diverted to the Forbidden Mountain. They dove deep into the forest. The sky around them transformed into a galaxy. The mana had been stabilized. The Crown Prince and the King looked up in astonishment, but only Cale Henituse quietly observed everything. Tay was hesitant and shocked by the magic bombs. As a noble with some knowledge of magic, he knew of such destructive power. The young man held his head. Perhaps there were only 4 after all. Raon appeared just then. We saved them. The little one flew happily in the sky. I saved the people. No one died. Just as planned. But Redika found it incredibly irritating. He looked toward the Forbidden Mountain, disappointed that no one had died. Why did the bombs explode there? He muttered. This is ruined. People below began to shout. What do you think you're doing? Z asked them. Who are you? But he was preoccupied with something else. Wait a minute. Cale Henituse's eyes showed clear panic. This is ruined? He immediately reconsidered. Did he mean there were more? The king ordered loudly. What are you doing here? Look, they are rushing up the stairs. Hurry, go up there and capture them for me. Redika sighed. There was no other way. He clapped his hands to activate something, and the sky changed again as strong winds arose. Cale Henituse's gaze locked onto the black bag. That's it. The young man's brow furrowed. It turned out there were 2 more bombs left. The magic circles written on the paper were torn open, shield, acceleration, and self-destruction magic. They had prepared a squad of suicide assassins. Redika shouted orders for them to start diving down. The people at the party panicked, scrambling to run away. Cale Henituse's expression turned stern. They are heading this way. Those behind him were also rushing. Let's go. Young Master Cale Henituse, run. Raon acted quickly. I'm going. Cale Henituse stood still. It was too late to dodge. Running for a few seconds wouldn't get him out of the bomb's blast radius. Magical sparks began to erupt from the assassins' backpacks. Cale Henituse let out a quiet sigh. He thought to himself, if the bombs exploded, he might lose an arm, but with the vitality of the heart, it would regenerate. He was also concerned for those around him. Even if these people ran, they would be injured, and if their limbs were blown off, they couldn't regenerate. So, the plan had to change. Rosalind was grabbed by Raon. I'm here, young Master Cale Henituse. She quickly dashed in front of him. A magic shield was created by the girl instantly. Redika also began the chaos. Detonate them. The bombs in the bags glowed brightly, as if ready to explode. Cale Henituse's hands were raised high at the same time. Rosalind stared blankly at his actions. Huh? His shield was pulled out and placed in front of the assassins. They were startled by this obstruction. Raon whispered, I will block it too. The dragon's magic in the shield enveloped the assassins. Rosalind was very surprised and turned to look. Cale Henituse did not answer. He only focused on bracing his shield. The young man's face was twisted in pain. Damn it. The bombs exploded violently right in front of his shield. The explosion was massive, with fierce destructive power. People at the party bowed their heads and screamed. The surroundings were engulfed in ash and smoke. Some were injured and moaned in fear. My hand, my hand. Eric was still dazed when a cracking sound echoed. He stuttered out his words. It was Cale Henituse's shield, falling apart in pieces due to the heavy impact. Shards fell onto his hands, leaving scratches all over his skin. Cale Henituse hadn't lowered his hands yet. What an incredible explosion. The young man's stomach throbbed immediately, making him grunt. His vision blurred, and he helplessly smiled. Young Master Cale Henituse. Rosalind hurried to support him. Young Master Cale Henituse. Are you all right? He looked at his hands. Ah, my hands are scorched. I really don't like being in pain. The dull ache made his fingers itch. Although the black dragon had absorbed most of the blast's power, it still hurt. The others quickly approached him. Young Master Cale Henituse, are you hurt? He was about to reply when he suddenly coughed up blood. Not far away, his hands were stained with red blood. Eric turned pale and shouted, Blood! Blood! He calmly touched his chest. As expected, the vitality of the heart, the power of the ancient ability, had activated, and his body returned to normal. The young man smiled to himself. His limbs were still intact. Although his palms were scorched, it didn't hurt as much as a paper cut. Coughing once, his body felt even healthier. Cale Henituse thought leisurely, this isn't too bad, is it? Now I understand why heroes never let go of ancient powers and keep using them. The person next to him gripped his hand tightly. Are you smiling? He exclaimed quite firmly. Don't laugh. He kept his eyes squeezed shut, not even trying to open them, as Cale Henituse stared at him. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Then, another panicked voice chimed in. This one too, such a weak human. An was scared as well. You better not die, it said. You're so incredibly weak. If you die, I'll slaughter everyone here. The voice was menacing. I'll kill them all. And once I'm done, I'll die too. Cale winced. He's clearly worried about me, so why does he have to sound so ominous? Jay and Amiru hurried away. Young master, I will call the priest. I'll be back shortly. He started, realizing he wasn't actually in any pain. Where should he pretend to be hurt? He had to put on a show. Meanwhile, outside, Choi Han was being briefed by the soldiers. Choi Han's face darkened instantly. Please, move aside. The guard still blocked his path. Commoners are not allowed in here. Choi Han stood his ground stubbornly. Commoners? Who made that rule? From inside, Cale Henituse signaled him he had told him not to reveal himself. After all, Choi Han caught his signal immediately. He turned away timidly. My apologies. The young man's dejected expression made Cale Henituse feel awkward. It wasn't really anything worth apologizing for. Rosalind checked on him. Young master, are you all right? He quickly returned his attention to her. Yes, I'm perfectly fine. She watched him wipe away the blood, secretly curious. What he had just done was truly astonishing. Could a royal like herself ever pull off something like that? She muttered to herself. I can't figure you out. Just then, Cale Henituse looked nervously behind him, and Rosalind turned around quickly. Since when had Redika landed there? Truly beyond my imagination, how interesting. His gaze drifted, and the madman stared straight at Rosalind. Redika's crimson eyes widened. Then, he recognized her. She had appeared in his memories back at the Blue Wolf village. Redika blurted out, Good heavens. He didn't hesitate to reveal his ambitions to them. I love people who carry the scent of blood. He frowned slightly. I want to put them on display in my cabinet. Cale Henituse turned pale at those words. What a maniac. Choi Han, nearby, received another signal. Cale Henituse was looking toward him. After all, madmen like him were only meant to exist for a few chapters. Choi Han nodded, understanding the intent. The palace guards raised their bows, launching a volley of sharp arrows aimed straight at him. Redika watched his prey with total composure. King Zed gritted his teeth in fear, but Redika just waved his hand. Well then, until next time. Every arrow hit only the wall, which exploded, causing the tower to crack. Soon, thick dust filled the air, leaving the scene looking desolate. Redika had vanished along with his followers. Cale Henituse sat on the ground. He thought to himself that was his specialized teleportation magic. There was no way anyone here knew where they had gone. But the birth of a hero mentioned where he would teleport to. Choi Han, An, Hong, and Locke had already headed to the location he had specified. If Redika and his army really arrived there, they would likely meet their end at Choi Han's hands. He was worried Choi Han might lose control. To ensure he didn't burn himself out, he had sent An, Hong, and Locke along with him. He slowly pushed himself up. With them there, it would be fine. After all, Choi Han had a soft spot for small and weak things. King Zed stood above them. Today, everyone did their absolute best to resolve that catastrophic incident. Follow me back to the palace. We will do everything we can for everyone's safety. The festival will be postponed. Cale Henituse glanced at Rosalind, who was standing next to him. Rosalind had intended to stay hidden as much as possible, yet she revealed herself for his sake. Perhaps she only stepped out because the Black Dragon couldn't. Just then, Rosalind turned to look at him. As if reading his thoughts, she said, It's a secret. Cale Henituse smiled faintly. She really was someone who could read others' minds. This morning, he had made a few things clear to the six of them regarding the plan. First, the Black Dragon and the two Beast Children were not to reveal their true identities. Second, even if Choi Han and Rosalind were exposed, it had to happen under the most natural circumstances. Finally, no damage was to be caused to one another. The two smiled at each other. At that moment, Amiru rushed over with a priest. The priest was so exhausted he was gasping for air. Young master, are you all right? Cale Henituse held out his injured hand and said, It's actually quite painful. Could you take a look? The priest then used his healing abilities on him. Cale Henituse remarked softly, Healing is truly hard work, isn't it? Yes, I saw your silver shield. Young master, you did a wonderful job. He didn't respond to the priest, instead glancing at Albaru Crossman, who was walking toward them. Is this your first time seeing ancient power? Just then, a hand touched his shoulder. Albaru Crossman stood behind him and replied, That's right. Cale Henituse and the priest bowed to him. Your Highness, he thought. He's finally here. If he's already seen one of my cards, I should mine this for all it's worth, right? Sacrificing himself only to receive empty fame wasn't his style. Compared to empty fame, money was better. Being a rich man was definitely better than being a hero. Albaru Crossman looked at him for a moment before saying, "Young master, thank you. You were truly impressive." He leaned in close to his ear. "Young master, you're on my side, aren't you?" Cale Henituse thought to himself, "Of course I'm on your side." The voice sounded insufferably annoying. Albaru Crossman continued, "There won't be any trouble, and you will receive proper compensation. What do you think?" At that, Cale beamed and gave him a big hug. "Not at all, Your Highness. I was just doing what I had to." Such a fake hug. Rayon, fluttering nearby, saw this and said, "That human is acting really strange." As expected of a black dragon young as he was, his judgment was always spot on. "Since it's come to this, I might as well squeeze the crown prince for everything he's worth." Albaru Crossman saw Cale Henituse's professional, fake smile and took a step back. Soon after, the prepared carriage arrived. Albaru Crossman smiled and said, "Young Master Cale Henituse, please go ahead. I have a lot of respect for you today." He replied respectfully, "Not at all. Compared to you, the star in the hearts of the people of this kingdom, how could I possibly go first?" Rayon looked at him with eyes full of suspicion. "Human, is there something wrong with your head?" The two of them went back and forth with their act. No, I truly respect you." "Then, your humble servant will take his leave first." With that, Cale Henituse turned his head. Over there, a group of people was staring at him. On this side, they seemed worried about him. On the other side by that, he meant Venyan. The man was gnashing his teeth in rage, looking as if he wanted to tear him apart. How could that piece of trash have such power? Well, that was probably exactly what he was thinking. Cale Henituse didn't care in the slightest, and slowly stepped into the carriage. Standing behind Venyan was Neo, who shuddered when he met Cale's gaze. Well, Cale thought, that's one more villain I can cross off the list. Albaru Crossman smiled and reminded his attendant to welcome the young lady following them with the utmost care. "As you command, Your Highness," the attendant replied. Sitting in the carriage, Cale Henituse looked at Rosalind still standing outside and wondered, "I probably don't need to worry, right?" Rosalind was reliable. With that, the carriage began to move. Cale Henituse sat inside, surveying his surroundings. As expected of a royal carriage, he thought. The quality is on a different level. How did they even manage to fit a seat like this in here? Albaru Crossman looked at Cale Henituse and asked, "Do you need medical treatment?" Cale Henituse stopped looking around the carriage, turned to Albaru Crossman, and said bluntly, "My body is perfectly healthy. I probably don't need help from the best team of physicians and priests. I'll be fine just lying down and resting for 3 or 4 days." Albaru Crossman let out a loud, surprised laugh, before immediately reverting to his elegant, noble demeanor. "I see. Very well then. A noble who was injured while protecting others deserved the most special care in the world." Cale Henituse nodded in agreement. "That's good." Suddenly, Albaru Crossman asked, Young Master Cale Henituse, are you and those people connected?" Cale Henituse pondered Albaru Crossman's question. Those people? He must be talking about the ones causing the riot at the plaza. In his mind, he recalled being next to the Black Dragon at the plaza, who had questioned, why didn't that crown prince show his face when people were being killed? He has the power, doesn't he? At the time, Cale Henituse had thought to himself, is he trying to hide his power? Even when his own servant died and the limbs of the young knights were blown off, he still refused to appear. He had hidden himself, pretending to be weak. He had assumed that even if the prince used others, he was fundamentally a good person. Turns out, that's not the case. Cale Henituse smiled and asked Albaru Crossman with feigned goodwill, "Your Highness, why would I bother with such troublesome things?" Albaru Crossman relaxed, leaning back against the seat with a sigh. Fair point. He crossed his arms, assessing the situation. It was true. Why would someone hiding behind the mask of trash ever do such a thing? What happened today must have been unexpected. So, Albaru Crossman told Cale Henituse, the royal palace might conduct some meaningless investigations into you. Cale Henituse kept a professional smile on his face and countered, "Your Highness will stop them, won't you?" Albaru Crossman opened the curtain to greet the citizens outside and calmly replied, "Why are you asking such an obvious question? We will discuss it further when I visit you to check on your recovery." Cale Henituse suddenly spoke up. "Your Highness." Albaru Crossman turned his head. "Yes?" Cale Henituse immediately put on his most flattering, oily voice. "If it is to speak with the star of the kingdom, Your Highness, then I, Cale Henituse, always have time." Albaru Crossman was speechless, not knowing what to say. Cale Henituse paused for a moment and continued, "However, I don't want what I did today to be blown out of proportion." Albaru Crossman said confidently, "I will handle everything. As long as the royal palace isn't criticized, it will be fine." Suddenly, Albaru Crossman added sincerely, "Regardless, thank you. Because of you, the number of injured has decreased." Albaru Crossman didn't look directly at Cale Henituse as he spoke, keeping his head turned toward the window to greet the people. Cale Henituse watched Albaru Crossman pensively, full of suspicion. I still don't know if he's a bad guy or a good guy, or rather, I'm not even sure if he's actually human. Nevertheless, Cale Henituse didn't forget his original goal and hinted to Albaru Crossman. "Indeed. I look forward to your compensation, Your Highness." Albaru Crossman sighed helplessly, crossing his arms. Honestly. Cale Henituse watched Albaru Crossman's reaction, and thought that since he didn't tell him not to wait for the compensation, it meant he would take care of him well enough. Arriving at the royal palace, Cale Henituse was placed in a luxurious room, lying comfortably on a large bed while eating grapes. He happily thought to himself, "They're treating me differently than last time. This must be the best room in the annex reserved for foreign royalty." It made sense. In the book, The Birth of a Hero, this was the room where Choi Han had rested. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Cale Henituse sat up and told them to come in. The door opened, and his companions were there. They all cried out in unison, "Young Master Cale Henituse!" Han was wailing as he shouted, "Young Master, do you know how worried I was?" Cale Henituse, just about to step off the bed, froze upon hearing Han's lamentations. He watched as Han ran toward him, crying miserably for young Master Cale Henituse. Cale Henituse coldly ordered, "Stop right there. The rest of you, come in." Han stopped crying instantly, returning to his professional demeanor. "I have reported back to our household. Sir, it's always better to be faster than the royal family. I used the magic communication device, so it was a bit expensive." Good work," Cale Henituse praised Han. Han looked toward Rosalind, hesitating. Cale Henituse guessed what he meant. Naturally, he already knew. So, Cale Henituse ordered Han, "Keep going." Han continued his report. "I have instructed the servants in the castle to remain silent regarding Lady Rosalind." Both Rosalind and Cale Henituse praised Han for his good work. Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief. Cale Henituse thought with satisfaction that keeping one's mouth shut was always better for adapting to situations. Han stammered as he continued. "But, young Master Cale Henituse?" Han hesitated. "Even though I have already reported it, you will likely still need to communicate directly with the household using that device later. If you don't, the Count will come here himself." Cale Henituse gave a cold, He thought to himself that if it were his father, Count Daruth Henituse, he would certainly do such a thing. After reporting, Han asked to be excused. "I will go meet with the manager of the annex. You all talk." Cale Henituse agreed. "All right, get going." After Han left, the Black Dragon said to Cale Henituse, "There are no surveillance or recording devices in here, human." Cale Henituse only thought to himself, not saying it out loud, "Even if there were, wouldn't you protect me anyway? This space is for foreign nobles to rest. Planting listening devices in a place like this, even if our two countries are allies, wouldn't that be a provocation?" Even though he could say whatever he wanted in this room, Rosalind still cast a soundproofing spell just in case. Rosalind smiled, saying that, in any case, it was better to be safe. Cale Henituse praised her, noting that her foresight was truly impressive. Because Rosalind had cast the soundproofing spell, Choi Han appeared immediately. Cale Henituse calmly said, "Report." Choi Han bowed his head. When he looked up, there was a hint of grievance in his eyes. Cale Henituse sat in his chair and said, "Choi Han, give your report." Choi Han nodded and began to recount what happened. "That mage appeared where the bridge was, so when I intended to kill him, I remembered that night when the two cats, On and Hong, were standing on the side of the suicide soldiers. Choi Han was surrounded and attacked by a group of people dressed completely in black. He reported to Cale Henituse. His subordinates blocked me." Cale Henituse realized it immediately upon hearing the news and said, "The suicide squad again." Choi Han nodded. "Yes." At that moment, he gripped his sword tightly and gritted out each word. "The people you hold dear have all died or nearly died because of them." He looked up, his face filled with rage and hatred. Today was no different. He launched himself in a flash, channeling his darkness. When he mentioned that the masked men also possessed fire and other types of powers, Cale Henituse asked briefly, "So, he managed to run away?" Choi Han was silent for a few seconds before answering, "Yes, I only managed to sever his left arm. Didn't you say to let him run?" Cale Henituse, hearing that, had a massive question mark appear over his head. Then he explained, "I was worried he might take the arm and reattach it, so I burned it." "You added that too?" His left eye was also injured. Cale Henituse broke into a cold sweat. He really couldn't help but be awed by Choi Han's strength. If that's the case, wouldn't that mage have suffered fatal wounds? After all, one needs both hands to cast magic to easily balance mana. Choi Han still felt guilty for letting him get away. For a moment, his tone shifted to a cold, gloomy pitch. I should have killed him. Sorry. Cale Henituse sweated, answering vaguely to brush it off, feeling the mood take a turn for the worse. No. It's not like you have anything to apologize for. You've worked hard. He got a bad feeling. As Choi Han's state worsened, he saw the cats, On and Hong, clinging tightly to Locke. Their tails were puffed up and trembling. The kid seemed scared. Did he unleash his aura? His underlings? As Cale Henituse pondered the current situation, Choi Han remained gloomy, muttering about his own performance that night. I thought it would be better to just kill them. So I finished them off neatly. The two cats heard this and became even more terrified, especially Hong. His small body curled up into a ball, looking petrified. Cale Henituse quickly stopped Choi Han from saying anything else. It would be better if you didn't say the next part. Then he asked, You didn't destroy that house, did you? While thinking to himself, if he went crazy and destroyed the whole area, I'd have to clean up the mess, wouldn't I? Choi Han nodded gloomily. Yes, of course. Just as Master Cale Henituse said, I tried my best not to damage the house or the surroundings. By now, the two cats couldn't take being near the dark guy anymore, and jumped off Locke. Ignoring Cale Henituse's, hey, you too, the cats hurriedly jumped onto the royal bed where the black dragon, Raon Miru, was lying quietly. They huddled close to the dragon to soothe their fear and whispered to each other, Black dragon is the cutest. Black dragon is the best. Cale Henituse watched the cats, thinking they must be afraid of Choi Han. But then Cale Henituse smiled slightly, putting that aside to return to the main topic. All right, you've worked hard. You all did a great job today. Thanks to everyone, we are all still alive. I also want to thank Rosalind. Lady Rosalind, you've worked hard too. Rosalind smiled at everyone present. Everyone agreed with what the dragon Raon Miru was about to say to Cale Henituse. You've worked hard too. Cale Henituse chuckled. He didn't show much on the outside, but it was clear that he was very pleased with his companions deep down. He said comfortably, Of course. So now, I need to collect my reward. After waiting a while longer, the VIP arrived. His Highness, Alberu Crossman. He told everyone to leave. Everyone, head out. Everyone nodded and left the room. Yes, Your Highness. Only Cale Henituse and Crown Prince Alberu Crossman remained in the room. He stood next to Cale Henituse's royal bed and asked about his condition as he sat there. Are you all right? Cale Henituse replied with a smile. Yes, I'm very touched that Your Highness came to visit me. Hearing that, Alberu Crossman forced a smile and said, That gives me goosebumps, stop it. Then Cale Henituse stopped joking and spoke seriously. Thank you, Your Highness. Alberu Crossman sighed. All right, I've spread the story that you are recovering. As a noble, you contributed to suppressing the riot at the plaza and even stopped a bomb. He continued. You exposed your ancient power yourself, so I couldn't hide it, but I've announced that it's a defensive ability that isn't very strong. That's what you wanted, right? Cale Henituse replied naturally. Yes, and Alberu Crossman continued, as if to praise Cale Henituse. A young, weak, noble standing up to protect the kingdom is a good image, isn't it? Cale Henituse laughed. That's true. Alberu Crossman then said, Tomorrow, rumors about UN reports related to the current situation will be sent to you via your butler. Take a look at them. Seeing Raon Miru keeping a wary eye on him and emanating a green aura around its body, Alberu broke into a cold sweat and asked softly, But the conviction in the Black Dragon's mind grew stronger. I'm sure of it now. This guy isn't a human. When it stared fixedly at Alberu Crossman, Alberu turned to ask Cale Henituse, Are you even human? Cale Henituse was stunned for 5 seconds, a huge question mark appearing over his head. What is this now? Then he replied, Of course I'm a human. At the same time, he thought, why is he asking that? Suddenly, Alberu Crossman burst out laughing. Right? Of course you're a human. Both you and I are humans. After that comment, the black dragon Raon Miru immediately told Cale Henituse, He's lying. He is definitely not a human. Cale Henituse thought wearily, Dragon, please, can you stop? Why do you keep telling me things I don't want to know? The black dragon stood up and said, At 4 years old, this is the first time I've seen an entity like this. Cale Henituse was silent and thought, 4 years of Dragon Age, does that mean out of all the dragons and humans the black dragon has met in these 4 years, including the cat and wolf tribes he just met recently, is the Crown Prince a completely different entity? Then Cale Henituse said, Of course. Is there anything else that could be different from a human? If we live together, we are all just humans. Alberu Crossman nodded in agreement, but offered a point of view. Exactly. There are no exceptions. But at that moment, Cale Henituse heard the words but and felt annoyed, thinking, another but? Can't he stop saying that? But Alberu Crossman suddenly shifted his tone to something unexpectedly serious. Back at the banquet, I had my suspicions about you. You've been giving off a very strange scent. This took Cale Henituse quite by surprise. What was that supposed to mean? Why would His Highness Alberu Crossman say something like that? Cale Henituse didn't seem to grasp Alberu Crossman's meaning and started sniffing his own body. A scent? Didn't I just take a bath? Alberu Crossman was left momentarily speechless. Then, he let out a sigh and continued. We've both laid our cards on the table, so there's no need to beat around the bush. I'll be blunt. What reward do you want? Cale Henituse was notorious as the trash of the Northeast. Even though he had been cast aside from the succession, he still didn't show any resentment, nor were there signs of conflict within his family. Alberu Crossman, having thoroughly analyzed Cale Henituse's background information, thought to himself, I heard he only cared about drinking and playing around. A total piece of trash. But now, the person standing before me doesn't seem like that at all. It's as if he's a completely different person. He glanced at Cale Henituse and mused, just look at him. Before Alberu Crossman stood a very composed Cale Henituse, a man who had actually made a great contribution to protecting his kingdom. Cale Henituse said, Your Highness, could we start with you telling me what I need to do? Alberu Crossman replied, I expect you won't say anything to the nobles. Anyone could see it. There was no way a mere trash could say something like that. He continued, and I also expect you to occasionally speak well of the royal family. Cale Henituse followed up, and mentioned the Crown Prince's generous heart as well, right? Alberu Crossman folded his arms and nodded. Exactly. But Cale Henituse was thinking that today's incident was a humiliation for the royal family. The royals would be thrown into chaos, because the nobles would use this event as an excuse to nitpick them. That was why he proposed compensation like this. Since he was from the Henituse family, a neutral party, they could negotiate terms. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Alberu Crossman continued. That was an ancient power, after all. That's not all of your abilities, is it? Cale Henituse smiled confidently. Of course, to be honest, aside from that, I'm useless. In the book, the Crown Prince understood ancient powers better than anyone, Cale Henituse thought to himself. Of course, I don't know for sure if he knows more than I do, but come to think of it, that ancient power, the healing star left behind by his mother, right? Alberu Crossman asked again. So, what do you want? Cale Henituse locked eyes with Alberu Crossman as he continued. The family? Investments in the Northeast? Or consolidating power in the Northeast? Cale Henituse shook his head at each of Alberu Crossman's suggestions and said, Those aren't what I want. Not what you want? Cale Henituse placed a hand over his heart and replied, this time with a confident smile, Please, just reward me with money. Alberu Crossman let out a soft laugh after hearing Cale Henituse, and he felt he understood the person in front of him a little better. I think I get the nature of this trash now. Although he lives behind the facade of a bum, in the end, this person his goal in life is clearly to climb to a higher position and take everything for himself, he thought, pinpointing the crux of Cale Henituse's words. Compared to his family or those around him, the most important thing to him was himself. Alberu asked, So what do you want? A title, a medal, or power in the capital? Cale Henituse had already decided on his wish. He smiled and answered concisely, Money. Alberu Crossman was a bit surprised by Cale Henituse's answer and asked to confirm. What was that? Cale Henituse said with complete sincerity. Please reward me with money. I don't need medals, nor do I want a title, because he thought to himself, a war is about to break out anyway, so what use is a medal or a title? Those things are unnecessary. Cash is king. He smiled mysteriously, making the black dragon Raon Miru whisper, Why are you laughing? Cale Henituse was lost in his own thoughts. I'll take the cash and make a profit by trading it for assets like food or land, completely ignoring Alberu Crossman, who was staring blankly at the smug person in front of him, speechless. And the final ancient power, the next one I'll claim, the sound of the wind, an ability that grows stronger the more money you spend. So Cale Henituse had everything planned out. The reward he wanted was the money to boost his ancient power. Alberu Crossman still thought the person in front of him was a decadent playboy, and asked, sweating, Are you planning to use that money to buy booze? Cale Henituse hid his true intentions and nonchalantly played along with Alberu Crossman. How did you know? Alberu Crossman gave a dry, disbelieving laugh. For real? But then he stood up and accepted Cale Henituse's request. Fine, I understand. Tomorrow, look over the reports and tell me the amount you want. Hearing that implied Alberu Crossman would come to see Cale Henituse again tomorrow. He asked, "You're coming to visit me again?" Alberu Crossman replied, "What, you don't like that?" Cale Henituse didn't deny it. Instead, he smiled brightly. "It would be my honor, Your Highness." These sappy words from Cale Henituse made Alberu Crossman's skin crawl. He was speechless, and finally turned to leave. "All right, get some rest." While Cale Henituse was happy that his plan was going so smoothly, the Black Dragon suddenly asked, "Human, is there another type of power that can dye hair without using mana?" Cale Henituse didn't answer. He just laid down and turned his back to the dragon. Rayon Miru nudged Cale Henituse's back, seeking an answer. "Answer me, human. If it's not mana, what kind of power is it? I'm so curious." Cale Henituse ignored the dragon, nudging his back, and stayed silent. "Just let it be. I'm a patient right now anyway." The next morning, at the vast Henituse estate, where there was a luxurious, spacious garden, in Cale Henituse's room, Choi Han visited him and handed him a letter, a report on the situation from the butler, Ron Molen. Ron Molen had left as planned. Cale Henituse took the letter and opened it to read the contents. Ron wrote, "Young master, I will send you a report once a month. I didn't expect you to be hiding such a power, young master. Choi Han told me about that man's appearance. I will keep it well in mind. I have already instructed Bcrox Molen as well." As Cale Henituse finished reading, Choi Han asked for permission to speak. "I will take my leave now." Cale Henituse put the letter on the table and said, "All right." Now alone in the room, he closed his eyes and thought, he even entrusted his own son? If that bastard Redica runs into Ron Molen, he's a dead man. He's cold-blooded. He smiled slightly. Eric Wheelsman was very worried about Cale Henituse. At that moment, he said anxiously, "I heard you were in a lot of pain." But Cale Henituse just stayed silent and didn't answer his question. A second later, he said softly, "My body, I have no strength at all." After hearing him say that, Eric Wheelsman became even more worried and called out his name, "Cale Henituse." Cale Henituse then clutched his stomach and said uncomfortably, "My stomach feels terrible too." Although he said that, inside, Cale thought to himself that his stomach was only upset because he'd been lying around eating all day. Seeing Cale Henituse silently clutching his stomach, Eric Wheelsman said, "Just let me know if you need anything." Lady Amiru added, "That's right. We will do everything in our power to help you, young master." Cale smiled at that, while the two cats looked at him, confused. They then closed their eyes and curled up on him again. A moment later, Gilbert Cheval suddenly remarked, "But this isn't just a simple get-well visit, is it?" This comment made Eric Wheelsman suddenly remember something, so he let out an, "Ah." He then handed Cale Henituse an envelope and said, "This contains the revised investment details for the Northeast region. I thought I'd bring it to you while I was at it." After taking it, Cale Henituse opened it to take a look. Cale thought, it seems they've really made up their minds to invest in building that naval base." As Cale Henituse read the letter, Eric Wheelsman continued, "This news will be sent to the Henituse household along with this proposal soon." Hearing that, Cale asked softly, "Is that so? Are you all preparing to meet His Highness, the Crown Prince?" Eric Wheelsman replied honestly, "That's right. We're meeting him tonight. The Crown Prince needs to show interest, so we can get things moving." Once Cale Henituse finished reading, he said calmly, "It will be fine. From now on, you can just send the documents via a servant. It must be tiring to come visit me like this, so there's no need to come anymore." However, Eric Wheelsman firmly objected, saying, "If you say that, we'll just come again, because you need to be kept in the loop." Hearing this, Cale Henituse looked surprised. Finally, before leaving, Eric said, "We'll be off now. Get some rest." Cale replied to him, And after Eric Wheelsman's group left, Choi Han, Rosalind, and the Black Dragon arrived. Seeing him rubbing the back of his neck, they looked worried. Cale felt annoyed and let out a huff, then whispered for them to go ahead. Choi Han, seeming to realize Cale was talking about him, tensed up. Seeing that, Rosalind said, "I apologize, young Master Cale Henituse, but I need both Choi Han and Locke." Hearing that, Cale looked at her and thought, now that Rosalind has revealed her identity here, she needs to return to the Breck Kingdom immediately, because if those people find out she's still alive, they will send assassins to silence her, so she can't go back alone. This incident had exposed her identity as a high-ranking mage, and the enemy would certainly send forces to match her strength. That was why Rosalind needed powerful people to escort her. Thinking that, Cale replied, "There's nothing to apologize for. You've helped us a lot, so we have to return the favor. You are Locke's sister, and Choi Han's friend, after all." Rosalind thanked him, saying, "Thank you for saying that." However, Choi Han spoke up. "I need to protect Cale Henituse Nim. but Cale disagreed and called him by his name. Internally, Cale thought, Choi Han needs to go so I can act more easily and also prepare for the war. Thinking this, he said confidently, I absolutely will not die. Plus, Cale Henituse leaned on his pillow and told himself, I'll gather lots of money and train until I'm strong enough to run away easily. To live a peaceful life and enjoy my old age, I already have the Black Dragon to protect me. And if I add Choi Han to that, it would just be a burden. Seeing Cale's confident attitude, Choi Han said in surprise, I understand. I was worried too much. Next, Cale gestured for Locke to come over. Locke rushed to his bed with a panicked look, while Cale said nonchalantly, I will look after your siblings. Go with Rosalind and come back to me in 3 months. Hearing this, Locke sat down on a chair and replied, confused, yes, but Cale scolded him. Yes? What? Did you forget our deal? Hearing that, Locke hesitated. Furthermore, Cale handed him a piece of paper and told Locke, Locke, go to that place. My people and your siblings will be there. You must return to that place. After Locke opened the paper and looked at it, he stammered, a place to return to? Seeing that he was still dazed, Cale put a hand on his shoulder, which surprised Locke. Cale added, yes, a place to return to. Remember that well for 3 months from now. Finally, Locke smiled happily and said, yes, I will definitely return in 3 months. Hearing that, Cale replied gently, good. Afterward, he thought about the plot of the novel. Even though the story has deviated so much, I hope it still flows in the right direction to some extent. If it does, the things I know can still be applied. It's a pity I couldn't send B. Crocs and Ron Molan along. I'll send them both when Ron Molan returns. A moment later, someone entered his room, and that person was none other than Hans. As soon as he stepped in, he called out, young master, Cale Henituse asked, is something the matter? In his hands, Hans was holding a scroll, and he said, the king wishes to award you a medal, young master. Hearing that, Cale thought silently for a moment, then took the scroll and quickly opened it. The contents read, young master Cale Henituse, the heir to the pride of the Henituse family, the family that protects the kingdom from the forest of darkness. After reading it, he felt a headache and muttered to himself, I anticipated this, but it really is ridiculous. A week later, at the Plaza of Glory, the carriage driver brought the horses to a stop. When he stepped out of the carriage, the Black Dragon said, it's been a while. Cale Henituse stood, observing his surroundings for a moment, then began to walk amidst the buzzing crowd. They wouldn't stop talking. Oh, look, it's the Silver Shield young master. Cale felt annoyed hearing that. However, the crowd didn't stop. Look over there. It's that shield young master. But Cale Henituse still kept walking in silence. Additionally, the vice captain was walking by his side, so when he heard those remarks, he started teasing Cale. Ahem. Everyone is calling you the Silver Shield young master, sir. Cale Henituse looked at him as he beamed, but didn't say anything. The vice captain continued. Someone as cool as you, young master, naturally deserves a proud title like that. Finally, Cale Henituse felt his blood boil, looked at him, and thought, damn it, what Silver Shield, what shield young master? I don't want to hear any of that cringy, embarrassing stuff. After thinking that, he pretended to be cheerful and said to the vice captain, if I were to go drink at the pub today like usual, surely no one would call me that anymore, right? Hearing that, the vice captain panicked and pretended to cough. Cough. He added, your body hasn't fully recovered yet, sir. You really should be careful about drinking. Cale Henituse was surprised by the vice captain's words, and feeling annoyed, he muttered in his heart, that's right. In everyone's eyes, I'm still in an injured state. My body hasn't recovered. I'm injured from using my ancient power too much, pushing past my limits. But thanks to that, I was able to miraculously stop the bombs. Thinking about that brought memories of the past to his mind. Back then, as he sat on his bed talking to his father through a purple magic orb, Count Daruth Henituse had asked him, Cale Henituse, did you see the faces of those people? I will kill them for you, son. That is ruthless. How dare they lay a hand on someone who can barely even swing a sword like you? Hearing this, he looked worried. However, the Count was just as worried for him, so he continued, the Henituse family, we stay quiet not because we are weak. Remember that. Because we are strong, we have chosen to remain silent until now. I will not let anyone who touched you in this incident get away with it. At this moment, while walking through the square, Cale Henituse looked at his own hands and thought to himself that those words were truly correct. When he left the capital to return home, no one came looking for him. Even Eric's group was nowhere to be seen. That was good. Very quickly, they arrived at the city gate. The guards recognized him immediately and said, young master Cale Henituse. He replied clearly, Do I need to verify my identity? The guard then said gently, You may pass, young master. Hearing that, he politely said to the guard, All right, thank you. You've worked hard. Additionally, in his heart, he thought that they had indeed worked very hard. The guard bowed and said, Yes. After he passed by, the guard silently watched his back. Inside the grand hall, several tables had been arranged, and quite a few people had arrived before him. As he was looking for a place to sit, he saw Eric. Eric waved his hand and called out, Cale Henituse. Seeing him, Cale Henituse happily said, You arrived early? And so, he sat down with Eric's group. Furthermore, Cale Henituse was deep in thought. Everyone here had heard the news. Cale Henituse had been offered a Medal of Honor but had turned it down in favor of others, and he was attending this event despite not having fully recovered. Afterward, he said softly that perhaps it was because of those who had passed away that the weather was exceptionally beautiful today. Cale Henituse did not realize that Lady Amiru was looking at him with eyes full of admiration. He was surrounded by an aura that made her feel a bit shy as she said, Perhaps it is thanks to your kind heart, young master. Cale Henituse felt confused and asked back, My heart? What do you mean by that? Next, he asked her, You are leaving today, right? And Amiru replied, Yes, young master. I will depart tomorrow. See you at the territory. Cale Henituse answered very sincerely, Yes, I quite miss the sea. Lady Amiru heard this and said gently, Is that so? Are you planning to go there to recover from your injuries? So, Cale Henituse feigned, That is correct. However, he thought to himself, Recover? I'm just going there so my body gets stronger. A moment later, Cale Henituse added, Of course, that is not the only reason. And she quickly replied, Oh, is that so? Next, he looked at Eric, Gilbert, Cheval, and Amiru, then said, After today, there will be more news reaching the ears of the nobles. The news about the development and investment in the northeastern coastal military. That news will be shared with everyone present here. Hearing that, Eric smiled and said, We are counting on you, young master. Lady Amiru also smiled and continued, We look forward to your help, young master. A moment later, the host of the banquet appeared, and it was none other than King Z. Crossman. The moment he walked toward the podium, he captured Cale Henituse's curiosity. Very quickly, he declared clearly that they had gathered here once again to show everyone that they would never submit to threats. King Z. Crossman held his scepter firmly and said solemnly, Once again, we are gathered here to prove that we are not afraid of threats. At this moment, countless young men and women stood solemnly there. Many had acted with great courage. Thanks to that, we have been able to protect this land until now. King Z. Crossman continued his speech. After listening, Cale Henituse thought to himself, It seems like the king just looked down here. I must have seen it wrong. By the blessing of the sun god, a magnificent golden gate appeared. I cannot sense the power of a god from these ordinary humans. The little dragon, who was lying on Cale Henituse's blanket, said this while Cale was still holding his documents. The little dragon thought of Albaru Crossman and continued, Only the crown prince is a bit special. Cale Henituse also began to ponder. The divine power that the Crossman royal family always touts is fake, another useless fact for me. I just found out, but it's nothing interesting. I'll just have to pretend I don't know. The little dragon seemed to be waiting for an answer from him, so Cale Henituse replied, This is a secret between the two of us. The little dragon was overjoyed and replied, I understand. The scene shifts outside. Wherever Cale Henituse went, the little dragon would appear on his shoulder. They headed toward the direction where a loud voice rang out. With that meaning, today I will award medals to those who fought courageously in the recent battle. At this moment, a medal was pinned to someone's chest. King Z. Crossman bestowed them upon his generals. Those two knelt to thank him. Applause erupted, and Cale Henituse joined in to match the atmosphere. The little dragon looked at him and said, Humans are truly strange. Venyan Stan suddenly appeared behind him and called out, Young Master Cale Henituse? He turned around and asked, Is something the matter? Young Master Venyan. Cale Henituse looked at Venyan Stan's face and thought, Is he still here? Ever since the attack happened, many nobles have returned to their territories out of fear, but in reality, all the heads of the major regions are still here. Venyan Stan spoke up, I heard you refused the medal. Don't you feel regretful, young master? Cale Henituse was silent for a moment, then looked at him with a probing gaze, thinking, What is he up to? The little dragon felt annoyed by him and sent a telepathic message, I want to kill him. Cale Henituse immediately calmed him down. Stay calm, not here. He had refused the medal simply because he did not want to be recorded. His eyes still flickered toward him with an unfriendly expression, but he began to deduce internally. The top floor of the royal library has records of the current monarch's reign, while the lower floors record the heroes who received various medals. The royal palace uses the excuse of paying monthly stipends to those heroes to keep track of and control their positions. That thing might be an honor to others, but to me, it's more like shackles. Thinking of this, he unconsciously smiled. When war broke out everywhere, who would remember the person who stopped the terrorist event at the square? Thinking that, Cale Henituse stood up and replied to Venyan Stan, "What is there to regret?" He remembered that if it wasn't recorded, people would soon forget it. There was nothing to regret. He had been wounded a lot. But above all, he spread his arms and said happily, "Isn't being alive enough?" "So that was it," Venyan Stan replied, and Cale Henituse continued as if it were obvious. "Yes. Besides, how could a coward like me earn a medal?" Venyan Stan glanced away, looking speechless. "Up there, King Z." Crossman continued to speak loudly. "Today's ceremony ends here, but I will never forget this moment. I will always remember and never forget those brave souls." Cale Henituse just looked up in silence. The sky was still clear with a few clouds, and someone had laid a flower on the ground. Soon, many more flowers appeared. Eric Wheelsman, Gilbert Shovel, and Miss Amiru were clasping their hands as if in prayer. Cale Henituse also closed his eyes, lost in thought. Nearby, Alberu Crossman was also praying with his eyes closed. The Crown Prince had said he didn't need to attend today's memorial service, but he came anyway, because he understood the weight of everyone's loss. After reflecting, Cale Henituse placed a hand over his chest to pay his respects to the deceased. Suddenly, Eric Wheelsman rushed over, calling out, "Cale Henituse! Cale Henituse!" Cale looked puzzled for a moment. Eric stared at him, panicked, and continued, "Are you feeling tired? Is your heart hurting?" Cale Henituse was left speechless. Then, realizing what was happening, he rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. It turned out that wasn't the case at all, and Cale could only offer him a helpless smile. The golden plaque was a reward he received from the Crown Prince. No matter what it was only good for two uses, like buying 2 loaves of bread or buying 2 mountains. It could hold any value, but essentially, it gave him 2 chances. Cale Henituse stood in the back, solemnly keeping his hand on his chest, thinking the Crown Prince seemed more generous than he had imagined. Perhaps the Crown Prince thought, if you can only buy 2 things, what could you possibly get? Or maybe he was testing to see what he would buy, which is why he gave it to him. Thinking of this, he broke into a mischievous smirk. "You've guessed wrong." The little dragon saw his strange expression and asked with concern, "What are you plotting now? You weak human. You better be careful." The little dragon warned him. Cale Henituse just let out a soft huff internally and looked away. Looking to the side, he saw a bearded man staring at him, that annoying young master. A few women at the table opposite were also glancing his way. Cale Henituse quickly turned aside and thought, if I leave the capital, those gazes would probably disappear, right? The scene shifts to the next day. It was another beautiful, sunny day, with shimmering light streaming into a grand mansion, where a plate of food was neatly placed on the table. The little dragon noticed the round objects in Cale Henituse's hand and asked, "What are those for?" His hand toyed with the small black spheres, and he calmly replied, "Tools to destroy the whirlpool." He hadn't originally intended to destroy the whirlpool. He had planned to use the indestructible shield and the vitality of the heart to handle it. He smiled to himself, then looked down at the dragon eating, thinking obediently, but that was when the black dragon wasn't by my side. Now that he's here, why should I waste so much of my own strength? Cale Henituse told him to eat up. Who knows what the young master had stolen? But it seemed like quite a big haul, didn't it? The 2 cat siblings were curled up together, sound asleep. Cale Henituse sat in his chair, holding a glass of wine, and smiled. "I've been quite famous lately, haven't I?" Billows Flynn, sitting opposite him, replied, "Yes, that is true. But is it really all right for you to be drinking like that?" Cale Henituse answered, "In front of you, what do I have to hide?" Billows Flynn smiled and reached for the wine bottle. As he poured the wine into the glass, he said, "I have received the things you returned, and the item you asked for as well." As he spoke, he pushed a glittering box across the table toward Cale Henituse. Cale Henituse caught the box, calculating where he should use the golden plaque. Among these things, he had decided to buy time. Those whose existence were a threat to the Roan Kingdom, not just to the Roan Kingdom, but to the nations in the northwestern region of the Western continent. He decided to buy time for the moment the Northern Knights arrived. To be precise, the Knights were one thing, but more importantly, the center of the Western continent, the Mage Slayer, and the Queen of the Jungle in the south. He was determined to buy time to escape from all of them. If he were alone, he wouldn't be sure but now there were many people appearing by his side. The image of the gray and red kittens curled up sleeping soundly appeared, and Cale Henituse suddenly called out to Billows Flynn. "Are you dealing in anything?" he asked seriously. Billows replied, "No. Even though I'm not trading anything, I do hear about recent events. Just before the Eastern Continent exploded, it was very easy for merchants to make money." Cale Henituse heard this and asked, "So, as long as there's money to be made, merchants will jump in, right? The Whipper Kingdom will be overturned soon. You must have vaguely guessed that, right?" Billows Flynn maintained his friendly smile. "So, I'm calculating how to take advantage of that moment to make money. Young master, what do you think would be the most promising prospect for profit?" Hearing the question, Cale Henituse replied nonchalantly, "The humans, the Mage Alliance, will lose the Civil War, and the Magic Tower will collapse. So, what will happen to the remaining mages?" He looked at the wineglass in his hand and thought, not all mages will die after the Civil War. It was the largest producer of magic devices on the Western continent. There were many mages there with power that transcended politics. However, after the Civil War, they would lose their status. The one targeting those people was none other than Crown Prince Alberu Crossman. The image of Alberu Crossman appeared in his mind, and the one who wanted to build a new magic tower after the old one collapsed was the high-ranking mage, Rosalind. Then, the image of a red-haired lady with a cold expression appeared. "Do you think the mages will be annihilated?" Billows Flynn asked. Cale Henituse remained silent in thought. The Mage Alliance must be destroyed. That was the only way for the future of the Whipper Kingdom to improve. But what he wanted was something else. The largest producer of magic devices on the Western continent, which was also the producer of the best magic devices for the Whipper Kingdom. He needed the remnants of the magic tower after the Civil War. Then, Cale Henituse told him, "If the magic tower collapses, you must definitely let me know." Billows Flynn asked cautiously, "May I ask why?" "When the time comes, you'll know," Cale Henituse replied. Billows Flynn closed his eyes in silence for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "That is certainly something to look forward to." Cale Henituse felt satisfied inside. "I feel the same way. If I buy it, I'll have time. Time that can protect me from danger, even if it's incredibly expensive. Besides, it's not like I'm using my own money anyway." Thinking of this, he took another sip of wine. "Then I will contact you later." As Billows Flynn took his leave, Cale Henituse replied, "All right, I'll be waiting." A while later, the wine in his glass was finished. He placed the empty cup on the table, leaned back against the chair, and let out a sigh. Phew! Suddenly, as if realizing something, he glanced over. "What is that?" I was a bit startled to see a walking, humanoid clod of dirt stroll in from the balcony, surrounded by countless wisps of dark energy. The little black dragon looked over and said, "I can sense a god's power." Cale Henituse let out a hum and thought, "Could it be the god of death?" I asked. The humanoid dirt creature waved one hand happily and said, "As expected, you recognized me. Young Master Cale Henituse. I'll call the dirt creature the construct, per the protagonist's lead." Cage continued, "This construct contains my consciousness. It's a one-time use item." Cale Henituse marveled internally, not living up to the name of a necromancer for nothing. Then he glanced at the little black dragon, thinking, "The dragon is speaking to me without being invisible. So does it realize this tiny construct can only hear and speak? Just how powerful are you, really?" The construct continued. "We'll be leaving the capital today. I assume you wouldn't want us contacting you like this, right?" As it spoke, the construct climbed onto a chair, and Cale Henituse silently agreed. "Of course not." The construct continued. "Young Master Cale Henituse, when I reclaim my position, or rather, when I climb to an even higher position, I will repay this debt of gratitude. I came just to leave this message." An image of Taylor Stan appeared, smiling at him. Cale Henituse rubbed his forehead helplessly and said, "No need, I understand." The construct replied. Then it went on. "But when Taylor Stan and I achieve what we desire, we'll need a place to send news." Cale Henituse replied helplessly, "Do as you please. Then, please take care of yourself. Young Master Cale Henituse." As it spoke, the construct's body began to glow, then transformed into a trail of dark mist and vanished into thin air. The little black dragon looked up at Cale Henituse and asked cautiously, "Can I take revenge then?" He instinctively replied, "Sure." The black dragon's eyes lit up, sparkling with such joy that faint glimmering lights appeared around it. "That moment when I repay my debt of gratitude, that will be the time for us to strike." Those words echoed in Cale Henituse's mind, and he told the little dragon, "Do whatever you want when the time comes." The black dragon cheered excitedly. "Good!" Cale Henituse picked up a glass of wine, thinking, "Is this really okay? This dragon is truly a troublemaker." He took a sip, while the little dragon beside him happily hummed a tune. That day, Cale Henituse spent a restless night listening to the black dragon's lullaby as he imagined the chaos that little troublemaker would cause. Time passed, and the scene shifted. Rosalind handed the black dragon a few books and said, "These are textbooks for the language of the Roan Kingdom, and these are for the common tongue of the continent." The little dragon accepted them and replied, "Thanks, human. I'm very great, so I'll learn this in no time." It answered arrogantly. Rosalind playfully went along with it. "Indeed, you are a very great dragon. I hope you get a truly cool name." The black dragon told her, "I'll have him name me, he, being Cale Henituse." He. Rosalind flashed a beautiful smile and glanced elsewhere. Cale Henituse, who was talking to someone, looked at her, confused. Then she replied to the black dragon, "Cale Henituse will surely understand your intentions." Even though the dragon was happy, it just let out a huff and turned away. Rosalind just watched it and smiled. Cale Henituse was busy talking to someone nearby. Locke thumped his chest and said loudly, "I will definitely become strong before I return." Then he gave instructions to the little ones. "Make sure you listen to the young master and think carefully about what I said earlier, because this will decide your future. We must be strong now." A sound of determination echoed. Cale Henituse was standing outside when someone called him. Cale Henituse was calm. "If you see that mage, please order the black dragon to kill him immediately." Choi Han advised him, "Tell the black dragon, don't be careless and only cut off an arm like I did. Make sure he loses his head. If he escapes once, his chances of survival only increase." Cale Henituse sighed, imagining the little black dragon chasing someone down. Also, Choi Han started to continue, but Cale Henituse held up a hand to stop him. "Enough with the cliches." He smiled and added, "Don't get yourself hurt." Choi Han flashed a handsome smile in return. "Understood. We will do as you say." Cale Henituse looked back once before climbing into the carriage, followed by the two cat children. Now, only Rosalind and Choi Han were left. Watching the carriage leave, Cale Henituse was already settled in his seat, with the little dragon curled up beside him. He spoke through the window to the vice butler, "Let's head out." Suddenly, he looked outside for a bit longer than usual. The butler and the servants were standing there, waving goodbye. They each said, "Young master, we hope you return safely. We look forward to seeing you again." "It was an honor to host you, young master. We will wait for the day we meet again." Cale Henituse waved a hand to bid them farewell before the curtains were drawn. Cale Henituse leaned back in his seat and sighed, thinking, "Just hearing that gives me goosebumps. I have no intention of coming back to the capital." The carriage had been moving for a long time, and outside, the sun was still blazing. The red cat sat inside, looking out and marveling. "Wow, it smells like salt. Look at those cliffs and the crashing waves." The two cat siblings looked out the window and asked, "Is this the sea?" Cale Henituse looked down at the glowing, golden, transparent orb in his hand and asked, "Is this the device used to accumulate the mana extracted from the bombs?" The little dragon replied, "That's right. Now we can create new magic bombs." Cale Henituse smiled happily. His carriage caravan passed along a cliffside road, with the sea and jagged rocks jutting out below. The two cats were incredibly excited. The gray cat exclaimed, "Wow, the cliffs are so tall." To introduce them briefly, the Cliffs of Wind, the spectacular view of the Ubar territory, and the islands across the Whirlpool Sea. Those whirlpools were the reason the sea near the Ubar coast had become such a dangerous place. The Mage Slayer had drifted onto one of those islands and discovered the sound of the wind. Cale Henituse looked out, deep in thought. That guy is said to have unrivaled strength on the western continent. They say he's even stronger than Locke. The Wolf King, leader of the Blue Wolf Village, a savage and extremely intelligent man, Tunka. He put the golden transparent orb into a box and continued thinking. If the novel's timeline holds, there's still some time before Tunka arrives here. I have to act before he does. He tucked the box into his coat pocket. Suddenly, as if noticing something, he let out a, "Huh." On the surface of the sea, many things were rising and undulating. This made the two kittens even more excited and amazed. "Wow, wow, wow," even Cale Henituse exclaimed in surprise. "Are those whales?" Then he immediately dismissed his own guess. Whales don't usually live this far north. Maybe that was just a passing pod? The little dragon peeked out from behind him and spoke up. "I can sense a powerful presence." Cale Henituse felt a tinge of anxiety, thinking that his bad premonition was spot on. Suddenly tense and lost in thought, he couldn't help but worry about everything running through his mind. Amiru, who was standing nearby, noticed him standing there and took notice. She began to approach him to explain the situation. "A few days ago, while surveying the coastline, we rescued a man who had washed ashore. It seems he has finally regained consciousness. His heart sank at her words, and he thought to himself, how incredibly unlucky. He listened intently as Amiru Ubar continued her story. He was unconscious at the time, and on the verge of being dragged into a whirlpool. I was wondering what to do. Amiru paused, keeping what she felt was a respectful distance from him. Once she finished her story, I thought about what young Master Cale Henituse had done at the plaza, and I decided I had to save him. She looked straight into Cale Henituse's eyes, her hands clasped in front of her, and shared a philosophy. Because human life is incredibly precious, isn't it? He shoved one hand into his pocket, reluctantly agreeing. That was exactly what she expected him to say, and so she confirmed it. I knew you would say that, young master. Amiru then described the appearance of the man she had helped that day. Judging by his attire and build, he seems to be from a tribe in the Whipper Kingdom. A massive frame with tight-fitting clothes, a golden belt wrapped tightly around his waist flashed in Cale Henituse's mind. It seemed he already knew who it was. It was definitely Tunka. The man's background was no joke. A non-mage alliance fighting against a mage alliance. He was the leader of that alliance, and also a member of a tribe that the citizens of the Whipper Kingdom deemed savages. But in this world, no one is truly a savage. Every human has the same brain. As time passes, they grow and develop in their own unique ways. These tribes that don't use magic live in the rugged mountains and along the treacherous coastlines of the Whipper Kingdom. They focus on pushing their physical strength to the absolute limit. They want to destroy the Whipper Kingdom, a system built solely for mages, and return the land to its original state. Outsiders might look at them and say the savages have taken over the kingdom, but to them, it was an act of claiming their freedom. Their natural instincts had shattered the land of rules. Even knowing that, Cale Henituse was still apprehensive about a few things. He thought to himself, the problem is, Tunka is an ignoramus. Can a savage like that actually be smart? The novel described him that way, but from what he could see, Tunka was just simple-minded and foolish. He's got brawn, sure, but those kinds of idiots are the most terrifying ones. Cale Henituse sighed, unable to wrap his head around it. Seeing his restless state, Amiru tried to reassure him. Young master, there's no need to worry about him. His body is recovering very quickly. He smiled faintly and corrected her. I'm not worried at all. In fact, I was thinking the longer he's treated, the better. But in reality, he was thinking something else entirely. If that's the case, we won't have to cross paths until I leave. Suddenly, both of them fell silent. No one spoke. They just stood there looking at each other as the quiet tension grew. Finally, Cale Henituse decided to break the silence. He awkwardly scratched his forehead and asked, Lady Amiru, would you mind showing me to my lodging? Hearing this, she agreed immediately. Of course. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet, has it? He nodded. Yes. I'm still in some pain. Amiru turned around and said, Let's be on our way. Cale Henituse and his two companions followed her. As he walked, he wondered, why would Tunka show up now? A question that kept nagging at him. Even if Billows Flynn was the head of the Flynn Merchant Guild and exceptionally capable, how could he be so sure about the Civil War happening? He pondered. How could he know so quickly? With what he knew of Billows Flynn's capabilities, what the man had said felt a bit unusual. But Billows Flynn was a bastard child, so his access to information was limited. Still, based on what Billows had said, one thing could be predicted. Cale Henituse silently assessed his surroundings. The Civil War will happen faster than in the novel. If he thought about it that way, all the events fit perfectly together. If that was true, then, what exactly caused the Civil War to start earlier? First, Tunka wandering here could only mean he was attacked by mages and his ship was wrecked. So that meant he had seized power in the north and returned. While Cale Henituse was lost in his own thoughts, they arrived at their destination. He opened the door to the residence, silently reaching a conclusion, but history wouldn't change. The one greeting him was the butler of the estate. The man politely offered, "Allow me to show you inside." Cale Henituse nodded in agreement. As he followed the butler, he remained deep in thought. Tunka's pure strength had made the mages tremble. He was the pinnacle of what a human could achieve. Seas and mountains, deserts, jungles, volcanoes, icy plains. While walking up the stairs, he looked back at the beautiful landscape paintings hanging on the walls. They made the mansion feel bright, lively, and vibrant. Above his head, a black dragon appeared out of nowhere. Following him, he continued, "Tunka has withstood all those forces of nature. How could mages, whose mana is primarily drawn from nature, possibly defeat him, unless it was a dragon?" Cale Henituse speculated. The black dragon, Raon Miru, noticed him deep in thought and asked, "What are you thinking about? Human?" He entered a luxurious room filled with amenities and expensive furniture, then slammed the door shut. If it were a dragon, They could probably kill Tunka in one strike, he guessed. The black dragon, Raon Miru, looked at him and asked, "Hey, what's wrong with you, human?" He replied, "For the time being, just stay by my side, don't go anywhere." The black dragon seemed slightly annoyed. Raon Miru huffed and flew away, replying, "I'll do what I want." Cale Henituse watched him, muttering to himself that the black dragon was the type to do the exact opposite of what he said. He sighed softly and assessed the overall situation. This mansion didn't fit a small seaside fishing village at all. It must have been built by the new lord of the Ubar family when they took office. The baby dragon flew over to the bed and curled up on the soft mattress to sleep. Cale Henituse stepped lightly. It meant that Amiru's mother, the current lord of the Ubar territory, had taken office and was determined to develop this coastal region. And after 10 years, the results were slowly starting to show. He pushed open the glass door leading to the balcony, silently calculating a way to rope them in. Securing the support of the Gilbert Chevelle family and the Winsman family isn't something that happens overnight. He stood on the balcony, looking out at the sea, lost in deep thought as he gazed at the view before him. The wind cliffs and the swirling waters of the sea ahead have been churning for hundreds of years, shaping the lives of the people in the Uva territory. Those who want to venture out into the open sea face many challenges. Yet there is one reason why the Lord places so much importance on these waters. Then, Cale Henituse's gaze shifted to the crescent-shaped fishing village on the coast. It cuts through the coastal cliffs and is the only place out of the 3 villages where boats can easily dock. He marveled at the various large and small islands ahead, as if they were positioned in a tactical formation right in front of the village. The scenery is truly breathtaking. From a military standpoint, this place is perfect. He began planning, deciding that tomorrow he would visit the smallest island among them to find the sound of the wind near the waters off the coast. It's a quiet power, yet fierce. That's how Tunka described that power in the story. Cale Henituse turned back into the room, inwardly resolving that this is the power he wants, a strength that can help him escape quickly and quietly, and one that can make even powerful people lose their minds. Cale Henituse smiled to himself. He couldn't wait for tomorrow. As time passed, the mansion was lit up, standing out brightly in the middle of the night. Cale Henituse was wearing a bright, friendly smile as he listened to the excited chatter of the children. Beecrox mentioned that this was seafood specially prepared for the young master. He added that Beecrox really loves the sea. Then, the 2 little ones invited him to eat. "Young Master Cale Henituse, please, eat your fill." Seeing this, he nodded gently in agreement. Immediately after, a cart filled with incredibly rich and beautiful dishes was brought out. The servant, with his hair slicked back, Beecrox, was arranging the food on the table. Beside him, another young man came over to help. He was wearing a very elegant suit. It was Hans. He smiled and offered the meal to Cale Henituse. "Young master, please enjoy your meal." Cale Henituse thanked him. "All right, thank you." It was a good idea for Cale Henituse to let those kids help Beecrox. The children happily called out to Cale Henituse, "Thank you, sir." Then they ran out. One of them turned back to ask Beecrox, "Uncle, aren't you coming out?" When he heard the child urging him, he replied, "I'm coming." Though his eyes kept glancing toward Cale Henituse, Beecrox watched him in silence as he enjoyed the food, a gaze that left him feeling a bit unsettled. Even though he was being watched, he remained calm, eating piece by piece while silently observing. Watching this, it felt like he was a nanny. Cale Henituse remembered a past memory. When he stepped off the carriage, a child had said this, "Young master, we want to work too," as the boy placed his hand on his chest. His face was serious, his tone filled with determination as he presented his case to Cale Henituse. Locke said, "We shouldn't let the young master take care of us for free." The children behind him nodded vigorously. Cale Henituse looked at them, considering it in silence. Then he suggested, "Then go to the kitchen and help Beecrox." One of them replied, "I think it would be better if we helped the knights. But since the young master said so, we will work hard." The kids in the back chimed in, "We will work hard," Cale Henituse explained. "You are all still very young. Becoming a knight can be dangerous for you. Go chop vegetables and help Beecrox." Mumbling with a smile, it was just as Locke had said. The boy obediently and happily accepted. "Yes, I will work very hard." The younger ones followed, saying they would too. Their obedience left him satisfied, and he gave a slight nod of approval. They were then taken on to work for Beecrox. There, he took care of their food and clothing, teaching them how to cook from the basic steps like stirring the mixture. Although it was difficult at first, especially with the children ruining the food, and plates of food that didn't look like anything, which made him quite discouraged, sighing and covering his face. Back in reality, Cale Henituse thought it felt like he had become a nanny. As if sensing the master's gaze, Beecrox wondered, Was he looking over here? Getting caught. Cale Henituse turned his face away and hummed a tune. When Beacrox pushed the cart to the door, he spoke up. I'm finished. Thank you for this delicious meal, which made him pause for a moment. Beacrox gave a brief reply. Now, only Cale Henituse and the two kittens, one red, one white, remained under the chair. They were slowly crawling out. Only then did he start to wonder. Why did he take over his father's tasks like this? Beacrox didn't really have to bring this food himself, but at some point, he started doing the things that Ron Molan used to do, without missing a single day. But, thanks to that, Ron Molan's position no longer felt empty. Cale Henituse then called the two kittens over to eat. Hearing this, they excitedly climbed onto the table to enjoy the delicious treats. The black dragon, Rayon, who had been sleeping until now, also stood up. He quickly moved to the table, and together with the two cats, nibbled on the tasty food while Cale watched them in silence. Under the bright, glaring sun, shimmering rays of light shone down, illuminating the stones at the harbor and the crystal-clear water. A group of people was standing there talking, among them Cale Henituse. He politely offered a greeting. It's a pleasure. The man standing opposite replied, The pleasure is mine. Young master. The man had a large frame with a brown beard matching his hair color. He stood with his hands on his hips, speaking confidently to Cale Henituse. You can trust me. I will get you to the central island safely. Amiru stood nearby and confirmed, That's right. You can rest assured and go anywhere in Uva with this man. She also expressed regret. I really should have been the one to take you. Seeing this, he reassured her, It's all right, my lady. Having a great fisherman like him to guide us is more than enough. So the three of you will be going together? Amiru asked to be sure. Cale Henituse confirmed, Yes, let's set sail. At the same time, he signaled to the two companions standing behind him. The fisherman in charge of taking him there spoke up enthusiastically. Yes, please come aboard. Afterward, he and the others boarded the ship with the dedicated help of the fisherman. Once they were settled, Cale Henituse spoke to Beacrox. Beacrox, I heard there are many rare types of seafood near the island. It will be useful for expanding our knowledge. He immediately replied, Thank you, young master. The two looked back at the harbor one last time, observing the deputy butler, Hans, struggling with the two kittens. They were stuck to him, refusing to let go and whining, I don't like the water. I don't like the boat. While busy with them, he still looked up and called out to Cale Henituse. Young master, he smiled brightly, I wish you a safe journey. The two kittens were still playing, circling around his neck. He smiled and replied, All right. Suddenly, the black dragon appeared and announced, I'll fly there. Shortly after, the ship began to set sail. The boatman warned, The boat might rock quite a bit, so please hold on tight, young master. The sea currents here are very strong, and the choppy waters will make the boat sway constantly. Waves slammed against the bow, causing it to pitch and roll. Cale Henituse grabbed onto a wooden barrel to keep his balance. Feeling dizzy, he slumped down and cursed under his breath. Damn it! The boat continued to race against the waves, surging forward regardless of the obstacles in its path. The fisherman remained steady at the helm. Cale Henituse and Harris sat down to rest, while Harris buried his face in a wooden barrel. The fisherman laughed heartily as he steered, clearly enjoying himself. He turned to Cale Henituse and said, Young master, aren't those whirlpools just beautiful? Cale admired the man's bravery. Harris, sitting nearby, seemed to have reached his limit and reached out as if to grab Cale Henituse for help, but Cale quickly pulled away. Suddenly, the fisherman shouted, Young master, that's the island. The whirlpools in front of that island were the most terrifying ones of all. The place he referred to was a small island rising up amidst the violently swirling sea. Despite that, Cale felt lightheaded and dizzy, realizing he was likely seasick. Cale Henituse imagined what would happen if they were pulled in. Would they be dead for sure? The fisherman laughed and spoke up. If you get pulled into those, you might as well say your goodbyes to the world. Cale Henituse, exhausted by his seasickness, felt helpless at the man's comment. The man continued, saying that legend had it that in the past, a thief stole an object from the gods, which is how those whirlpools were formed. As he was speaking passionately, a massive wave slammed into the boat, making it pitch violently. The fisherman glanced at Cale Henituse. Oh my goodness, we almost capsized. Harris seemed unable to handle the seasickness any longer. His eyes were glazed and his face was deathly pale. The fisherman scolded his son. Hey kid, hold the oar steady. The son replied, Sorry, father. The two of them were quite composed, perhaps because they were used to this kind of rocking. He smiled at Cale Henituse and said, That's how it is, young master. At this moment, Cale was with this fisherman. Cale was trying to stay calm and fight off his severe seasickness as he said to him, First, Let's just get to that island. Still smiling, the fisherman replied. Lady Amiru said the same thing. I will take you there right now. The boat was steered skillfully, avoiding the dangerous whirlpools. A long while later, the boat reached its destination. Cale Henituse stepped onto solid ground. The fisherman happily announced, We've arrived. We got here much easier than on a normal day. As soon as he stepped off the boat, Harris couldn't hold it anymore and emptied his stomach in a corner. Hugh, that was the sound he made ever since stepping off the ship. Cale Henituse thought to himself, he looks like he's about to die. Protagonist said nothing, his expression serious as he took out a pair of pristine white gloves and put them on. Then, he walked toward Harris, who was suffering from nausea. Cale Henituse wondered, confused. Those were the gloves he wore whenever he performed torture because he didn't want to get dirty. Cale Henituse decided he had to take care of things himself. He then called the fisherman over. Old Captain. The man hurried over. Yes, young master? Cale told him to continue the story about the thief from earlier. The fisherman replied, About that? Sure, I understand. The fisherman began to recount. Once upon a time, there was a thief faster than anyone else. His footsteps were so light and careful that even when he glided over the sea, the surface didn't splash a single drop of water. That thief stole something they say it was an ancient divine artifact. He took it with him. Do you see those wind cliffs ahead? After saying this, he pointed toward the cliffs in the distance. They say he jumped from that coastal cliff. A massive, sheer cliff stood tall amidst the sea, and the divine object, along with the thief, all of them disappeared from the world. Since then, whirlpools began appearing along the coast. The fisherman concluded, So, in the past, many people worshipped the divine object. Then, Cale Henituse asked, So they don't do that anymore? He crossed his arms and shrugged, puzzled. If it really was an object of the gods, then why wouldn't the gods search for it themselves, instead of making it difficult for humans? Cale Henituse smiled. So, that's it. That thing wasn't an object of the gods, but human power, so the gods couldn't possess it. He turned to everyone and said, I'm going to take a look around the island for a bit. Young master. I will also. Harris reached out shakily toward Cale Henituse. He had only just started feeling a little better after throwing up. Cale Henituse looked at Harris with a suspicious gaze. Harris trembled and pulled his hand back. The atmosphere suddenly became awkwardly tense. Cale Henituse sighed and gestured. Hey, Becrox Molan, come here. As Becrox stood before him, Cale said, As the son of Ron Molan, surely you aren't an ordinary person, right? Becrox Molan asked, and Cale replied, Keep an eye on the vice-captain. Becrox looked confused. You are going alone, sir? Cale Henituse put his hands on his hips and said, What danger could there be here? Besides, you know I have my shield. Becrox then accepted. Please be careful, my lord. I'll be here when you return, he said. Becrox reassured Harris, saying, If you encounter danger, take out the shield immediately. Even though Harris was exhausted from vomiting, he still insisted, Young master, I will follow you right away. Cale Henituse looked back, smiled, and left. Harris seemed to have terrible seasickness. He had vomited everything precious inside him. Cale thought to himself, I need to separate them from me for now. A strong person without a sense of responsibility to protect me and someone I can order around. No one is better suited for this than Becrox. That's why I brought Becrox here. Cale Henituse walked into the forest, thinking, no need to go too deep into the remote areas. Just checking around and inspecting the whirlpools will suffice. But the black dragon still has to fly here at night, so I need to get a rough idea of the terrain. Cale Henituse stood with his hands on his hips, looking up to survey the area. He asked, How is it? The black dragon, Ryon, appeared, perched on a large tree branch right in front of him. Just as you said, there is something underneath the whirlpools in front of this island. It replied. It climbed onto his shoulder and whispered close to his ear. It's similar to the power in the cave we visited last time. Cale Henituse tilted his face slightly to avoid it. He asked, There's no one here, is there? Raun Miru answered, There is no one. It flew closer to him. Then it continued, But there are dead bodies. Hearing this, Cale's feet stopped, and he asked in surprise, What? Rayon recounted. Just now, while flying over the island, I counted 3 corpses on the side opposite where the boat is anchored. Cale Henituse turned pale. He thought, Corpses? Why do I have a feeling that if I keep moving forward, something unfortunate will happen? Seeing him like that, the black dragon asked suspiciously, Human, what's wrong with you? Then, Raun Miru added, But those aren't human corpses. Cale Henituse sighed, rubbing his temples in frustration. They look like people, but they aren't? He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. If that's the case, then there's only one answer. He asked the dragon, The hands and feet look strange, don't they? The black dragon Raon answered quickly. That's right. The shape of their hands and feet is very weird, almost like fins. Cale Henituse frowned. Webbed feet, come to think of it, those are traits of the merfolk. First a pod of whales, and now merfolk? Cale Henituse was suspicious. How could the whales and merfolk appear so early in the story? He ventured deeper into the forest, the sound of insects echoing through the air. He thought to himself, the whales, and now the merfolk, appearing already? No, that can't be right. He reminded himself that the war between the whales and the merfolk had a history, even older than the conflicts of mankind. However, the moment they appeared in the life of the protagonist was when Choi Han joined forces with the whales. Hey, Cale Henituse called out. The black dragon frowned and replied, Don't call me hey. Then what should I call you? He asked. The black dragon Raon replied, You'll know soon enough. Cale Henituse was a bit confused, wondering what the dragon meant. He then asked, Is there no one ahead? Raon replied, There are no signs of life. The sea is empty too. Then, lead the way, Cale Henituse said, thinking to himself that he probably should go check the merfolk corpses, even though he didn't want to put himself in danger. He repeated, Lead the way. Suddenly, he exclaimed, It's real. Cale Henituse was completely taken aback by what he saw before him. Near a rock stood 3 mummified corpses of merfolk. The black dragon Raon saw him standing there stunned and asked, Why aren't you going over there? They look terrifying, Cale Henituse replied. Raon remarked, That's true. I forgot you're just a weak human. Then, it immediately flew toward the merfolk. After observing them for a moment, it continued, It looks like they were crushed to death instantly. Also, it seems they haven't been dead for very long. There's still red blood beneath the webbing on these bodies. They must have fought each other for there to be blood here. Hearing this, Cale Henituse mused that whoever killed these merfolk must have been a whale. The whale tribe is small in number, much like the dragon race. However, they are the strongest creatures in the ocean. That is how they manage to protect the sea from the merfolk. The merfolk want to establish a kingdom deep in the ocean, but the whale tribe refuses to divide the territory as it is the nature of sea creatures to be constantly on the move. He thought to himself, though the whales are few, they are so powerful that the merfolk cannot simply have their way. Yet, the merfolk suddenly grew stronger, putting the whales in a difficult position, and that was when Choi Han appeared to stand with the whale tribe. Cale Henituse turned to leave, not forgetting to call the dragon. Let's head back, Raon asked curiously. Are you just going to leave it like this? Cale Henituse nodded. Yeah, he answered, thinking to himself that those bodies were left there on purpose by the whales. The merfolk corpses were placed on land, just dried out, rather than rotting away. If the bodies were dumped in the sea, they would rot and stink. If that happened, other merfolk would surely find them. Perhaps those merfolk were killed by a single whale, because if there were more than 2, they would have used the corpses to lure more merfolk into a trap. As he walked, he thought that he needed to hurry up and clear out of here. Cale Henituse returned to the spot where Beacrox was holding the fish and said, Let's head back, there's nothing else to see. Night fell. In Cale Henituse's luxurious villa, a blue box sat neatly on the table, empty inside. Cale Henituse stood on the balcony, instructing the 2 kittens to watch the house carefully. They chirped excitedly. We won't let anyone in. Have a safe trip, master. He immediately jumped onto the balcony railing, turned back to look at them, and smiled. All right. The black dragon Raon was already waiting there. Using magic, it cast a spell, a power that formed a bubble around Cale Henituse, lifting him into the air. Let's go. The bubble carried Cale Henituse over the sea. Looking down from above, the scenery was not what he imagined. He thought that being by the sea was different. At night, it was pitch black. The ocean at night felt eerie. He spoke, then thought to himself that this Tunka guy must be a psycho. Tunka loved dangerous situations. If he wasn't crazy, then he was definitely insane. Even though this is my first time at the sea, it's pretty interesting. The figure of a brown-haired man with a scar on his forehead appeared faintly on a rock. Cale Henituse pondered, listening to him shout before jumping into the whirlpool. I have no intention of doing that. The black dragon Raon turned to look at Cale Henituse and asked, Is it here? He nodded, then said, Let's proceed. It replied, I know. Cale Henituse reached into his pocket. He pulled out a glowing red orb. The black dragon Raon cast a blue spell on it. This wasn't the bomb from the secret organization, mentioned in Volume 1 and 2 of The Birth of a Hero. Cale Henituse smiled smugly. It was a high-grade magic bomb, 1 level higher. It was like the magic bomb developed by the Mage Alliance of the Whipper Kingdom when they were pushed to the brink in the latter half of Volume 3 of The Birth of a Hero. The main ingredient is adhesive mana, which reacts with the creator's mana and explodes into many small fragments. Although its power is slightly reduced, this multi-detonation bomb is perfect for large-scale damage. Cale Henituse praised. To be able to create something like this, you're really talented. The black dragon Rayon held its head high with pride and replied, "Of course, I am a great dragon, after all." Then it warned him, "Be careful, don't get hurt." He thought for a moment, then dropped the magic orb directly into the sea. Immediately, an explosion occurred, causing the seawater to spray up into giant columns of waves. The water splashed violently against the shield, causing Cale Henituse to brace himself. The shield quickly emitted a pale green light, enveloping his body. He dove straight into the sea like an arrow. Deep underwater, Cale Henituse frowned as he looked at the massive whirlpool. It was spinning violently next to a large slab of rock. He stepped onto the seabed and walked toward the rock. Looking at the massive object before him, he couldn't help but shudder. Tunka, that lunatic in front of Cale Henituse now, was a huge slab of rock that could easily crush a person to death. Did he break this? At the base of the slab, a small spinning top was constantly rotating. Cale Henituse leaned down to look into the gap at the spinning top. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed out, "You damn bastards." The angry voice made the whirlpool spin even faster. "I stole the thing that forced humans to sacrifice themselves, so what crime have I committed? And I was going to return it to the humans anyway. You pieces of trash. Why do those things have such power?" An image of a short-haired girl appeared. The thief who stole from the gods was the main character in the novel. She didn't steal from the gods. She only stole from the temple. The girl had her feet tightly bound by chains attached to a giant rock. She was chained to that massive boulder, submerged in the sea, and drowned. The thief with the fastest feet had no other path but death. She herself was a wind. After she died, she transformed into a spinning top and created the wind. Cale Henituse paused as he reached into his bag, hearing the voice lament, "If my friend's light were here, this water would be burned away completely." He widened his eyes, thinking, "Light?" Cale Henituse stood still, listening to the ancient voice for clues. "Do you know why lightning is so terrifying? Because it only takes one strike. Just one. The indestructible shield is wood, the heart's vitality is wind, and the sound of the wind is water. And the final power I will receive when I pass through those flames. The fire of destruction." Cale Henituse pondered whether he should take this spinning top with him. He checked the watch on his wrist. There were 3 minutes left. Cale Henituse rested one hand on his hip and raised his small pickaxe. "I'll figure it out later. I need to get it out quickly." He sat down and busily dug the soil beneath the base of the rock. As he dug, he thought to himself, there was no need to crudely break the entire rock like Tunka did. Just digging around the base of the stone was enough. The spinning top was still rotating vigorously, and the ancient voice rang out again. "If my stealing was a crime, why are they innocent when they lie to people?" Cale Henituse felt weary hearing the spinning top's words and immediately picked it up. This world was already rotten to the core. A rotten world, where everything we have is swallowed up. Cale Henituse silently agreed. Yes, the world had been rotten from the start. The owner of the sound of the wind only wanted one thing: release. The spinning top suddenly glowed brightly. Cale Henituse placed it on the ground, glanced down for a moment, and then stomped on it hard. The spinning top shattered into pieces under Cale Henituse's feet. That was destruction. The ancient voice rang out once more in the depths of the sea. "So you are the one who possesses the power of regeneration." Cale Henituse frowned. Regeneration? Was she talking about the heart's vitality? The gusts of wind released from the spinning top flew toward Cale Henituse, gradually enveloping his body. "Don't let them catch you like they caught me, you hear? Live a free life." Suddenly, a white radiance emanated from Cale Henituse's chest. It seemed he had sensed its power. Cale Henituse opened his eyes wide as the wind began to pass through his chest, making him cringe, clutching his chest with clenched fists and gasping for air. "What is this?" Then, the wind gradually moved down to his feet, forming a silver cyclone tattoo on his ankle. He wondered, could it be? And then, Cale Henituse turned to look at the stone slab. Is the heart's vitality growing stronger because of the sound of the wind? The ticking of Cale Henituse's watch sounded, drawing his gaze to his left hand. He whispered to himself that he should probably start heading up. The winds began to swirl violently from Cale Henituse's feet to his entire body. Cale Henituse used the power of the wind to push off and gain momentum. The wind surged through the water like a giant whirlpool, pushing Cale Henituse horizontally through the sea toward the surface. Within a week, the other whirlpools would gradually disappear. A moment later, Cale Henituse surfaced from the sea. He swam to a nearby rock and looked toward the illuminated village. "I need to go quickly," he muttered. "I told Han, if it isn't a life-or-death situation, Don't wake me up. He probably wouldn't dare wake me up on his own. Cale Henituse pulled the swimming goggles off his face and frowned, thinking, but then he looked at the towering cliffs before him. Better to return a bit early. Ahead of Cale Henituse were towering mountain peaks. He was submerged in the waves, thinking, found it. Cale Henituse immediately swam forward rapidly, as if gliding over the water. After Tunka obtained the sound of the wind, he had encountered an extraordinary opportunity in this place. At the end of the path was a cave. Cale Henituse leaned forward slightly, touching the ground with his hand to steady himself, and began to enter. In his heart, he knew that although this opportunity was unnecessary for him, it was an extremely useful resource for himself. If he combined that material with the one Locke would find later, the Queen of the Jungle would be forced to make a deal with him. He sat down by the cave entrance to rest for a moment. The sound of the waves outside still echoed softly. He smiled slightly and thought to himself, because the Queen had to save the jungle, after all. The sky outside was still pitch black, with stars occasionally twinkling like decorations on the dark canvas. Cale Henituse knew it was time. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind. "Hey, you weak human. Are you hurt?" The owner of the voice was the black dragon, Rayon. It pointed with its sharp claws and said there was a creature inside this cave. Although it was near death, it wasn't quite a corpse yet, which was something Cale Henituse usually dreaded. Hearing Raon's words, Cale Henituse slowly stood up and wondered, was the sound in the cave caused by this? Even so, a thick scent of blood emanated from deep within the cave. That smell made Cale Henituse look slightly pale. He pondered, should I just jump into the water and leave? Various plans crossed his mind because Cale Henituse was a bit afraid of the ghastly thing inside the cave, or perhaps he should ask the black dragon to take him home. Suddenly, a hand crawled out from the darkness. Cale Henituse froze, his complexion turned deathly pale, and he broke into a cold sweat. Then a voice called out, "Save me, please, save me," making the sweat on his face pour even more, accompanied by an expression of extreme surprise. It was a man dragging himself along the ground. He had beautiful, long blue hair, but perhaps because he was wounded, his complexion was incredibly pale and weary. He wheezed. "I must live to do one thing." The wound on his arm was bleeding, mixed with a green resin. He kept begging, "Please." Cale Henituse guessed it was a whale. Because he stood still, Rayon had to call out, "Hey, you weak human, did you catch a cold? Your face is stark white." Cale Henituse was still thinking, should I just leave him be? But it seemed the blue-haired man was getting worse. His breathing was becoming difficult, and his face was darkening. He observed and thought, but a whale tribe member injured by mermaid poison? Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. A half-breed. In the story of the hero, the whale tribe has as few members as the dragon tribe. There is no bloodline mixing between them. Cale Henituse continued to think, but I heard a half-breed had died, didn't I? The black dragon, Raon, still hovering beside him, asked, "Hey, human, are you just going to leave him like that?" Cale Henituse remained silent and pressed forward, with only the sound of ocean waves crashing behind him. Once he reached the long-haired man with the flowing blue hair, Cale Henituse knelt on one knee and called out, "Hey." The young man lifted his head slightly, and the black dragon, Raon, flew closer. Using his last bit of strength, the long-haired man pleaded with Cale Henituse, "Save me." Cale Henituse replied, "Fine, I'll save you." Deep beneath the sea, a member of the whale tribe, currently in her giant blue whale form, was speaking to the short-haired boy. She said, "If my intuition is right, living on might only bring you more pain. It turns out you are a pure-blooded child of the wolf tribe." But the short-haired boy nonchalantly asked, "So what?" The whale tribe member replied that her own child was not pure-blooded. This statement puzzled the short-haired boy. "You aren't pure-blooded?" she answered. "Not that child. I had another son. That son wasn't pure-blooded, so he suffered a great deal." The short-haired boy continued. "Did he live on the surface?" But the answer he received was no. He was ill-fated. He passed away before I did. Back in the present, with Cale Henituse, the whale tribe man seemed unable to maintain consciousness any longer. His eyes struggled to stay open, his face was pale, and he was drenched in a cold sweat. Cale Henituse gently said, "Get some sleep. You'll feel better when you wake up." Upon hearing this, the man managed to let out a weak sound toward Cale Henituse before collapsing on the cold ground. The black dragon, Raon, flew over and asked, "How is it?" Cale Henituse stood at the cave entrance with his hands on his hips, looking down at the whale tribe man, and remarked, "This is messy." He thought to himself, I heard the whale tribe's skin is thick and tough, but with the merfolk's attack, the poison has already seeped deep beneath his skin. Indeed, The green toxin coiled around the wound on his leg was proof enough. Both the dragon and Cale Henituse fell silent for a moment. Raon Miru then said, "You really are a strange human. You get so weird whenever you meet the weak." The area around the injury on his leg was the clearest proof. Both the black dragon and Cale Henituse fell silent for a moment. Raon Miru spoke up. "You really are a strange human. You become very odd when you encounter the weak." Cale Henituse cut the dragon off. He pointed at the whale tribe member and commanded, "Enough of that. Push him into the water." This left the dragon stunned for a few seconds, while Cale Henituse just stared at the little dragon. Raon was shocked and shouted, "You lied! You said you would save him. You humans are weak, but do you really not even keep your promises?" Cale Henituse's expression remained calm, as Raon Miru kept grumbling. "You're telling me to push him into the water? Are you trying to drown him?" Cale Henituse sighed and explained, "I'm doing this to save him. If we submerge him in water, do you remember the corpse we found earlier?" The black dragon, Raon, remained confused. "What exactly are you trying to make me do?" Cale Henituse replied nonchalantly, "What else? Chop off an arm from the corpse and bring it back here." His words left the dragon with its jaw dropped. Though he didn't fully understand, Raon Miru agreed to follow his lead. "I'll do as you say for now." Meanwhile, Cale Henituse began to calculate, thinking, "I should get moving as well." He entered the cave, where a blue aura radiated heavily into the air. Cale Henituse stood before a small pool of water, which was a deep, shimmering blue and surged with concentrated power. He mused, "Finally found it." The hidden pond that Tonsia discovered. He reached into the small pouch at his side and pulled out a bottle to collect water from the pool. This was water that could suppress fire. If he soaked what Locke brought back in this and let it absorb the properties of the pool, something incredibly precious would be born, a treasure capable of saving the vast forest that was slowly withering away. The black dragon had already followed his orders. It had cut off an arm and was now curled up, resting beside the whale tribe man at the cave entrance. Hearing a noise behind him, Raon lifted its head. By this time, Cale Henituse had walked out and headed toward Raon Miru. With a smile on his face, he said, "Let's go." An and Hong were overjoyed to see Cale Henituse return home and jumped into his arms. "The young master is back." The butler had been knocking on the door non-stop. Just then, Cale Henituse noticed the noise coming from outside the door. Young master! Young master!" The maid outside was scared to the point of tears. "Young master, because you said you would kill me if I woke you up, I didn't dare to enter and just kept knocking like this." Even though she received no response, she persistently called out, "Young master, please, open the door for me." Hearing this, Cale Henituse remained silent, changing his clothes without bothering to reply. Afterward, he ordered Raon, "Hide that whale tribe man using this transparent cloak." Suddenly, another voice called out, "Young master." Cale Henituse tightened his robe and slowly walked toward the door. "Young master, Lady Amiru told me to check if you were safe, so please, open the door for me." Suddenly, Cale Henituse opened the door, making eye contact with Han, who was stunned. Cale Henituse then ran a hand through his hair, radiating a breathtakingly handsome and arrogant aura as he asked, "What is it?" Seeing this, Han was relieved. "Young master, did you go for a bath?" Cale Henituse explained, "I couldn't sleep, so I went to soak in the seawater pool for a while." The water pool here was actually a type of hot spring that used seawater. Hearing this, Han felt a bit more at ease. "Oh, so you were out bathing? It turns out you just couldn't sleep, so I guess I won't be punished after all." Cale Henituse asked, "Is that so?" Han froze, then quickly bowed his head to apologize. "Forgive me, young master." Cale Henituse waved it off gently. "It's fine." Suddenly, Han coughed to clear his throat. Ahem, ahem. "You aren't injured anywhere, are you? It's very chaotic outside right now. A short while ago, there was a massive explosion. It seems something happened out at sea." Hearing Han say this, Cale Henituse looked out toward the ocean. He asked curiously, "A loud noise? Do you know what exactly happened?" Han replied, "Lady Amiru said she was heading out to sea." He then added, "I think we will know what happened soon enough." But Cale Henituse was distracted, thinking, "Amiru will probably be very happy about this." A moment later, he reacted and turned around to ask, "Is that so?" Han smiled and confirmed, "Yes." Cale Henituse then ordered, "Then you go ahead." Han couldn't hide his excitement and quickly accepted, "Yes." After Han left, Cale Henituse remained alone. He took the arm and dropped it into the basin of water. After a while, the withered arm blossomed into a complete, full-sized hand. Cale Henituse quickly pulled it out of the water because he knew it was ready. If it stays in any longer, it will start to rot. This is enough. Suddenly, there There was a call. Hey, human. Rayon turned and saw that Payson was showing signs of waking up. It looks like he's waking up. Suddenly, Payson opened his eyes and shouted, Hey, human, put the knife away. At that moment, Cale Henituse was holding a knife, looking down at him with a murderous gaze. Then he gave a faint, subtle smile. Just then, a quiet sound echoed through the room. Thwack. A small knife had been plunged directly into the rotting arm, drawing blood. But only then did Passaton realize Cale Henituse had rested that arm right on his chest before stabbing it, leaving him utterly bewildered. Cale Henituse then picked up the arm and told Passaton, Drink up, before it rots away completely. This blood is the antidote. Cale Henituse recalled that in the first half of the 5th volume of The Birth of a Hero, he hadn't remembered this part, but the latter section mentioned this was a secret treatment method that Rosalind had discovered to save Locke, who had been poisoned by the merfolk. It was still a well-kept secret. Basin Henituse stared at the rotting arm for a long time, looking hesitant. Finally, he decided to take a gulp of the blood. Miraculously, the wound on his leg began to change. In just a moment, the wound vanished, leaving him completely stunned. Unable to believe his eyes, Passaton looked up and asked, Why? Cale Henituse only asked back calmly, Are you the one behind the death of these merfolk? Hearing this, Passaton remained silent. Cale Henituse took the merman's arm, submerged it back into the basin of water, and continued, If you're a whale tribe member, you have to return to the sea by morning at the latest to recover your stamina. Hearing this, Passaton was startled and panicked. However, Cale Henituse didn't press the matter further. He told him to go to sleep and left. As he left, Passaton wondered, How did he know I belonged to the whale tribe? Hearing that, Cale Henituse glanced back at him slightly and said, 3 merfolk have already been killed, who else could it be? Hearing Cale Henituse, Passaton changed the subject. I must return to my homeland. Cale Henituse felt no interest and started to walk away. I have no intention of listening to your sob story, he emphasized, so Passaton would understand. I only saved you because you begged me to. That was all. He then headed to bed to sleep. I'm going to sleep now. Leave quietly. He lay down, though he thought to himself, with the black dragon going with him, there shouldn't be any danger, right? Then, Passaton's memories surfaced. Cale Henituse had lost his family in his original life. Cale Henituse, I once caused a pointless commotion. I don't want to lose my family ever again. In his memories, Passaton clearly remembered his father's words. If that child were still alive, I would have handed the throne to my daughter and tried living a human life with that child just once. I used to wonder, if I did that, would the child be happy? Hearing him say that, Locke replied, If it were her, she would surely be a great ruler, but she is also very affectionate, so she would probably live with you. Hearing this answer, Passaton's father was very satisfied. That's right. Then he began to recount. When his son disappeared, she had turned the entire ocean upside down to find him. Seeing this, Locke asked curiously, If it were her, the sea must have been turned upside down. Hey, what was your son's name? Hearing this, he replied, Passaton. That is my son's name. After the flashback ended, Basin Henituse stood blankly by Cale Henituse's bed. After a good night's sleep, Cale woke up feeling refreshed, and Passaton had already left. Hong reported that Passaton said he would return that night. Hearing this, Cale felt speechless. She didn't need to do that. Cale then woke up and headed to the pier. There, he met Amiru, who was excitedly waiting to tell him something. I came here early because I wanted to share some surprising news with you. Do you know what it is? Cale replied, I have no idea. Seeing this, Amiru excitedly explained, the whirlpools in front of the central island have vanished. After just one day, they disappeared without a trace. Hearing this, Cale thought to himself, I'm the one who did that. At that moment, Tunka was standing alone, muttering, What a shame. I really wanted to try jumping into those whirlpools once. Maybe I should jump somewhere else instead? Hearing that, Cale couldn't help but exclaim, What a madman Tunka is. Suddenly, Amiru called out, Young master, and said softly, Because the Henituse Count family is our investor, I really wanted to show you that sight. I'm talking about the peaceful seas of Ubar. Then she politely offered an invitation. Will you go to the central island with me? Cale asked. Will all these servants be coming along too? Yes. Suddenly, someone approached, catching Amiru's attention. She then turned and introduced them. Is this your first time meeting this person? Then Amiru introduced Cale to Tunka. This is the person who almost got swept away by the whirlpools last time. Tunka, this is young master Cale Henituse. Hearing the strange name, Cale couldn't help but be startled. Thud. Seeing this, Tunka introduced himself cheerfully. Nice to meet you. My name is Tunka. After hearing that, Cale's expression shifted. He couldn't understand it. I know he's using a fake name, but did he really have to choose that one? Amiru continued. Billows Flynn said he is a man from the Whipper Kingdom. He is from a tribe in a small coastal fishing village. He was out fishing when he accidentally fell into the water and drifted away. Hearing this, Tunka added cheerfully, yes, I'm just an ordinary person who makes a living catching small fish. Somehow, I ended up like this. Looking at the wounds on Tunka's hands, Cale thought to himself, yeah, totally ordinary. Amiru smiled and continued, yesterday, he boarded the ship and helped us survey the sea. Cale observed that the soldiers in the distance didn't look too pleased, so he thought, unlike Amiru, it seems those guys hate him because he's from the Whipper tribe. Suddenly, Tunka called out, young master, I heard that at the capital. You used a giant shield and saved everyone. You must be very strong. I really wanted to meet you, so I asked Lady Amiru to let me tag along. As soon as he finished, his expression turned aggressive. Seeing this, Cale sensed a threat. This is dangerous. Cale politely declined. Actually, I'm currently recovering from an injury. Tunka asked back. Recovering? Cale replied, yes, and that wasn't any kind of powerful ability anyway. Amiru, standing by, agreed. That's right, she added with a smile. To protect Cale, he expended a lot of energy, so the young master is currently traveling and resting. Seeing this, Tunka asked hesitantly, oh, is that so? Then he scanned Cale from head to toe to evaluate him. Finding nothing unusual, he turned away sharply. Cale, seeing that, thought, now that's the real Tunka. That's right, self-sacrifice for others, being a hero. He doesn't care about any of that. The only thing that attracts him is strength. He's obsessed with it. He would despise even those on his own side if they were weak, and he would wait for the right moment to kill them. That's why people call him a tyrant. Then they began their journey. So shall we go. Everyone headed toward the boat that was waiting. The ship is ready to leave the harbor. Everyone please board. As he stepped onto the boat, Tunka felt like something wasn't right. That's strange. There was clearly the scent of a strong person nearby just a moment ago. Cale Henituse silently looked around and thought, what an elusive guy. Raon saw Cale Henituse's gaze and understood. I didn't emit any scent. Seeing that, Cale Henituse turned to look at Tunka and marveled. Tunka's intuition is even stronger than the beast tribe. Then he decided that today, he would have to pretend to be even weaker than usual. The boat set sail for many new journeys. Amiru and Cale Henituse were chatting on the ship's deck. Amiru introduced, we are currently investigating why the whirlpools suddenly disappeared. My father and the mages in this territory will be here soon, too. Seeing this, Cale Henituse expressed, is that so? Then that's a relief. After that, he wished her luck, hoping she could soon find the cause of this incident. But Ron interrupted. You're such a good liar. Ignoring him, Cale Henituse continued. I hope the other whirlpools will disappear soon, but Rayon wouldn't let it go. You're lying again. Then he continued. Hey human, didn't you say the whirlpools would last for another year? However, only Cale Henituse could hear these words, so Amaru still trusted what Cale Henituse said. Yes, I will definitely find the cause and get rid of the other whirlpools as well. Her words were filled with sincerity. Since I've been helped and given this opportunity, I must seize it. Seeing that, Cale Henituse felt quite guilty, but he hesitated and said nothing. Hearing that, Cale Henituse praised. If it's Lady Amiru and the Ubar family, you will definitely be able to do it. Amiru said sincerely. Thank you, sir. The young master's words make me feel much more at ease. Then Cale Henituse made a suggestion. The sun is making me feel dizzy. May I go to the shade to rest for a while? Amiru quickly agreed. Oh, yes. Tunka sat from afar, silently observing the two talking. Young master, you are still recovering. Please don't overexert yourself. Do get some rest. Yes, I will take my leave then. After some time drifting on the open sea, the ship finally arrived. Amiru was standing there discussing something with two soldiers. While deep in the forest, Cale Henituse was walking and chatting with Raon Miru. Raon asked in surprise, There's a corpse over there. Aren't you afraid? You've got quite some nerve, don't you? Cale Henituse replied gently, It's fine. After walking for a while, Cale Henituse stepped out of the forest. He froze at the scene before him. What is this? Raon quickly denied it upon hearing that. It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Cale Henituse secretly wondered if Payson had done this. As he approached the rock, he thought, if one didn't know there used to be a corpse here, they would simply think this was dust falling from the rock. Then he placed his hand on the rock and muttered to himself, What should I do about the mermaid's body? Suddenly, he felt something was wrong, and Cale Henituse quickly looked around. he discovered that something had been rising from under the sea at a dizzying speed. Something under the water was emerging, way too fast. The next second, a giant whale broke through the water's surface to Cale Henituse's shock. He guardedly took a few steps back, but his eyes remained fixed on it. The whale, with a large X-shaped scar on its back, was slowly surfacing onto the shore where Cale Henituse was standing. Its eyes were glowing, reflecting Cale Henituse's image. Seeing that, Raon furiously cursed. "You bastard, have you gone mad? How dare you glare at my weak human like that?" Hearing that, the whale then used its tail to lash at the water, sending splashes everywhere. Cale Henituse touched his chest as if sensing something. It was definitely the whale prisoner. After sensing it, Cale Henituse felt extremely surprised. The whale spoke up to explain itself, perhaps afraid Cale Henituse would misunderstand its intentions. "I do not intend to start a fight." Raon was even angrier when he saw that. He couldn't hold back and continued cursing. "Why are you raising your head? After everything you've done, you say you aren't here to fight? That impudent whale." As Raon Miru was enthusiastically cursing, Cale Henituse brought his hand close, then gently touched Raon Miru's head to help him calm down. Cale Henituse gently soothed Raon. "Don't get angry, you'll get hurt like that." Seeing that, Raon calmed down a bit and slowly said, "I won't get hurt. I'm very strong." Cale Henituse still listened to him kindly and advised, "I know, but even so, you still have to be careful." Raon replied, "Weak human, you're the one who needs to be careful." After coaxing Raon Miru, Cale Henituse looked up, ready to continue talking. "So, now what?" The whale asked Cale Henituse. "I'm asking you." Then a clear voice cut in. "Sister, you must not swallow him." The voice caught both Cale Henituse and the whale by surprise. From afar, another whale was swimming toward them at great speed. Seeing that, the whale with the scar on its back turned around and shouted, "Witira." The sudden turn caused seawater to splash onto Cale Henituse. Seeing that, Raon kindly asked, "Human, are you okay?" Cale Henituse showed no concern and replied, "All right." More importantly, he focused on the scar on the whale's back, the wound on its back. Then he partially guessed the identity of that whale. Was it really that humpback whale? A smaller whale quickly swam over to stop the larger one. "Sister, you cannot eat him. He is someone you absolutely must not kill." Raon Miru hovered in the air and whispered into Cale Henituse's ear, "I'm not fighting, but what is that little whale talking about?" He didn't answer him but thought to himself, "That means the smaller whale must be Archie, and if so, the larger whale that he called sister must be the current Whale King's daughter and the successor, the one who led the fight against the merfolk alongside Choi Han." Raon Miru whispered to remind him, "Another one is coming, too." Cale Henituse froze upon hearing that. He looked around. "Another one?" He stared toward the dense forest, then quickly hid behind a large rock. Shortly after, Billows Flynn ran out from the deep forest. He laughed excitedly. "What is that scent? What is that scent?" "The scent of a strong person." Cale Henituse witnessed this and was dumbfounded. He frowned, thinking to himself, where on earth did he get that club? Billows didn't notice Cale Henituse's presence and looked at the whale with excitement. "Witira, is that you? This is the first time I've fought a whale." Witira remained silent and did not reply to him. Cale Henituse hid behind the rock, straining his eyes to observe the situation. Raon Miru whispered in his ear. "What are you doing? Why are you hiding like that? What else could I be doing? If I jump into the middle of that now, it'll just be when bulls fight, the grass dies." On the other side, Billows stomped his feet on the sand, then leaped high into the air. "If it's a whale, couldn't I just beat it to death?" He launched himself into the air, arm raised high, preparing to strike. Cale Henituse watched him intently, not missing a single detail, and muttered to himself in admiration. "Whoa." Just as Bob was about to reach him, the whale kept its eyes locked on him, then swung its tail with immense force. Its tail whipped around, blocking Bob mid-attack. Bob was absolutely stunned. Before the tail could strike his face, he reflexively dodged it with lightning speed. The whale's tail slammed into the water, sending splashes everywhere, even reaching the spot where Cale Henituse was hiding. He was speechless, completely shocked by the scene. The boy landed safely on the sand, while Cale Henituse was soaked to the bone. He felt so exhausted. Damn it. Across from him, the boy felt increasingly thrilled. "Nice, I like it. Come at me. Do it." With that, he charged back into the fray, swinging his wooden staff hard against his opponent. The impact was so powerful that dust and sand swirled into the air. A sound like an explosion echoed out. Bob's wooden staff snapped in two. He didn't care at all and tossed it aside. As expected, carrying a stick is useless. Fighting with your bare fists is still the best. He let out a crazed laugh from behind the rock. Cale Henituse frowned, wondering what to do with this guy. If this kept up, the people on the other side of the forest would come running. How can I get out of here quietly? Just then, the voice of the young whale, Pasiton, rang out. Sister, please stop. He rushed over to them. If you keep doing this, that person will get hurt. Bob froze upon hearing that. He stared blankly at Pasiton. That tiny whale can talk? The whale, Witira, shot him a cold glare. Did you just call my brother tiny? Bob wasn't afraid. He only grew more excited. You can talk too? Cale Henituse furrowed his brow. Everything was falling into chaos. Bob beamed and started clapping. Whoa, so you're beast people? This is so interesting. Witira didn't respond, fixing him with a hostile glare. Bob braced his feet against the sand, then used the leverage to leap high into the air, preparing to strike. His body leaned forward, fists clenched tight. Bob's movements were decisive as he lunged ahead. Basin Henituse, standing by, reminded Witira, Sister, don't hurt him. He's my benefactor. She didn't reply, looking instead toward the large rock where Cale Henituse was hiding. Just then, he peeked out, and their eyes met. Almost immediately, Billows Flynns, who had been throwing punches, smiled and warned, Hey, it's rude to lose focus while fighting me. If you keep doing that, you're just asking for death. A powerful energy surged from his fist as he prepared to deliver a massive blow. To his surprise, the moment his fist was about to land, she vanished, leaving him completely stunned. Witira had effortlessly shifted from her whale form into human form. Cale Henituse, still hiding, frowned. That form was no ordinary transformation. Witira's human form was stunning. Her expression remained cold and stoic, and water flowed around her like a living current. Raon Miru whispered in his ear, The dragon is still cooler. He gave a vague, dismissive grunt. He had no time to argue with the dragon. Witira spoke softly. Thank you for saving my brother. But let's save the greetings for later. Bob narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with laziness. All this hesitation is really making me restless. Naturally, he had already sensed Cale Henituse's presence long ago. This brat really likes to go around saving people, huh? He heard this and scoffed. Exactly. That's the way of the whale, as I read about in the books. Unlike him, Raon Miru felt indignant. Saving someone or sparing a life is a noble act. It's something to be proud of. Insulting others is what's truly bad. Why is there a guy like that jerk Venyan? Witira said softly. Don't look down on him. Acting on her sense of justice, she fixed a sharp gaze on Bob. He smiled, looking impressed. Oh, I like that look. So, you want to spar with me now? Forget about that useless guy and fight me instead. That would be much more interesting. Witira found it ridiculous. A guy like you wants to spar with me? She channeled her power, creating a powerful, formidable surge of water. The water formed a long whip, becoming her weapon. Witira smiled. How amusing. I'm not going to spar with you, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Bob felt like he'd just heard a joke. Teach me? He laughed loudly, his voice echoing across the area. His eyes turned icy, and he narrowed his gaze. Then I'll tear you apart. With that, he dug his feet into the sand again and lunged toward Witira. She swung the water whip quickly. Their eyes, one cold as ice, the other burning like fire, locked onto each other as they both charged in to attack. The collision caused a violent explosion, proving just how massive their strength was. The sky was clear and blue, and the sunlight glistened off every wave. Witira smiled with interest. You've put me in the mood for a lesson. She continued to lash out with her water whip toward Bob. The water whip coiled around his body. Bob, caught off guard, looked surprised to be restrained. But a moment later, he leaped backward with a laugh. Witira frowned as she watched him. Bob gripped the water whip tightly, laughing out loud. With one burst of strength, he snapped it in half. Fighting with pure strength is my specialty. Witira quickly retracted the whip. She glared at him and attacked again, but this time, Billows Flynns dodged it. Though it missed, the water whip didn't stop, continuing its momentum forward. By coincidence, Amiru and her soldiers appeared right there. Cale Henituse, hiding behind the rock, was completely taken aback. Amiru didn't even know what was happening yet. What is going on? She only saw the water whip getting closer and closer. Amiru quickly ordered her soldiers, Everyone, shields up! Bob smiled gleefully. Hold tight. My body is very sturdy. You guys might get hurt. Amiru looked at him in shock. Cale Henituse finally spoke up, clicking his tongue. Are they insane? Suddenly, a shield appeared, glowing with a brilliant light, flanked by two wings full of power. The light was so intense that everyone had to shield their eyes. Bob stood there, completely bewildered. That shield, what was that? Amiru, Witira, and Pasatan all looked in one direction toward Cale Henituse. He was currently channeling his power to maintain the shield, thinking to himself, "It's not whales fighting. It's the whales fighting that's making me, the shrimp, use my power." He stood up from the sand. He didn't want to save Tunka, but he had no choice. His legs buckled suddenly from having sat for too long. Cale Henituse quickly grabbed the rock, letting out a soft grunt. Amiru saw this and hurried toward him. "Young master, you didn't have to get involved like that." Cale Henituse quickly grabbed onto a rock and murmured something under his breath. Seeing this, Amiru hurried toward him. "Young master, you really didn't need to get involved." Cale Henituse gently rubbed his knee and forced himself to stand straight, though in his heart, he was thinking that he didn't exactly want to be in this position. But if Tunka had injured the investigation team, he wouldn't be able to return to Whipper in time, so he had to intervene. She asked him with concern, "And why are you soaked like this? You're recovering from your injuries. What if you catch a cold?" "You really are." Witira and Pasatan were both startled to hear this. Witira, recalling that her own actions were the reason Cale Henituse was soaked, remained silent. He wrung the water out of his coat and replied, "As long as no one got hurt, isn't that what matters?" Amiru let out a weary sigh. "Honestly, I truly cannot understand you." She then turned to look at the other two. Amiru frowned and asked with a guarded look, "Who are you?" Witira and Pasatan both remained silent, not saying a word. "And Bob, who are you?" The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. No one spoke. Just then, Cale Henituse sneezed. Everyone looked at him in unison. He calmly said, "Let's head back first." Scene shift to Amiru's mansion. She didn't hold back at all as she slammed the door shut. Amiru looked sternly at Bob. "You must leave by tomorrow. Understand that this deportation order is lucky for you, and the other two will face appropriate punishment if they continue to cause trouble." Having said that, Amiru turned to Cale Henituse with concern. "Young master, please go inside quickly. You look like you're coming down with a cold." "Got it." She glared at Bob. "You really are an ungrateful wretch." Bob didn't show any particular expression in response to being scolded. Just stood there silently. Cale Henituse said with a casual tone, "That's exactly why he has to be deported." "Young Master Cale Henituse," he said. "You really are, it's not that big of a deal." Just then, Rayon Miru softly asked, "Aren't you going to ask me if you could have beaten Tunka?" Cale Henituse didn't answer him, but looked toward Bob. The guy had been standing still as a statue for a while now. He seemed like a complicated character. Witira finally spoke up. "Can we really go with you?" Cale Henituse asked in return. "Do you two have anywhere else to go?" He slowly stepped into the carriage that had just arrived. "I can take care of you for at least a night." Both sisters were surprised by his words. Afterward, they climbed into the carriage one by one. Cale Henituse glanced at Bob, who was still standing there. After all, Tunka had to return to the Whipper Kingdom should he contact the Crown Prince. The carriage started moving. He wondered how the Crown Prince would react if he told him he was heading to Whipper and bringing back a honeycomb full of honey. Since they were cut from the same cloth, he already knew the answer. The Crown Prince would be thrilled. The brilliant, poetic sunset sky shone down on the small coastal town, painting a truly beautiful picture. Just then, Hans ran over to Cale Henituse, looking worried. "Young master, are you all right?" But the moment he saw Witira and Pasatan standing behind him, he froze. Cale Henituse didn't pay any mind to that and said, "I'm fine." He pointed toward the two of them. "You take care of their accommodations." "Ah, yes." Then he walked forward. Beecrox was standing by the gate, frowning as he stared at him. Cale Henituse returned his gaze calmly. Next, Beecrox ordered Mel, who was standing nearby, to go boil some water. Yes. Inside the mansion, because he had been soaked earlier, he was now wrapped in a dry towel. The servants were busy preparing a bath for him. Mel brought a cup of water over to Cale Henituse and asked, "Young master, I heard you were caught up in that fight and were nearly seriously injured?" He took the cup from his hand. "Nonsense. I'm not hurt at all." Mel smiled in reply. "Yes, sir." He thought to himself, "I wish I could help him with something." Then Beecrox stepped up to remind him, "Young master, please go wash up first." At that same moment, the door opened, and Witira and Pasatan called out softly, "Young Master Cale Henituse." Seeing them, he asked, "What is it? Why do you keep calling out to me? Can we meet after I've had some rest?" Hearing this, he realized they definitely still wanted to keep their identities hidden from others. "Fine, come back tomorrow. Besides, I'm feeling a bit achy and need to sleep, so no one better disturb me." Scene shift. The sky had already dimmed to twilight. Cale Henituse stood on the balcony, his gaze wandering aimlessly over the surroundings. Rayon floated around him and asked, "I saw you coughing. Will you really be able to go through with this tonight?" He felt worried for him. Shouldn't you be resting instead? Why have you become so weak? It keeps me worried. You're really stressing me out. Cale Henituse let out a tired sigh. I'm the one who's stressed. I already said I'm fine. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. He then smiled at Raon. Let's go. Raon glanced at him, his face full of concern. Fine. An and Hong waved goodbye to them with bright smiles. Safe travels, master. Afterward, the two of them flew high up, moving from the mansion toward the coast. It was completely dark by now, the water shimmering and lapping rhythmically against the sand. Raon couldn't help but wonder. I don't understand why you have to do this. Your body isn't well. The intelligent little dragon truly couldn't comprehend it. Cale Henituse replied in a low voice. If not today, then never. He looked down at the water, thinking that tomorrow the territory's mages would arrive, and it would be difficult for him to act freely then. Cale Henituse gently landed on the sand. He pondered deeply about the puddle that had suppressed the fire discovered through today's strange encounter, and the whirlpools that still remained. This time, he had to resolve all of it. He frowned and let out a breath. I should get started, shouldn't I? Raon frowned slightly and reminded him. That thing did that guy swim all the way here? Cale Henituse didn't understand what he meant and looked ahead. He was shocked by the sight. The guy Raon was referring to was Bob. He was swimming toward them at incredible speed, then began to slow down. Why is he here? I don't understand. Just like Raon. He hadn't expected this at all. That guy, he's truly insane. Bob grabbed onto a nearby rock and called out to Cale Henituse, laughing with glee. I knew it would be like this. You're not such a boring guy after all, are you? I could clearly smell the scent of the strong on you. Contrary to Bob's excessive excitement, Cale Henituse frowned and took a few steps back. Of course, he had also witnessed the scene earlier, when he was hovering in the air. Are you a mage? How did you fly into the sky like that? Raon Miru didn't say a word, just shot an unfriendly glare at him. Cale Henituse leaned in, his face scowling. Since you're a high-ranking mage, I suppose you look down on my words, don't you? Cale Henituse felt a massive headache coming on. He let out a weary sigh and muttered, What on earth should I do with this uneducated brat? Should I shove him aside, or should I use him instead? Cale Henituse smirked, already formulating a plan to deal with him. What are you thinking about? Are you looking down on me? That's right. He gently flicked his hand. Immediately, the calm water surface suddenly swirled into a circle like a whirlpool, quickly dragging Bob in. Might as well do both. Bob was pulled into Cale Henituse's violent whirlpool. He couldn't react at all. Just like that, he was dragged deep beneath the water. A powerful jet of water shot up into the air, splashing everywhere. Bob quickly surfaced, gasping for air with all his might. Cale Henituse used one finger to gently control the water as he stepped closer to him. The water had returned to its original calm state by now. Floating amidst the whirlpools, Bob frowned and asked him, What do you mean by that? He softly replied to him, saying that mages would never be able to hold onto ancient powers. Bob was bewildered, feeling incredibly astonished. Cale Henituse smiled and asked him, Hey Bob, as a warrior, you should know exactly what that means, right? The people in your tribe only recognize physical strength, and they believe that human innate strength is a blessed gift. Bob stared at him. Ancient power? Aren't you a mage? Correct. He frowned slightly. Then why do you know about the Mage Alliance? He was a human who didn't act like a noble at all, and even when injured, he still tried his best to protect others. The scent of the strong is nearby, a special kind of power. Cale Henituse didn't answer his question. Bob thought to himself. The more he looked at him, the more of an oddball he seemed to be. Then, out of the blue, he asked, Are you planning to destroy the magic tower? Bob was filled with confusion. What? Destroy what? He raised an eyebrow and said, If you intend to destroy the magic tower, don't destroy too much of it. Bob couldn't help but curse under his breath. What on earth are you rambling about? Cale Henituse didn't care about his reaction at all. Oh, and you should kick all the mages out of the magic tower too. If you do that, I'll buy the tower. What do you think? Bob frowned and pointed at him. You're truly insane. Cale Henituse, instead of getting angry, retorted sarcastically. In that case, people like you, who want to overthrow everything, are also insane, aren't you? He smiled slightly, leaning back into the water, and casually said to him, No, we are definitely not insane. That's right, me neither, Cale Henituse said, thinking to himself that he would just reply like that, but he was certain the guy belonged to the non-mage alliance. Bob calmly reached out his hand and said, Go buy it yourself. He looked away. Even if you didn't say it, I was already planning to. Deep down, he thought. As expected, he didn't deny that he had no intention of destroying the magic tower. Bob continued to ask, But how did you know I belong to the non-mage alliance? Cale Henituse let out a slight sigh and replied, You are a member of a tribe in the Whipper Kingdom. Just before the war between the alliances broke out, when you saw me, you rushed over to ask if I was a mage and looked at me with an expression as if you were about to kill me. With that kind of behavior, how could I not think you belonged to the non-mage alliance? Bob slowly swam toward the shore, and hearing that, he smiled and said, I guess you're right. He stood up and wrung out his soaking wet shirt. Cale Henituse turned and walked away. Bob saw that and followed him slowly. He frowned and asked him, Why are you following me? The guy chuckled and replied, I see you're up to something, so I just want to watch. He waved his hand, telling him to go play by those whirlpools, saying he was busy. Bob approached him and asked, Are you really a noble? Of course. Just like you're a warrior. He felt increasingly interested in him. Interesting. Cale Henituse ignored him and looked at the water. First, I have to go deal with those other whirlpools. He slowly closed his eyes. Wind gathered around him, surrounding his body, and then formed a pair of wings that were almost transparent. Bob silently watched the scene before him. He whispered to him, Hey Bob, you know you have to keep today a secret, right? Of course. I like it when only I know about interesting things. Cale Henituse flew up high and smiled at him. I'll find a boat and a boatman for you. Don't you need to return to your hometown quickly? Oh, thank you. He raised an eyebrow and said, You must win. If it's you, you'll definitely be able to do it. Bob laughed out loud, his voice echoing across the quiet sky. He turned away and thought to himself, Did that guy always laugh this much? Then, Cale Henituse and Rayon flew away together. After leaving that place, the non-mage alliance would definitely need money first after winning the Civil War. He smiled and thought, So they will sell the magic tower and erase all traces of the mages. There's no reason for them to hesitate when faced with an opportunity to make money. On the other side, Bob stared at Cale Henituse's receding figure. A moment later, he turned and left. Who knows? Perhaps inside that crumbling tower, there might be some treasure they desperately crave. Now it's lost its fun. Should I go home? The next day, when Bob was standing by the boat, Cale Henituse approached him from behind. Bob saw him and said, Come back in 2 months, because by then, the world will have changed. Cale Henituse looked at Bob and thought he could see the madness in his eyes. Maybe I shouldn't go to the Whipper Kingdom in the next 2 months? He crossed his arms and said to Bob, Go quickly. He looked at him skeptically. Are you that weak? He answered casually. Yeah. Bob realized something, started to speak, but then let it go. All right. Bob slowly stepped onto the boat, with only one more step to go, but he stopped. Bob turned around and looked at Cale Henituse, smiling. You must come in 2 months. Cale Henituse waved goodbye to Bob. I know. The two were now separated by the river. Cale Henituse slowly left, thinking with a satisfied expression, Finally, he's leaving. Suddenly, Bob shouted from the boat. Hey! Bob spoke so loudly he startled him. My name is Tunka. You must remember it. He was left speechless, unable to find a response, and just walked away. But Tunka's voice still echoed. You better remember my name. The scene shifted to a luxurious tea room. Cale Henituse sat on a chair and said, You didn't have to come. Witira sat opposite him and replied, Not at all. She added, We came to greet you and also to thank you. I feel I must apologize for getting you wet that day. He was sitting there playing with 2 pets. Witira asked him, Are you feeling all right now? He replied, I'm still normal. He stroked the cat Hong and told her, Thanks to the vitality of the heart, my health status is always above normal. He remembered that battle, thinking, for example, on that day, even if I used the shield which the sound of the wind had reinforced, it couldn't be broken anyway. After contemplating, he realized that after a short nap, he didn't feel tired anymore. You two can stop thanking me now, he said. Witira gazed at Cale Henituse with affection as she listened. She knew that if she kept thanking him, her gratitude would lose its meaning. The same went for apologies. She replied softly, Understood. Thank you, sir. Cale Henituse realized she was always acting respectful toward him. The Whale royal bloodline, the rulers of half the ocean, and Pasiton. Truth be told, these two held status equivalent to royalty. He sighed as he watched them use honorifics. They were still clearly trying to hide their true identities. He spoke to them again. I told you to stop thanking me. Cale Henituse pondered. I've already sent Tunka back to the Whipper Kingdom. Now, I just want to meet the Lord of Ubar and head back home, he mused, smiling faintly. Even though there's still work to do back at the territory, at least I can get some rest until I reach the Whipper Kingdom. Then Witira addressed him. Young Master Cale Henituse, she continued. I heard you are from the Henituse family. Cale Henituse asked, So what? The two siblings looked at each other, clearly hesitant, before Witira bluntly stated, We want to go there, to the Forest of Darkness. He looked at the two of them, puzzled. The Forest of Darkness? She explained. We have had an enemy for a very long time. Watira continued. Since you healed Pasatan, I'm sure you know they are the merfolk. Cale Henituse pondered. Of course I know. I know very well, she spoke. But my younger brother, Pasatan, found the reason why they suddenly became so strong. He wondered to himself, what is she talking about? Pasatan finally spoke up, making him think deeply. The reason we were chased by the merfolk is because I wanted to find out why they were growing stronger. Watira added respectfully, please, help us. We need to get to the Forest of Darkness. The Forest of Darkness was one of the 5 forbidden regions of the Western continent, as vast as 2 or 3 territories combined. The Kingdom of Roan wanted to seize it by any means necessary, but it was a place no one could rule. That was why the Henituse earldom had guarded it for generations. He wondered internally, so you mean you need to go to the Forest of Darkness, which is in my territory? Watira paused for a moment before saying earnestly, please, help us. They were desperate to convince him. We have prepared a worthy reward. Can you help us get there? The 2 cats, On and Hong, lunged at him and asked cutely, are you going to help them or not? Cale Henituse stroked the 2 cats, then said, first, tell me more about this. They both answered in unison, yes. The whale tribe and the merfolk had split the north and south, staying at opposite poles of the continent and engaging in battles, both big and small. It was a war between the merfolk, who wanted to build a kingdom, and the whales, who wanted to stop them, she continued. But for the last 6 months, the merfolk have been acting very strangely. He frowned, thinking, strange, you say? Watira added, they crossed the border that both sides had implicitly agreed upon and started causing trouble. I discovered the reason for that. Cale Henituse listened and deduced to himself. Of course, it's because they want to build a kingdom and rule the ocean. I doubt Choi Han could stop that. Could he? While sipping tea, he listened to her. I already knew that. So their goal is to occupy the entire sea connecting the eastern and western continents. Hearing this, he set his teacup down, stood up in shock, and shouted, wait, if it's the sea that connects the 2 continents, wouldn't that involve humans? Between the eastern and western continents lay a treacherous sea. Humans had mapped out and used some routes, but those paths were still distant and dangerous. Trade between the 2 continents was not very developed, and there had been a tacit agreement between the intelligent beings of the sea and the land, not to violate each other's territory. The sea would not interfere with land affairs, including coastal routes, and land dwellers would not interfere with the deep sea. Yet, the merfolk were breaking the covenant and dreaming of invading the shipping lanes? Cale Henituse thought to himself, great, another useless headache. Watira continued, at first, we thought the new merfolk king was just trying to get a head start on building their kingdom. He interrupted, hold on. Cale Henituse asked them directly, why must you go to the Forest of Darkness? Just tell me that. But in his heart, he felt uneasy. He had a gut feeling that if he knew any more, something huge would happen. Watira smiled softly. Yes. Her smile made his heart skip a beat. Why does a beautiful smile from a member of the whale tribe look so scary? She began to explain, like I said before, about a month or 2 ago, the merfolk grew stronger, and Pasatan found the material that made them that way. Cale Henituse cut in. Is that material in the Forest of Darkness? She nodded. That's right. You understand, don't you? Cale Henituse wiped sweat from his brow while stroking Hong the cat, lost in thought. How could something so ridiculous, the thing making sea creatures stronger, be located in the Forest of Darkness? He closed his eyes tightly to think. Most importantly, how could the merfolk even get to the Forest of Darkness? Seeing him stay silent, the 2 whale siblings felt a sense of admiration. He's so calm. Indeed. But they had no idea that inside, he was actually panicking. He lifted his head, saying nothing. Watira spoke up. I am certain I heard them mention a swamp in the Forest of Darkness, even though I was chased because of it. Pasatan added, so, we want to go to that swamp and check it out ourselves. He thought for a moment. He didn't need to hear anything else. The Forest of Darkness, Choi Han's Harris village, those wolf children outside that door, and these guys too. The 2 cats, On and Hong, and the almighty dragon, Rayon Miru. Seeing Cale Henituse looking at him, Rayon Miru spoke. What are you looking at, human? I'm the coolest one here, right? He said arrogantly. Cale Henituse thought, I allowed you to keep looking at me. He stood there, dazed, thinking about how he wanted to build an estate for the kids in the Harris village area. Cale Henituse frowned. This is trouble, Watira asked. What is it? He weighed his options. What would he stand to gain from this? There was one thing he needed to know before realizing what the benefits would be. Seeing him silent, they looked at each other in confusion. After a moment, he spoke. Humans cannot interfere in the affairs of the sea. Watira hurriedly replied, Of course, I am aware of that agreement. She pleaded with Cale Henituse with all her heart. We will sneak in and do everything without using any violence. Even the merfolk needed help from surface dwellers to reach the night forest. They were the ones who started this whole thing in the first place. We promised not to cause any harm to young Master Cale Henituse. He kept making excuses, but the risk was just too high. Cale Henituse crossed his arms and pointed out, You all know that as well. Round sighed and replied, Yes, you already calculated the risks and warned them about the danger level they had to consider. Now, the thing I need to figure out is, right at this moment, Cale Henituse asks them, So, what is the price you're offering? He looks at them with a faint smile, appearing excited, and thinks to himself, Actually, I already knew what she was going to say. It's the same condition the Whale King gave to Choi Han. Watira replies gently. The corners of his mouth lift slightly in a small smile. Satisfaction shows on his face. Sure enough, Watira lets him know that among the sea routes the merfolk are currently trying to seize, there is one place they prioritize above all else, a place humans have yet to explore. The safest sea route. Cale Henituse asks, Where is it? She replies, The sea region north of the western continent. That is the territory of our whale tribe. He wonders, that is a place guarded by the strongest creatures of the sea. Isn't it very dangerous? However, it will now be a safe place for you, she says, trying to ease his concerns. You will be granted the right to use that area. Cale Henituse raises a hand to his chin, thinking. But then he speaks up. But I don't need that. Pasatan asks. Pardon? He explains, so they understand, causing both of them to break into a cold sweat. If I listen closely to your words, it sounds like you aren't giving me full control. Just the right to use it. Right? He thinks to himself, Of course, if I could use that sea route, my family would become much richer. But Bosan Henituse, who will become the Lord, would have a hard time. Yet, it is a place unnecessary for someone like him who intends to live a comfortable life. He points his finger and says, Add one more condition. Cale Henituse declares, You must lend me your strength whenever I need it. Watira asks back, That strength? He replies, That's right, the strength used each time. His request makes them a bit hesitant. At this, Watira speaks up. The whale tribe is a tribe that desires peace. For us to interfere in human affairs would be a bit. He interrupts, asking her back, You tell me to accept the risk, but in return, you can't? Cale Henituse adds, The dead forest is one of the anomalies. Even if you have strength, it is not a safe place, especially for those who know nothing about the land like you. He then concludes, I will help you. But in his mind, he thinks, I was planning to go to Harris Village anyway. Even though the dead forest is where Choi Han lived a decade ago, even he couldn't know everything about that place. And after Choi Han, the one who knows about that forest at this point, he interlocks his fingers and rests them on his lap, propping his chin on his hands, a sharp, smug smile spreading across his face. It's me, Cale Henituse, he says softly. It seems I know the swamp you are talking about. Cale Henituse says with a pensive look, I will help you. It seems I know the swamp you mentioned. He continues, You just need to lend me your strength exactly 2 times, and I will help you find that swamp you are looking for. Cale Henituse crosses his arms and asks, The whale tribe wants a peaceful life as the strongest, right? Watira replies to Cale Henituse, Young master. Cale Henituse says, That's right. She continues to express her position straight and firmly. I, Watira, will accept your request as the successor to the whale tribe chief. Cale Henituse looks surprised. You didn't know I was the successor? Cale Henituse points a finger. That's great then. Can we finalize the deal right here? He asks Watira. Do I have to use honorifics now? She answers him. No need to do that, young master Cale Henituse. I still have to hide my identity. He pulls her hand. Am I the only one who knows your identity? Watira looks at him. The two are now very close. That's right. Scene change. Cale Henituse is lying lazily on the sofa. He calls out, Hey! Rayon jumps onto the table. Don't call me hey! Cale Henituse continues. Then what should I call you? Rayon retorts. Think of that yourself. Cale Henituse, propping his chin up, asks Rayon Miru nonchalantly. But first of all, shouldn't you also call me Cale Henituse instead of human? Rayon Miru says, Cale Henituse continues to strike at Rayon Miru's young psyche. Oh, right. Don't you want to have a home? Rayon Miru seems pensive when he mentions a home. He is quite hesitant. A home? Then Rayon Miru replies, Are you kicking me out? Cale Henituse doesn't answer Rayon Miru's retort but continues with his own thoughts. To be precise, it's an estate. Round Miru wonders. An estate? Cale Henituse replies, yeah, an estate where you, On, Hong, and the wolf kids can come over to play sometimes. Cale Henituse imagines them playing together at the estate. There are also many interesting things nearby. Suddenly, Round Miru lies down timidly and says, I have to choose the estate land myself. In exchange, you get to name me. Raon hesitates. The time limit is 1 month. Cale Henituse is thinking about Round Miru's words when there is a knock on the door, tap, tap. He stands up to open the door and sees On and Hong outside. Seeing them, Cale Henituse pays no mind and lies back down on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. You can choose it yourself. Why make me choose? On and Hong approach Cale Henituse. Hong quickly asks him, when are we going home? On jumps up, I like fish, but I don't like the sea. Cale Henituse replies, soon, making them cheer with joy. Wow. 2 days later, Cale Henituse stands before Amaru as she sees him off. Young master, travel safely. He replies, you stay healthy as well, milady. Amiru watches Cale Henituse's carriage. Sitting in the carriage, Cale Henituse announces, you two can turn off the device now. So that was what he said to Pasiton and Watira. Watira stares at Cale Henituse. On the other side, Cale is sitting next to Raon Miru. Raon looks at Watira. What are you looking at? Watira suddenly realizes, so it was you. You were the one who triggered the mana back then. Raon Miru and Watira just stare at each other. Cale Henituse puts a hand on Raon. He signals for silence. Quiet now. The two kids, On and Hong, are sitting on the edge of the seat. The atmosphere suddenly becomes quiet. Watira turns to look at Pasiton. A few days later, they finally arrive. The Henituse territory city. A man exclaims, oh, it's young master Cale Henituse. The woman is equally surprised. Oh, young master Silvershield, please come in. Cale Henituse, inside the carriage, sees their expressions and thinks to himself, these people, the two of them still refuse to stop, neither giving way to the other. Young master Silvershield. Young master Silvershield, the man says, brimming with joy. The heroics of the young master have spread everywhere. The man is incredibly excited, like he's met an idol in real life. He peers into Cale Henituse's carriage, laughing and saying, the title, Young Master Silvershield, is really cool. I'm so jealous of you. Young Master Cale Henituse feels helpless, not knowing what to say. The man keeps riding his horse alongside Cale Henituse's carriage. He calls out, young master, you're always so humble. Pasiton and Watira, sitting inside, hear it too. Cale Henituse sits in the carriage, nursing a headache and thinking, is there no way to stop hearing that cheesy title? Rayon uses his claws to scratch at his pants. He asks, are we home yet? Cale Henituse sat in the carriage, rubbing his temples. Was there no way to avoid hearing that cringy title? Round clawed at his pants with his tiny paws and asked, are we home yet? Cale Henituse answered, yeah, we're home. We're finally back home. Cale Henituse stepped out of the carriage to be greeted by every member of his family. Daruth Henituse placed a hand on his son's shoulder. He watched Cale Henituse's people with concern. Then, Daruth Henituse looked relieved, noting, it doesn't look like you're seriously injured anywhere. Are you feeling all right? Are you tired? Cale Henituse smiled at his father and stepmother. I'm fine, father. Violon spoke up. I heard those terrorists haven't been caught yet. Cale Henituse replied, yes, that's correct. Violon and Daruth exchanged looks, leaving Cale Henituse confused. Cale Henituse wondered, what are they planning? Then, Daruth said to Cale Henituse, you can tell us about what happened in the capital later. Just go inside and get some rest first. Cale Henituse hesitated. All right. The scene shifted to Basin, leading Lily Henituse toward Cale Henituse. Basin called out to him. Basin started to ask about his health, but Cale Henituse cut him off. Oh, that's right. Cale Henituse suddenly remembered something and turned to call Hans. Hans immediately understood and replied, yes, I've brought the items. Cale Henituse reached out and took them. Good. Cale Henituse handed the exquisite box to Basin. Basin looked at the box, then back at him. Cale Henituse gestured and introduced it. It's a fountain pen. Then he handed Lily a sword, leaving her stunned. This is a sword. Cale Henituse looked at his two younger siblings, who were bewildered by his gifts, and asked with concern, why do you both look like that? Basin stared intently at the pen case, struggling to find the words. But you're so busy, Cale Henituse continued. No matter how busy I am, I still have to keep my promises. Upon hearing this, Basin's face lit up with joy. He excitedly assured Cale Henituse, I will study hard and do my best to manage and develop the territory. Cale Henituse was very satisfied with those words. Good. Cale Henituse crossed his arms, smiling as he thought about Basin's potential. The boy has to become the Lord, so it's good that he's studying hard. Truly a commendable mindset. Basin stammered again. I won't do anything that would make you worry. Cale Henituse asked, What do you mean? Basin only replied, It's just, you know. Cale Henituse grew even more curious after his younger brother's vague remark. What is it this time? Then Lily approached him. Seeing her innocent expression, Cale Henituse fleetingly thought, What is this kid up to now? Lily looked at her older brother with a look of extreme determination. I will become strong enough to protect our territory. I'll lead the knights and protect everyone. Her words left Cale Henituse quite impressed. Oh, I'm very supportive of that. Cale Henituse envisioned the future, Basin handling administration, and Lily handling the military. If it's these two, they'll lead the territory well. Cale Henituse wore a warm smile and reached out to pat Lily's head. You will definitely become a skilled knight. Lily happily replied, Yes, I won't let anyone get hurt. After that, Cale Henituse prepared to go inside. All right, I'm going to go rest now. Basin and Lily took turns telling him, Please get some rest, brother. You really must get plenty of rest. Then Basin and Lily stood from afar, watching Cale Henituse walk into the building. Door opening sound. Cale Henituse entered the building and was immediately greeted by two cats. As the two kids played on the sofa, someone brought him something. Cale Henituse asked, Are you going to serve me? Cale Henituse observed the man's actions and thought to himself, Is he trying to take over Ron Molin's job? Beacrox Molin held a document in his hand and looked hesitantly at Cale Henituse. This is a letter from my father. Cale Henituse nodded. Beacrox Molin added, He said this is his report. Cale Henituse replied, All right, thank you. And Beacrox replied, Yes. Cale Henituse announced his intentions to Beacrox. I've assigned Mary and the kids to take care of the kitchen chores and serving meals. Beacrox Molin simply replied, Yes. Then Cale Henituse ordered him to withdraw. Cale Henituse took a knife from the cabinet drawer. He sat on the chair and opened the letter to read. It simply said, I am still alive. You're still alive, huh? He pondered as he read. A report that's only one line long? That's brutal. That's definitely Ron Molin's personality. Suddenly, he heard voices. I love this house. It turned out the kids, Raon, Miru, An, and Hong, were playing in the next room, having a blast. They were incredibly happy. Cale Henituse looked quite thoughtful regarding the brief content of the letter. He set the letter and the knife down. Well, I should get going too. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. Cale Henituse walked over and opened the door. The man greeted him. Young Master Cale Henituse. He didn't seem like a stranger to him. Cale turned to the side, crossed his arms, and said, This is our first time meeting. Greetings. The man bowed and said, It is an honor to meet you. The man looked at the spherical mirror. Cale Henituse asked, Is the image communication capability still working? The man replied, Yes. But he asked Cale Henituse, Who do you wish to contact? Cale Henituse said, The Royal Palace. The man smiled. Ah, the Royal Palace. Then suddenly, the man turned his head, completely shocked after hearing Cale Henituse's words. The Royal Palace? Cale Henituse confirmed, Yes. The man was so astonished he looked like his soul had left his body, breaking into a cold sweat. Cale Henituse directed his gaze at him. Help me contact His Highness, the Crown Prince. Cale Henituse asked the brown-haired man, Could you connect me to the Crown Prince? Cale Henituse wondered, What's wrong? Can't you connect? Then leaving a voice message is fine. The man replied, That's not it, sir. Having said that, he placed a sphere on the table. This is a medium. He looked at the sphere and thought to himself, The Royal Palace receives so many calls. Whenever you connect to the palace, you can communicate via video or audio. Since so many others are waiting to contact the palace, there's really no other way. He observed the brown-haired man's procedure. This world is actually quite easy to live in, except for the fact that you always need magical intermediaries like this. The man replied, Currently, video communication seems a bit difficult. You can leave a voice message for the Crown Prince. He pushed the door open. I will head out while you leave your message. He felt relaxed. If we could talk directly, that would be better, but it's not strictly necessary. He began the conversation. Your Highness, this is Cale Henituse. The other side made an offer. This golden coin can buy anything, no matter what the price may be. He was excited. I will buy the magic tower of the Whisper Kingdom, he instructed. That was the first use. He expressed his intent. Perhaps I won't be able to contact you for the next week, as I have to go play somewhere else. I'm letting you know in advance. He hung up, his expression extremely satisfied. Cale Henituse announced. All right, he reported. The voice message has been saved. You're curious, aren't you? He probed. It seems you've sent some good news. You look quite happy. He replied, that's right. He was thoroughly amused. Perhaps tomorrow the Crown Prince will hear the message I left behind. He'll have to listen to it and wait a week until I return. The Crown Prince is truly pitiful, Henituse probed. You want to go to Harris Village? He replied. Yes. His father recalled everything he knew about Harris Village. After hearing about the tragic situation there and sending troops to investigate, I went to the site myself and saw that the village had collapsed more miserably than I had imagined. He was completely helpless, unable to find any traces of the perpetrators to investigate related matters, so I had to ask intelligence organizations and nearby territories to join forces as well. He pondered. Through the traces of the battle left in the village that had burned to ashes, it could be guessed that it was due to the power of someone named Choi Han. He looked at the picture, feeling puzzled. My son, you were once by Choi Han's side. There's no way you wouldn't know about that power. Henituse asked him, Are you concerned about a teenager named Choi Han? He calmly replied. You could say that. Deep down, he understood clearly that it was just an excuse. The main purpose was to tame the aggressive and wild nature of the wolf children, for the black dragon to grow, and to resolve the battle of the whale tribe. He calculated that he couldn't reveal he was going to visit the Forest of Darkness. He persuaded Henituse, even though the survey team has already been there, I still want to personally inspect the place. And besides, don't we not need to worry about monsters? He agreed. That's true. There are still soldiers there, he suggested. Monsters haven't invaded that place for the past 150 years. It's a very safe place. You have to know how to take care of that guy you recruited yourself. He shook his head in denial. Choi Han is not my subordinate. He worried about recruiting? Hillsman? That would be disastrous. Henituse agreed. All right, I understand. You really have grown up, he insisted. I'm 18. Of course I've grown up. Henituse smiled. Is that so? Go on then. He prepared to leave. His father called Cale Henituse back. He stood up and reminded him. The golden turtle. It was never a symbol of wealth to begin with. Henituse rested his hands on the desk. We are a martial family. A family born to protect. Even if we are a family with a hard shell, or whatever else it may be, our mission is protection. He cautiously reminded him, but the most important thing is still to protect yourself. That is why our symbol is the turtle. He entrusted him. Always put yourself first. He could see the energy he possessed. The power he had was truly amazing. He smiled and replied, Father sees it too? He was extremely confident. Looking at it, it's very cool, right? And I always put my own safety first. Henituse was reassured. That's good then. Cale Henituse stood outside the room. He recalled what his father had warned. Even if we are a family with a hard shell, or whatever else it may be, our mission is protection. He pondered for a long time, but the most important thing is still to protect yourself. Always put yourself first. Rayon Miru flew over, using his small legs to hug him. Are people family? He smiled and replied, Yes. The next day, according to the plan A had outlined, he reached Harris Village and headed toward the Forest of Darkness. He suddenly realized the scene before him. Choi Han had left this place over 2 years ago. Harris Village, right in front of the giant wall facing the Forest of Darkness, was also incredibly dark. The remaining ruins made him feel extremely sad. Places that were once homes now only had messy, cluttered frames. Everything was left as just traces. He was extremely uncomfortable. It's truly dark, Hillsman observed. Everything has burned to the ground. He mentioned, You said the grave was where again? Hillsman replied, Oh yes, let me go check. He felt something was different. Today he looked calm. He analyzed that it was true. The whole village had been burned down like this. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. The fire was really strong. He turned behind and asked, You can even sense that? Watira smiled and replied, I am a member of a clan that belongs to the sea. He nodded in agreement. It was true. He worried to himself. This is too much for the kids, isn't it? He reassured everyone. It's okay. Suddenly, there was a call from afar. Watira turned to look. Watira saw young Master Cale Henituse. He smiled and asked, Do you kids know why I brought you here? He crossed his arms solemnly. He said happily, I will soon have a lot of money. Watira asked curiously, Why is that? He thought to himself, The Magic Tower and the Queen of the Breck Kingdom. Just thanks to those two things, I have already earned a fortune, and also the transfer of the sea routes in the territory. Cale Henituse calculated. So I plan to use a portion of that money to rebuild this village. I intend to build a villa, so that you guys, I, and even the people who accompany us can come here to rest and have fun. Everyone was a bit worried. Watira feared, But I heard the forest of darkness is dangerous. He looked at her. Are you telling the truth? Two people looked in the same direction. Hong and An were playing very happily. No matter how strong those monsters are, they can't be stronger than you kids when you grow up. Everyone and Raunmiru were before his eyes. He assured them, I promise to take good care of you guys. He cared about the kids. If that's the case, you guys will also need a space to live like real wolves, right? I will create that place for you. He looked at the children before him until Locke returned. Grow up to be truly strong. Witira pondered for a moment. He woke her up. Witira answered. Witira nodded and replied, yes, yes, yes. He was a bit helpless at Witira's confusion. The sound of horse hooves reminded him. He was relieved. All right, Cale Henituse left. On the other side was the water well. He was like a new ideology in Witira's eyes. Witira hoped, when will this burned black village ever be able to return to the warm village from our memories? The image of happiness when everyone was together appeared. We used to live in this place together. Witira was determined. Let's grow up together. Two people facing Witira were also determined. He stood before an abandoned castle and admired it. It's really big. He analyzed. Choi Han could clearly jump over a wall like this and could keep the gate intact. Ra wondered, is the land of death on the other side of this wall? He replied, that's right. Ra marveled at how special its shape was, noting it was a dimensional anomaly. This wall must be incredibly sturdy, Ra said, poking it with a finger. The brick was soft and crumbled instantly. They were both stunned by what they saw. Wyfra asked in confusion, how did it make a hole so easily? He admired the display, thinking, as expected of such a terrifyingly strong tribe. He spoke up suddenly. It's quite similar, Wara asked with curiosity. What is? What's similar? He observed for a moment. The shape of the other side of this wall is likely very unique as well. Ra replied, I guess the land of death is the same, but the things inside are very different. Recalling information about the land of death, he noted that mutated plants and monsters frequently appeared there. As for the plants, while they might look ordinary, their properties have changed into something toxic. The monsters also have unique, mutated forms. He noted the specific details. This is the only place in the Rogun Kingdom where you can see traces of the ancient continent. Suddenly, someone called out, Young Master, and approached to report to him. He instructed, Wira, please keep an eye on the children for me. Wira happily accepted the task. Yes, Ra said excitedly. There are so many little ones from the beast tribe. He sighed, finding it troublesome. Cale Henituse turned to leave. Let's go. Hillsman followed him. Yes, sir. The two walked briskly, entering the pristine forest. Hillsman reported, It's right here, sir. Before them lay several graves, marked only by simple stones. Choi Han knelt down. Choi Han clenched his fists, then placed a small stone on the mound. He sat in deep thought for a long time. Cale Henituse had thought about this before. I still think about it from time to time. To his understanding, the deaths of the Harris villagers were recorded through those inscriptions, acting almost like a trigger for the protagonist's awakening. He watched for a long time. This village didn't just serve that purpose. The crude graves kept him from finding peace. The land of death, the dead, the Harris village massacre, these three things had brought him a hypothesis. Cale Henituse analyzed it seriously, but he had to pass this issue to Choi Han, as the Harris village matter was Choi Han's burden to bear. He called for Deputy Captain Hillsman. Hillsman replied respectfully, Yes, young master. He instructed, In the future, make sure to refurbish these graves. They are far too shabby. Hillsman followed the order. Oh, yes, of course. Suddenly, he placed a hand on Hillsman's shoulder. He asked with a smile, Do you understand now? Hillsman looked a bit uncomfortable. Recalling a few days ago in a tent, he had suggested, I will go into the land of death. Hillsman had been surprised. What? Why would someone who is resting and nursing their wounds like you go to such a dangerous place? Hillsman insisted. The culprit who caused the fate of Harris Village is not in there, sir. You don't need to go that far for Choi Han's sake. He just smiled. Suddenly, a blue light emanated from Rayon. An and Hong stepped forward, and immediately, An and Hong transformed into their human forms in front of Hillsman. Hillsman looked confused, but he reassured him, Don't worry. Returning to the present, Hillsman replied, Yes, I understand, young master, as he took the responsibility to heart. Good, I trust you. Behind his back, Hillsman's hands were clenched tight. Hillsman patted his chest and promised, Young master, I will become stronger. He replied, Is that so? Then he turned and left. I'm heading out. In his heart, he had thought a lot. From now on, Choi Han would know and handle complex matters on his own. There was no need for him to say this or that. He was a man with a very strong spirit. Early the next morning, he began to brief them. There are 2 swamps in the land of death. Everyone listened intently. One is where monsters live, and the other is a place where nothing can survive. He probed, "Crocs, you said the merfolk's poison seems to have grown stronger, didn't you? If so, where is it?" Crocs reported, "It seems to be the swamp where nothing can survive." Cale Henituse decided, "That's a correct answer. It is highly likely to be that place." He placed Hong and On his shoulders. "So, we will go there first. Here is some information you need to know. The swamp in the land of death where nothing lives is the first place we must reach." Based on his analysis, he had a plan. If it's not that place, we will go to the other swamp, the one filled with monsters. If we move along that route, it will be more convenient. Basen Henituse hesitated slightly, looking at Hong and On with concern. "Won't the children be in danger?" Crocs convinced him. Young Master Cale Henituse himself said that the land of death is a very dangerous place. Besides, if it's a swamp where nothing can survive, then it must be highly toxic, or the swamp itself is very dangerous. On stirred at this moment. On said confidently, "For dangerous places like that, we are the experts. Besides, we won't get hurt." Crocs was a bit puzzled. On reassured him, "We are going today to become stronger. It'll be fine." He understood implicitly. It was time to strengthen their toxic bones. The cat tribe children wanted to be stronger, and these predestined ties found Cale Henituse, a person who always longed for safety and peace. Basen Henituse and Watira shared the same concern. However, he understood clearly that if everything went well, they could build up their toxic bone immunity to the point where even the whale tribe could be poisoned. He smiled and replied, "This is a good opportunity. You will soon know the abilities of On and Hong." Rayon cheered. "Let's go." Then Rayon Miru flew into the air, focusing his power. Thanks to Rayon Miru's energy, On and Hong were lifted into the air. Watira reminded Crocs, "Channel your internal energy immediately." Then, the 2 of them used the power of water to slowly rise as well. As everyone ascended to a higher position, one could see the excitement on the faces of Cale Henituse, On, and Hong. Hong and On were incredibly surprised. Before them lay a vast and pristine land, the land of death. They intend to dominate a vast land like this? He guessed that if it were the dragon or Choi Han, it was possible. "Raon Miru, scout ahead, okay?" He replied, "Yes." After that, he landed. Hong and On jumped down quickly. Raon Miru instructed, "I've lifted the magic." Suddenly, a surge of power appeared. Crocs and Watira returned to their original forms. Watira exclaimed, "That is so comfortable." The disguise was a bit stifling. "Thank you, dragon," Crocs said happily. "Thank you, dragon." Raon noted, "But the mana in this place is a bit dark." He was curious. "Dark?" Rayon Miru, on his shoulder, sighed. "And it stinks too." He asked, "What kind of smell?" Rayon guessed, "A very familiar smell. I don't know exactly. It's not a dangerous smell. Just a very old, ancient scent." He wondered silently. "Familiar, but you don't know it?" "A dragon's sense of smell is supposed to be excellent." Watira stepped forward and asked, "So, what should we do now? How do we get to that swamp?" Cale Henituse pulled a piece of paper from his pocket. Watira marveled. "A map?" He replied, "Yes, this is the map." Hong and On surveyed the terrain. He explained, "The swamp we are heading to lies on the boundary between the center and the outer ring. So, it's not that dangerous yet. Even though I was thinking about staying as far away from those monsters as possible, they seemed a bit relieved," he reassured them. "But we really don't need to push ourselves too hard." Looking at the map, in this massive forest, the outskirts are relatively safe, with very few mutated monsters, and the terrain is quite simple, while the center is extremely dangerous. He felt a bit concerned. Even Choi Han took decades to be able to move freely inside the forest. He could understand Choi Han's arduous journey. Choi Han started from the north of the forest, traveling from the center to the outer rim. He explored every nook and cranny of the Forest of Darkness, spending decades all alone. After a long time, he finally made his way to the south of the outer region. People were living there. He had made it to the end, but it came at the cost of a grueling amount of time. He hurriedly tucked the map away and explained, "But this map isn't entirely accurate. That's why we have to see it for ourselves and judge the situation firsthand." Then, he pulled a blue vial from his bag. He entrusted it to her. "You lead the way." Watira took the vial. Then, Watira opened the cap and swung the blue liquid into the air. The liquid transformed into a sturdy rope. Watira said happily, "I will escort you safely to the destination." He breathed a sigh of relief. As the group traveled while checking their surroundings, something suddenly whizzed past. It turned out to be Payson, using his sword to scout ahead. Usually, Aren't dangerous places very quiet? He answered. That only happens when there's a ruler. From what I understand, the Forest of Darkness has no ruler. There's only a cycle of predation here. He pointed forward. Look ahead. Beecrox followed. Ah, yes. After checking the map, Payson realized they had almost passed through the dense thicket. He marked the map as Payson reported that they would soon reach the area of the smaller monsters. He cautioned, move quietly. Suddenly, there were strange noises behind Watira. Watira caught the sharp spikes flying toward her. He marveled. Oh, Watira calmly replied. I'll handle it quietly. Beecrox wondered if they were mutated goblins. He explained, no, those aren't goblins. They're monsters from the eastern continent. Beecrox warned, young master, it's dangerous up ahead. The monsters swarmed toward them. Beecrox noted that they looked like goblins, but were less intelligent, yet far more violent and vicious. Watira remarked, no wonder their shapes looked so strange. Let me handle them all. He confidently insisted, no, let me. Watira was surprised. Why? He remained extremely firm. If it's just this much, we can handle it. He was also curious. Besides, they wanted to test something. Cale Henituse thought to himself, I must take this opportunity to see what my current level is. This is the perfect time. The small monsters crawled along the ground. Cale Henituse said to the two people behind him, step back, young master. Cale Henituse said, if you see me in danger, save me. With you two here, how could I get hurt? The blue dragon flying above emitted a blue light. Cale Henituse exclaimed, the poison is stronger than I thought. Watira heard this and perhaps didn't quite understand. She asked, poison? The cat under his feet suddenly realized something, and a cloud of red smoke spread out. Watira didn't think it was bad. The monsters crawled on the ground. He thought it was quite noisy. The blue light emanating from Cale Henituse's hands surrounded him. Cale Henituse said confidently, let's go. The two cat children rushed toward Cale Henituse and the monsters on the ground. Just one swipe kept the charging creatures at bay. Cale Henituse waved his hand, creating a giant blue shield, blocking the monsters. The shield, under his control, lashed out, creating a massive source of light that crushed the small monsters beneath. The person behind him remarked, and he called himself weak? The dragon immediately replied, pathetically weak. Watira thought to herself, even if they are small monsters, there are 10 of them, and they're even stronger than goblins. Cale Henituse stood before the battlefield, face expressionless, and said, they must be rookies, right? So weak, the orange cat asked. Big sister, is the poison still weak? The blue-haired man ran over. Young master, are you not hurt? Cale Henituse replied, I'm fine. The man was startled. You're injured? Cale Henituse calmly held up his hand and said, just a few scratches. Watira stepped up beside him and asked, young master, will you continue to be in charge of those small monsters? Cale Henituse replied, maybe, but since I'm in the process of recovering, I shouldn't push myself too hard. The little kittens nearby chatted happily with each other. Watira seehilled and smiled. Let's go quickly. 2 days later, the white cat stood beside the carcass of a creature. 3 people stood in front of the piles of killed monsters. Cale Henituse gently patted the head of the small dragon that flew over happily. It's all done, he thought to himself. As expected, real combat experience makes them grow faster. He watched the 2 kittens standing in the distance playing happily. Cale Henituse remembered that An and Hong had to live in hiding to escape their tribe, so they didn't get a proper education. The young dragon was similar because it had been imprisoned since it was little. They were quickly filling in those gaps through their experience in the Forest of Darkness. Cale Henituse turned and smiled. Should I join in? An and Hong immediately turned around and ran over happily. No need. The black dragon said, weak human, this is too much for you. You've been fighting all day. That's enough. An and Hong jumped onto Cale Henituse. The youngest is right. Last time you coughed up blood because you used the shield too much. The 2 people behind them stared, stunned. Cale Henituse reached for his bag. First, everyone stop and put on your masks. Someone asked, is it because of the poison? Cale Henituse replied, yes. The black dragon suddenly said, human, there's a strange smell. Cale Henituse asked, what smell? The black dragon quickly replied, a familiar scent. Cale Henituse said while putting masks on An and Hong, it's probably the smell of poison mixed with the scent of plants around this swamp. The black dragon suddenly became serious. No, it's not. Cale Henituse looked up and listened. This isn't a normal scent. The white cat, having put on his mask, was cheerful, his eyes sparkling as he looked up. The blue-haired man beside them said, to have 2 swamps in such a large forest, it's truly magical. Cale Henituse stood up and said, then why don't I see it that way? Perhaps if you saw it, you would understand. Cale Henituse changed the subject. We've only been in the forest for 2 days, and everyone's complexion looks great. You guys really are capable. The blue-haired man thought, is that coming from the person with the best complexion here? Cale Henituse turned back and said, let's go. From this point on is the boundary between the inner and outer regions. The growls around them drew everyone's attention. Witira picked up her weapon. Young master. She gently held the water whip. Is it our turn now, right? Cale Henituse winked and jerked his thumb toward the monsters. Now, it's your turn. Witira swung the whip high and cracked it down, creating a beautiful move that sent the monsters flying. The monsters shrieked and flew toward the blue-haired man. He stood below, gently swinging his sword, gliding through. He even laughed nonchalantly. Clearly the monsters here are very strange. Perhaps I'll fight right in front of the dragon Nim. A monster behind him was quietly creeping up to strike him, but it was immediately sliced away by the man. Cale Henituse created shields to protect the kittens. He accidentally glanced at the 2 cats and saw their eyes sparkling with admiration. He said, watch and learn. The group continued to travel deeper into the area. Just as they reached the swamp, a cloud of black smoke spread, causing Witira to immediately cover her mouth. Cale Henituse said, we've reached the swamp area. Cale Henituse remained calm. What do you think? Doesn't it fit the Forest of Darkness perfectly? The swamp was so large it could hold several big ships. It was the most fitting place for the Forest of Darkness. The man exclaimed, I didn't expect it to be this huge. Cale Henituse said, you think so too, right? Witira said, it's poison. Cale Henituse explained that these were plants that absorbed the swamp's toxins to grow and mutate. Even if they weren't naturally poisonous, they still had venomous barbs. He put on his gloves and said, be careful not to let the plants touch your skin. He thought of Choi Han, who has poison resistance, yet even he finds this place troublesome and avoids it. Suddenly, the orange kitten named Hong darted over the blue-haired man's shoulder, catching his attention. He reached out to stop him, but suddenly heard him exclaim, delicious. He stood there, stunned. Cale Henituse, as if he were too used to this, reminded him, Hong, stop that. Hong turned back, eating as he spoke. This is just a simple paralytic toxin. It's absolutely delicious. Through his mask, one could still see Cale Henituse's gentle smile toward Hong. Cale Henituse walked ahead and called out to everyone, are you not coming? Cale Henituse stepped forward and noticed a mark on the ground, guessing it was proof that someone had been here. The man standing behind him added, I'll go investigate. Cale Henituse crouched down. The reason the merfolk were getting stronger was likely due to the swamp. Cale Henituse said to Hong, who had just finished happily eating the grass, I thought I told you to eat only a little. Hong said, I wanted to try the swamp water too. Stay right there, he reminded him. Hong pouted and said, I want to get stronger. Cale Henituse patted his head and said, don't think about useless things for now, just relax. Besides, you're already stronger than me, aren't you? Hong said confidently. That goes without saying. Cale Henituse just reminded him, don't drink the swamp water. Go eat more of that grass instead. The black dragon patted Cale Henituse lightly and flew off. Cale Henituse wondered, what's wrong? Suddenly, there was a call. Young master. The blue-haired man said, I've checked the surroundings. There are no signs of plants being harvested, but there are many traces of something near the swamp. Looking at the state of the tracks, it seems it's been here for 2 weeks. Cale Henituse said, as expected, it has already drunk the swamp water, perhaps. The other 2 looked at each other. Cale Henituse asked, what's wrong? The black dragon quickly answered, human. Cale Henituse asked, why did you take off your mask? The black dragon said, this isn't a familiar scent, but a familiar mana scent. Cale Henituse was startled. What was that? The black dragon repeated that there was a dragon's mana scent in this swamp. Raon Miru said to them in a low voice, of course, there's no response from any living creature, but the dragon's mana scent still lingers here. Following the black dragon's words, I imagined an incredible story. A vast swamp and a dragon's mana scent. There is a dragon's corpse in this swamp. Now I know the reason why the merfolk have become so strong. Cale Henituse immediately asked Raon, how can you sense the mana scent of something that's dead? Perhaps it's because of this swamp. The swamp is keeping the mana scent from dissipating. He raised an eyebrow. Controlling mana? Mana is a power that exists in nature. It looks similar to ancient power, but they are clearly different. The moment a living body dies, its mana disappears, but ancient power remains. Raon continued, your ability to sense things is very good. In this swamp, I can feel a power similar to your shield, similar to the power of the wind. Cale Henituse felt a bit surprised. He excitedly snapped his fingers. Below, the cat Hong followed happily at his heels. humming as he walked. He remained silent, thinking to himself that this was the first time he'd heard of an ancient power not mentioned in the books. Even though it was impossible to know if that power was naturally produced by the swamp or if it was power left behind by someone, Cale Henituse smiled and complimented him. "Rayon, you're really smart." Upon being praised, he felt extremely proud. "That's right, I am smart." Watira stood to one side, not understanding what they were talking about. She asked him in a low voice, "A dragon's mana scent? Young master, may I know what this is about?" He didn't hide it and told her directly, "It's just a guess, but it seems there is a dragon's corpse in this swamp." "A corpse?" "That's right, and it has been dead for a very long time." The cat Hong was extremely shocked when he heard that. "Huh?" she asked, trembling. "So we can't drink the swamp water?" "Sorry, little brother. I thought the swamp water would be delicious." Round Miru flew closer to her and said, "It's fine. I'm different from the thing inside there." Cale Henituse continued explaining to Watira, "The merfolk's main weapon is poison. I think the merfolk got stronger thanks to the poison in this swamp, and it might also be thanks to the dragon's mana remaining in the swamp, or perhaps both." After saying that, he thought to himself, if it's poison, researching this swamp and finding a way to detoxify it would be enough. But if it's the mana of a dead dragon, that's a different story. Watira looked around the area once. "This swamp is too wide, what should I do?" She secretly calculated. They couldn't block the entrance to the Forest of Darkness, nor could they just guard the swamp like this. But anticipating her thoughts, Cale Henituse said, "It's simple. First, you guys should research what's necessary in this swamp, and after that, we'll make a deal." Watira was a bit bewildered. A deal? He didn't rush to reply, thinking to himself that he originally intended to just research the toxins of this swamp and then leave. There was no reason for the enemy to leave behind the source that helped them get stronger. Moreover, something beneficial to him had appeared, the ancient power right in front of his eyes. "How do you want to trade?" Cale Henituse replied, "I will help you solve this swamp." "How?" "Turn it upside down," he said nonchalantly. When Watira heard that, she felt as if she had misheard. Yes, she turned her head to look at the swamp. "How could you possibly turn this vast swamp upside down? You don't need to overcomplicate things. I'll be the one to do it, so you just need to make a deal with me. The Forest of Darkness, a place where it's not strange for anything to happen, a place where anything can be disguised as simple events, and a place where one can deny what they've done." Cale Henituse thought to himself. After a moment of consideration, Watira finally chose to follow his lead. "Fine, then we'll make a deal." Of course, this didn't fall outside of his expectations. But for now, I don't have anything I need to trade with you yet. If a matter requiring a deal arises, please tell us at any time, and we will accept the deal within our capabilities. I, Watira, offer our name as a guarantee. Please don't worry." Saying that, she reached out her hand, implying she wanted to shake hands to seal the deal with him. Cale Henituse quickly shook her hand, and he made it clear that anything they found after scouring the swamp would belong to him. Understood. Then, he softly told On to stay put on the ground. "On, you and Hong stay outside. Hong, you'll help me find the poison in the swamp, so wait here." Hong spoke softly, reminding him, "Young master, please be careful. Don't let our little one get hurt." "I know." Cale Henituse tossed a bottle to Patan and said, "This is a magic sealed bottle that prevents erosion. Use it to collect the swamp water." He asked him with sparkling eyes, "How could you have possibly anticipated all of this?" After pouring the swamp water into the bottle, he continued to instruct them. "Now, get out of here. Go into the forest and stay there. Don't come out until I call you. You might get poisoned or hurt." "Young master, are you planning to do this alone?" "Not alone, but together." Brown Miru flew up next to Cale Henituse, answering for him. Then, looking at him, he asked, "What are you planning to do?" "Human, you seem quite clever." He smiled faintly, acting humble. "Clever? I was just thinking about where to use this. Now that a place to use it has appeared, I suppose you can use your power however you like." Raun Miru looked at the item in his hands. "Is that really okay? Don't ask such obvious questions. Of course, don't you dare get hurt." Raun smiled. His body was surrounded by a swirling flow of purple energy. At the same time, Cale Henituse brought out his shield. "Tear this place apart." Sharp, dangerous gusts of wind swept past, cutting through the air like blades above every creature there. Raon shone with his mysterious power. The 4-year-old dragon had been raised by a human, but he was a dragon that no one could control. His eyes blazed, for his existence was one of domination. Cale Henituse let out a satisfied laugh at the commotion. Near a tree, 2 familiar faces were watching them. Watira, from the whale tribe, felt an oppressive force that couldn't even be compared to a giant humpback whale. Rayon looked straight at them, radiating power from his small body, as Cale Henituse gave the little dragon his orders. Too noisy. End it quickly, he replied quickly. If it were you, I know what you'd say. The power from Raun Miru blew away all the dirt and rocks. It was incredible. The magic orb grew larger and larger. Lightning bolts sparked out along with a blinding, intense light. The young man frowned slightly. It wasn't just a reversal of the situation. It was a complete annihilation. Is the dragon's corpse okay? The little dragon's orb was ready. Let's begin. He immediately unleashed rays of black magic directly down onto the ground. The two whale siblings quickly covered their ears, and even Cale Henituse had to do the same. The explosion from that attack was deafeningly loud, sucking in everything that remained there. A massive crack began to spread, and a powerful wind whipped up into a vortex. The ground in front of Cale Henituse turned into a giant crater. Bosun Henituse and Watira stepped back from the tremors. The girl's eyes remained wide with shock. Everything in front of Cale Henituse was white, and filled with thick white steam. Well done. Raun Miru, praised, nodded happily. He praised the little dragon again for doing a truly great job. The little dragon spun around with delight, feeling refreshed. The wind around Cale Henituse picked up again. Don't ever touch that kid again. He slowly descended into the crater, asking as he walked, Can you do as you like? Raun Miru replied, Don't ask such obvious things, human. The young man then took out an item. Thanks. He looked toward the crown on the creature, if he could get that too. Before that, he tilted his head, preparing thoroughly. He was no pushover. Was he? The dark stream of power surged forward, spewing pitch-black poison, but Cale Henituse used his shield to block it. A voice suddenly rang out, making him startle. Do you know what domination is? His arm reacted instinctively, and Cale Henituse used his wind to blow the attack away. Domination is taking away the opponent's very breath. His arm felt like it was being squeezed by something, causing him to groan. The seductive voice kept whispering, The easiest way to take someone's breath, do you know what it is? It's fear. Cale Henituse told himself to stay calm, even as he was gripped by fear. Familiar faces flashed through his mind. Humans are inherently unable to predict the future's worries and fears, turning them into their current reality. The darkness reflected his own image, but Cale Henituse had overcome many fears to survive. As something wrapped around his neck, he clenched his fist, determined to live. I want to live more happily than anyone else. He struck a pose and unleashed his power. The ancient wind carried along that flow of magic. Afterward, he simply brushed the dust off his hands. Nonsense. Domination through fear? Do you even know what such things are? Cale Henituse's philosophy of life was very clear. As long as he could use it to his own advantage, that was enough. Cale Henituse said bluntly, Ridiculous. The voice rang out again. It must be ridiculous. You understand that. It laughed a few times, sounding truly horrific. He didn't care, and just looked at the glowing crown. Then, Cale Henituse leaped forward, moving with lightning speed toward it. Found you. As his hand touched the crown, that voice spoke to him again. Make the best use of it. An extremely strong wind blew toward him. Because tricks can save you time and time again. A pure white stream of power radiated from the crown. Following that, the dark energy in the swamp also vanished. The sky turned clear once more. Cale Henituse slowly closed his eyes, his face calm, a gentle breeze blowing past him. He stood in the midst of that white power, watching it slowly fade and merge into the air. Rayon was hovering in the air, witnessing this scene. Surprised. His head was full of question marks. Hey, human, why do you look as strong as my front claws? But you're still weak. What's going on? Raun Miru couldn't stop wondering. He stared at him, trying to see if he could figure it out. Cale Henituse raised an eyebrow and said, My charm has increased. Raun couldn't understand what he was talking about at all. What are you saying, human? The aura of domination was exactly what the name implied. It was an ancient power that made one's aura much more imposing. Despite its appearance, it was actually a useless power, like a flashy crown. He sighed. It's the perfect power for pulling off scams. Hearing this, Raun raised his voice in a lecture. Scamming is bad. Then Cale Henituse turned his head back to where the whale siblings and the two cats, On and Hong, were. They froze when they saw his gaze. He called out in a low voice, Come here. On and Hong immediately ran toward him. Watira and Pasiton watched them, bewildered. The two cats ran straight to him. Then they asked anxiously, Han, human, you aren't hurt, are you? I was so scared. You can't get hurt, okay? Big brother is the coolest, super strong. Cale Henituse glanced at Watira and Pasatan, who were still standing there. "Why aren't you two coming over?" Watira startled when she heard his voice. She saw the image of her father through his energy. It's not just a feeling of power, it's different from father's strength. But it's something that only those at the very top could possess. That's what I felt from him. Seeing that she wasn't about to answer, he turned to ask Rayon Miru, "Is there any mana scent left?" He answered honestly, "There's nothing left. Now, go gather those bones for me." "Yes. I thought you were in big trouble. I don't get why you like to act tough when you're so weak." The three animals took turns speaking. Hong rubbed his head against Cale's leg. "Just leave that to us." Cale Henituse gently lifted the two cats onto his shoulders and said, "Fine, have it your way." On still felt uneasy about him. "Of course, you shouldn't get hurt either. Let's head back." After 3 weeks of rest, Cale Henituse prepared to head to the Whipper Kingdom as planned. At the Henituse estate, in the family dining room, Basin and Lily looked at him, unable to say goodbye. "Brother, do you really have to go?" Later, when Cale Henituse reached the harbor to board the ship, Amiru approached him. She asked with concern, "I don't understand why the Crown Prince would send you to such a dangerous place right after you've recovered. Please, take care of yourself. Young Master Cale Henituse, I hope you return safely." Shortly after, the ship began to set sail. Cale Henituse stood on the deck, gazing at the vast ocean ahead. He clearly had no intention of getting hurt. He wondered to himself if Choi Han had really just destroyed the Breck Kingdom, but he had returned faster than expected. Rosalind and Locke also returned with him. On and Hong, the children, insisted on coming along despite their fear. Along with Choi Han, who stayed by their side, Deputy Commander Vice Captain Vive, Cross, who was watching over him, and the young wolf boy beside him. And above all, why was he even afraid when a black dragon was following him? Time passed, and by now, the sky had grown dark. Rayon was lying lazily on a box. "The sea smells delicious. Can this human do it? Is my name only one syllable?" Cale Henituse heard this and asked, "What are you talking about?" Raon Miru cautiously offered a hint. "I thought you'd come up with something like break or doctor." He finally understood what the dragon meant. "Ah, your name? Do you not like names like those?" Rayon saw the pained expression on his face and froze. "No, that's not it. I'll like any name you give me." "All right, Rayon Miru, An and Hong would be very sad to hear you say that." Raon Miru still looked confused and asked, "Human, what did you just say?" Cale Henituse gently repeated, "Your name is Raon Miru, and your surname is Mia. I thought of that name, hoping you would live a happy and joyful life." Rayon just stared at him in silence, saying nothing. Cale Henituse thought to himself that Choi Han might be suspicious, since those were pure Han's words, but he would just have to make it up. He smiled while watching the deep blue water. Just then, Raon Miru asked quietly, "What does that mean?" He pointed at the dragon and said, "Those are words meant entirely for you." "For me? Yes." He gently patted Rayon's head. "Because you are a great dragon." Raon couldn't hold back his excitement and flapped his wings as he took flight. He grinned and said, "I accept. I will make it truly special." "All right, Raon Miru." Raon happily did barrel rolls in the air, shouting, "I am the great Raon Mia." Cale Henituse smiled and let him land on his shoulder, thinking that if he got hurt after this, everything would likely fall apart. Returning to the time in the Whipper Kingdom, I am a great dragon. Although I don't have a name yet, I am a super cool and super great dragon. A weak human promised to name me. I gave him 1 month. He'll definitely give me a name just as great, right? While Ron was lost in his own thoughts, Cale Henituse was talking to Alberu Crossman via a magic orb. Alberu Crossman said in a low voice, "It seems Princess Rosalind has made her decision. She has given up her claim to the throne of the Breck Kingdom. I heard the Duke's family was beheaded in a single morning, and she has 2 incredibly talented people by her side, although no one knows who they are. I, of course, know." He then asked Cale Henituse, "Are they your subordinates?" Cale Henituse chuckled. "My subordinates, you say?" Alberu Crossman shook his head slightly and said, "This cunning guy Cale didn't let him finish and interrupted. Your Highness, for a moment, I thought you and I were quite similar. Why do you say such creepy things?" Fair point. The two kept going back and forth, talking at cross purposes. Cale Henituse asked him, "Isn't the Whipper Kingdom just an empty shell of a nation?" Alberu Crossman raised an eyebrow. "You speak quite recklessly, don't you? But aren't you smiling now too?" He didn't deny it, admitting, "Well, it's the truth, isn't it? A quick-witted fellow. But why are you so greedy for the Mage Tower?" Cale Henituse didn't answer but asked back, "Then why does the Crown Prince need mages?" "I just want to help them. I just want to possess the Mage Tower." Alberu Crossman laughed softly. "Right. I just don't feel comfortable knowing there's someone like me in this world. Fine, I'll give you everything you want. Cale Henituse smiled and replied, Thank you, Your Highness. I'll bring back all the good things for you. You're quite sensible. After that, the magic orb disconnected. Ryan finally spoke up and asked, Weak human, have you thought of a name for me yet? He looked pensive and replied with just one sentence, I'm thinking about it. Rayon thought, as expected, naming a great dragon like me is a task that requires a lot of deep thought. Life went on just like that. Deep down, Raon Miru was always anxious, thinking about the name, while Cale Henituse just lazily ate and slept. Raon frowned, feeling helpless. Is that weak human really thinking about naming me? As time passed, the people who had left earlier returned. Those people were Princess Rosalind and the two guards, Choi Han and Locke. Rosalind smiled and spoke first. It's been a long time. He replied, according to protocol. It has been a long time, Princess. You don't have to call me Princess anymore. I've been struck from the royal family. I see. You can just call me Rosalind like before. Understood. From now on, you can treat me the same way as well. Choi Han asked quietly. Cale Henituse, may I report on the Breck Kingdom? He slowly took a sip of tea and replied, All right. It seems I don't need to know the things done for my sake. But more importantly, Locke, my younger siblings are in another place now. Locke looked confused. Yes? Where are they? All of them? Harris Village. Choi Han frowned deeply at the mention of that name. He sighed. Even though Harris Village was once a beautiful place nestled in nature, a massive fire had broken out there not long ago, so it was currently being rebuilt. The escort troops had stayed in Harris Village because of that. He smiled as he looked at Cale Henituse and continued. The cemetery for the fire victims is also being built. That was a part the Duke insisted on. Even Vice Captain Hillsman has been working very hard. Cale Henituse recalled that. Hillsman diligently dug into the ground and said, Lord Duke, please leave this to me. But he just walked away indifferently, saying, As you wish. He set his teacup on the table. What are you trying so hard for? The Duke's first priority upon arriving at the territory was to meet the Count. Oh, no. Isn't it the Lord? This is also the first time I've seen the Duke show such interest in the territory's affairs. Cale Henituse frowned as he listened to Hans ramble on. What work are you talking about? Then he turned to Locke. Locke, go meet my younger siblings, report on the land where you lived, greet them quickly, and come back. Since my siblings don't know the way around, you should guide them. Contrary to Locke's eager excitement, Choi Han stood to the side, his brow furrowed, feeling frustrated. After finishing, he ordered them. You all head out. Lady Rosalind, you can leave now. Choi Han was the last one remaining in the room. He bowed sincerely. Lord Cale Henituse, thank you. There's no need for that. Hurry and get going. He didn't leave immediately and said, It seems Rosalind has told you. Because of that boss, Lord Cale Henituse was almost hurt. Cale Henituse immediately denied it. Hurt? What are you talking about? I just got some dust and water in my eyes. Choi Han said nothing else, stood silently for a moment, then turned and walked away. I understand. Hans walked in, carrying another cup of tea, and seeing that Choi Han didn't look too good, asked, What's wrong? He stammered in response, It's nothing. I'll take my leave. Hans approached Cale Henituse. Lord Duke, did you and Choi Han have an argument? Me? What are you talking about? Seeing the Duke's reaction, he stopped asking. It was nothing. At the same time, elsewhere, An and Hong went to find Raon Miru. Seeing a pile of books laid out, they couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Little brother, what are you doing? You're reading books now. Little brother still doesn't have a name, right? Raon Miru replied. I'll have a name in a week. It would be nice if it were a really cool name. Since our little brother is a super cool dragon, shouldn't you just be called Dragon? Raon Miru froze. Dragon, that sounds cool. Deep down, he thought, could that weak human have forgotten to name me? An and Hong didn't notice his gloomy expression and chatted happily. But I heard there's meat for dinner tonight. We're going to eat meat. Am I really just going to be called Dragon? Scene changed to the Henituse estate. In the dining room, everyone was staring at Cale Henituse. A golden spoon accidentally fell to the floor, making a particularly loud sound in the quiet atmosphere. Lily looked at Cale Henituse with concern. Currently, people are dying every day in the Ur Kingdom, and the nobles are hiding. It's hard to get good food or a good night's sleep. That's what the teacher said. Basin nodded in agreement. Count Daruth Henituse, sitting next to her, agreed with her words. No. Even if it's an order from the royal family, it's not allowed. Violan furrowed her brows slightly. Is that your intention, my son? Cale Henituse just smiled at their reactions. Yes, I want to go. Cale Henituse. Remember one thing. I am always very worried about my son. We are all very worried about you, but not at all about this country." He looked at their sharp gazes and said, "Well, isn't it only when this country is safe that we nobles are safe? I am a golden turtle, extremely safe under my hard shell, and I am a Henituse. Do not worry." Seeing him so determined, Violan said nothing more. "I understand, but I think I will always worry about you, because we are your parents," Basin called out softly. His older brother, Cale Henituse, smiled and said, "Both of you, keep studying and training hard. Because of you, I can travel freely. I will buy souvenirs from the Ur kingdom." Scene changed to nighttime. On the ship heading to Ur, Raon Miru said softly to the human, "Hey, my name, are you just planning to give me a random one?" Cale Henituse asked, "Why are you suddenly asking that? For some reason, I have a feeling you're going to name me Sword or Dragon." He finally understood. "Oh, your name? Those names aren't very good." Raon Miru froze, then quickly defended himself. "That's not what I meant. Human, if you choose it, I'll like whatever it is." "Well, that's a relief." Raon Miru. If On and Hong heard what you said, they'd be sad. He was stunned. "Human, what did you just say?" Cale Henituse smiled faintly. "The name will be Raon Miru. It means joy and happiness. I gave you that name hoping you could live a happy life." Raon Miru stared at him. That place had been so deep, dark, and cold. "I always wished that one day I could leave that place. I just wanted to live a life like this." This was the first time in his life he was living. The free life he had always longed for. The human who brought him freedom was the very human who named him. The letters belonged only to him. The name belonged only to him. He was a great dragon. He was Raon. He couldn't help but grin with excitement. The night sky was so peaceful and sparkling. Waves of gentle wind blew past them. Raon whispered to him, "Thank you, Cale Henituse." He was quite surprised to hear that. Cale Henituse looked at him and asked, "What did you say? Human. Why are you so slow at hearing?" He said nothing, just smiled at him. "Say it again, then." Raon didn't hesitate to reply. "I don't like it. I really, extremely don't like it. You weak human, you'll catch a cold. Hurry inside and go to sleep." Just then, 3 whales were swimming toward their ship. "I told you to go inside." Cale Henituse, of course, had noticed as well. He gently patted Raon Miru's head. "I'm worried about what will happen if I go back inside." "Why are you worried?" Immediately after, a whale leaped out of the water. Its movement caused the quiet sea surface to make a sound in the silent night. Choi Han, inside, heard the noise and ran out. "Lord Cale Henituse." Cale Henituse silently glanced at him, then waved his hand to signal them. Raon smiled and said to the bewildered Choi Han, "It turns out they aren't enemies." In the middle of the vast ocean under the magical night sky, the ship sailed across the water. The whales swam gently through the deep blue water. Cale Henituse slowly bowed to them. "Greetings, Whale King." The ruler of the entire sea was the Whale King, Schickler, an existence that even an emperor ruling only part of the continent couldn't compare to. He thought to himself, "It really gives people a sense of oppression." He smiled and asked them, "How would you feel if we chatted on the deck like this?" A pair of sharp eyes stared intently at him. Next, water splashed in the middle of the night, the white foam creating exceptionally vivid sounds. The whales from before had now transformed into human form. They gently stepped onto the ship. First was the Whale King's successor, Witira. The whales from before had now transformed into their human forms. They stepped onto the ship. First was the successor to the Whale King, Witira, and the White Star Whale Warrior, the strongest of the whale tribe. Raon frowned and told Cale Henituse, "A dragon looks much more handsome, cool, and majestic." He said nothing, and just gently patted its head. Cale Henituse glanced over at Choi Han, who was still standing motionless. "Are they frozen over there?" Witira spoke up. "It's been a long time since you've come down to these southern seas, right? The south is warm, so it's quite nice, isn't it?" The Whale King Schickler did not answer Witira but silently observed Cale Henituse. Just as Witira had assessed, she continued, "Father, he may look weak, but he is a strong person." Schickler then replied, "The south is indeed nice. Thank you for saving my son. I wanted to thank you in person, so I came along with my daughter." Cale Henituse shook his hand and smiled, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, Your Majesty. I only did what I had to do. Since we are both busy, let's get straight to business." "Very well." Then, he suddenly turned his head to look elsewhere. Nearby, Clope and Choi Han were staring at each other with murderous intent. Cale Henituse thought to himself, "They were just obsessing over the whale's appearance a moment ago. What are they getting so angry about now? If these two start fighting, the ship might sink before we're even finished." He tapped Clope on the shoulder. "Clope." At the same time, King Schickler also issued a warning. He asked softly, "What's wrong?" Clope looked at him in confusion. Raon Miru also chimed in, "That whale man is looking at you from head to toe. How dare he?" Cale Henituse glanced at the one who was silently judging them. Even though they were on the same side, he was someone who irrationally provoked others. The man was radiating murderous intent, his face twisted. Cale sighed. He's acting like this because he just met Clope for the first time. He then stepped gently toward him. The power of the vitality of the heart reacted automatically. Cale Henituse asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Why do you keep staring at me? If you're going to keep looking like that without saying a word, don't let it be so obvious." He grinned. "Right? Yes, Your Majesty." Schickler patted his shoulder and said, "Apologize and introduce yourself." Though annoyed, he did as he was told. "I apologize. I am fine. I am Cale Henituse's henchman." He seems to hate being forced to apologize, Cale thought. Rayon flew around, rambling in his ear. "Human. Didn't my claws look pretty powerful just now? Well done. Praise me." Cale Henituse sighed quietly. "Is this the appeal of getting praised by a 4-year-old? He said to the Whale King, "Please, hand over the item." The king just remembered. "Ah, that's right. Where did I put it?" Watira frowned upon hearing that. "Didn't you put it in your pocket, father?" "Ah, here it is." Schickler pulled a small vial, no bigger than a finger, from his pocket. He frowned slightly. "But why do you need dead mana? If it were a normal human, no one would need this. But if it were the necromancer who disappeared, then who knows?" Cale Henituse held the vial in his hand and smiled. "Who knows?" Once everything was settled, the Whale King said his farewells. "See you next time. I apologize once again for the rude behavior." Of course, he didn't care about such a small thing. It's fine. He just hasn't learned enough yet, that's all. Watira whispered a reminder to him. Schickler coughed once and said nothing more. Watira smiled at Cale Henituse. "Well then, young master. See you again." "Sure." Having said that, the three of them jumped into the water, returned to their whale forms, and swam away. Cale Henituse told himself, "There will be many times I'll need to use this, so I should examine it more carefully." He turned to ask Choi Han, who was still standing in the same spot. "What are you doing?" "Ah," he frowned and shook his head. "It's nothing." Seeing that, he didn't pursue it further. "I'm going to sleep first." Rayon was going to follow him, but suddenly remembered something. "Ah, that's right. I am Rayon Miru, a magnificent, beautiful, and great existence. Remember that." Then, Raon flew toward Cale Henituse. "Let's sleep together." Choi Han looked up at the vast sky, reminding himself that he also needed to grow up. The ship continued to move across the water, leaving behind a trail of white foam. A few days later, at the port of the Whipper Kingdom, Billows Flynn was waiting. "Young master, you have arrived in the Whipper Kingdom safely. Meeting here is even more pleasant." "Oh, you aren't seasick, are you?" Cale Henituse said coldly. "You look like a corrupt official. You should act the part a bit." Billows Flynn grinned broadly. "I only trust you, young master. The magic tower of the Whipper Kingdom has collapsed. The tower master was torn apart and killed by Tunka. The tower fell, and now it's just like a treasure without an owner. Finding treasure is quite fun after all." Cale Henituse smiled and said, "Searching for treasure is pretty fun, isn't it? So, if you want treasure, get to work." Billows Flynn responded with a radiant smile. "I will give you as much as you want." He frowned at that. Is he acting like that on purpose? Since I didn't say anything clearly, he should be racking his brain trying to figure it out right now. He thought to himself, the magical device is the only thing I need to give to Billows Flynn. Cale Henituse looked down below the deck, where On and Hong were playing, and Raon Miru was flying around them. He recalled earlier in Cale Henituse's cabin, where Raon was constantly bragging about his new name. "Hey, wolf boy, I am Raon Miru." "Hey, mage, I am Raon Miru." He didn't pay it any mind and lounged on the bed, picking fruit to eat. Choi Han heard Raon say that and asked him, "Young master, why did you come up with that name?" Cale Henituse thought to himself. As expected, he noticed the reaction. Right? He doesn't know about Raon but knows about Miru? Then he replied, "It's just something I created." "You created it?" Down on the floor, On and Hong were also constantly praising it. "The little brother's name sounds so cool. It's the best. Rayon Miru sounds cool, right? But I also think Dragona sounds nice." He smiled and said, "I don't know why, but after naming him Rayon Miru, I suddenly thought of that word. It just popped into my head. That's also quite a magical experience." "But why do you ask?" Choi Han answered softly, "It's nothing. I just found it magical." Returning to the present, Cale Henituse thought to himself. It was clear that when he heard the name Raon, his expression became a bit strange. Could this matter just be glossed over, even though the name is just a few simple characters? Then he walked over to Rosalind and called out to her, "Is that a staff you're holding?" She smiled, raising the staff. "Yes, it's a staff, or rather, a magic-imbued scepter or rod to strike with like this." With that, Rosalind swung the staff, and Cale Henituse gave an approving nod. "You're so sharp," he thought to himself. Walking around as a mage from the Ur Kingdom would be dangerous, so he should have kept that hidden. She heard him and said, "Sharp? Not really. I just have to do something so others don't have a hard time because of me. Besides, I've studied martial arts since I was young, and I wanted to see this place for myself." "I see." Just then, someone ran over to announce, "Young master, the carriage is ready. We can depart now." "All right, let's go." After arriving, Cale Henituse looked around. "Well prepared, aren't you?" Billows Flynn led him into a prepared house. Cale Henituse asked him as they walked, "Have you managed to keep things quiet so no rumors leaked out?" He smiled and asked in return, "Isn't that obvious? Why would I ever share my own benefits? I'm certainly very satisfied with you. I like you, Duke." He sat down leisurely on a nearby sofa. "But what about the winner?" Billows Flynn replied, "Yes, I was just about to tell you, Duke. Isn't the non-mage alliance even more reckless than I thought? They don't fear death at all, and it seems the only thing they care about is slaughter, especially those with magic resistance if they appear in large numbers. It's quite terrifying. Those with magic resistance had been born over many generations. They were the biggest variable in the war between the non-mage alliance and the mage alliance. This tribe had made their mark by keeping the slaughter of mages who controlled nature through mana a secret." Billows Flynn frowned as he continued. "In particular, there is a man named Tunka, the leader of the non-mage alliance. He and his subordinates are like beasts. They act purely on instinct. I only saw him from a distance once, and back then, he used his bare hands to crush the heads of those mages. Isn't that just brutal? Even now, when I think of Tunka and his subordinates, my stomach turns." Cale held his wineglass and mused. "That is quite ruthless, isn't it?" "Yes, extremely ruthless. They piled the corpses of the mages they killed into a mountain right in front of the city gates. Well, even though that's not enough for the common people, Duke, where are you planning to go now?" Cale Henituse took a sip of wine and replied slowly, "I intend to meet Tunka." Billows Flynn froze, breaking into a cold sweat. Cale smiled and said, "Trust me." At the magic tower, Billows forced a smile. "I trust my intuition, Duke." Cale asked back, "And what does your intuition say?" Billows poured him more wine and replied, "My intuition tells me to follow you, Duke. You truly have the instincts of a merchant." Cale thought to himself, although the war had officially ended, the remnants of the mages still lingered. Everywhere in the U territory was shrouded in death, madness, despair, and sorrow. All these emotions converged in this very space. Cale Henituse looked at the wine in his glass and praised, "This wine is quite good." A few days later, they traveled by carriage toward the magic tower to meet Tunka. "Duke, this is the closest point to the road leading to the magic tower." Cale looked at the scenery and remarked, "What a beautiful tower." He kept his promise, didn't he? They stepped out of the carriage, and Cale pulled a gold coin from his pocket. Billows Flynn stared in amazement. Cale Henituse let out a sound. Billows flattered him, "I have the utmost respect for you, Duke." Han stood nearby, watching him with concern. "Duke, what are you planning to do now?" The area was filled with tents. Many wounded people were here, and blood could be seen everywhere. Han couldn't help but retch. "Han, if you're feeling unwell, go get some rest." "Yes, Duke." Cale Henituse looked at the lad's pale face and reminded him softly, "This is a battlefield." Afterward, Rosalind, Choi Han, and Locke arrived. Duke Cale Henituse, everyone has arrived. Cale turned to ask Han, "Are you not going to rest?" The boy replied, "I'm fine." Cale smiled and explained the plan. "Then, let's get to work. We are here today to meet someone named Tunka, so, until then, don't cause any trouble." Cale Henituse looked full of enthusiasm. "Then, let's get to work. We are here today to meet a man named Tunka, so try to avoid any drama as much as possible." Choi Han asked, "Who is Tunka?" Cale Henituse turned to him, his voice calm. "He's that Bop you met in the U territory. Bop was just a fake name." Hearing this, Choi Han instinctively clenched his fists, so it was him. Cale narrowed his eyes. "What's wrong?" Choi Han shook his head, avoiding the topic. "It's nothing." Cale ignored it and quickly began his busy day. "First, Billows Flynn, you said. You could get people into the staff officers' tents, right?" Billows nodded, skillfully securing his position. Well, not everyone, but 6 people, including myself, can get in. Raon Miru poked his head onto Cale's shoulder, curious about the adult's schemes. You must be making a lot of money, right? Cale thought to himself. If I can talk to the staff, I could probably make a fortune during this civil war. Raon suddenly glowed with blue light. Interesting. The little dragon swung on Cale's shoulder, excited. I have a feeling something interesting is going to happen. Cale didn't pay much attention. What are you saying now? What kind of feeling? Cale glanced over at Choi Han and Locke, Hillsman, then he turned his eyes toward the only Rose among the group. Ah, Rosalind, will you join us? Rosalind smiled. Yes. Cale offered a relaxed smile. The group was decided. There was one person Cale couldn't forget, his reliable backup. Han, I'll leave the rest to you, Han responded quickly. Yes, I will go to a quiet spot nearby and stay there. I will keep everyone safe. Cale and the cats sighed. Is that so? Han looked teary-eyed. Do you not trust me? The 2 cats whispered happily in Cale's ear. When are we going to the magic tower? Wait a little longer, we'll get to where people can fly fast soon. Cale Henituse carried the 2 kittens as he led the chosen 5, his handsome face and stylish outfit exuding his signature confidence. All right, let's go. Their tireless feet walked onto a trail. Billows Flynn maintained the mysterious smile of a merchant. He led the way for Cale Henituse and the others. They walked openly through the middle of the path, the air on both sides thick with the stench of blood from those living there. They all shared a characteristic dark, hollow gaze, wearing tattered, blood-stained clothes. Hillsman couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so bloody, yet it feels like it's still not enough for them." Cale Henituse lowered his voice. "Look ahead." Yes, yes. After a while, Billows Flynn stopped and pointed to a tent that stood out from the rest. "We have arrived, Duke Cale Henituse." He hesitated. "Actually," the staff officer Cale interrupted Billows Flynn. He saw the nervous look on his face and could guess what he meant. "I know what you're going to say, Billows Flynn. An alliance with non-mages will reduce magical capabilities, but in reality, there are cases where other abilities are triggered." He seemed to deeply sense the rage emanating from this place in the past. "Are only mages intelligent? Are they the only ones who study?" There were so many. Scholars who couldn't stand being suppressed, so they joined Tunka's side. They hated magic even more than Tunka did. Cale Henituse decisively moved on, and Billows Flynn quickly entered the tent. Yes. He watched as Billows Flynn stepped into the luxurious tent of the advisors. Even though Tunka had to discard his weak soldiers, he still protected these advisors. So, it should be enough to ask the advisors to arrange a meeting with Tunka. He had calculated everything, but Cale Henituse felt uneasy because of Raon Miru's prophecy. Why was he feeling a chill down his spine? Suddenly, a grotesque, scarred hand pulled back the curtain, and Cale Henituse's mind started racing. Could it be? A raspy voice spoke up. Raon Miru flew up to watch the commotion. Choi Han stood in front of Cale Henituse, shocking him. Choi Han. He just explained calmly. The energy felt off. Cale Henituse had noticed something unusual, but was still taken by surprise. What? That raspy voice spoke again. There was a very strong scent coming from somewhere. Following the voice was a man with scars and jagged, long hair, laughing as if he would shake the whole camp. His body was muscular with healthy, tanned skin. A beastman hybrid with eyes as excited as if he had just found a treasure. I was just getting bored. Cale Henituse finally understood the situation and buried his face in his hands, speechless. Good grief. Tunka stepped in front of Choi Han to greet him. He was so tall that Choi Han could rest his head against him. It's you. Others have a strong scent, but yours is the strongest. Once I smell this, I can't just sit still. Choi Han turned back and asked, Young Master Cale, is he Tunka? Cale Henituse confirmed. You noticed right away, didn't you? Tunka rubbed his hands. Fight me. Don't you feel restless? Cale Henituse stood by, sighing and waiting for Choi Han's reply. But to his surprise, the boy was just as concise. Fine. Cale Henituse was briefly stunned by his answer. What? Cale Henituse frowned. He thought he had guessed correctly, but he hadn't. Raon Miru, next to them, kept narcissistically repeating that his intuition was correct. I am the great and mighty Raon. Tunka laughed lightly. Good. Choi Han also unleashed his overwhelming killing intent from behind his usual virtuous facade. Tunka was thrilled. This kind of look was what he wanted. His whole body radiated an aura like fire, eager to swallow everything. Choi Han glared at him, stroking his newly sharpened sword, when suddenly, Cale Henituse, looking like an angel, descended to earth with a crown on his head, placed his pure hand on Choi Han's shoulder, dispelling the dark aura around him. Choi Han, Cale Henituse said tenderly, making him snap out of it. Are you planning to fight? After neutralizing the demon inside him, Cale Henituse turned to deal with the other hot-headed brat. Tunka stammered. Cale Henituse swept back his trendy hair, revealing deep eyes shining with the glow of a main character he had borrowed from someone unnamed. Long time no see, Tunka. Tunka suddenly touched a memory he had almost forgotten. That red hair that was the guy who threw him into the sea and looked down at him. It was the same gaze, but in this situation, it seemed to sparkle a bit more. Tunka was lost in his thoughts about Cale Henituse. He felt confused. Clearly, it was that same guy. But something was different. Cale Henituse asked the same question again, wondering if he intended to fight, then turned back. Choi Han was also stunned. Yes, Cale Henituse had been putting on a show just to say one bold thing. If you want to, then fight. Choi Han felt like he had been struck by lightning. Tunka had been waiting for just those words. He burst into flames. Good, let's fight. I love it. Raon Miru just scoffed. What an idiot. A guy who wants to be beaten until he goes crazy. Our side is incredibly strong. Cale Henituse gently placed a hand on Choi Han's shoulder to encourage him. Go ahead and attack. Choi Han was full of confidence. I will definitely win. Suddenly, someone called Tunka by a different name, making him a bit surprised. Thwack. Cale Henituse offered a devious smile. If they were going to fight, they had to place a clear bet. He challenged him to a match. The clouds gradually cleared, giving way to the brightest star in the universe appearing in the sky above the camp. In a clearing right next to the camp, Choi Han and Tunka took their positions for the challenge. Cale Henituse's group sat at a distance far enough for these two legends to go wild. Rosalind asked, Duke, Cale Henituse? She was worried. If they acted like this, what if they got hated? Locke added. As she said, if you win against them, won't something big happen? Cale Henituse remained silent, listening to Locke's speculation. They might have thoughts of rebelling, but it's also possible that because Tunka is enraged, he won't do anything, right? Cale Henituse said softly to reassure them, which left them confused. No need to worry, he just replied lightly, just watch. Everything seemed to be in Cale Henituse's sights. Compared to what I thought, Tunka isn't that strong. Of course, in the human world, he's quite strong, but compared to whales and dragons, he's nothing. He looked at Tunka's arrogant expression with a bit of respect. If he had sought revenge every time he met someone stronger, he wouldn't have made it to this place. Everyone around started cheering to heat up the match. Tunka twisted and warmed up with a few poses. Amidst the loud cheering, Choi Han kept a cold expression. Tunka couldn't be more excited. Cale Henituse rested his chin on his hand and explained, for them, isn't victory or defeat secondary. It's about the spirit of a warrior. Cale Henituse's memories of fierce battles flashed by with the shouts of warriors. Fight. That's the only thing that matters. Choi Han suddenly turned to look at Cale Henituse as if searching for something, which made Tunka take notice. His gaze followed where Choi Han was looking. Tunka wondered, why are you looking at that evil guy? Cale Henituse was startled. Was he the evil guy being referred to? Choi Han asked in a serious tone. What did you say? Tunka didn't hesitate to repeat it. I asked why you were looking at him. He grew increasingly angry. Evil people, whether on the battlefield or anywhere else, are always the first ones that must be eliminated. You can't possibly not know that. Cale Henituse didn't hold it against him. Poor guy. Rosalind was surprised. Poor guy? Choi Han untied the strap of his sword and dropped it, his hands already clenched tight. It seemed all of Choi Han's rage had been funneled into that fist. He attacked his opponent in the blink of an eye with such force that Tunka couldn't dodge in time. He took Choi Han's punch, and Cale Henituse winced in pain. Not stopping there, Choi Han continued to throw a barrage of punches, as if to pierce right through Tunka. Tunka remained in a defensive stance, but he started to feel more provoked by this bastard. Just as Choi Han stopped, Tunka immediately prepared for a counterattack. But unfortunately for Tunka, Choi Han didn't stop to rest. He quickly caught Tunka's fist as smoothly as a professional goalkeeper. Two streams of deadly power clashed through their hands. As expected of Choi Han, he launched a kick right into Tunka's face in a spectacular fashion. His strikes were only getting stronger, and this time, it sent Tunka sprawling onto the ground. But Tunka wasn't a pushover. He immediately bounced back up and wiped away the blood. You're a pretty strong guy, aren't you? But I won't be defeated. What did Choi Han hear? You really talk too much. Tunka was even more thrilled. Fine then, with this level of power, let's have a real fight. However, the situation was completely the opposite, as Tunka was the one getting beaten up repeatedly, yet he burst into hearty laughter. Raun was puzzled. The guy was clearly getting beaten by him. So why was he laughing? Does he enjoy getting hit? Cale Henituse just looked on with annoyance. When would this fight ever end? Surely Tunka's stamina must be running low by now, right? Rosalind asked, concerned. Duke, shouldn't we stop them? Cale Henituse replied indifferently. Interfering with a warrior's will is a taboo. Letting them be is a sign of respect. Cale Henituse shifted his focus, his eyes reflecting Choi Han's iron will. We just need to watch that sacred will. Tunka stood up again, like a blind beast, charging into the black hole of destruction known as Choi Han. Choi Han dealt Tunka a heavy blow, his eyes perhaps turned into those of a battle-crazed warrior. Tunka was sent flying and dropped into the crowd, terrifying everyone. Get out of the way, everyone, move! The moment Tunka hit the ground, a surge of power exploded, and dust filled the entire clearing. Choi Han diligently picked up his sword, and Cale Henituse spoke up. You worked hard. Having been praised, Choi Han felt like he was on cloud 9, his face beaming. He excitedly ran up to Cale Henituse. Yes, Lord Duke, Cale Henituse. A long-haired man approached Tunka. Time to get up, Tunka? Tunka, still dazed, muttered about the match. As he sat up, a figure stood blocking his path. You lost. Cale Henituse stood bathed in sunlight, and now it was time for his favorite part. So now, you have to guide us into the Mage Tower, right? Tunka, despite losing the fight, was still in high spirits as he announced to everyone, new soldiers have arrived today, so get ready to drink and celebrate tonight. But contrary to that, the gazes of the people there remained cold, and Cale Henituse grew pensive. So that's why they were giving us those looks, because we beat Tunka to a pulp. He turned away. That wasn't his business. As long as they treated everyone well, it would be fine. Neo Tolls came running up to Choi Han. You're a warrior. His voice was still raspy. Next time, I'll definitely kill you. Choi Han sighed, speechless at this brute. Everything seemed to be moving very smoothly. The Cale Henituse group stood with the camp's people. Neo Tolls followed behind Cale Henituse. It will take 2 more months before we can infiltrate the Mage Tower. We'll move according to the plan then. Cale Henituse signaled Billos Flynn. Billos, bring those people camping outside here. Billos nodded. Yes, but there is someone I need to introduce to you. My lord. He pointed to a properly dressed duke standing behind him. Our current duke serves as the chief of staff and is also the leader of the alliance. This is the chief of staff. Hello. The chief of staff greeted first with a warm smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, Duke Cale Henituse. I am hello. Cale Henituse stepped forward and shook his hand coldly. Greetings. I am Cale Henituse. Hello. Spoke smoothly. So, Duke Cale Henituse is the person the leader mentioned would buy the Mage Tower. It is an honor to meet you. We shall discuss the details later. Raunmiru frowned and leaned into Cale Henituse's ear. Human, that guy is a liar. Cale Henituse raised an eyebrow. He didn't carry the surname of ordinary people in the Whipper Kingdom. Cale scanned him. Hello. His appearance was nothing remarkable. He looked like an incredibly average person with no special abilities. Seeing the chief of staff standing with Tunka like a boss and a subordinate made Cale Henituse thoughtful. Conversely, because he was so normal, he stood out from the others. This combination felt like the hope of the people of the Whipper Kingdom. Ron kept whispering, human, he's a liar. Cale Henituse remained deep in thought. This was an unfair deal. Things would start sooner with hello rather than Cale Henituse. Soon, the Mage Tower appeared before them. It would be good to keep a close eye on it. Cale Henituse and Tunka looked up. Cale silently assessed it better than it looked on the outside, right? Although it was a bit messy inside, Cale turned to probe Tunka. Aren't you going in? Tunka suddenly bristled. What? Are you crazy? Why would you tell me to go into that filthy place? He pointed behind him. Hello and Pia will lead the way for you. Cale Henituse held the 2 kittens sleeping soundly in his arms, his eyes never leaving Tunka's every move. But why does Tunka keep looking behind him? He looked in that direction. Was it because they radiated such a strong scent? Well, they really did love to fight. Tunka shook his head, marveling at how a weak-looking person could miraculously look so strong. Unable to contain his itch to fight, Tunka turned back to confront Choi Han. Why do you keep staring at me? Want to fight or something? Choi Han sighed, choosing not to engage, while Cale Henituse glanced over at the cunning Billos Flynn, who was flirting with the chief of staff. Hello. His steps remained steady as he headed toward the sun. Cale Henituse said enthusiastically, time to catch some rats. Let's go. Catch some rats. Catch a few. Little On held up 3 fingers with a confident smile. Cale Henituse looked at them affectionately. All right, but don't get hurt, okay? He let them rub their heads against his chest, for life was precious. Rayon flew over quickly. Human, can I come too? Cale Henituse winked at him. No, You have to go catch something else with me. After saying that, he let the two kittens go play and catch rats, and Cale Henituse returned to his cold expression. Tunka, have the bodies of the mages in the tower been cleared out yet? Tunka sighed. A few are left, but there's no need to comfort the souls of those scum. Cale Henituse just silently looked toward the sun, so he was only afraid of mermaid corpses. I should probably stop the mermaids from following me later. I knew it would be like this. According to what he knew, fire symbolized eternal peace. Because of the plague, the bodies of commoners in difficult situations were often cremated, but the remaining bodies that haven't been cremated yet serve as test subjects for mages to flaunt the class divide among the country's citizens. Tunka had made such a vow. Naturally, if those corpses were to drain the mages' mana in the Empire, he would destroy them until not a single trace remained. The history of this place is incredibly dark. The mages who died here were all mages from the Tower of Magic. In the kingdom, a number of mages still remain in Gooper, along with power, ambition, and politics. After waking from that dream and leaving the Tower of Magic, only those who came to the tower to research remained. Since they had all breathed their last, they must have been thinking of ways to leave the Whipper Kingdom, and the only person standing in their way was Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. Cale Henituse snapped out of his flashback. He asked Tunka, "Can we just walk in like this?" Tunka called out loudly, "Hello!" The chief of staff approached them immediately. "Yes, young Master Cale Henituse, I will lead the way." The gates of the Tower of Magic have been wide open for a long time. Cale Henituse covered his nose as he stepped inside. "It reeks of decay in here." He frowned, saying, "Open the doors to let some air in," and covered the corpses scattered about. "My stomach is a bit weak, so I can't look at this for too long." Tunka immediately signaled his men to start cleaning up. Cale Henituse gave a slight nod to Rosalind, who was standing behind him. Harold approached them. "Let me introduce each floor to you, sir." Cale Henituse replied coldly. "No need." He said just one word, "The top floor." Harold looked a bit confused. "Pardon?" Cale Henituse looked up. "I'm quite curious about the view from the top. Let's go to the Tower Master's room first." The door creaked open. "Is this the Tower Master's room?" Harold confirmed. "Yes, this is the place." Cale Henituse pouted. "What a mess. Chief of Staff, can I walk around this place on my own?" Harold agreed immediately. "Yes, I will guide you, sir." Cale Henituse brushed him off. "I want a quiet place to think. Can you leave me alone for a moment?" Harold broke into a cold sweat. That is a bit. Choi Han stepped in to help. "We will be right here." Harold still insisted on speaking to Pila. "Sir Pila, I will follow young Master Cale Henituse." Cale Henituse had no choice but to concede and open a door. "That way, you can see the inside and keep everyone safe." Pila nodded. "Thank you." Looking at the debris stained with blood on the floor, Cale Henituse remarked, "Everything is shattered, isn't it?" Harold explained, "Of course, because this used to be the home of the most evil people. The place where monsters were created through magic." Cale Henituse muttered, "Mages. Those who created monsters through magic were always whispering in his ear." "You liar!" Cale Henituse smirked. "If that's the case, aren't you a mage yourself?" Chief of Staff Harold was shocked that someone knew his true identity. Every word Cale Henituse spoke made his heart skip a beat. "Ah, isn't it Harold Kodiang?" Cale Henituse rummaged through the novel he had read. "I still remember many of the side characters in The Birth of a Hero. There is one named Harold Kodiang, who is the illegitimate child of the Tower of Magic, and also a true monster created by magic. He traced back his origins. His father didn't know, and his mother had passed away after giving birth to him. That truth was the root of Harold's resentment." Cale Henituse had realized Harold's true nature. He was a person who wanted war to break out even more than Tunka did. He wanted all the seeds of every mage in this world to dry up. Harold's fire of anger burned everything in that novel, but he didn't know that in The Birth of a Hero, the reason for this resentment was mentioned in just one line. Harold Kodiang was born out of his parents' love. It was a pity he didn't know that. Back in reality, Cale Henituse leaned against a nearby table and said calmly, "Harold, don't you want to erase all traces of your father?" Cale Henituse intentionally brought it up, causing Harold to snap out of it. "Traces of my father?" He smiled provocatively. "You have to destroy this entire tower, don't you?" "What do you think?" Cale Henituse's voice echoed through the ruined battlefield. "Traces of your father, I will make this tower of magic disappear. What do you think?" Harold gave a bitter smile. He couldn't understand why he was making this proposal. "How did you know about that?" Cale Henituse did not act arrogantly, calmly facing Harold's suspicious gaze. "Magic told me so." He clenched his fists tightly. "So, young master, are you planning to use the blood flowing in my veins as a weakness against me?" He heard these words and just laughed lightly. "What sin has blood committed that I would use it as a weakness?" Besides, you're the ones in a hurry, aren't you? He had his own plans. People who couldn't afford the exorbitant taxes of the Tower of Magic had to worry about earning money to make ends meet, and Harold had to meet their needs to a certain extent. Cale Henituse knew this, which was why he could come up with another crazy plan. The blood on the walls had congealed into dried streaks. After a few minutes of silence, Harold asked, "It seems there are mages among your companions, right?" Cale Henituse didn't need to hide it. "That's right." Harold wondered, "What does the Roan Kingdom plan to do with the Tower of Magic?" Cale Henituse exhaled with a bored expression. "The tower is mine, so even if anyone comes here, I won't share it." He complained inwardly, thinking he had wasted enough time here. Was he crazy to give it to the kingdom? The tower must become the materials for building the most comfortable and solid castle in the world. Harold stroked his chin in thought, and Cale Henituse waited for him with patience. It seemed he had a lot on his mind. As expected, crazy but smart people often worry a lot. Huh. After a while, Harold asked, "Isn't what young Master Cale Henituse wants the mages of the Gore Empire?" Cale Henituse raised an eyebrow. "Me?" He shrugged. "I don't need guys like mages, because I already have a much greater existence by my side." Rayon grew bored of listening and started playing around. "Human? The scenery here is beautiful. I, the Great One, am here." Cale Henituse chuckled. Of course, the Crown Prince would help him a bit, but calling it help actually meant putting someone in debt. He said nonchalantly, "Now, then, about that." Suddenly, Choi Han poked his head in. "Other guests have arrived." Guests? Billows, Flynn, and Han walked in one after another. Cale Henituse patted Harold on the shoulder. "Ah, as for the rest of the conversation, you can just listen through my people." He smiled, putting his trust in him. "Try to discuss it thoroughly." Harold hesitated but agreed. "Then I will try to discuss it a bit." Bill walked in and bowed to greet them. He spoke softly. Cale Henituse tilted his head to listen. "Oh," Bill continued. "First, regarding the payment, just use my name." The payment method meant taking Cale Henituse's money, and it would be carried out by paying the Union of Non-Mages. Of course, Bill would take the money from the Crown Prince, not his own money, to make the payment. And naturally, the Union of Non-Mages currently had no idea about that. Cale Henituse nodded in approval. "Yeah." Bill bowed deeply. "Then first, I will proceed with the deposit and schedule the payment for 1 month from now." He still hesitated before asking, "Young master, but how much do you think you'll pay them?" Billows watched as he held up one finger. 100 million? But Cale Henituse said no. Bill was stunned. 1 billion? That still wasn't right. He stood frozen, watching Cale Henituse smile confidently before swallowing his saliva. Could it be 10 billion? Cale Henituse lowered his hand with a casual demeanor. "Just know that it's around that much, and that's enough." Billows Flynn jumped in surprise, his voice rising slightly. "But sir, your finances are already ruined." He looked flustered. "Ah, no, I mean, usually. A magic tower would still be short of funds even with 10 billion. It's massive, after all," Cale Henituse replied naturally. "But right now, none of the magic devices even work anymore. That's why I said 10 billion at most. It's just a skeleton of a building, so the price has to drop." Billows was still stunned by his words. "Oh, and you can keep spending money, so just take it and buy some land in the surrounding area." Cale Henituse's expression was firm. "Because I have something that can sell for the same price as this magic tower." Billows Flynn finally had to accept the reality. I'm not sure what it is, but whatever it is, it should sell for the highest price, right?" He smiled wryly. "Then I will get them to lower the price." Cale Henituse. Seeing this, Cale Henituse smiled even brighter. "I'm glad you didn't make me say it twice." Billows tried to suppress his excitement. "Holding this much money is making my heart race." "Oh, young master," Cale Henituse chuckled. "It's just beating fast because you're happy, that's all." Just then, Choi Han and another person entered. The sound of his name being called caught Cale Henituse's attention. Mr. Cale Henituse. Beecrox Mullen looked visibly annoyed. "It's filthy. May I clean this up, sir? I really want to scrub this place spotless." Cale Henituse naturally gave him the go-ahead, and even asked him to make sure it was sparkling clean. Beecrox Mullen gave a thumbs up. "Are you sure?" Cale Henituse felt he had accomplished today's goal, and he looked happily at Raon Miru. "Well, there's nothing left to see, so let's head back." He looked at the darkening sky. It was getting late. Tunka, beaten and bruised, repeated his words, looking unwell. Standing in front of someone as massive as Tunka, Cale Henituse looked rather small. "That's right," Tunka snorted, calling him a weakling, but Cale Henituse didn't argue and just pushed Choi Han away. It didn't really matter since the party's host was already there. "Besides, I'm quite frail, so I need to rest." He shoved Choi Han off onto Vice Captain Hillsman. Hillsman was excited. I can feel the power of the warriors. You came at the right time, Choi Han. A celebratory drink? How wonderful. Cale Henituse finished his arrangements and turned away sharply. You see, I'm leaving now. He walked away without anyone daring to stop him. When he reached the tent, Beecrox bowed respectfully. Do I just need to guard outside the tent, sir? Cale Henituse nodded. Yeah, I'm going inside to sleep. Beecrox looked at him with a strange expression. Of course, I knew you would do that, sir. Cale Henituse lifted the tent flap and stepped in. The children were happy to see him. Did you find it? Hong asked with his short legs. I have a feeling it's somewhere around here, An added, waving her tail. I searched near the hall. Cale Henituse didn't say anything, just quickly changed into a pitch-black outfit. He took an amber stone out of his pocket. Everything should be ready by now, right? He looked at the children. Let's go. I'll leave the Magic Tower owner's room to you guys. Their eyes sparkled at him, looking impossibly cute. A bonfire roared amidst the sound of laughter as Ron Molan and Cale Henituse flew over the people celebrating joyfully below. Thanks to Ron's magic, they arrived at the top of the Magic Tower smoothly. As soon as Hong and An arrived, they hopped down playfully. We're here. They ran around waiting for Cale Henituse to follow. He walked while feeling the walls. Which stairwell wall was it? Cale Henituse murmured. Where is it? Hong asked quickly. It's on the first basement level. Cale Henituse felt a bit of regret. Damn it. I picked the wrong spot. He had gone all the way to the top of the tower for nothing. Outside, a strong wind engulfed the Magic Tower, making it look like it was glowing in the night. Cale Henituse carried the children down the stairs using magic. As soon as they landed, he received looks of admiration from the little ones. That was amazing. It only took a second. Rawan chimed in. You're weak, but you're as fast as my toenail. Human Cale Henituse accepted the compliment. Is it somewhere in this area? They nodded. Yes. Hong and An walked ahead, sniffing the air. It's definitely nearby. I can smell it. Cale Henituse found it difficult. As expected, it was hard to pinpoint the exact location just by scent. Cale Henituse wasn't too worried. It was true that the birth of a hero contained a lot of useless information. But thanks to that, he also knew some very useful details. He pulled an iron rod out of his inventory. Cale Henituse recalled the story. He had used his small stature to hide in a secret wall located in the Magic Tower's stairwell. It was a place only his family and the Magic Tower masters knew about. That coward had hidden in there. Afraid of the guards, he didn't dare come out and had imprisoned himself. Using that knowledge, Cale Henituse carefully tapped the iron rod against the wall, bit by bit. He was very patient, step by step, as the tapping sound echoed along the stairs. Where is he? Cale Henituse stepped onto the next stair. This time, when the iron rod hit the wall, it produced a completely different sound. Cale Henituse opened his eyes wide as he looked at the wall. Found you. He pulled a stone out of his hand and looked at a deep, peculiar hole in the wall. The position was marked by 5 grooves, forming the shape of a star. Cale Henituse inserted the stone, and the crack slowly widened, forming a door. When Cale Henituse looked inside, there was a boy clutching his face and crying, Miller. That was Miller. He was sobbing miserably, seemingly unaware that Cale Henituse was right in front of him. I'll try to put on the friendliest smile I can muster. The corners of his mouth stretched tight. Hey there. Miller only backed away. What's wrong with that guy? Hearing him sob again, Hong and An stared with wide eyes. He looked so pathetic. Cale Henituse watched him coldly, arms crossed. Pathetic, indeed. As a member of the Magic Tower's design team, he had enjoyed everything he possibly could have up until now, and had boasted about everything he could boast about. He stared coldly at the small person trembling in the corner. He was the only one who knew about the Magic Tower's final defensive shield. Yet, because he was afraid of being discovered, he had hidden in a corner here. Because he was afraid of dying, he had turned his back on his own father's dying wish. Cale Henituse couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, he tossed 3 loaves of bread at him. He gestured with his chin. Come out and eat. Miller said nothing, just stood up clutching the bread. Cale Henituse had a moment of existential doubt. Why does he look so stupid? It was clearly written in the novel that he possessed the techniques of the dwarves and the meticulousness of the rat tribe, so he should have had the aura of a top-tier designer and architect, right? He gave the small guy in front of him a look of disdain. But why does he feel like such an idiot? He clearly had nothing special about him. Miller looked at him tentatively. Thank you. He temporarily overlooked that flaw, but since he had work for him to do, he would take him as planned. He tapped the iron rod against the wall. If you want to live, let me save you. But I have one condition. As soon as he spoke, Miller was so startled he dropped the bread from his hand. You know where the Magic Tower Master's treasure vault is, don't you? He raised an eyebrow. You dropped your bread. Pick it up. Miller heard this and bent down, awkwardly picking up the bread. Cale Henituse smiled quite deviously. So, you do know, right? There is a room that belongs to the Mage Tower Master. A room truly meant for the Master. Cale Henituse deliberately drew out his words. The 4th basement level. Can we get into that cellar? Miller's jaw dropped. He knows about that too? Of course, Cale Henituse knows. He even knows the details that this mage tower is known to have 20 floors above ground and 3 below. Of course, that's just what others are told. In reality, the mage tower isn't such a simple structure. He rested the iron bar on his shoulder. I'll spare your life if you do as I say. Miller immediately bowed his hands in prayer. I can do anything. Cale Henituse looked satisfied. All right, now eat all the bread, then lead me to the 4th basement level first. Miller felt awkward, but he needed magic stones to get there. Suddenly, a purple stone was shoved right in front of his face. Miller trembled. I will eat as fast as I can. Cale Henituse agreed. Yeah, we have to move around a lot from now on, so eat up. After a while, Miller led the way to the front of the cave, with Cale Henituse following behind. You're leading the way? Miller hesitated, taking slow steps over the rocks, and soon they encountered a wooden door. Miller was flustered, but there was a magic alarm system there. Cale Henituse narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand a few times, and the door suddenly swung open. Hong and On hopped inside amidst Miller's stunned voice. By what means? Found it. Cale Henituse's footsteps stopped. He admired the unique treasure of this tower. The first relic hidden in the Mage Tower. What is the Mage Tower hiding inside? The biggest secret is the 2 experiments conducted in secret within the tower. A magic storage device using an ancient energy source and the reason for the Mage Tower's greasy properties. The ancient energy source that tribes worshipped, along with the people who both hated and coveted magic. I can feel how happy they would be to discover these experimental records. Cale Henituse exclaimed, Looks amazing, doesn't it? But that won't happen now, because that joy has already become a part of me. Cale Henituse. Watching the energy source emitting a brilliant light, the black dragon felt extremely intrigued. Humans look quite interesting when they see this. The protagonist smiled at it. Is that so? Why don't you try raising it? The black dragon asked him in surprise. Can I really do that? The human, Cale Henituse, replied. Yeah, but when you're done raising it, I'll take it. Hearing that, the black dragon excitedly accepted the offer. Cale Henituse thought to himself, it accepted happily, but it'll probably just leave the work to someone else, right? He reminded it, take everything that's here. The black dragon was thrilled. Of course, I have to. I'm curious about everything here. I love it. The black dragon happily flew a few circles around. Seeing it so happy, the protagonist silently had a thought. It likes it that much? I guess I'll have to build a new laboratory for it later. He called Miller. The boy was startled to hear his name. You even know my name? Sir? He didn't answer the question but continued. Now, shall we head to the Mage Tower Master's room? The 4th basement level appeared after the Mage Tower collapsed. Cale Henituse told the black dragon, set up an alarm device here and add some magic traps too. The black dragon highly approved of his idea. That's a good thought. We can't let other humans take the interesting things here. The moment they step inside, they should be dead. Cale Henituse sighed and thought, since I have the records in my hands now, the Tunka and the Alliance, those who aren't mages won't be able to strengthen their power anymore, so they'll be wiped out soon. But is that really something I need to worry about? Thinking that, he ordered Miller. Now, shall we get moving? You lead the way, Miller said awkwardly. First, we have to go up to the 20th floor. When everyone was ready to depart, Cale Henituse lifted Miller up, leaving the boy confused about what he intended to do. Miller panicked and tried to stop him. I can walk, but before he could finish, Cale Henituse whisked everyone up to the 20th floor, leaving him only able to scream. Once they reached the 20th floor, the master's room, Miller still hadn't recovered from the shock of what he'd just experienced. I thought I was going to die. Miller walked carelessly and bumped into On. He turned around, stuttering an apology, but the cat sister smiled at him kindly, looking incredibly cute. Just then, he noticed Cale Henituse staring at him. He immediately understood and told him, actually, there is one more floor in this tower. He asked, so, the 20th floor isn't the master's room? He explained patiently. No, it isn't. We don't call the master's room the 20th floor, Cale Henituse asked him. Then what do you call it? The true room of the Mage Tower Master, a place even the alliance of non-mages hasn't discovered. In The Birth of a Hero, it was said that no one knew of that place's existence, summarizing it in just one short line. The boy revealed it was called the Zero Floor. Cale Henituse signaled him to get ready. As soon as he placed his hand on the floor, it activated. A magic circle appeared before their eyes. Cale Henituse was surprised. "Oh, I didn't know it was here." From afar, Choi Han sensed something strange. He asked the others if there hadn't just been a very loud noise. But they didn't care and dismissed his thoughts. "What are you talking about? Have another drink," someone else chimed in. "That's right, just drink." Choi Han doubted himself. Was I wrong? On Cale Henituse's side, they were waiting for a reaction from Miller, but seeing no response, Cale Henituse lost his patience. "Miller, lead the way." The boy panicked and replied, "Ah, yes, it's over there." The protagonist looked in the direction he was pointing and asked, "Over there?" Miller answered honestly, "Yes, you just have to jump through that window." Cale Henituse asked him again, "Outside that door?" Miller replied patiently, "Yes. If you do that, you'll reach the Zero Floor." Once he finished, the boy froze as he saw him step closer. Cale Henituse sinisterly reminded him, "You know what happens if you lie, right?" The boy was terrified and nodded frantically. Seeing him like that, he didn't want to make him any more uncomfortable. Cale Henituse picked Miller up again, leaving the boy bewildered. "Oh my God, why did you do that all of a sudden? Didn't you say you'd spare my life?" He laughed. "You go first." Miller's face turned pale with fear. "What? What are you saying?" But not letting him say much more, he threw him straight through the door. Surprisingly, the boy vanished behind that magic door. The red cat, Hong, fearfully said to his sister, "I don't think I saw anything at all." The gray cat was also deeply confused. "Hong, my eyes are normal, but this feels so strange." Cale Henituse calmly realized it was magic. He then quickly jumped through the door. When they arrived, they couldn't help but be in awe of the place. Cale Henituse shared his thoughts. "It really reminds me of Dragon Lair, doesn't it?" He laughed out loud because, before their eyes, was a mountain of treasure. Cale Henituse said to them joyfully, "Now, we are rich people." While Breakrock was outside on guard, while Cale Henituse was in the room, he made an offer to Moon El. "I will provide you with a warm, protected place to live, and I absolutely won't let you die. Later, you'll have your freedom too, as long as you listen to me." The boy asked him, "Is that true?" Cale confirmed, "Yes." Cale Henituse says that first, "I will get you out of this kingdom and give you this treasure." He held up a gold badge for the boy to see, then calmly sat down and asked, "Well, can you handle the task I'm giving you?" Moon El immediately agreed with joy. "Yes, I can definitely do it. I'll do a good job." Hearing the boy's agreement, Cale Henituse assigned him the task. "Then go ahead and design the ship and the fortress." The boy asked him with a puzzled look, "What about the boat and the fortress?" He confirmed, "That's right. No need to make it too complicated." Cale Henituse thought to himself, if someone has the talent to be a top-tier designer, naturally, they should be the one in charge of the design. He requested that it just needed to be done via magic. The boy, very obediently, asked for his opinion. "How would you like to do it, sir?" He pondered for a moment. The boat, the disaster. He recalled some records about naval battles he hadn't intended to use for this purpose. All he wanted was a reliable means of travel to a vacation home to prepare for a peaceful life in the future. Thinking of this, he told the boy that their family crest was a golden turtle, and that he could design it himself based on that. He also didn't forget to leave the boy with a friendly reminder that made him turn pale with fear. "Think of it as if you're designing this with your very life on the line, and work hard on it." After that, he ordered the two cat children to keep an eye on him. Seeing the siblings obeying the protagonist, the boy stuttered as he agreed to his orders. I will work hard starting tomorrow." Cale Henituse placed his hand on the contract and asked Billows Flynn, "Young master, have you read the contract yet?" The boy told him that he had read it the moment he picked it up. "Things are moving faster than I thought." Cale Henituse was quite surprised. In just one day, both Harold and Billows Flynn had finished discussing the Magic Tower contract overnight. Realizing his thoughts, Billows Flynn explained that delaying it wouldn't be good for either party. Only then did he feel a bit relieved. "That's true. I'm in quite a rush myself." The protagonist assured them that according to the terms, the Magic Tower would be destroyed within a year, so they didn't need to worry too much. He thought, the amount includes the surrounding land, so it's a bit more than 10 billion gallons. Harold had added two more conditions besides the destruction of the Magic Tower. First, the Magic Tower could not be moved to another country. Second, they were not to gather mages under the name of the Henituse family. Harold spoke up again, as if he couldn't wait any longer. "Yes, then just sign here." Harold looked at the protagonist's expression and thought to himself, Look at that suspicious look on his face. He doesn't seem to want to sell it that much. What should I do? Selling it now is the most profitable move, and it's too good an opportunity to pass up. While he was pondering, Cale Henituse stamped the paper. Tunka, after stamping it, beamed at everyone. I've finished stamping it too. Let's wrap this up. I've already decided to have a match with your subordinate today. Cale Henituse thought to himself, I heard they've been holding meetings with the smaller tribes. The deputy chief really is good at networking. Tunka excitedly shook hands with Cale Henituse. Whenever you need more manpower to destroy the magic tower, just let me know. I can help destroy that disgusting building anytime. Cale Henituse smiled and accepted his request. Tunka proudly and confidently said, You should feel proud that we signed this contract to accomplish such a great feat in the future. We will be staying on this continent. You can tell others later that you know me. Then he burst into loud laughter. Seeing his demeanor, Cale Henituse just smiled without saying anything. He thought to himself, if it matches the history, then I guess it counts as history. At this rate, the 5th volume of The Birth of a Hero was nearing its end. I don't know exactly what will happen after this, but overall, it's worth looking forward to. The scene shifted to when only the protagonist and the others remained. Billows Flynn stared at the gold on the table, unable to hide his excitement. Cale Henituse asked him, Why are you looking at it like that? He touched the contract and told him, Seeing this gold plaque makes it feel so real. Cale Henituse tossed a bag to him and ordered, Go on, open it. He stammered, confused about what he wanted. Ah, is this the one I brought? But when he opened the bag, he was stunned. Cale Henituse calmly told him, These are magic items made by the mages of the Whipper Kingdom, and they are even used by nobles and royalty. You'll be able to receive more bags like this in the future. He asked, How many can I take? He was shocked when he offered him 3 parts. Is it really that much? He thought to himself, These are magic items that can't be sold. In this field, he must know that very well. I thought he wouldn't accept them no matter how many there were. At this moment, Cale Henituse gave him an important piece of information. Merchant Guild Leader, the position you want will soon be yours because the north and the sea routes will be turned upside down. He asked curiously. Another war? Cale Henituse didn't answer, but warned the boy, Keep this between us. These words caught him off guard. Why would you share this information with me? He held up the bag of precious items excitedly. If you want to give me more, you can give them to me any time. He didn't care, and just warned him. All right, and if possible, get in touch with your uncle. He asked in confusion. My uncle? Cale Henituse didn't want to explain much, so he just replied, That's how it is, don't be too curious. Hearing that, he understood the situation. I understand. Next time, I'll contact him via video call. Cale Henituse thought to himself. The one pulling the strings behind the northwest of the Leona Kingdom. The report from the dragon, Raon Miru, was not far off. He continued to gather a group of people and gave them orders. You have a 1-month deadline at Gia Mountain. Find the item I want and bring it back. Is that possible? Hillsman wanted to offer an opinion, so Cale Henituse gave him permission. He said, I heard that is one of the 3 highest mountains on the continent. It is extremely high, and the peak is always covered in snow. Cale Henituse didn't want to hear him talk much, so he asked directly, So what? Can you do it or not? In the end, he had no choice but to follow his orders. He turned to the cat children and instructed, You don't need to go up to the snowy areas, just stay nearby and provide support for Locke. The cats replied enthusiastically, Yes, we will definitely show you how well we can do. He advised them that they didn't need to be so passionate. He reminded Hillsman, You're the one in charge, so make sure to take good care of the children's food and sleep. Hearing that, he became very excited. Then I don't have to go up the mountain, right? I have a fear of heights, so Cale Henituse looked annoyed. Figure that out yourself. He patted his chest with confidence. Yes, then I will be an excellent guide and protect the children like a bodyguard. Hearing him boast like that, he was speechless. How on earth did this guy become a deputy chief? Later, looking at the map, he asked Cale Henituse, So, young master, where should we head back to? He pointed at the map and told them, Heading back to this place is fine. But as soon as he finished speaking, they were shocked. Here? Hillsman asked him, confused. Are you sure you didn't point to the wrong place? This is a dead end. 3 weeks later, under the rain, Rosalind asked, Why are there so many tombstones here? Cale Henituse explained, Because this village was built by the families of travelers who got lost, but as time passed, people must have surely grown tired. These tombstones symbolize how their hope has changed. This rainforest is like a dark, gloomy forest, and is one of the 5 strange phenomena of the Western continent. It rains here year-round, and once you go inside, you will get lost. and never be able to find your way out again. And this village was built on the fragile hope and desperate longing of those who stayed behind. Waiting for the travelers who left, they all eventually gathered in front of this forest. Some people have built these tombs to honor their loved ones, those who could never return. A young man nearby hears this story and says solemnly, "This place is so sad." Others chime in, "Well, what are we supposed to do here then?" Cale Henituse replies that they can only hold on to hope, when the others immediately ask, "Wait, what do you mean?" Cale Henituse explains that they are the hope of the Forest of Darkness. He walks forward and tilts his umbrella for an old man sitting nearby. The rainwater has pooled into a puddle here. The old man sits in a corner, his face cast downward. He tells everyone, "Don't go anywhere else." Cale Henituse places the umbrella in front of the old man and reminds him, "Sir, it's raining quite hard. Be careful not to catch a cold." He calls out to Han, "Where's the umbrella?" Cale Henituse holds out his hand, gesturing for him to hurry up and bring it. Butler Han speaks up immediately. "What about me then?" Cale Henituse tells him to just go with Choi Han. Han looks back at Choi Han's dark expression, feeling helpless. Suddenly, an umbrella is extended right in front of Cale Henituse. Rosalind says to him, "Let's go together." Cale Henituse smiles and thanks her. He then gives instructions to Han. "See if you can find an inn around here. Even if there are many, it's hard to tell if they have good facilities. First, we need to get ourselves dry." Choi Han asks, "Why is everyone planning to go into that forest of darkness?" Cale Henituse replies, "I'm going in there to find hope, that's all." Choi Han questions him. "Hope, you say?" Cale Henituse explains, "That's right, because there's a legend about a dragon living on the path where no one can ever find a way out." The black dragon looks up and asks, "What are you talking about?" "Human, no matter where you go, I'm the only dragon around you. There's no way a dragon is in a place like that." Cale Henituse takes a sip of tea and continues, "I've heard that this dragon will grant one wish to whoever manages to find it. For instance, a wish to become wealthy, to be cured of an illness, or to help someone find happiness. No matter the request, whether it's born of greed or something trivial, it grants them all without question." The black dragon is displeased with Cale Henituse. "Dragons are great and powerful, but we aren't gods." "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Cale Henituse continues. "Of course, the legend is known to be false, but to those standing on the edge of the abyss, they won't easily let go of even a straw of hope. That legend is what keeps drawing them in." Choi Han asks, "Then couldn't we just destroy that forest? Wouldn't burning it all down prove to everyone that there's no dragon there?" Cale Henituse murmurs, "You really are brutal, aren't you? If we just expose the legend as a lie, they won't have any reason to go in there anymore." The door opens, and Beacrox Molan walks in. Those outside announce, "Young Master, the scout who went up the mountain has returned." Beacrox Molan reports, "I have returned." Others rush in, saying, "Young Master, Hillsman is back. Young Master, we've returned." Their joyful expressions contrast with Beacrox Molan's gloomy face. Another young man walks up and says, "The young master has also returned, Cale Henituse." "All right," Cale Henituse says to them all, "You've worked hard. Go ahead and get some rest." Cale Henituse reaches out and asks, "Locke, where's the item I asked for?" Locke places the object into Cale Henituse's hand. He says, "It's here." Cale Henituse asks, "Based on our transaction, is this ours now?" Locke answers, "Yes." Cale Henituse ponders. He must know what is inside. It is an ancient power, yet he doesn't hesitate at all. He really is quite capable. Cale Henituse puts the item away and says, "It looks like we're almost ready. Now, we head into that forest." Everyone wears a look of astonishment. They stare at Cale Henituse. "What's wrong? What is it?" Even the two cats look the same. Cale Henituse asks in surprise, "Is there a problem?" Rosalind asks, "Cale Henituse, you really are." The black dragon flies onto the table. It says, "Listen closely. I'm coming with you. You weak human. Don't you dare leave me behind. If you make me angry, I'll destroy that forest in 5 minutes. Consider this a warning." The others come over to advise him. "Young master, are you talking about that path of no return? I heard if you go in there, you can never find your way out." Cale Henituse asks lazily, "Who told you that? That won't happen to me." "On, do you know why the path of no return is so dangerous?" The cat, On, replies, "I don't know." Cale Henituse explains, "It's because of the fog. A certain component of the fog disrupts the connection between mana and humans. Once you enter, you can't get out, but I have these two with me." In another corner of the forest, rain is still pouring down, and a girl's voice is heard apologizing. The others reply, "No, Captain, not at all, Your Highness. Jita looks at her people and thinks, it's been 2 weeks since they entered this forest. Although there are no monsters or enemies, the fog reduces visibility so much that they can't see anything, and their food supplies are running low. What am I going to do if we end up dying like this? Jita thinks, because of my fire, I've ended up all the way here. Jita looks down at the flask and thinks, if there's no other way, I'll burn this forest down to make a path. Even though she doesn't want to harm the forest, her subordinates have come this far with her. Their lives are much more precious than this forest. Jita hears something and glances toward the noise. She thinks warily, is there a monster? Jita stands up, gripping her staff, staring at the quiet trees. Jita and her subordinates look forward in astonishment. The footsteps of a young man draw closer and closer. Jita's group points their spears at Cale Henituse's throat. They demand him to stop. Cale Henituse introduces himself. Hello, I was just happy to see the light of a campfire, so I came closer to look. If you don't mind, could I warm myself by the fire for one night? Cale Henituse is holding a cat in his arms and has the black dragon on his shoulder. He looks at Jita's group with sincere eyes. Jita holds out a towel to Cale Henituse and says, here, take this. Cale Henituse thanks them. I'm very grateful for your hospitality. Jita's group says, we're all travelers, aren't we? You must be freezing from the rain, right? Jita warmly tells him to warm himself by the fire. Jita and Cale Henituse sit by the fire, joined by the black dragon. Rita's subordinates sat behind her. Rita cast a wary glance toward Cale Henituse, thinking he didn't look like an ordinary person. When I checked his sword, I didn't sense any killing intent. But looking at him now, he really is different from the travelers I've seen in the way he walks and stands. He's clearly skilled in combat, yet he doesn't seem to be a mage either. Cale Henituse said it's raining harder today than yesterday, but, unfortunately, we should leave this place tomorrow. Rita thought in shock. Did he just say we're leaving this forest? Rita sized Cale Henituse up. His clothes were comfortable, as if he were just out for a stroll, and his attitude was like someone who knew his way around. In the legends, did they ever mention what a dragon looked like, or what form it would take? Could he be a dragon? Rita called out, hey, you? Cale Henituse petted on while replying. You can just call me Cale Henituse. Rita responded. Yes, Mr. Cale Henituse. Did Cale Henituse figure something out? You speak first. I'll say this first. It's not that. This surprised Rita. Cale Henituse smiled and said, I'm not a dragon, okay? Cale Henituse thought to himself, the final step to preparing for my grand life of unemployment is to become a guide for those lost in a forest like this. Cale Henituse said, even though I'm not a dragon, I know the way and the locations in this place. Rita asked, is that even possible? Cale Henituse stroked on. He pointed at her and explained, this child belongs to the cat tribe. I happened to meet her in the slums, and we've been traveling together since days like this. When it rains, this child has the ability to control mist. Cale Henituse exclaimed, what a rare power indeed. He patted On's head and asked, right? Cale Henituse happily explained, more so Jita's group could understand. After leaving my hometown and traveling around, I learned about this place, and I coincidentally found out through ancient texts that this area could control mist. That's why this child and I came here. I thought maybe we could use our power to clear a path for those who are lost and give hope to those waiting for them. I was also worried that this child's power wouldn't be enough here, but luckily, we can control the mist, and it helped me find the way. Jita smiled and replied, I see. That's how it is. If that's the case, then the dragon from the legend probably doesn't exist. Jita's subordinates hung their heads in sadness. Their effort and hope seemed to have vanished. Jita asked curiously, then, when you leave tomorrow, could I ask you to control the mist so we can get out together? Cale Henituse replied cheerfully, of course, I'm happy to help people in need. Jita sighed helplessly and said nothing. Cale Henituse asked again, you all came all this way to find that legendary dragon. You must have some desperate wish, right? Jita replied, it's fine, we're out of options anyway. It just so happens I was thinking about burning this forest down to get out. Cale Henituse mused and asked, burn it? What a scary choice. For these people of the South who cherish nature, I can feel how deep their affection is. Jita asked, you even know about the South? Cale Henituse replied, I'm not too sure. I just learned it from many books. I love traveling, so I've always had a soft spot for beautiful and colorful landscapes. The black dragon chuckled and asked, is that so? You weak human. I'll remember that. Cale Henituse imagined those beautiful landscapes, the mountains and rivers of the jungle. I've seen how beautiful they are, and now that I'm getting out of the rainforest, if I have time, I'll go see those sights. Jita said sadly, unfortunately, there's no place more beautiful than the rainforest. Cale Henituse asked, what? What do you mean by that? Jita said it's because there's already a fire burning in the forest. Cale Henituse asked, a fire? Then shouldn't we put it out immediately? Jita said that. That fire is something that cannot be extinguished. It just won't go out. When you get out of the rainforest, you'll see an area in the forest that's on fire. Water, magic, spells. I was so worried because no matter what method we used, it wouldn't die out. But strangely, only that area is burning, and it doesn't spread further. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Cale Henituse asked. Is the fire big? Jita recounted. That was the first time I'd seen such a huge flame. Every day, it burns fiercely, as if it's about to explode at any moment. Cale Henituse said, then getting close to it must be very difficult. It truly is terrifying. Jita replied, that's right. The heat is such that just standing near it is enough to get burned, but I'm trying my best to extinguish that fire. The space between them fell silent. Cale Henituse covered his face and sighed. Cale Henituse requested, take me inside that fire. Jita exclaimed in surprise, and Cale Henituse said, it seems I might be able to put it out. The black dragon asked, you weak human, what's wrong with you? You're acting really strange today. The people in the southern forest have a very distinctive way of moving. With this dark skin, one can see they have a close relationship with the forest and nature. Because of that, the culture there is divided into tribes and the culture of the southern people. The Jaipur Kingdom's tribe developed in the direction of surviving and fighting enemies to pursue the truth of nature. As for the southern people, they follow the concept of collective survival and follow their leaders. However, Jita later bonded with Tunka, who introduced the concept of the existence of enemies. The fire that cannot be extinguished by magic or spells erupted in one area. For that reason, the culprit is the crown prince of the Mogor Empire, known as the Land of Alchemy. The crown prince, by unifying 15 areas, set the fire to control Jita's forces. Later, Jita discovered it was the crown prince's doing, so she and Tunka prepared to confront him. Instead of talking, the queen led the warriors to protect the forest, so it's not something I can care about. I don't want to get involved in it at all. The crown prince and the prince of the empire may seem similar, but there are a few differences. The prince is the type of person who is easy to deal with and distinguishes between right and wrong. But the crown prince is a cunning person who only cares about his own interests and ignores everything else. The crown prince's personality was not good at all. Cale Henituse thought, I'll just resolve this forest issue well, collect my payment, and after taking care of a few more urgent matters, I'll head back to hole up in the city. He called out to the boy, see, from what I can see, the fire in this forest is impossible to extinguish. Why do you think so? Cale Henituse pondered. Jay was someone with a soft heart toward those weaker than her. For good people, she always tried to do more. If it was revenge, she'd pay back 10 times over. If it was gratitude, 1,000 times over. It was time to bring her the gift he had prepared. Cale Henituse replied, that's true, but it seems I might be able to do it with my own strength. Just then, Cale Henituse said to Latana, I'm introducing myself a bit late, aren't I? I am from a small territory in a remote part of the Roan Kingdom. She was surprised and said, you are from the northeast? We are warriors who work in the forest. However, he knew she was hiding her identity, so he thought to himself, a warrior? Is she intentionally hiding who she really is? Afterward, he pretended not to know and said, I'm from a small, noble family, so thanks to that, I don't have to worry about running out of money while traveling. I also have people with me. Latana asked, you're traveling with others? Just then, the gray cat, On, was comfortably resting beside him. He spoke gently. Yes, although I entered the forest with On, there are people who trust me and follow me. In short, after traveling to many places, I was lucky enough to encounter such connections. I met a connection in a certain cave. After I barely escaped a sea cyclone, I saved her when she was severely injured. I think that's why I got pulled into this, and I feel very fortunate. Ah, I apologize. This isn't what I meant to talk about. Before he could even finish hesitating, she spoke up. It's all right. You, Mr. Cale Henituse, seemed to have saved a lot of people. Cale Henituse felt flustered by Latana's question, so he clenched his hands and said, not at all. I just couldn't just stand by and watch. Anyway, at that time I gained some power. She asked him, what kind of power? And when he told her that water could suppress fire, Latana looked at him in surprise. Then, Cale Henituse added, it can suppress any kind of fire. It's the ancient power that saved Locke. I attached it to a water-absorbing necklace. This water can suppress all sorts of troublesome flames. Tunka discovered it first, and drank this water to have a body that was healthy even amidst the fire. As for me, I have the heart's vitality. So even though recovering in the fire is a bit painful, I don't really need to use this water. However, the total amount of water that can be used is limited, so I don't know how much I can use. Hearing this, she looked down a bit sadly and said, "Ah, he didn't lie about the water having a limited usage. Basically, it was enough to control it when the fire broke out across the Western continent. If the fire couldn't be controlled at that level, then even using it for a lifetime wouldn't be enough. Are you sure you want to use such a precious, limited power for us?" At this moment, Cale Henituse appeared worried. However, he then smiled and said to Latana, "What can I call you?" She answered honestly, "I am Latana." However, her people objected to him calling her by her name, saying one after another, "Someone is actually allowing him to call her by her nickname? Oh my god." Still, he naturally said, "Yes, Latana. Power doesn't distinguish between noble or common. I think what's important is how I use the power I have. I use my power to protect nature and to protect flora, fauna, and human lives, along with their homes. Is there anything better than that?" Litana seemed astonished by Cale Henituse's words. Furthermore, he added, "Naturally, that power has identified me as its master, so I have to use it directly at the site. It might be a bit time-consuming and complicated." She was curious, so she asked Cale Henituse, "Do you have to enter the fire to use it?" And Cale Henituse quickly replied, "Even if I don't go inside, I at least have to stand nearby." Latana started to worry. "That sounds a bit dangerous." But Cale Henituse said confidently, "Latana, if my power can help you, I would be very happy. I really, really want to help everyone." The Black Dragon, after hearing these words, began to mutter, "You are not the weak human I know. No, it's true that you're fundamentally good, but not like this. Anyway, saving them is a great thing." A second later, Latana looked flustered, clasping her hands together as she said, "Truly, truly thank you. I don't know how to repay this favor." But he said gently, "No. What favor? I haven't done anything yet. I just thought, perhaps I entered the forest to be able to do this." However, she spoke very sincerely. "Mr. Cale Henituse, I still want to repay this favor to you. Just the fact that you let us out of this forest and are going to face that fire is enough to make me grateful. You are even using your own limited power. I can't just accept it for free." He responded indifferently, "It's nothing." But after a moment of thought, Cale Henituse changed his mind and said, In that case, I was just reading an article about an area that perfectly harmonizes the coast with forests. I heard that the sunset light there is truly beautiful. So, I was thinking how nice it would be to have a villa there. After putting out the fire, could I go there to watch the sunset?" Hearing Cale Henituse say this, Latana was a bit surprised. Moreover, she was thinking that the coast might have been burned, so the scenery might be quite desolate. He doesn't want land or money, but only wants to go there to look at the place? After thinking for a moment, Latana suddenly said, "Just coming to look at the place might not be enough." Hearing her say that, he asked in surprise, "Huh?" "Furthermore," she said, "I will build a villa for you. If the first area isn't to your liking, I can build it in another area." However, Cale Henituse waved his hands in refusal and said, "No, it's okay. I can't just accept that." Yet Latana still insisted, "A villa. I will build it for you." Seeing her attitude was so firm, he had to accept and said, If that's the case, could I just get a small spot instead of a whole villa?" And Rina agreed to his suggestion. "Of course, if you want me to, I can leave you anywhere you like. I hope you'll do that. That would make me feel at ease." He replied cheerfully, "Yes, I will. Besides," he thought to himself, feeling pleased, "all right, even the gray cat is meowing with joy because of Cale Henituse." After that, Rina said, "So would you like something to eat? I can't offer you a feast, but I can't let you leave on an empty stomach." Hearing this, he hesitated slightly. Cale Henituse thought to himself that this was the most fundamental way to make someone his own. Feeding people is a sign of kindness. Isn't it the best way to lure them in? "Besides," he said, "this is to repay you all for giving me blankets." Seeing so much delicious food placed right in front of them, Rina and her group were astonished. Next, Cale Henituse cheerfully said, "We've shared the food, so let's head out tomorrow. First, we'll return to the village with my companions, then cross this forest to reach the jungle. Eat up before it gets cold," he said, handing Rina a fork. He added, "You'll need the strength to save the forest." Rina took it and began to eat. She then remarked that the legend wasn't far off. Hearing that, he looked surprised. "Huh?" She just smiled and replied, "Nothing. It's really delicious, young Master Cale Henituse." Cale Henituse looked at her with a satisfied smile. The next morning, it was still raining heavily. A group of people stood in the rain. They were Cale Henituse's subordinates. Led by Choi Han, they were waiting for him. A moment later, seeing a familiar figure and hearing a meow, the red cat, Hong, was surprised. He quickly ran toward the gray cat, On, while meowing at Cale Henituse. Upon seeing them, Cale Henituse scolded them, asking why they were all out in this rain. Everyone was taken aback. Then, Choi Han hesitantly said, Young Master Cale Henituse looked at him with an unhappy expression. As the rain intensified, Cale Henituse called out in a low voice. The old man stood stunned when he heard him say, There is no dragon in there. Cale Henituse continued, In the forest, there are only clothes and the remains of those who went missing. If you wish, I will help collect them. The old man's whole body trembled, his mouth letting out a stifled, pained sound. Seeing this, he fell silent. The legend that had given hope to those entering the forest was now shattered. Cale Henituse turned away, unable to bear watching them. This was perhaps the only thing he could do for them. He ordered Choi Han, gather the list of missing persons from the villagers. Han replied, Understood. Cale Henituse continued his instructions. On will lead us to the first zone and then return with Hong. After that, all of you will assist On in collecting the belongings left behind in the forest. A loud understood echoed back. Suddenly, there was a hesitant call. Young Master. Cale Henituse turned back, seeing him smile awkwardly. I still have to draft the blueprints. He felt incredibly annoyed. He didn't want to drag him around anymore, but he couldn't leave this idiot alone either. Cale Henituse coldly said, When I'm being polite, just do as I say. Pack your bags, we're leaving for the Great Forest. Miller sniffled and replied, Yes. Rena watched the group, exclaiming, Amazing. Seeing him give orders, everyone looked at him with admiration. He looked so ordinary, so I thought his followers would just be average knights. But in reality, among them is someone so strong, his power is immeasurable, and many other talents are following his command. Seeing his composed demeanor, Rena couldn't help but marvel. He is truly an extraordinary person. On the way, Choi Han followed behind and suddenly called out, Cale Henituse Nim? He didn't turn around. What is it? Cale Henituse's eyes narrowed as he asked if the fire in the Great Forest was also caused by them. He pondered, Them? Choi Han was referring to the secret organization that carried out the magic bomb terrorist attack in the Roan Kingdom capital, and the same ones who massacred the Harris village. Cale Henituse shook his head. No, this isn't their doing. He thought to himself, Choi Han was supposed to have had some clashes with them in the Brett Kingdom, but it seems they didn't cross paths this time. Choi Han sighed and continued. I see. I asked because I thought this might be information the young master knew about them, like the incident in the capital. He interrupted him. Choi Han, I still remember my vow. Cale Henituse said firmly, If I find out their identity, I will definitely tell you, so don't worry. Choi Han finally relaxed his body and replied, Understood. Then he spoke up. Oh, one more thing, he asked. What is it? Choi Han's voice softened. Please, Cale Henituse Nim, don't shoulder difficult tasks alone anymore. This made Cale Henituse freeze, feeling confused. What on earth? Why would I be doing difficult things? Rosalind walked up from behind and interjected. I agree with him. Cale Henituse laughed softly. I don't know what you mean, but I have absolutely no intention of doing anything difficult. She shook her head with a resigned smile. You really can't stop the young master. Even though the rain was heavy, it couldn't stop the raging wildfire. Rena's voice rang out. From now on, we will lead the way for you. Cale Henituse covered his face with his hand. I might have to cross the boundary, so I'll go alone. She worriedly tried to stop him. That's too dangerous. I will escort you. He didn't want to argue, so he started walking ahead. He whispered to himself, I know exactly how she plans to escort me, which is why I asked to go alone. Suddenly, there was a frantic call. Your Majesty! A messenger arrived, breathing hard. Your Majesty, Chieftain, Rena asked Han, is everyone all right? I'm in a hurry, so I'll hear the details later. Then she raised her voice. 10. A large black panther charged over on command. It lowered its head, revealing sharp white teeth. Rena leaped onto 10's back. She then gestured to him. Hey, Cale Henituse, get on. 10 and I will take you. The others asked Rena cautiously. Your Majesty, who are these people? She replied, They are dragons. They replied with half-doubt, Understood. Rena explained, It seems he can extinguish the fire, so I brought him here. They asked in astonishment, Really? Can that person really put out the fire? At this moment, Choi Han also spoke up. Cale Henituse Nim, it's dangerous. Let me escort you closer. He still flatly refused. No need. This left him stunned. Cale Henituse explained his firm refusal. With that level of heat, you'll get burned just by getting close. It's too dangerous. So everyone stay in the safe zone. Because he knew that their power wouldn't be enough against that fire, and having them follow would only be a burden. Cale Henituse gave the order, "Rosalind, please handle the shield." She replied, "Understood." A golden light enveloped Cale Henituse and Rena. She sat on Ten's back, her hand extended for a long time. His gaze dropped. "I could have just used the sound of the wind to move quickly. Oh well." Cale Henituse reached out and grabbed her hand. He said, "Let's go." Rena leaned forward and said to Ten, "Ten, take us to the fire." As she rode Ten back toward the village, everyone saw Rena and shouted, "Her Majesty the Queen, she has returned." Everyone rushed toward Cale Henituse, crying, "Your Majesty." Her body froze when she heard the villagers call out, "Her Majesty the Queen." Her lips pressed together. Rena tried to order Cale Henituse to move. Faster. When they arrived, Cale Henituse climbed off Ten's back and looked around. Raun thought the crown prince was truly a madman. Looking at the flames burning as fiercely as a beast devouring everything, Rayon sighed. Regardless of anything else, this alone made it clear. The crown prince wasn't just an ordinary madman. Raun Miru looked at the massive fire in front of them, feeling something was wrong, and Cale Henituse said, "Weak human. This kind of fire is strange." Meanwhile, Cale Henituse was calculating. With a fire this big, how much of the water's power should I use to suppress it? He reached out to hold the necklace. Since he didn't know the extent of the necklace's power, he decided to use 13 units of power. Taking off his coat, he said to Rena, "Rena, please step back. I probably need to head toward the front of that fire." Cale Henituse threw his coat aside and repeated, "Don't come any closer." She listened in silence, a hint of sadness appearing on her face. Rena jumped to the ground, and Ten stepped back as well. She felt confused and asked, "Ten, what's wrong?" Cale Henituse's voice echoed. It seemed the child believed his words. He put his hands in his pockets and warned her again, "I won't get hurt. I will put out the fire and be right back, so please step back and watch from afar." Cale Henituse said half-jokingly, "If you see me in danger, you can come to save me then." He stepped forward, braving the scorching heat of the flames. Cale Henituse wiped away the sweat pouring down him, inwardly feeling lucky. The heat is no joke. If I didn't have the vitality of the heart, I would have burned to a crisp. The necklace around his neck was emitting a glow and a cooling sensation. He thought to himself that the necklace seemed to be blocking the heat as well. Raun grumbled, "Weak human. That type of fire is like a crazy fire. It defies the laws of nature." It flew along, muttering, "Crazy fire, you piece of junk." Cale Henituse glanced behind him. Seeing Choi Han and Rosalind following him, he felt a bit annoyed. He had told them not to follow, yet they were still persistent. He needed to handle this fire quickly. In the dry, hot space, suddenly a drop of water fell onto a leaf, and water bubbles began to rise. The necklace hovered between his hands, and Cale Henituse smirked. If that fire was like a tsunami, he would just have to create a real tsunami. Rena looked up at the countless water bubbles floating in the air and exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my God!" A torrent of water surged intensely around Cale Henituse. As he raised his hands, the water rose with them. Cale Henituse smiled faintly, and the necklace shone brighter and brighter. Rayon shouted excitedly, "That's right. Sweep away this crazy fire, human." He nodded and replied, "All right, let's sweep it away." Cale Henituse moved his hands, and the water rose high before crashing down. Unexpectedly, the water crashed down on him, soaking him completely. Even Rayon, who was on Cale Henituse's shoulder, was no exception. Both stood there, stunned at how soaked they were. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Did I use too much power? Seeing both of them hit by the water, Choi Han shouted in worry, "Cale Henituse Nim." Rosalind also ran over in a panic, calling out loudly, "Young master." The heat from the sea of fire had vanished, leaving only small drops of water falling on the ground. Everyone looked at the raindrops on their hands and let out a sigh of relief. They finally looked up at the rain that kept falling. The fire that had seemed like it would never die out had finally been extinguished. Outside, Rena called out urgently, Ten, hurry up. Cale Henituse is still." Before she could finish, the image of Cale Henituse appearing, safe and sound, caught her eyes. He was standing in front of Choi Han and Rosalind. Rosalind finally snapped out of it. "Right. I was so panicked that I forgot." Still, concern from the bottom of her heart remained in her eyes. She whispered to herself, "He has power, after all." Raun spoke up, feeling ashamed. "Sorry, human. I was too busy looking at the water and completely forgot to use the shield." Cale Henituse replied coldly, "It's fine." He laughed at himself too. Me too. I was so busy looking at the water that I forgot to use the shield. Cale Henituse scratched his head. Looks like I wasted a lot of power. I should have used less. Seeing him stop talking, Round hurriedly shouted, I'm so sorry. I'm not that great after all. Cale Henituse looked up at him and replied, Even so, it's thanks to you that I survived. Round Miru, hearing that, blamed himself even more and burst into tears. You weak human. I'm such a fool. He looked at himself, soaking wet, and wondered, am I not compatible with water? I end up soaked whenever I'm near it. Choi Han stepped forward and asked with concern, Cale Henituse Nim, are you okay? Rosalind also asked, are you all right? Cale Henituse answered, I didn't get hurt at all. Rosalind knew that, of course. She laughed out loud. Young master, really? Rena stood still, watching the three of them. While Ten seemed attracted to something, he leaned down and sniffed the ground. Rena remained silent, lost in thought. Cale Henituse called out, Karina. He smiled at her and said, It seems like you should be going. Behind them, all the villagers and the beasts were waiting. Cale Henituse lowered his voice and spoke to them, saying slowly, Now that the fire in the great forest has been extinguished, I probably have nothing left to do here. A voice from behind made Rena turn around. Her Majesty the Queen. She fell into deep thought. I thought he was a weak person just by looking at his appearance. The protagonist had created the water to put out the fire. He was both gentle and strong at the same time, possessing such great power, yet always maintaining a relaxed demeanor. It was my mistake. Looking at Cale Henituse's nonchalant smile, Rena realized that he wasn't weak at all. Rather, he was an incredibly strong person. Rena looked at him and suggested, Cale Henituse, will you come with me? He shook his head firmly, saying no. Cale Henituse looked straight into her eyes as he spoke. The person they need right now isn't me. It's you, Karina. The fact that the fire could be extinguished like that was thanks to everyone's perseverance. I don't want to receive any attention. He smiled slightly and continued, I just want to get to that beautiful sunset quickly. But in his heart, he thought something else. Actually, I want to collect those magic stones quickly and leave this place. I've been here long enough. Rena chuckled. I'm really jealous of the Roan Kingdom. Cale Henituse asked, looking puzzled. Yes, she sighed. It's nothing. He, not understanding why, sighed along with her suggestion. If so, why don't you go and bless this land as a queen now? Karina. She climbed onto Ten's back and spoke up. The fire has died down. I believe everyone has witnessed that scene. Cale Henituse and the others listened intently to her, naturally as fair as time itself. Everyone in the tribe held their breath at each of Rena's words. As time goes by, we will eventually reclaim our forest. She paused for a moment, before continuing. So today, Rena glanced over everyone once more, will be a day for us to bless a new beginning. Cale Henituse and Raun returned to their room, and he called out to Raun. Cale Henituse wiped his hair while looking at Raun, deep in thought. It was soaking wet, so he held the towel out in front of him. Here. Raun shook his head in refusal. You should worry about drying yourself first. Humans catch colds easily, Cale Henituse muttered sarcastically. How thoughtful of you, huh? He dried him off himself. You got wet too, so you need to be dried off. Raun Miru opened his mouth wide in protest. Dragons don't need to be dried off. Cale Henituse ignored him and kept drying. Just as he finished, Alberu Crossman's voice came through the magic orb. What's wrong? Why do you look like that? You look like a drowned rat. He grinned brightly. On the other side, the voice continued. Stop smiling like that. Cale Henituse laughed and replied, Your Highness, for the star of the Roan Kingdom. He sat down on a chair and asked, How is the Marquis Stan household doing? Alberu Crossman replied, How else would it be? His image appeared in the orb. They are changing masters. But tell me, why are you so curious about this? Anyway, Raun Miru, who was beside him, interjected. Finally, it's time for revenge. Cale Henituse had spent 3 weeks thinking to reach Hoik village, and this was one of the tasks he had been working on throughout that time. Seeing him scowl at the orb, he knew that with everything Marquis Stan had done to the Black Dragon Raun Miru, he needed to take revenge on them to help Raun Miru completely escape the trauma of his past. Alberu Crossman sighed. I'm telling you, just because of the thing I received, I truly cannot understand what is going on in that head of yours. Cale Henituse explained. I only want to do things that please your highness. Alberu Crossman rested his chin on his hand as Cale Henituse's voice echoed in his ear. I mean it, he warned. I know, so hurry back to the palace. He nodded, even though he knew Alberu Crossman couldn't see him, and replied, Yes, I understand. I will try to return as soon as possible. The next day, Cale Henituse silently looked at the stack of papers in his hand. He asked, looking troubled, Karina, the contents of this are making me very uncomfortable. This is too much. Rena shook her head and replied, No, it's not too much at all. She smiled brightly and explained, If the land in the area belonged to an individual, it would be difficult, but if it is land in other places, I will take responsibility for it. So, take as much as you want. Cale Henituse asked, half joking. What if I said I wanted the entire coastline? What would you do? Why did you come up with a contract like this? Rena replied seriously. Even so, it's fine. Take as much as you wish. He smiled inwardly. As expected, she was someone who repaid kindness 1,000-fold. It seemed she really intended to give him everything he wanted. Cale Henituse flipped through the papers and muttered, Owning that much land would actually be very inconvenient for me. I only need a small piece of land where I can occasionally come to rest whenever I feel like it. She thought to herself, He is refusing this firmly? How should I repay such an upright person? Rena hesitated before speaking. Cale Henituse? She asked. Could you tell me the name of your family? He didn't answer but only said, Karina, I just want to leave quietly. Let's forget about yesterday and look toward the future. Rena tried to persuade him. You won't say anything. So even if I want to repay your kindness, I can't. I want to repay him no matter what. Cale Henituse saw the sincerity in her eyes and just thought to himself, repay what? There is no reward as valuable as magic stones. There is a huge amount of the highest quality magic stones buried in this great wilderness. Not just ordinary magic stones, Rena suddenly asked. But you said you wanted to come and see that land, didn't you? I will help you get there. Then she turned to the door. Cale Henituse was startled. 10. Cale Henituse felt puzzled and asked Ten why he had called that black leopard. When Ten arrived, she explained, Now, you go with Ten. Ten will help you find the fastest way to the coast. He looked at Ten's face, which didn't seem very friendly toward him, and was speechless. Is there no way to avoid going with him? When he saw Ten lower his body, Rena exclaimed in surprise, Oh my! This is the first time I've seen Ten actively bow down to invite someone to climb on. Except for me. As expected, Ten is a good judge of character. Cale Henituse asked doubtfully, Is that so? She replied, Yes, hurry up and climb on. He climbed onto Ten's back, feeling nervous inside. Now that the master is standing here, of course, it's fine. He felt like he was walking into a tiger's den. Rosalind spoke up. Young master, we will stay here to help them restore this place. Whenever Han and An arrive, we will follow behind. He nodded and replied, I understand. Thank you. He felt lucky in his heart. Good. If Rosalind followed me and discovered the magic stones, it would be troublesome. Cale Henituse said, Let's set off. Rena smiled and said goodbye. See you again. She sighed inwardly. Why is he so scary? If we meet again, it's highly likely to be on a battlefield. If so, I refuse to see him again. He leaned down slightly, touched Ten, and told him, Let's go. Someone suddenly asked worriedly, Will it be all right, Your Majesty? She brushed her hair and replied calmly, It's fine. Watching Cale Henituse's group leave, Rena pondered, This is the first time I've let Ten go with someone else, but strangely, I don't feel worried. If he wasn't a trustworthy person, Ten wouldn't have gone with him. I trust the person Ten accepts. A tribesman waved goodbye as he passed. Goodbye, young master. Cale Henituse smiled back. Goodbye. He smiled stiffly, telling himself, I have to get out of here quickly. Seeing both the shore and the muddy seawater, Raun Miru said to Cale Henituse, Wow, there's really no one here. Cale Henituse guessed that before the fire, this place must have been very beautiful. The sun is about to set. Can I take a walk around here? Bcrox Molan replied, I understand. He turned to Locke and ordered, Locke, don't follow me. Go play with Ten instead. Locke didn't need to think and replied, Yes. Cale Henituse was satisfied. Now he is beginning to understand my intentions. Seeing Locke and Ten staring at each other, Bcrox said, Then what about that guy named Pin? I will keep that guy named Pin close to me. Cale Henituse was very satisfied. As expected, you understand what I mean without me having to say it. Suddenly he asked Bcrox Molan, By the way, Big Croc, have you ever been to the northwest of the Roan Kingdom? Bcrox shook his head and replied, Not yet. Cale Henituse stepped closer and asked, Really? Don't you want to see what that place looks like? Bcrox still firmly replied, I still have to get to the Count's kitchen. He let out a sigh, I need a torture expert for the upcoming plan. For now, when it comes to physical torture, Bcrox Molan is the best. In his mind, Cale Henituse suddenly remembered Kay, Speaking of mental torture, maybe that crazy priest who is likely traveling with the eldest son of the Stan Marquis family would be a good fit. The items on the ground glittered, catching the attention of both the human and the dragon. Rayon Miru exclaimed, "Oh, those are good things. More treasures again." But he thought otherwise. This pile of money, perhaps as the chaos of war intensifies, the value of these high-grade magic stones will only grow greater. Therefore, there will be plenty of places to sell them, especially Crown Prince Alberu Crossman. He will surely be a potential buyer. Rayon suddenly said, "I want to own some too, human." Cale Henituse agreed, but set a condition. "Fine. I'll give you the one you like best, so you must hide it well in your spatial dimension. You hear me?" Raon excitedly replied, "Thank you, human. You are truly the best." He wanted even more. "Both the seeds and a magic stone are mine." He chuckled and answered, All right. Both of them stood watching the sun rising at the end of the horizon. The major matters were almost finished. Now, they just had to wait for the group to assemble here and set off back to the Henituse territory. A week later, on the beach of the first forest area, the sound of waves hitting the shore echoed continuously. At this moment, Cale Henituse was leaning back in his carriage seat, sleeping, while Raon Miru lay on his lap snoring. Suddenly, there was a call. Sir Cale Henituse. Hearing someone call his name, he slowly opened his eyes. Cale Henituse stood up and said, "All right, it seems everything is ready, so let's head back." Han asked, "Are we going back to the Whipper Kingdom?" He shook his head and replied, "No." Han thought or asked further, "Then where are you planning to go?" Rosalind seemed to have guessed it, lowering her voice. Cale Henituse. Ah, could it be? Sure enough, the ship later set sail out to sea. On the deck, someone shouted, "Young master." A young man from the tribe came over and asked, "Are you leaving now?" Cale Henituse replied, "Yes, thank you for your help over this time." Miller stepped down from the ship to call the young master. Cale had no choice but to toss something over to Miller. Miller smiled brightly as he caught it. "Haha, thank you, sir." After that, everyone boarded the ship and they set sail. Raon lay on Cale Henituse's shoulder and asked, "Human, is it time for my revenge now?" He looked at him and answered, "That's right, let's get started." After safely completing the journey, Cale Henituse arrived home safely. Inside the house, voices could be heard. Everyone worked hard. "Thanks to Father, we returned safely." "All right, it doesn't look like anyone is seriously injured, right?" Daruth Henituse, who had been watching the person behind Cale Henituse, finally spoke up. "But who is that person?" He urged Cale to tell Miller to introduce himself. Miller stepped forward and timidly introduced himself. "Greetings, sir. I am Miller On, the heir to the On family with a tradition of design and craftsmanship spanning 200 years. As long as you give the order, I can do anything." He was somewhat surprised. "Design and craftsmanship?" Cale Henituse's voice rang out again. "Lord Father," he continued, "I heard you need to renovate the castle. For that reason?" Cale Henituse asked in a serious tone, "Is it because you also see that the era of war is about to erupt?" He pointed to Miller. "This friend is the heir to the family that designed the magic tower." Then Cale Henituse looked at Daruth Henituse and asked, "Father, what are you afraid of?" He went silent when his son said, "I'm just afraid that we might get hurt." He slowly continued, "You surely know that the power in the Western continent is growing very strong right now. It would be unreasonable for a normal noble to suddenly want to repair the city walls and invest in building an area for the navy if they didn't know anything." Cale Henituse then lowered his voice. "I will only tell you, Father. The fact that the Crown Prince sent me to the Whipper Kingdom is related to one thing." He emphasized every word. "The North. The North has established a great alliance." Daruth Henituse exclaimed in shock. "What?" Miller saw his intense reaction and shrank back a little. Cale Henituse understood that such a reaction was expected. This information was just as important as the influence from the situation on the Western continent. He remembered the three kingdoms in the north, including the Peirun Kingdom, located in the far north. The Guardian Knight there had determined to lead the knights down to the prosperous land below. Daruth Henituse held his aching head and asked, "Isn't it the Whipper Kingdom or the Mogoru Empire?" He felt suspicious. Cale Henituse replied, "How could the North get across the gorge to get here? And there is the Forest of Darkness as well." Cale Henituse heard that and fell into silence. The Gorge of Death, true to its name. This gorge is the most treacherous on the continent and became the sanctuary dividing the north and the central region. And at the end of that boundary lies the Forest of Darkness, so it is very difficult for the north to reach the central region. However, there was still another way. He suggested, "Father, transportation isn't limited to just land." Miller stroked his chin in thought. "If so, could it be ships?" Cale Henituse's hand gripped the chair tightly as he replied, "Right, there are also ships." In his heart, he added, "But not just ships." Various lines of thought raced through his mind. Why would two kingdoms have to ally with the Peirun kingdom? In the land of knights who pursue strength and abandon the barren soil, the Guardian Knight truly recreated what were considered legends. That was the Wyvern Knights Brigade. They have a Knights Brigade that dominates the sky. Cale Henituse was still lost in thought. Not only the gorge but even the Forest of Darkness could be easily crossed, except for long-distance flight magic, which only someone like Rosalind or a dragon could perform. This was the best way. The more he thought, the clearer it became. The three countries of the north would secretly build a fleet of ships to control the sea. 5 years have already passed. There is less than 2 years left until the end. Why did I help station the Navy in the Ubar territory? Because the end is not far off. And by that time, my unknown future will also appear. Cale Henituse realized that the problem is, the birth of a hero is clearly an egg, but if you turn the page, it has already become a chicken. To hold one's ground in that, one needs to prepare as much as possible. Daruth Henituse suddenly called Cale Henituse. He was startled and replied, "Yes?" He spoke up. "As a father, I believe you, but as a lord, I need to verify that information," Daruth Henituse said in a deep voice. Verifying it would certainly not be easy because this was information about the Crown Prince. Cale Henituse also agreed with his father's opinion. "That's right, a normal noble would find it hard to hear about this. I only know it because I read the book." He stood up and promised, "I will try to verify it as quickly as possible. If I don't have enough ability to find anything, then I will believe your word." Suddenly, Daruth Henituse changed the subject. "Cale Henituse, when I started having money, I realized one thing," he said in a low voice. "It's when you have a place that needs funding, you should use as much as possible." Cale Henituse knew that during wartime, money doesn't hold much power, but before the war erupts, whatever money creates becomes a source of strength. Daruth Henituse spoke calmly. "I will be in touch later." Cale nodded and replied, "Yes, I understand." He suddenly asked, "Cale Henituse, have you ever thought about the succession?" Cale Henituse didn't even have to think to answer no. He emphasized he never had. Daruth Henituse saw Cale Henituse's expression as he said this and remarked that he looked just like Basin. He laughed heartily. "Fine, I understand. Don't think about it anymore." Cale nodded. "Yes." Daruth Henituse expressed that B told him not to create issues that would worry him, and Cale Henituse nodded in agreement. If it were B, he would do anything for this territory. Daruth smiled happily and urged, "All right, get some rest." When only the two of them were left in the room, Miller spoke up hesitantly. "Young master, about the reason for building the ships and the fortress we discussed earlier." Cale bluntly admitted, "Yes, that is the exact reason." Cale Henituse placed a glowing golden necklace on Miller. "Therefore, you must know, you must focus on creating a space where we absolutely will not die. If you do that, you can survive and receive many more gifts, like this one." Miller touched the necklace and replied, "Yes, yes, I am willing. I will create a safe space where no one has to die." A few days later, Cale had everything prepared and called out, "Choi Han, let's go." Choi Han asked skeptically, "So soon? We've only been in the territory for 4 days." Cale said, "First, I'm going to go gather everyone." Cale Henituse shook his head, refusing, "No, that won't be necessary. This time, only we are going." The pets were incredibly happy, and An and Hong meowed in agreement. "It's been a while since it's just been us, huh?" Rayon shouted excitedly. "Obviously, I'm going too." Choi Han was taken aback when Cale told him, "V Croc will go separately later. For now, let's travel with this group. There is something we need to handle with this many people. You'll likely figure it out." Choi Han asked suspiciously, "Do you mean Marquess Stan?" Cale Henituse sighed with satisfaction. "You're sharp. 2 humans and 3 pets, each in a different mood," Cale said. "All right then, let's get ready." On the road, the carriage moved quite fast. Even so, Raun wasn't satisfied. He pestered Cale Henituse, making a suggestion. "Human, can't we just use teleportation magic to get there faster?" Cale looked at Raun Miru's expression and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed he was eager to use his magic. He remembered Rosalind's words of admiration. The young dragon hasn't even gone through his first growth phase, yet he's already this impressive. Both his ability and his capacity for learning are truly terrifying. Raun thought, "I've already become stronger." After spending time with Rosalind, he had become accustomed to the magic of the human world and had improved significantly. As far as Cale Henituse knew, dragons go through a total of 3 transformations. During the first growth phase, a dragon doesn't undergo many physical changes. But when they go through the second and third growth phases, they develop into an adult dragon nearly 20 meters tall. Compared to the long lifespan of dragons, Raon Miru was still young, so it would be a long time before he entered his first growth phase. Cale patted his head, thinking to himself that unless he encountered a major trauma or possessed an intense desire for power, the growth phase might arrive sooner. Raon pleaded again. "Human, teleport." Cale Henituse shook his head, refusing. "Even if we get there fast right now, we still have to wait for the right moment to act." Choi Han suddenly asked, "Cale Henituse Nim, is the plan we intend to execute against the Stan family feasible?" Cale asked back. "Why? Don't you like the plan?" Choi Han explained, "It's not that. I don't think the plan is bad. I just wonder how we can possibly touch Marquess Stan and Venyan." Cale Henituse was taken aback by this, and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he spoke. "Currently, the eldest son has been abandoned. Taylor Stan has already been expanding his influence, and his power isn't simply limited to the family's scope." Hearing this, Choi Han asked, "Does that mean some people in the Northwest have chosen to support Taylor Stan?" Cale Henituse couldn't help but praise Choi Han inwardly. He was indeed very smart. He explained that the number of supporters for Taylor Stan, including vassal families and relatives of the Marquess, was increasing. Choi Han frowned and asked, "Will the Marquess just sit back and let that happen?" Cale Henituse replied, "If he stops it, the Marquess will no longer be able to sit in the position of the family head." He stated the somewhat cruel truth. For the Stan family, the idea that the strong survive is practically their motto. The successor to the family is forced to become the strongest, and that successor must kill their own siblings. Cale Henituse didn't hide the fact that the Marquess couldn't kill Taylor Stan simply because of his strong influence, because Taylor Stan had never openly shown that he wanted to kill the Marquess. Choi Han spoke with a complex expression. "It's hard to understand," Cale said nonchalantly. "Don't bother trying to understand. We just need to do what we have to do." Choi Han immediately asked, "Then what should we start with?" Hong, who had been listening to the conversation, chimed in. "Kidnapping?" Cale Henituse nodded with satisfaction. "Right. We have to start by preparing. We need a location and supporting personnel." Choi Han asked, confused. "Who is the personnel you're talking about?" Cale smiled and replied, "Someone you know." Choi Han fell silent. If it was someone he knew, then was it Taylor Stan? Were they going to meet him right now? Cale Henituse mentioned a name that startled Choi Han. Otis Flynn. Choi Han gasped in surprise. "What? Are you talking about the Merchant Guild leader?" Cale replied, "That's right. He is the uncle of Billows Flynn, the illegitimate child of the Flynn Merchant Guild, and also the current ruler of the underworld in the Northwest." Cale Henituse knew that Otis Flynn in the Northwest was the first person they needed to meet. Only then will good things come our way. Cale's eyes narrowed slightly, and Cage slowly sat down in the chair, the very person Cale Henituse had mentioned. Priestess Cage. There were 3 people in the room. Cale Henituse, Otis Flynn, and Cage. Today's conversation would include these 3. Otis Flynn smiled and said, "I never dreamed that the 2 of you knew each other." Seeing that insincere smile, Cale Henituse knew he didn't seem very comfortable. It was understandable. Cale looked at Otis Flynn's unfriendly expression and realized why. On one side was someone wanting to rule the Northwest's underworld. Then he glanced at Cage. Meanwhile, on the other side was a devotee of the person who wanted to wipe out the underworld. Cale Henituse couldn't help but chuckle to himself. 2 people like that were actually sitting together. Cage suddenly asked, "Does young Master Taylor want to know about the Stan family and the Northwest region in every aspect?" With just one question, he realized that what he was really asking about was the dark side of the Western region. Nowadays, people usually call the dark side of the Stan territory the underworld. Gambling, prostitution, debt, illegal trading, black market auctions, slavery, and violence. It's a place where dirty business happens every single day, but at least Odious doesn't trade in slaves or resort to violence. He conducts his transactions based on a system that protects his clients. That's why I went to him. Cale explained that young Master Taylor Stan is a nobleman, and also a member of the family that rules the territory. That's why he dislikes the presence of the underworld. He nodded, replying, "Me too." Cage nodded in agreement. "That's right. A noble who values the common folk and the people of his territory would feel that way." "Doesn't the underworld cease to exist in Henituse territory?" Cale Henituse agreed, answering, "That's correct. In Henituse territory, there are no underworld transactions. Count Daruth Henituse is a stern nobleman. He possesses a strong sense of responsibility, and with his vast wealth, he absolutely refuses to allow such things to happen." He stroked his chin in thought. but the Marquis and Venyon were different. Cale Henituse remembered in the novel The Birth of a Hero. In the chapter where the Black Dragon appears, there were a few lines explaining that the Stan Marquis household and Venyon were different from their noble facade. Venyon Stan had been running wild, doing all sorts of dirty deeds behind the scenes, so he couldn't pull himself out of the underworld in the territory even if he wanted to. Thanks to those 2 lines in the novel, I was able to understand the true nature of Venyon, the one who crippled the Marquis' eldest son, assassinated his own brother, and then led the family's heirs. Daruth Henituse asked. If that's the case, perhaps young Master Taylor really wants to wipe out the underworld. Cage nodded and replied, yes. He stroked his chin slyly, saying, young Master Taylor is a true noble. It seems he has no intention of giving up his status, does he? Cale Henituse recalled that, according to the original plot, during the time the Stan household was failing, Odious would gain significant influence. In his mind, an image of Daruth Henituse appeared. To stop Venyon, he had exposed the scoundrel's true face and ruined the Stan family's reputation. And to do that, he also had to reveal his own identity. But now, Odious didn't need to step out anymore. Cale Henituse spoke up. Let's leave the infighting for later. For now, we need to join hands to destroy our common enemy. He smiled confidently, saying, as for Venyon, I'll know how to handle him myself. Daruth Henituse asked curiously, what do you intend to do? Cage watched as Cale Henituse coldly uttered 2 words. Kill him, no. That's too easy. Cale Henituse crossed his legs and continued, that's not enough. He needs to suffer much more than that, doesn't he? In the dark of night, a group of people in black robes walked silently. Venyon Stan gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. That madman. These useless people keep getting in my way. Remembering the past, Taylor Stan had once told him, I won't kill my own blood, but I will dominate them all. Venyon muttered to himself. The Black Dragon, I should have killed that dragon back then. Then none of this would have happened. Venyon walked, feeling regretful. Why did he raise it for no reason, only for everything to turn upside down now? Suddenly, a strange sound echoed behind him, causing Venyon to turn his head and wonder. Teesk, what's all that noise? A subordinate was clutching his own throat, trembling all over, foaming at the mouth. Cale Henituse, no, the subordinate cried. Young master, I can't breathe. Venyon Stan was startled. What is going on? Then the other subordinates began to collapse one by one. Venyon was astonished. What the hell is this? Venyon Stan looked up. Above, I clearly heard something echoing down from above, but why can't I see anything? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hello there. Venyon looked around warily at the voice. Venyon turned pale with fear when he saw the other party. Raun flew in midair, speaking excitedly. We meet again, don't we? Venyon winced in fear, stammering. You this brat, how is this possible? Raun smirked with authority, saying, why are you so surprised? Are you unfamiliar with it because you don't get blood on your own hands? Venyon Stan, did you not expect me to return? It's a pleasure to see you again. Venyon Stan was scared out of his mind, screaming in panic. No, it's impossible. What the hell is this? Dark red mana swirled around Venyon's neck. He writhed in agony. Ah, no. At dawn, Cage came to check on the situation, and was extremely surprised by the sight of Venyon, pale and unconscious. Cage composed himself and turned to greet Cale Henituse. Good morning, young master. Cale Henituse pointed at Venyon's subordinates lying scattered on the ground and ordered Cage, take these people away. We don't have much time. Cage was a bit dazed, stammering, ah, yes. Cage looked at Cale Henituse and hesitated, saying, young master, you remember, don't you? The time is 4 days. Cale Henituse nodded. Yes, that's enough. Seemingly still uneasy, Cage said, since the young master has said so, you must keep your promise. Cale Henituse replied calmly, all right, don't you worry. Looking at Venyon Stan, who was lying unconscious on the cart, Cale Henituse smiled sinisterly and continued, every day will surely feel as long as a year, so even if I wanted to forget, I wouldn't be able to. Cale Henituse's carriage caravan arrived at Odious's place. Cale Henituse spoke softly from the carriage window. You've worked hard. You may go now. Odious nodded and left the villa. As he walked, he wondered to himself, the young master was clearly known as a kind person. I must have misjudged him. Choi Han is a kind and upright person, yet he listens to the young master's every word. The problem is that even I am following the young master's orders as if it were only natural. Now I understand why he used Venyon Stan as an excuse to ask for my personal service. Back to Cale Henituse. Choi Han was carrying Venyon inside. Cale Henituse watched Odious's retreating back, thinking to himself, that's right. This isn't something I can leave to my subordinates. Entering the dark basement, Protagonist was already standing there, asking sternly, "You've arrived?" Cale Henituse replied coldly, "Yeah, let's get started." Everyone entered the torture room designed just like the cell he had been locked in before. Raon looked around and praised. "Well prepared. It looks exactly the same." It turned out that yesterday, upon arriving here, Protagonist had been told about the existence of the Black Dragon. Cale Henituse had introduced him to Protagonist. "His name is Raon Miru. Raon helped me find food on our journey to the capital." Protagonist just nodded silently. Cale Henituse looked at Protagonist's expression and thought to himself, "Of course, he doesn't know about the situation with Venyan, so he probably isn't pleased with the current turn of events." Choi Han placed Venyan on the chair. Protagonist looked that way and asked, "I just need to work on that guy, right?" Cale Henituse replied, "Yes." Protagonist asked further, "What should I do with him?" Raon Miru flew closer to Protagonist and answered for Cale. "I will return to him everything I had to endure." Protagonist asked, surprised, "Endure?" Raon Miru began to tell the story. "That's right. I was raised by him for 4 years. Every single second, I had to be tortured and tormented by him, and I was even locked in a cave." Raon turned his face toward Venyan, continuing with hatred. "Over the next 4 days, I want to make up for those 4 years." An and Hong heard this and felt heartbroken for their youngest sibling. Raon Miru turned toward Protagonist and continued, "I will tell you specifically what I had to endure. First, I, the Great Dragon, was whipped until my tough scales were stripped away by Ron Molin's clan. He mainly struck the places where I was injured and bleeding. Suddenly, at that very moment, Cale Henituse stepped forward and kicked Venyan, who was sprawled on the chair, seeing that he still lay motionless on the ground. Cale Henituse thought to himself, "How strong is that sedative? Why hasn't he woken up yet?" Cale turned to Protagonist and said, "Sorry for interrupting. Please, go ahead and do what you need to do." Raon wasn't angry at all and calmly replied, "I know." Then, Raon Miru continued the story he was in the middle of telling. Since there wasn't much time, he couldn't go into every detail, but he had already recounted the key points clearly enough. That was all that mattered. Cale looked at Venyan's changing expression and smiled with satisfaction. As expected, Protagonist was a master of torture, but deep down, he still had a soft spot for children. Protagonist put on his gloves and said coldly, "There's going to be a lot of blood." Then, Cale suddenly said to Protagonist, "Before you start, I think you should prepare some food." Protagonist asked, bewildered, "Food? Right now?" Cale nodded and replied, "Yes, because Raon needs something to eat." Raon explained to Protagonist, "He used to hit me during my meals to work up his appetite. He said he could swallow better if he saw my blood." Choi Han, hearing this, was filled with rage, gritting his teeth as he cursed. That madman, Protagonist, was just as furious as Choi Han. As he put on his gloves, he said with murderous intent, "Is that so? If that's the case, I suppose I must prepare a grand feast." Venyan Stan slowly began to wake up, groaning in fear. He looked around, confused, thinking, "Where am I?" Venyan recalled the scene where he had met him, and a cold voice rang out, "Because you aren't the one stained with blood, do you find it strange?" Venyan cursed internally. "That dragon, that crazy dragon. You dare drag me to this filthy place?" Not far away, Cale was sitting at a table with Raon, An, and Hong. They were cast in shadow, hiding their faces. Suddenly, the collar on Venyan's neck glowed. He groaned and whimpered. Venyan Stan broke into a cold sweat, panicking internally. "What's wrong with my voice? Why can't I speak?" Protagonist slowly walked toward Venyan. Venyan tried to struggle, but his hands and feet were shackled. Raon sat on the table and ordered, "Begin." Protagonist delivered brutal lashes to Venyan repeatedly. The room was filled with his agonizing screams. The more Protagonist whipped him, the more blood splattered, and the louder Venyan screamed. Raon chewed his food. This scene reminded him of the days he was tortured by Venyan, who would spit out cruel words. "Shut up, stay still, get rid of that look in your eyes." Raon remembered how painful and helpless he felt back then. But now, the tables had turned. Raon sat on the table, eating while staring aggressively at the screaming Venyan. An and Hong watched the brutal scene, trembling in fear. Hong looked down, while An tried to whisper to herself that she had to watch, that she absolutely had to watch. Cale observed An and Hong's expressions and thought to himself that it was hard for the kids to witness such a scene. They weren't heartbroken because the scene was too cruel or because they pitied Venyan, but because through this, they could feel what Raon had been forced to endure. And this level was only the beginning. Cale rubbed An's head, gently comforting her. "Don't try to look. Cale then turned to look at Round. Seeing that Round's expression wasn't good, he was just forcing himself to eat while watching Venian, covered in wounds, screaming in pain. Rayon was reminded of how he himself had been brutally abused like that in the past. Round couldn't hold back his tears. He tried to stuff his mouth with food to stop himself from crying. Seeing this, Cale gently advised, "You'll get a stomachache if you eat like that." Cale lifted his sleeve to wipe Rayon's face, scolding him affectionately. "Tsk, you've got food all over your mouth." Cale saw Beecrox holding medicine and quickly asked, "Wait, are you planning to use a healing potion now?" Looking at Venian, who was foaming at the mouth and trembling, Beecrox replied, "Shouldn't I treat him?" Cale immediately replied, "Only use it when he's on the verge of death." Beecrox understood Cale's intention and praised him. "So this level is still not enough? Your instructions are truly correct and reasonable." Cale gently picked up Ron. Looking at Rayon, who was sobbing in his arms, Cale thought to himself that while his size was clearly the same, his body had become heavier after a few months. Cale left the seat and said to Beecrox, "Take a break." Beecrox stepped on Venian and asked Cale, "If he wakes up, what should I do next?" Rayon quickly snapped, "What else? Keep torturing him." That settled it. Beecrox nodded. "I understand." Cale walked to the door and tapped lightly. Choi Han opened it, and his eyes met Raun, who was being carried by Cale. Cale stepped out, not forgetting to tell Choi Han, "There's some new wine in there, bring it to me. Oh, and bring a glass too." Choi Han replied, "Yes." He then watched Cale's back as he walked away. As they walked, Cale spoke to Rayon. "Have you grown over this time? You feel heavier than before." Rayon retorted, "You humans are just weak. Your arms are too soft." Cale sighed softly and replied calmly, "I won't argue with that, but isn't it good to grow? You're growing up fast." As for Venian, he was chained to the chair, half-conscious, hearing Ron's voice. "Venian Stan, I plan to let you live, so whenever I lose my appetite, I will come find you." At that moment, Beecrox used a healing potion on Venian. Venian woke up in a panic, gasping for air. He scrambled up on the chair, looking around in surprise, and muttered, Is this Venian?" Stan quickly checked his body, thinking, "It doesn't hurt, and my voice sounds normal. So it was just a dream." Venian touched the surrounding objects and thought happily, "That's right. This feeling is very real." Venian Stan sat back, arms crossed, leaning against the chair, and laughed. "Ha ha, that's right. It was just a dream." But immediately after, he felt a chill down his spine. 4 days were enough to plant fear and dread into the arrogant Venian. Venian had been tortured all over his body, and Beecrox would occasionally make him so terrified that he lost his mind. Now, there was no need to call for a mage to perform mental torture anymore. Venian heard Round's voice again. "I plan to let you live, so whenever I lose my appetite, I will come find you." Venian screamed in anger. You damn dragon." He hurriedly ran outside, panic-stricken as he opened the door, his mind in chaos. "Hurry, hurry!" But when Venian Stan opened the door, his face turned pale at the sight of Taylor. Venian Stan stumbled back, stammering, What is this? Am I still dreaming?" Taylor Stan said calmly, "It seems you've just gone through a long nightmare." Venian Stan. Taylor Stan coldly ordered his subordinates to seize him. Raon sat happily at the table, eating. Choi Han kindly handed a large piece of chicken to Raon. Cale asked calmly, "It seems you have some free time now." Taylor, sitting across the table, lifted his wine glass and said happily, "Even if I didn't have free time, I would have made arrangements to meet the young master. If not today, I'm afraid I'd be even busier later." Cale smiled in response. Taylor Stan began to report. "Most of the people the young master told us about are related to Venian." Cale Henituse asked in surprise, "Is that so?" Taylor Stan continued. "Some of them were my father's men as well." Cale Henituse feigned ignorance. "I didn't know about that." Cale Henituse wiped the face of Raon Miru with a towel. He thought to himself, naturally, he was just pretending not to know. Venian Stan had raised the Black Dragon on the Marquis's orders, and among the guards at the place where the Black Dragon was imprisoned, there would naturally be the Marquis's men. In this case, the worst they could face was the death penalty, and the best was forced labor, because the Marquis Stan household had the most ruthless laws. To escape this incident, the Marquis would wipe them all out completely. Naturally, Venian was now locked away in a dark dungeon. He sat huddled on the ground, muttering like a madman. This was the dragon's doing. It's all because of it. Taylor, hearing Cale Henituse's reply, didn't suspect a thing, and said cheerfully, "So you didn't know about that?" "I believe you." Cage held a bottle of red wine, dispelling the tense atmosphere with her excitement. "Come on, let's not talk about such heavy matters anymore. Let's finish this bottle of wine first. Taylor laughed. Agreed. Let's toast. Cale Henituse nodded in agreement. Sounds great. Taylor stood up, and while pouring wine for Cale Henituse, said, Young master, both this time and the last time, I will definitely repay you in the future. Cale Henituse replied calmly, I'll be waiting. Taylor Stan said with great excitement, Yes, please do wait for me. The next day, Cale Henituse met Odious and said, Odious, your efficiency in executing the commission has pleased me greatly. Odious replied politely, Not at all. I am the one who feels happy because the commission fee was so generous. Cale Henituse replied coldly, Perhaps so. Then he turned and stepped into the carriage. Before leaving, Cale Henituse did not forget to say, Let's keep in touch next time. Odious replied courteously, Yes, I will send word to you from time to time. However, inside, Odious thought, even though meeting him again might be dangerous and troublesome, even if I don't want to meet him, eventually I will have to. Cale Henituse suddenly stopped, turned, and smiled brightly. Oh, you know what the room in the basement looks like now, right? Odious nodded and replied, I will arrange and handle the aftermath neatly. Thinking of the desolate, blood-filled scene in the basement, Odious cursed inwardly, Kind my foot, who said he was a generous, self-sacrificing, and kind young master. There is no such young master here, only a heartless and cunning person. Before leaving, Cale Henituse did not forget to give Odious one last piece of advice. Also, regarding this incident, I hope you won't tell Billows Flynn. Odious replied firmly, Secrets are the life of the commission. Cale Henituse said with satisfaction, Good. I'll be going now. Odious bowed deeply and said goodbye politely, Have a safe journey. Immediately after, Cale Henituse's carriage departed. Odious looked on with a complicated expression. On the way, Choi Han asked the children, Are you guys bored? An and Hong replied, No, we're not bored. My favorite thing is to eat and do nothing. Choi Han smiled. You kids are so much like Cale Henituse Nim. Cale Henituse frowned upon hearing that, thinking uncomfortably, Is he insulting me or praising me? Choi Han turned to Cale Henituse. I've been here before, but this place is mostly just rocky mountains. Cale Henituse wondered to himself, Huh? Choi Han has been through here before? Cale Henituse asked Choi Han, Did you pass through here when you came to the Breck Kingdom? Did you cause trouble in the Breck Kingdom? Choi Han shook his head. No, that's not it. Cale Henituse thought to himself, I just need to hear the results of the Breck Kingdom incident from the Crown Prince. That's enough. Cale Henituse hurriedly asked, Then, when you passed through the western region, did you pass through the Ten-Finger Mountains? Choi Han replied, No. Is there a mountain with that name? Cale Henituse described it to Choi Han. That place is the starting point of the southwest of the Roan Kingdom. There are 10 granite mountains standing close together, like 10 fingers. Choi Han shook his head. Maybe that time we followed the northwest direction so we didn't see that mountain range, even on the way back, because if I had seen those rocky mountains, I would definitely remember. Cale Henituse heard that and said calmly, Is that so? I heard the scenery there is very mystical, so I'm very curious. I'm thinking about whether I should go there in about a year, so I asked you about it. Choi Han asked in surprise, A year from now? Cale Henituse nodded and thought with a smile. 1 year later, I must go to the Ten-Finger Mountains, because the final ancient power will appear there. Cale Henituse told everyone, It would be great if we could travel there together. An and Hong were very happy to hear that and listened attentively. Choi Han replied, Yes, that would be fine, but if it's Rocky Mountains, there might not be a village around there for us to rest. Cale Henituse countered Choi Han's words. Why wouldn't there be? Of course, there is. Suddenly, Cale Henituse remembered something and quickly said, Actually, no, you're right, there isn't. As far as I know, there are no villages around there. Cale Henituse recalled, That's right, there are no villages where humans live there. There is only the village of the elves, those who worship nature terribly and revere dragons even more than mages. Elves are a mystical race that uses illusion magic to hide their village and lives separately from humans. They are the race closest to nature only after dragons. They can control spirits and always win the hearts of the continent's humans with their beautiful appearance. Cale Henituse rested his chin on his hand and looked out the window, reflecting on the plot. If the original story holds, when returning from the Breck Kingdom, Choi Han would pass by the village at the Ten-Finger Mountains. Then he would accidentally discover the elf village. And there, he would meet a character who is an elf possessing the power to heal others, Pendrick. He is the reason that led to Locke's first berserk transformation. In the birth of a hero, Pendrick passed away while trying to save Locke. That means if Pendrick does not join Choi Han's group as he is now, he will not die. If he continues to have no involvement with Choi Han or Locke until a year later, then he will live longer than in the original work. And perhaps that would be the biggest difference compared to the content of The Birth of a Hero. The time for him to join Choi Han's group has passed, so when going to the Ten-Finger Mountains, I just need to avoid that elf village. That's why Cale Henituse said, "That's right, there are no villages there," Round said, excitedly. "It doesn't matter if there's no village. I want to hurry to a year from now so we can go there and enjoy the view." Cale Henituse patted Rayon Miru's head, realizing another reason not to go to the elf village, especially since he couldn't bring a dragon to that elf village, because if they saw Raon Miru, they would treat him like a god. Cale Henituse asked Raon Miru gently, "Raon Miru, now do you know what the Crown Prince's magic is?" Raon smiled brightly and replied clearly, "I know, human. I am great." After that, Cale Henituse went to the palace to meet the Crown Prince. Cale Henituse placed a small glass bottle containing a black substance on the table. Alberu Crossman crossed his arms, looked at it, and asked, "What is this?" Cale Henituse smiled and replied, "This is a gift I have prepared for your highness." Alberu Crossman asked back suspiciously, "A gift for me?" Cale Henituse responded with his usual script, "Yes, specifically for your highness, the star in the hearts of our kingdom's people." Alberu Crossman was sick of hearing it, and cut him off. "Enough." Alberu Crossman picked up the glass bottle and opened the lid. A scent filled the room. Raon Miru sat on Cale Henituse's shoulder, sniffed, and said, "This scent is familiar. I smelled it at the Black Swamp." That was true. It was exactly what Cale Henituse had collected at the Black Swamp. Alberu Crossman went pale after smelling it and stammered. This Cale Henituse knew that Alberu Crossman had realized what it was, so he didn't forget to add, "Your Highness, of course, this is not a free gift," Cale Henituse thought to himself. Rayon had said that the Crown Prince's hair was naturally brown. Ao's words flashed through Cale Henituse's mind. How could an ordinary human like the Crown Prince dye his hair with magic? But besides mana, is there any other kind of power that can dye hair? Rayon's question made Cale Henituse ponder. Dragons, humans, cat tribes, and wolf tribes. This was a race outside the scope of those groups. Clearly, this power was different from ordinary natural mana. The Crown Prince possessed a power of unknown origin, and the answer lay inside the glass bottle in his hand. Cale Henituse stopped playing games and began to reveal the truth. Perhaps it wasn't a demon, nor a necromancer. I have heard that your late mother was once misunderstood to have southern mixed blood. It was said that dark elves usually had dark skin, but dark elf hybrids had skin similar to southern people. If so, what about the children of a dark elf hybrid? Alberu's expression changed, and his face turned cold. Alberu Crossman no longer maintained his refined appearance, and he muttered a swear word under his breath. "Ah, I'm going crazy." Cale Henituse wasn't afraid and smiled, saying, "It seems I guessed correctly. Dark elves, those who wield the power of darkness, use magic derived from death. In the past, they lived near graveyards or villages abandoned due to plagues, and then they became targets of hatred. Therefore, compared to other elves, dark elves usually live very reclusive lives." After hearing these words, Alberu Crossman only asked one thing. "So?" The main character asked him, "So what? Even though this is a gift, it can't be given for free." Hearing that, he felt helpless before Cale Henituse's demands. They stared at each other for a long time before he finally spoke. "I intended to give you some work to earn your keep, but I called you here only for things to turn out like this." He asked the main character, "So you will keep your mouth shut? But there must be something in exchange?" The main character replied, "That goes without saying." He criticized the main character with a sarcastic tone. "You sly guy." But Cale Henituse just humbly replied, "Just a little bit, right?" He was surprised by the main character's attitude. Was he going to admit it so shamelessly? Then he looked at the bottle of magic and mused. Clearly, he could have taken that information to the second prince or the king, yet he chose to trade with him instead. Looking at the person calmly drinking water in front of him, he also felt reassured. It was fortunate that this kid was similar to him. Then he hesitated and asked the main character, "But, your cup is right here." He calmly set the cup down and replied, "If I drank that, I would die." He looked at him suspiciously. "You know your identity only has relatives on your mother's side, and since this guy isn't even a dark elf, how could he know?" Meanwhile, the black dragon desperately tried to reassure the main character about the poisoned cup. "Don't worry, human. This great dragon will definitely save you." The main character gently pushed the magic bottle toward the other side. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Your Highness needs this, right?" Alberu Crossman also frankly replied, "That's right. It will make me stronger, without poisonous gas and very clean." The main character laughed. That was expected, as this was an extremely rare item, because this was the magic of a dead dragon. He was very astonished to hear Cale Henituse say that. Finding dead mana was hard enough, but this was the magic of a dead dragon? Although the amount of dead mana in the glass bottle was very small, the source was a dragon. Just this much could increase his magical power by several levels. Albaru Crossman felt confused by the situation. I'm going crazy. Do you really have no intention of telling me how? Although you said it would be an exchange, I really don't understand why you would use something so precious to trade. The main character laughed and asked him, why do you ask me such an obvious thing? No matter where I am, I have no intention of revealing the information I know. He laughed to himself with a firm thought. The Roan Kingdom must become strong. Looking at the current power balance, the Breck and Roan Kingdoms were the ones falling the furthest behind. The Whipper Kingdom had gone on a suicide mission with Tunka, so the southern forests needed their fires extinguished earlier than in previous years, and the 3 northern countries had joined forces and were preparing to head there. Albaru, you know that this is consolidating your power and gathering mages and Whipper to prepare for an invasion, but that still wasn't enough, because there were still the Wyvern Knights and the Empire. The moment the Wyvern Knights dominated the skies and the Empire began reaching out to the western continent, the Breck and Roan Kingdoms would be like candles in the wind. The main character was determined. For the sake of his own peaceful life, he had to help the Roan Kingdom survive the war. To do that, a strong leader was needed. So building a solid foundation that could also serve as his own poison was better. Cale Henituse asked Albaru Crossman, you need the magic tower, don't you? This question left him speechless. You know everything already, don't you? Why do you make it so hard for me to talk? Albaru Crossman told the main character gratefully. The communication device from the magic tower master that you gave me is really useful. Thanks to that, I can send messages to the surviving mages. He thought tiredly. He had previously wanted to take the opportunity to transfer the magic tower to the Roan Kingdom, or restore it. But thinking of this, he sighed. It's hard for me to instruct or order you, and it might even be a request. Cale Henituse replied to him sincerely. Although I have no intention of rebuilding the magic tower, I can provide you with the blueprints for it later. He looked at the main character for a moment. Then, no longer as surprised as before, he just asked, what are the conditions? The main character replied, I hope that after 2 years, you will fulfill the conditions I set. He thought that for the sake of his peaceful and safe life after retirement, the thing he needed most after money was leverage. Isn't the best part about being unemployed the fact that you don't have to worry about superiors, clients, or business deals, aside from your own family? I've already decided to live a life of unemployment, but I can't live a life where I have to worry about what others think. I don't care if I become a rogue. I want to eat what I like and do what I want. Albaru Crossman asked the protagonist, what exactly do you mean by that? He calmly replied, I think that's a matter for your highness to reflect on yourself. Hearing that, he could only helplessly accept Cale Henituse's proposal. I really, even though this benefits me, this is the first time I've felt this annoyed. The protagonist smiled to encourage him. Since it's good for both sides, I think it would be better for you to just enjoy it, your highness. He thought to himself, because you could never understand what I'm thinking. After finishing the discussion, the protagonist asked for permission to leave. He reluctantly agreed. Fine, hurry up and go, because it seems like you won't answer even if I ask more. A few days later, in the Henituse territory, the protagonist asked everyone, what's going on? He thought to himself, I was planning on getting some rest, so what happened now? Assistant butler Hans hesitated before answering. Well, young master, Ron Molen has returned. They were all extremely surprised, especially Beecrox, my father? The assistant stuttered. Yes, but his condition is not very good. Immediately after, as if he couldn't wait another second, the door was firmly pushed open. The protagonist was shocked by the scene before his eyes. Beecrox rushed in and called out, Father! The protagonist looked at the mangled arm and asked, Ron, why did your arm end up like that? He answered calmly, not sure exactly when it had happened. The protagonist was silent for a moment before telling everyone to leave, which startled him. He didn't wait for a reaction and continued, Beecrox and Choi Han, stay. Everyone else, get out. When only the 4 of them were left in the room, Beecrox knelt down beside his father, looking at him with heartbreak. The gray cat and the red cat were also saddened by the sight. The protagonist leaned in gently and asked, Are you strong enough to talk? He replied, I am, young master. Hearing that, the protagonist said, Then explain why someone who went out for a fox hunt came back in this condition. Covered in wounds, Ron lay on the bed as his son choked out the word, father. The atmosphere turned quite serious. He thought, If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have come back. I was going to die anyway, but I just wanted to see my son and a few others before I went. Ron Molen took a deep breath, sat up, and said slowly, I crossed the eastern continent to get here. That was when Beacrox was very young, as you know. I was an assassin in the eastern continent, where there were 5 famous assassin families in the underworld, and back then, I was a descendant of one of those 5 families. Our family was destroyed by an organization called ARM. ARM looks like it rules the entire underworld, but in reality, it's just a small organization, and from what I've investigated, they have a much larger central organization. Although I initially intended to find out who was leading them, because of my closed eyes, it felt like I was stepping back into the emotions of the past. He continued. I felt fear at the sheer size of a force that I couldn't even accurately grasp. So afterwards, I took my son to the western continent and lived in hiding, working as a servant for others. However, Ron Molen's expression turned serious. I caught their scent. After decades, when Choi Han arrived in this territory, Cale Henituse looked at Choi Han, who was stunned at being mentioned. Ron Molen continued. He gives off the smell of ARM. Hearing this, Choi Han suddenly thought of an event he had encountered. Back then, his frail grandmother was coughing violently on the bed. He thought her illness was getting worse, and if he didn't find medicine, Choi Han made a decision. I will go into the forest. His grandmother was surprised and quickly tried to stop him. The Forest of Darkness? No. That place is too dangerous. He quickly reassured her, I've been there before. Don't worry too much, grandmother. I'll be right back. Nothing will happen. Immediately after, the image of himself covered in blood, his breath ragged, Choi Han couldn't hold back the tears rolling down his cheeks. He was stunned and nearly collapsed when witnessing the bloody tragedy and so many dead bodies. That bloody memory made Choi Han angry, and he frowned, asking, could it be the people who once came to Harris Village? Cale Henituse rubbed his chin, thinking, that's right. It's highly likely they are ARM. Harris Village, the mission the Marquis gave Rayon, the attack at the Capitol Plaza, the attack by the Blue Wolf tribe. Those were the people who did all of those things. The symbol of 5 small stars circling one large star. Ron Molen continued to provide the information he had gathered. They have been expanding their power on the western continent. So, I intended to take this opportunity to act. But that wasn't a fox hunt. It was more like a stray dog walking into a tiger's den. Ron Molen tightened his grip on the blanket, silently blaming himself. I don't know where I got the confidence to go do that. But I don't regret it because I found out what those people are doing, he continued. While I was investigating in the capital, I clashed with an arm strike team and discovered what they were working on. Ron Molen's voice turned bitter. But during that process, I lost my arm and barely escaped while taking my final breaths. The basin of water had turned red, and the blood-soaked towels showed the severity of Ron Molen's condition at that time. Cale Henituse asked, have you still not found out the true identity of that organization called ARM? Ron Molen confirmed. Yes, I haven't yet. Cale Henituse lowered his voice and continued. Ron, do you remember who it was that cut off your arm? Ron Molen thought for a moment and replied. Yes, it was a fairly young mage. He cut off the arm of anyone he saw. Cale Henituse immediately thought of the image of a young man with glowing red eyes. Radhika, he frowned, scolding, that madman. Choi Han couldn't believe it, stuttering, how could something like this happen? You were stronger than Radhika and had the strength of an assassin's stealth skills, yet you got your arm cut off and had to run away. There must be a reason for it. He clenched his fists tightly. Cale Henituse suddenly noticed something and asked Ron Molen what that foul smell was. Ron Molen looked slightly surprised, as if just remembering, and hurriedly pulled back the blanket. Beacrox Molen saw it too and was startled. Even Cale Henituse was stunned. Ron Molen slowly explained, it's because I've been poisoned. Before he could finish, Cale Henituse stated, so, it was mermaid poison. He mused to himself that it was they who had helped the mermaid tribe. Cale Henituse looked saddened. He thought, I figured out the truth the first time I met the whale tribe and heard their story about the Forest of Darkness. It all started when I learned that the mermaids became powerful thanks to ingredients taken from the Forest of Darkness. Although suspicion arose, I didn't want to think any further, because getting involved in that would be very troublesome. My anger was gradually growing. Cale Henituse pulled the blanket back over Ron Molen's wound, calculating silently. But if I find out the true identity of that organization, I have to let Choi Han know. And since that doesn't concern my own safety, I had just ignored it until now. But that doesn't mean they have the right to invade my territory. Cale Henituse blurted out an insult. Like a bunch of dogs, aren't they? Then he looked at Ron Molen, who was covered in injuries. The assassin. Ron Molen, I have always been on guard against this cunning old man. But this incident made me realize that Ron Molen is my subordinate. Cale Henituse stood up and asked, "Is that place in the sea?" Ron Molen snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly replied, "It's an island." Cale Henituse quickly gave orders. "Choi Han, stop standing there overthinking things and bring Miller in here. Get a ship ready immediately. And Ron Molen, you are coming with us too. So, just know that." He sarcastically asked, "If the assassins manage to track us here, what do you plan to do?" Ron Molen replied immediately, "I am still alive, sir." Cale Henituse suddenly remembered the brief letter Ron Molen had sent previously. "I am still alive. Are you still alive, sir?" He smiled, his voice softening. "I don't know about your life, but your mouth is still sharp as ever, isn't it?" He turned to assign tasks. "Biggs, go out and tell everyone to pack their things. Aren't we supposed to go find a cure for the mermaid poison?" Beecrox Mullen was slightly skeptical and asked back, "Sir, do you have a way to cure the poison?" Cale Henituse recalled that he had used a method before. It was the same method he had used to save a whale person. The whale hybrid, he still clearly remembered that person's appearance. Cale Henituse urged, "Don't worry anymore and go get ready. The reward I have for your father is a long life." Beecrox, hearing the young master's teasing tone, didn't know what to say and hurried off with Choi Han to prepare. After the two of them left, Ron Molen spoke up to remind him. "Young master, it seems the mermaids and the arm organization are eyeing the sea route." Cale Henituse replied immediately, "I know." Ron Molen asked, surprised, "What did you say, sir?" Cale Henituse didn't answer. He thought for a moment, then spoke in a gentle voice, "Ron, you're tired too, but may I ask you one more thing?" Ron Molen smiled. "Yes, of course, young master," Cale Henituse asked. "Did anyone see your face?" Ron Molen thought for a moment, then nodded and hesitated before saying, "Only that mage saw my face." "Young master, that organization won't push for an all-out war, will they?" Cale Henituse looked at Ron Molen and asked back, "What do you think?" Ron Molen was silent, as if he understood. "Whatever happens, it's for the best, because it will be beneficial to you, young master." Cale Henituse smiled with satisfaction and said, "As expected, you understand me well." He thought, "I have no intention of doing anything too heavy or difficult. I just want to achieve the goal I've set and quickly get out of this mess. Naturally, I'm going there to ambush the enemy." Cale Henituse turned to leave. He said, "Before we head out, you should get some good rest." Ron Molen replied immediately, "Yes, young master," stepping out of the room in such a foul mood that Cale Henituse was gritting his teeth. He cursed the bastards who were making him so frustrated. Rayon flew close to his side and said, "Weak human, don't worry. The great Rayon Miru will be by your side. I heard everything while standing outside. Those are truly bad people." Cale Henituse paid no mind to Raon's words. He was deep in his own thoughts. Whether it's the secret organization arm or the mermaids, no matter how strong they are, it's very difficult to spark an all-out war. The Black Dragon, Rosalind at the very least. The abilities of those around me will shatter their plans. I have created a strategic plan to protect myself and those around me for the sake of a comfortable life, both physically and mentally. A few days later, at the Ubar territory where the base was being built, a muscular man said solemnly, "It is an honor to meet you, young master." Cale Henituse assessed the person in front of him and asked, "Are you the one in charge of this place?" The man bowed his head and introduced himself. "Yes, I am managing the construction of this naval base." The manager led the way to the beach and explained that because some whirlpools had disappeared, the number of islands had increased, and since the coastline was stable, construction was being accelerated. Thanks to that, we were able to build a ship very quickly. He hinted, "Shall I take you to your accommodation first, sir?" Cale Henituse refused, saying no, but not before that. Then he curled his finger to signal and said louder, "Come here quickly." From afar, a figure holding documents ran over hurriedly and kept answering, "Yes, yes." Cale Henituse silently assessed Moonel. He had gained some weight over the past few days, hadn't he? He said, "First, show him the first design for the exterior." The boy replied while panting, "Yes." The manager took a quick look at the drawing, unable to hide his astonishment, and let out a sound, looking unsure. He spoke up, "Young master, this is the first time I've seen a ship with this kind of design." Cale Henituse smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be great if we could finish it? I assure you, it will be very sturdy." The manager looked carefully, calculating silently, and said, "Yes, it will be very sturdy, but the cost might be a bit high, especially for the gold-plated hull." Cale Henituse didn't mind and said gently, "Why are you worried? The one thing I have plenty of is money." Moon L hurriedly said, "Actually, the second interior design is also nearly finished." The manager asked back, surprised. Oh, even the interior design? The boy spoke excitedly. Yes. Even though I haven't shown it to the young master yet, I've already decided on the theme. The man couldn't hide his curiosity. Really? What's the theme? The boy solemnly announced. The greatest defense cannon net. The man looked expectant. Oh, wonderful. When the interior is finished, make sure to show it to me right away, okay? I'm really looking forward to it. Cale Henituse stood to the side, watching the two of them exchange ideas enthusiastically. Hearing that name, he couldn't help but feel a sense of reluctance. Thinking, is this their ultimate defensive shell? Don't tell me that even this guy is a transmigrator from Korea? Does a ship actually look like this? At the mansion, Cale Henituse sat in his study, looking at the three people in front of him, and said seriously, this task won't be easy. He thought to himself, it's not like I'm going to destroy a kingdom or anything, and I might be overthinking it, but since I lack knowledge about the enemy's scale, I have to gather everything I have at my disposal. Ha Island. Usually, the names of all the islands located between the eastern and western continents are named in the order they were discovered. Our destination is the largest island among those discovered. According to information from Ron Molen, the base of the whales and the fish people tribe is located on this island. Regarding the decision to save Ron Molen, Cale Henituse thought that, regardless of whether he is an assassin or not, he is first and foremost someone within his circle whom he must save. It's not too late to think about what happens after I save him. To Count Ruth, Ron Molen is just a servant. Nothing more, nothing less. But I have decided to save him because Ron Molen has been by Cale Henituse's side, taking care of him for the past 10 years, even though he doesn't know anything about his family. Breaking free from his train of thought, Cale Henituse said, first, let's head to H12 Island, the closest one to our destination. Raon hurriedly spoke up. But young master, his voice unable to hide his worry, you said we would encounter the fish people. Will it really be okay? I heard that with their shadow affinity, the fish people have become very powerful using dead mana and poison, Rosalind gently explained. It's fine. Young master Cale Henituse already knows the method to neutralize the fish people's poison, and even if it's dead mana, we just need to use a stronger power to suppress it. Choi Han, standing to the side, also nodded in agreement with her opinion. Cale Henituse also agreed, calculating the use of a stronger power, such as light or an attack-based power, to block the enemy's dead mana. But there is one type of power stronger than anything else that can counter dead mana. Even if it's a bit ignorant to say, one thing is certain. Rosalind brought up the plan. Naturally, using blood is the most effective, but it is extremely dangerous. Cale Henituse's gaze turned serious. He agreed in his thoughts. Yes, it is blood. That requires a huge amount of blood. Blood. The thing that proves the life of all living creatures is life, perhaps something stronger than death? The fatal weakness of dead mana is vitality. If blood is sprayed, it can prevent contact for a short time. Of course, if one loses too much blood, the chance of death is very high, and it wouldn't be effective against spirits that are resistant to blood or blood-sucking dragons. He thought of a plan. Blood flowing from the heart carries powerful vitality. It has more vitality and regenerative power than any other type of blood. Thanks to that regenerative ability, blood is produced ceaselessly. He placed a hand over his heart. Even though he knew he needed to test it, was there any type of blood that could resist shadow affinity better than this? Cale Henituse spoke up. My blood is the most effective. If I were to spray my blood, Rayon immediately protested. What a crazy idea. You're already so weak. Why are you thinking of such bizarre things? Hong and An also chimed in, hoping it was just a strange thought. Strange, extremely strange. Even Rosalind kept shaking her head to stop him. No, you don't necessarily have to do that, Cale Henituse asserted. Of course, I don't intend to do that. I was just saying it out loud because I hate being in pain. He thought to himself. Why would I use my own precious blood? Besides blood, there are many other things we can use. And would something like that even happen? Raon felt he had a new mission, and said solemnly, I will watch over you. Hong and An weren't about to be outdone. I'll watch you too. Cale Henituse broke into a cold sweat, looking at the suspicious gazes of everyone in front of him, thinking, they really don't trust me, do they? He suddenly stood up. Ron hurriedly asked, where are you going? He replied, the Cliff of Winds. Choi Han asked, what are you going to do there? Could it be? He suddenly remembered something. Watira handed an item to Cale Henituse. She said, please take it, young master. Looking at the object in his hand, Cale Henituse asked, this is Watira, spoke up. Because I promised that whenever you want, young master, you can borrow my power. At the Cliff of Winds, Cale Henituse raised the conch, and the sound echoed in the air. Rayon pointed forward. It's coming. Rosalind was surprised by the scene before her and spoke up. Oh my goodness. 3 large whales quickly swam closer. Watira quickly stepped out from the foam. She spoke up. What happened that you called for me so suddenly? Have you needed our power again so soon? Cale Henituse got straight to the point. I have obtained information about a group helping the Fish People tribe. Watira was shocked. What did you say? Cale Henituse gave a brief summary. My subordinates were poisoned by the Fish People while investigating that matter. The treatment is urgent, and I have information I need to tell you, which is why I contacted you. Watira questioned. Why are you looking into that, young master? He rubbed his chin and said, I'm just a little interested. Watira looked at his expression, sighed. Here we go again, he continued. Anyway, the Fish People cannot become stronger by using shadows in our territory. Although I know the whale tribe is very strong and will surely do well, I also want to try doing something, especially since we aren't strangers. Watira expressed her gratitude. So that's how it is. Thank you truly, young master, for saving my life before, and now, even helping with the Fish People matter. Rosalind and Choi Han's eyes widened in surprise. When did he save that person? Cale Henituse stated his intention. But to treat the Fish People's poison, we need a fish person's corpse. I will go personally. Watira was stunned by his decision. What? Cale Henituse continued. Because my power is quite weak, I can't join the battle, but I want to help in some way. We will go with you. Watira looked at the group glowing with an aura in front of her, feeling troubled, thinking, what the heck do you mean by help? Don't follow me, for heaven's sake. Ryan sensed Watira's gaze. He said, Little whale, what are you looking at? She quickly replied, Nothing, Dragon Nym. Ryan asserted, I'm going too. Watira said, Then let's go. The sound of waves crashing against the cliff was rhythmic. Cale Henituse suddenly spoke up. Ah, long time no see. The Black Dragon asked, Are we going to ride that killer whale? He guessed as much. It was a killer whale, larger than a humpback whale. It's so cramped, how can we ride it? He said in dissatisfaction. You guys are talking about riding who now? Cale Henituse put his hand on his shoulder, and with a mischievous expression, said affectionately, I'll ride on your back, so please help us have a safe trip, okay? Following up from the previous part, Bosun Henituse spoke up. You will be accompanied by 2 companions, so you'll probably need to tow a small boat along as well. Since that boat is enchanted, you just need to tie it to yours and consider it your task to lead the way. A-chung grumbled angrily. Why do I have to do that kind of work? Basin replied. Didn't His Highness already order you to do whatever I say? A-chung gritted his teeth in silence, then turned and stomped off, muttering, Damn it! Cale Henituse held the baby dragon and smiled. Out on the ocean, a boat was drifting on the water, alongside. Along with them were the whale pods of Cale Henituse, scratching against the whale's back. Then, he marveled, whale backs are so slippery, aren't they? He replied immediately, It's always been like that. The little dragon finally understood. A while later, as they gradually approached the shore, Cale Henituse smiled and thought to himself, Isn't this just a high-speed taxi? The island he was standing on was called, at this moment. Cale Henituse observed his surroundings and mused. I noticed on the way here that there are so many islands. I guess it wouldn't hurt to destroy one, right? Just then, the mage came to inform him, Young master, shall we set up camp? Cale Henituse gave instructions. Sure, once you're done, hand it over to Ron Molan to use. The boy replied, Yes. Then he turned to talk to Choi Han. Choi Han, he replied, Yes? He spoke first. Before the whale tribe arrives, there is something I need to ask you, he continued. Even if others call us very rude, I think it's better to be rude than to get hurt. But this time, there is one thing I must do, he said seriously. The mage we saw during the attack on the capital, you still remember him, right? Choi Han was quite surprised when he asked that. He continued, He is the only one who saw Ron Molan's face. There are 2 things I value in this plan. He grew quiet. First is the treatment for Ron Molan, and second is eliminating the factors that will pose a danger to us in the future. The sun is gradually rising. Do you understand what I'm saying? Choi Han said softly, Yes. He was calm, but with a hint of fear. I will make that mage's remaining eye disappear. He will kill him, he added. Although doing so will make Beecrox Molan go berserk, I think it's better if I do it. Because he was currently in a situation where he could be easily swayed by personal thoughts, he listened to Choi Han and replied, All right, but there's no need to force yourself to kill him, because I have no intention of getting my hands dirty. Choi Han's eyes were cold. That's not something too difficult for me. He also thought about Choi Han's nature. Although Choi Han was a good person, the boundaries of his moral compass regarding taking a life were very blurry. But I don't want my hands to be stained with blood. He was talking to Choi Han. The plan was suddenly the water erupted like waves. It was a whale covered in blood. He woke up when he saw that. Is there really someone willing to fight so stupidly that they have to shed blood? Or is he intentionally letting his own body get hurt? When he realized it, this wasn't a human. It was a whale. A large black humpback whale. The being behind him spoke. Because I am very great. I don't want to use blood like that. Especially you. Absolutely not. He was helpless. Even though I never had that kind of thought. The being said, Human, quickly give me the magic stones. I will create dozens of magic orbs as you said, he recalled. Magic stones, which concentrate a large amount of magic crystals with immense destructive power. The black dragon that Rosalind and he talked about Choi Han. You are very good at stealth, right? He looked back. He had also thought about the plan. The name of the plan is Reflex. He smiled with satisfaction, returning exactly what was received. To be that angry, and there won't be any major mental trauma like that. Someone was drinking something. Witira was the one who had fought against the most ferocious killer whales, and she wasn't afraid of the scars left on her body. Of course, because she was the successor to the whale chief. I need a stance like that on the battlefield. If she, a successor who always leads on the battlefield, descends to the ocean floor, spraying blood while holding back the mermaid tribe, how moving would that be? The deception would be amplified many times over. He sat in front of her, thinking happily. Although, of course, I don't have that kind of mindset. Whether it's cheating or bluffing, it's best not to get hurt. He said to her, Witira, I'm thinking of destroying an island. She hesitated. Destroy what? He said. I intend to make, number 5, disappear from the map because if we use ships to travel by sea, it's just a little further to reach 27. Because most of the islands lie adjacent to each other, and it takes 1 to 2 hours to get there. He remembered what Ron Molan said. And Ron Molan once said that for over 2 years, there had been no living creatures on Anno, and there were only secret organizations, so making an island disappear wasn't a big problem. He continued, Before that, I need 2 things. And before those 2 things, I need a premise, she asked. A premise? He thought. Is it because they are tribes that live in the sea? After all, she doesn't care at all about the destruction of an island or land, does she? He pointed at the map. First, I am thinking about how to fight so that we don't reveal our identities as much as possible, especially when it comes to supporting organizations. She replied quickly, I understand. Witira asked, So, what are the 2 things you need? He said. First, I need something that can help with moving in small sizes. Witira smirked. All right, I will bring the small whales to support you. I will also pay attention to their mobility and stealth. So, everything else is, he looked a bit haughty. I want you to go into a rage. While the mermaids beneath the islands were swimming back to their base, I want the whale tribe to go into a rage. They continued to exchange ideas. You mean you want us to attract attention? Just draw out all the swordsmen, spearmen, and mages, right? He replied. Yes, Witira thought. But I think the mages will only stay around the island until the swordsmen and spearmen arrive. Besides, they won't show themselves until they approach the island. He was surprised. Is that so? He looked at the map again. On the contrary, that's actually a good thing. If we can blow up Retica, who is going crazy for blood, along with the island, what could be better? She said softly. Yes, it seems you are a bit abnormal, he replied. Because I told you to fight while spitting blood, so you laughed because you thought it was a crazy idea, right? She was surprised. How did you know that? He pointed to himself. According to the information I found, they really like the color red. That means if I get caught, I'll be in a bit of trouble, won't I? The black dragon appeared. So that's it, human. Witira chimed in. That's right, she continued. Also, not only the mages, but the swordsmen are also a bit strange. He was a bit confused. Swordsman? She said. It seems that girl shares the same line of thought as the mage. But skipping that, Witira still supported him. Even so, there's no way we'll run into her, so I don't think you need to worry. He smiled and replied, Yeah, I guess so. By the next day, everything was ready. The whales would provide the location, so everyone should go to 12 and hide very carefully. Did you bring the clothes I gave you? He reminded them. They were happy. Yes, we brought them, he urged. Then go quickly. If there's a problem, fire the signal flare for the team. Everyone happily received the order. Yes. He went to see B and gave his instructions. Even if you're sad, you have to hold it together. Bitch talk. You have to stay by your father's side. Bitch Tok lowered his voice. I know. He bowed gratefully. I'll leave it all to you. The young master comforted him. All right. Don't you worry about a thing. He handed the gear to Choi Han. Here, put this on, Choi Han asked, slightly surprised. I have to wear this too? It was the red five-pointed star emblem, surrounded by a white star, pinned near the heart. This was the disguise they used when he went to rescue Raon Miru. Of course, unlike the real thing, it was made of simple, rough fabric. He put his on as well, thinking, I never expected this thing would come in handy right now. Out on the vast ocean, the entire army was launching a fierce attack. Dolphins were scouting beneath the waves. A dolphin caught another one, the dragon said. He and the other young dragons were watching. Whoa, that's impressive, human. You absolutely must not go near there, Choi Han added anxiously. That's right, Cale Henituse. Please don't go there. It's too dangerous, he replied. Do you think I'm crazy? Why would I go over there? The ships were still actively fighting, and a swordsman standing on one of the boats caught his attention. What was that swordsman's name again? The black dragon recalled. Isn't a sea of blood beautiful? The black dragon made him shudder. He really said that, he thought. What a lunatic. The swordsman unleashed a wave of energy from his blade, slashing toward the other side. Someone sneered. A single strike had blown up the ship. That person swung his sword with a cold, expressionless face, attacking Choi Han. A voice from afar reminded them. Choi Han remembered to keep a close eye on them. He said, Don't worry, Choi Han won't lose, and neither will the mage Rosalind. Rosalind squinted and smiled. Of course not. Don't worry. Even if the plan fails, there's no way Choi Han or I will get hurt. He thought, but what if I'm worried about getting hurt myself? Among the targets, there were those meant to eliminate future threats. Even if the plan failed and they all had to rush into battle, Choi Han and Rosalind would be able to handle it. He looked at the black dragon, especially knowing that when Raon Miru revealed himself, things would get complicated, so they had to be extra careful. They stood on high ground, observing the battle. As Ron Molan had said, the magic traps and alarm spells were primarily set up along the shoreline. The presence of magic was also concentrated there. The blue dragon spoke up. There's no sky, he asked. Can you get past the magic wall and infiltrate the central building? The blue dragon replied, That's a bit tricky. That mage used a huge amount of magic. He recalled the last time. Perhaps because Riddick had nearly died when his hideout was almost discovered by Choi Han after the bombing, they were definitely prioritizing security now. Well, that makes the problem simple. I'm calling off the plan to use the central base. Let's just go ahead and plant the magic explosives. The black dragon asked. Curious. Where are you planning to put them? He said. Just place them everywhere I've marked on this map. Rosalind was surprised. High-grade magic stones, magic explosives created by dragons, a terrifying weapon with increasing explosive power used in war, powered by magic stones. And more than that, these were the highest-grade magic stones available. She remembered the time before she became the successor to the throne. When I looked at the highest-grade magic stone placed in the palace, I was in awe of the magical resonance within it. Even though possessing just 10 of those stones would already make someone wealthy, the young master just gives them to the dragon without a second thought. She admired him a little. He was such a generous person. Where on earth did Cale Henituse find such rare items? He prepared himself. All right, first, let's split up and take action. You two handle the rest. Rosalind and Choi Han were stunned when he tossed the map for them to handle themselves. Under the deep blue sky, he stood firm. Gather back here when you're done. Then they prepared to disperse. The scene shifted to a forest where his team was rushing forward. It's here. He spotted a trace. Wait, the blue dragon said. There are people nearby. He turned around. There were two people wearing the same clothes as him, chatting. What's with this fog? One asked. I don't know. Since we're out at sea, the weather changes fast, you know. Is that why it's like this? Meanwhile, he was hiding in the trees. The blue dragon on his shoulder said, Should we have a fight, human? He gripped his necklace tightly. Why go that far? We just need to use this and make our bodies transparent. I don't want to attract the enemy's attention. The blue dragon sighed. Just waves, but everything is so difficult. He continued running forward, then suddenly looked back. The blue dragon spoke. Have Rosalind and Choi Han been discovered? He thought. Right, because getting into a fight with the enemy is the protagonist's destiny. They'll know how to handle it. As long as our identities aren't revealed, we're fine. His pets suddenly dug something up. The blue dragon continued. We have to hurry, human, because we never know when we might be discovered too. Ash was there too, so he greeted him. Long time no see? Ash looked confused. What is that outfit? Just hurry up first. He replied. Yeah, the others will be here soon. A loud voice shouted, Catch them, kill them, don't let them get away. Rosalind and Choi Han jumped down from above. He said, "You finished the job, didn't you?" Choi Han hesitated slightly. "I ran into them while I was planting the explosives." He stayed calm. "We can talk later. Let's move out of here first." The frantic shouting continued. "Catch them! Don't let them get away." They climbed onto the backs of the whales, taking the chance to leave. "All right, hurry. Go as far from the island as possible," the blue dragon asked. "Human, it looks like someone discovered the explosives." He looked back. "Is that so? Then let's start." The blue dragon understood. "I get it." A mass of black energy gathered into a sphere. He turned to Rosalind, set up multiple defensive barriers, then let the whale fleet move in. Rosalind replied, "Yes." Suddenly, Rosalind was startled. It was the signal to retreat. The blue dragon was cheerful. "Human, I'm ready." He replied, "Good, set it off." He adjusted his mask. At that moment, the black dragon, Raon Miru, was forming a spherical mass of power. The blue lights gradually gathered to form a sphere. That sphere kept growing larger right before the eyes of Eruhaben. Then, he threw it somewhere else. It caused that power to explode and scatter. Seeing the massive force, Eruhaben ordered everyone, hold on tight. The ocean waves were now chaotic due to the black dragon's power. He watched, sweating, and said, "This is an incredibly terrifying power from Raon Miru." He could only stare in awe at that power, while the black dragon thought it was perfectly normal. He looked at the powerful surge of energy and said, "Even if we increase the amount of explosives, this seems a bit stronger than I predicted." The black dragon asked curiously, "Is this it? Humans are so weak that if I blew everything away, I thought this might be enough." Then, it flew up happily and said, "That's why I strengthened my attack a few times over." Hearing this, Cale Henituse broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "You even strengthened the power? There was really no need for that." When he heard Raon say that, Cale realized the dragon had misunderstood him, and their communication had failed. He looked over at the destruction and remarked, "Even though I'm the one who caused this, it's not exactly a pretty sight, is it?" The black dragon didn't understand and replied, "Humans are so frail. Even their hearts are weak. That's the problem." "Well, I suppose that counts as a merit." Hearing the dragon say that, he reconsidered. "Am I being soft? A guy like me, actually thinking about destroying an island?" He thought of Ron Molen, who was severely wounded. "We're only doing what's necessary for that old man, and to help those troublemaker kids." He looked at the pile of debris he'd ordered the black dragon to create and tried to reassure himself, feeling a bit less guilty. Even if it was necessary, it didn't mean it was right. But you can't always live the right way, and I'm not the type who wants to live uprightly anyway. At that moment, on the island, two groups from the secret organization trained and recruited by the Black Dragon were riding whales. Leading them was Choi Han. He asked if Cale Henituse had ordered everyone to do this. Hearing that, he replied, "Yeah." Then Choi Han sighed. "But even the kids were wearing those outfits." Fortunately, Locke and the children didn't have to show their faces. Cale agreed with that thought. "Yeah, that's right." He observed the situation and thought, "Now, as long as the whales bring the bodies before he could finish." Suddenly, a cry of "Kill" rang out from somewhere, making him look over to see what was happening. It turned out to be that bloodthirsty mage, Jedika, crazily shouting, "Kill them all for me." Cale pulled up his mask and thought, "What the Raon Miru? Tell me you've got me hidden." Then Jedika furiously yelled, "My eyes and arms aren't enough? Now you're trying to destroy this island too? Kill. Kill everyone." Seeing that, Cale sighed. That crazy lunatic. Just then, Rosalind walked up beside him and said, He's in that state because he's over-concentrating his mana." He looked up, feeling annoyed, and replied, "Is that so?" Then he sighed and analyzed. Regardless of whether he was over-concentrating mana or not, Jedika wasn't scary at all. Choi Han was here, the guy who could block dragon energy, so what was there to worry about? Suddenly, a ship started moving toward Cale's group. What is he doing? Why is that thing heading this way? Cale thought, aren't his subordinates supposed to be either dead or fleeing the collapsing island right now? Why would they leave? The whale Cale was riding spoke up. "Should I go up there and attack?" Hearing that, he stopped it and replied, "No need for that." Then Rosalind stood up and said, "I'll go out there." After saying that, Rosalind went to Choi Han and said, "Choi Han, you take care of that mage. Leave the swordsman to me. Of course, it'll be tough to win completely, but I'll try to hold him off." Feeling uneasy, the Black Dragon asked Cale, "Is that really okay, young master?" Cale looked at the invisible Rayon and thought that since they were already hidden, he felt it would be a pretty tough situation if they had to fight out there. After thinking, he said to Rosalind, "No, Rosalind, let's fight together." Hearing that, she asked in surprise, "What? Even you, young master?" He thought to himself, "Of course, that doesn't mean I'm going to go out there and fight personally." Then he pointed his hand to signal, "Everyone, move out." They took the order and charged, answering, "Understood." Then Choi Han found it strange, so he ran to Cale and asked, "Young master, you really hate having people show their faces like this, don't you?" Cale replied, "It's fine. And are they the only secret organization? From now on, we're a secret organization too. Come on, you go too." Choi Han listened and thought for a moment. He wasn't very comfortable with it, so he said to Cale, "I'll be back soon after I go. Please hide carefully, sir." Rosalind also spoke up. "Young master, please be careful," he replied. "Yeah, I know." Then he gave the order, "Let's move a bit closer to the shore." The whale acknowledged. "Understood." Then Rosalind and Choi Han went to deal with Jedika. That guy was frantically asking, "Who exactly are you people?" Then he spewed out a fiery red power and said, "Kill." At that moment, Choi Han started using his power to block it, then dealt the guy a blow that sent him flying backward. A blonde-haired man saw that and exclaimed, "What? You blocked that? You're stronger than I thought. Who are you people, really?" At that time, Rosalind summoned a shield and fire, while the blonde-haired guy was still there watching what they were doing. Rosalind said, "Let's see, you guess who we are. Do you really not know?" She continued, "We are the secret organization," she said, while attacking furiously. A useless answer for a useless question. Hearing that, the blonde-haired guy held up his hand to block the attack, then complimented, "Oh, this lady is pretty strong, huh?" Rosalind heard that and felt excited, replying, "Is that so? That's because I'm quite a powerful mage." As she finished, Rosalind blasted Jedika. He yelled angrily, "You bastards! I'll make you bleed. Die." As he finished, Jedika threw a spell at Choi Han and Rosalind, but Choi Han had already created a shield, and it didn't even faze them. Choi Han replied, "Come on, give us more. I'll make sure you have a real fun time." Just then, Cale jumped off the whale's back. Cale ordered the black dragon to destroy it. Round thought uncomfortably, what else is left to destroy here? But the black dragon obeyed his command, creating a massive force, and replied, "I understand. Humans, get a taste of this." Meanwhile, on Rosalind and Choi Han's side, the power balance tipped in their favor, and they severed one of Jedika's arms. At that moment, the blonde-haired man said, "What? It looks like besides this lady, there's another mage." Rosalind replied, "That's a secret," she added. "I already told you we're a secret organization." After that, the enemies ordered their troops, "All retreat, fall back," and shifted toward Cale's side. He asked, "Is everything ready?" The black dragon replied, "It's ready, human." Cale heard that and praised him. "Good job, fire." Round followed Cale's command and fired. The whales saw that and thought, as expected, dragons are truly magnificent beings. When Choi Han's group attacked, the blonde-haired man swung his sword in a circle to counter. The two forces collided, creating a massive explosion between the two sides. Cale and the black dragon were far away. Seeing that, Rayan judged, "That swordsman is pretty sharp." Looking at the situation, Cale agreed, "That's right." Raon Miru judged correctly. In the blink of an eye, the aura shot from that swordsman destroyed a significant number of arrows. Cale observed the battle and predicted, "But even so, our side still has enough power to destroy the ship." At that moment, Jedika was exhausted, panting and groaning. Erg. Cale looked over and thought, Jedika pushed his mana to the limit, so he's probably about to die. Watching him grow weaker, he thought, Choi Han doesn't need to do anything else. Suddenly, Choi Han attacked. He had no intention of sparing him. A painful scream erupted from Jedika. Cale immediately turned his head and said, "I just saw something I shouldn't have." After that, the fire of the battle continued. But on the ship, there wasn't a single move or sound from the humans. Cale wondered, "Wait, where did the swordsman on the boat go?" Rayon Miru replied, "Human, look over there." Seeing that, he replied, "Ah, aside from the swordsman, there's one more person, huh? But wait, that spearman can use magic too?" Over there, a mage spearman was dragging the blonde guy along. This mage spearman was someone capable of using both magic and spear techniques simultaneously. He had resorted to using flight magic, something he hadn't used in a long time, just to save that one person. On the burning ship, people were screaming, "Save us!" Cale looked up and took note of the man, silently acknowledging that the spearman was quite strong. Hearing this, Ron answered, "Don't worry, he's still weaker than Choi Han." Cale stroked his chin and replied, "I know that much. I only said that because he's stronger than me." Hearing this, the black dragon dropped a bombshell. Anyone stronger than you is naturally. Before it could finish, the black dragon realized it was too risky to answer and fell silent. Cale saw this and thought, why am I feeling so annoyed? Then, the black dragon comforted him, but don't be sad. Back to the uneven battle, Choi Han and Rosalind had retreated to a defensive position. They looked up and saw the spearman leading the blonde guy away. Looking down at them, the blonde guy said, what a shame. That spearman told me to run away. They glanced down at Choi Han and Rosalind, who were standing on the whale, and said, but I wonder who they are. With that level of skill, they're barely worth a glance. Hearing this, Rosalind challenged them. If you're that curious, why don't we have a match? As soon as she finished speaking, they started flying up to taunt them. The spearman replied coldly, unfortunately, I can't, as I don't have much time. Rosalind looked at him in surprise, thinking, is he planning to use long-distance teleportation? She pondered for a moment. Suddenly, Choi Han made a move to attack, but the spearman caught it unexpectedly. It seemed like it didn't even faze him. The blonde guy looked down and said, goodbye, strangers. How pitiful. Rosalind watched helplessly as they prepared to escape. Suddenly, the spearman was pierced by Choi Han's attack, which had manifested from a different dimension. He clutched his stomach in pain, and the blonde girl frantically called out to him. She then turned back and cursed at them. You bastards. After that, they fled. Rosalind didn't pursue them, and Choi Han remained silent. Seeing this, the black dragon spoke up. Don't worry, even if he gets treated, my magic residue will remain in that mage spearman's body. No one but a dragon would be able to detect it. The black dragon boasted. Next time that mage spearman gets close, he'll die by my hand. Cale patted the black dragon and praised him. Ron Miru, you're amazing. The black dragon puffed out its chest in delight and replied, that's right, I am great. Just wait until I grow up a bit more. Cale Henituse was surprised and turned to look at him, asking, wait, what was that? The black dragon decided it wasn't worth mentioning and replied, it's nothing, human. Cale panicked inwardly, thinking, wait, when I grow up? If a dragon who hasn't even reached adulthood is this strong already, how powerful will he be when he's fully grown? Just then, Watira picked up the arm and said, young master, here is what you requested. We have brought back the arm of the mermaid royalty. She sighed and bowed her head in apology. I apologize, but because we were busy dealing with the mermaids, we couldn't keep an eye on those others. Cale Henituse smiled and replied, it's fine. It's not as if we couldn't handle it anyway. The battle leader, Archie, and the other whales will take everyone to the island. All right, you still have work to do, don't you? Hearing this, they replied, yes, they fled toward the east, so we must pursue them. Watira said coldly, we will hunt them down to the very end. Cale Henituse asked, do you intend to wipe out the entire mermaid tribe? Watira denied it. No, if they disappear, the ecosystem will be destroyed, so we must let them live and keep them under control. Cale looked at the smiling Watira and thought to himself, the whale tribe is truly a terrifying race from the perspective of the mermaids. They must really hate the whales, who have been dominating the seas under the guise of peace all this time. I've always noticed one thing. He stood face to face with Watira, looking at her without a word, and thought, regardless of what it is, depending on the perspective, what one sees changes. Of course, that's none of my business. Seeing Cale Henituse say nothing more, she spoke up, then I shall take my leave. We are in a hurry. Cale nodded in agreement, letting them go. Finally, everything had settled down. Cale went to Ron Molan to check on him. He said, Beecrox, pour that high-grade magic recovery potion on him. Hearing this, Beecrox Molan picked up the bottle of medicine and nodded. Yes, sir. He poured the potion over Ron Molan. The old man cried out in pain. Young master. Cale Henituse replied coldly. Don't speak. I'm busy. After pouring the magic water for Ron, Cale stood up and declared that the poisoning had been treated for now and that they could start the recovery process. Beecrox replied, yes. Cale called the butler. Ron Molan turned to look at Cale and replied, yes, young master. Cale told him that there was no one left in that organization who knew his face anymore. Ron Molan was startled and looked up in surprise. Cale asked, do you understand what I mean? The old man stammered in shock. Cale confirmed it. That's right. I mean, it's time to go home. He walked away and ordered Beecrox and Choi Han that as soon as they reached the territory, they should begin treating Ron Molan immediately. The two of them bowed to him and replied in unison, yes, sir. Cale walked out of Ron Molan's room. He looked up at the beautiful sky and muttered, when did it get this dark? He thought back. Although, he still had to focus on Ron Molan's treatment and recovery. Ron had survived, and if they returned to the territory, they would finally have some peace. He sighed and smiled with relief, whispering, "Now, I can finally rest a little." That morning, in a village named Harris within the Henituse territory, the Black Dragon was chatting with his best friends. "Is he bored now?" An asked. Hong joined the conversation and said, "It's really strange." They noticed Cale seemed odd, saying, "He's going to sleep earlier and earlier and waking up later. He's eating less, and he's not moving much at all." Suddenly, a sparkling blue bead fell out. The Black Dragon noticed it and exclaimed. Raon looked at Cale and said in surprise, "He's sleeping again." Raon looked at Cale. Reflecting on the recent times, he saw the man was always sleepy and drowsy. Raon thought to himself, sleeping a lot, eating little, and barely moving, could he be sick? Hong heard this and said with concern, "Getting sick is a big deal." An, however, was calmer and replied, "I don't think that's it." The Black Dragon answered, "In the book that the mage Rosalind gave us a while ago, there was a story about a prince who was cursed to sleep all the time. Of course, I checked yesterday to see if he was under any curses or poison." Hong exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." After the Black Dragon finished analyzing, he thanked heaven and earth that it wasn't the case, so it was highly likely that he was just sick. Hong listened to the Black Dragon and sighed. The Black Dragon looked at Cale, who kept sleeping like that, and remembered that it had gotten worse after returning from the Forest of Darkness at Harris Village. This could also be an unexplained effect of the Forest of Darkness. Just then, Hans's voice was heard calling for Cale. The young master heard that voice, and the three of them turned to Raon and said, "Oh, it's so good to see you, Hans." An also wagged her tail to greet Hans. "It's a pleasure to see the deputy butler." An happily chimed in, "Deputy butler, I'm hungry." Hans couldn't resist their cuteness and was overwhelmed. Hans blushed and said with delight, "Every time this happens, my heart feels like it's going to stop. Do such cute beings really exist in this world?" It was truly the right choice to serve the young master. Then they eagerly asked, "Deputy butler, what's on the menu today?" Hans replied, "Today's meal is young master Raon Miru's favorite tender steak. And for dessert, this is a sweet vanilla ice cream made through the collaboration of Lady Rosalind and Big Croc." Hearing that, their faces beamed with excitement. Just then, hearing the noise, Cale opened his eyes and woke up. He trembled as he stood up, thinking, "Should I stand up for a bit to stretch my muscles?" He gathered all his strength to stand and replied, "All right, everyone is back, are they?" Ron Molen walked over, not forgetting to bring him a cup of tea, and spoke up. "Young master." He smiled. Cale saw this and asked, "Ron Molen, you look very healthy now, don't you?" He replied, "That is correct." Then he handed him a familiar drink and said, "Here is your lemonade." Cale looked at the glass and replied, He then picked it up to drink. He thought with resignation that these were things he had temporarily forgotten. At the same time, Beecrox was setting out the food and scolded the others for not showering before coming. At that moment, Deputy Captain Hillsman and his men arrived, covered in dust. The deputy captain scratched his head and said, "Chief, please understand us. Since we just returned from training and have no energy left, we wanted to grab a bite to eat first." Cale saw this and spoke up for Hillsman. "It's fine, don't worry about me. Just go ahead and eat." The deputy captain happily headed to the dining table. Cale then asked, "And Choi Han, you still remember that I told you not to exhaust everyone, right?" Hillsman heard this and replied, "Yes, I am teaching everyone at a very slow pace." Then he watched the children eating ravenously and with great appetite, thinking that lately, the Wolf Tribe children and Hillsman had been going into the Forest of Darkness every day for training. Although Choi Han was putting them through hellish training, they still volunteered to find him every morning. Cale broke into a sweat, thinking, honestly, compared to a night brigade, they look more like a vanguard unit for the front lines. Just then, Rosalind arrived and said, "Thank you, young master." Cale humbly replied, "It's nothing, really." But in his heart, he thought differently. The more people I can rely on later, the better, right? Because they say having a wide network is the best weapon. He thought smugly and chuckled to himself. After that, Cale went back into the room to rest on the chair and let out a sigh. Seeing this, An and Hong worriedly walked over. Hong asked if the sigh was because he was too bored. An thought that might be the case. It seemed like he wanted to go on a trip. Suddenly, the communication orb lit up. An saw this and exclaimed, "Oh, the image communication orb is flickering. And it's red." Cale looked at the orb and sighed, realizing something was about to happen. "Oh, the Crown Prince. The image communication orb connection is fast." On the other side, the image of Alberu Crossman appeared. He greeted Alberu Crossman, "Young Master Cale Henituse, the treasure of our kingdom. Did you have a smooth day today?" Cale asked in surprise. "Why are you acting like this?" Alberu Crossman replied. The relationship between us is so close. Why do you ask why I'm like this? Cale just smiled insincerely and thought, what relationship between us? Is this some kind of revenge? For the sake of his own peace, Cale replied. Yes, of course. It's a good relationship in many ways. On the other side of the orb, Alberu Crossman replied. That's right. Our relationship is that good. Just then, Cale was yawning with fatigue, and suddenly Alberu Crossman proposed, I want you to help me with something. He replied listlessly, that sounds a bit difficult. I am in a state of extreme exhaustion right now. Alberu Crossman said awkwardly. Is that so? Then I'll just be ousted from my position as prince and die, I suppose. Hearing that, Cale looked at the orb in surprise, his face turning serious. Then he asked, while the two cats watched from across the room, I have to hear what it is first. What is it? Seeing Cale's interest, he smiled smugly. Then Alberu Crossman asked him, Can you go to the village of the Dark Elves? Knowing he had been baited, Cale thought, Ha, I knew it. Goodbye to my peaceful, unemployed life. Cale felt like collapsing from despair. Then Alberu Crossman explained further. I have something I need to retrieve from that village. Since the Dark Elves are currently doing something to help me, it's very difficult for them to move right now. Alberu Crossman explained the details, saying that a human had to be the one to go there. It is an object created by a high-ranking engineer, but ironically, if someone with the blood of a Dark Elf touches it, it will activate. Cale listened intently and asked, What kind of object is it? Unexpectedly, Alberu Crossman gave an off-topic answer. Why is it that I am only surrounded by people like this? Cale asked, confused. Huh? What did you say? Alberu Crossman smiled insincerely and replied, I mean, why am I surrounded by such amazing people? Alberu Crossman, sitting on the other end of the line, thought, he clearly holds my weakness in his hands, but paradoxically, the only person I can trust is Cale Henituse. Alberu Crossman looked at Cale Henituse on the other side of the orb and smiled kindly. Then Cale suggested, But if it's difficult to move now, couldn't you just send another subordinate to go next time instead? Alberu Crossman looked at Cale Henituse on the other side of the orb and smiled warmly, before Cale Henituse suggested, But if traveling is difficult right now, you could just send another subordinate next time, couldn't you? Hearing this, Alberu Crossman replied, Of course I'd want to do that, but I have to go to the Empire. I heard there's going to be a festival, organized by the Crown Prince and the Twin Sun Gods. Cale heard this and thought, a festival? So the Prince of the Round Kingdom received an invitation to attend the festival? He sat up straight after hearing that, thinking this was something he didn't know about. This event didn't appear until the 5th volume of The Birth of a Hero, The Twin Sun Gods. Those Twin Sun Gods were a pair, one male and one female, who inherited the power of the Sun God. Although it seems like that would make the world a beautiful place, those who only view the sacrifice of the virtuous as a symbol, they use their own standards of good and evil to define the standards of the gods. Then Alberu Crossman mentioned the risks of doing that. After all, the Church of the Sun, God, and the Dark Elves are opposites. So even if we send them, the chance of being discovered is very high. If that's the case, Cale continued, we'll end up in a terrible situation, right? Alberu replied, That's right. Then he explained that Dark Elves are a hated race on the Western continent, and he himself inherited that lineage. If that were revealed, I would be stripped of my position as Crown Prince, and those twins would kill me for sure. After Alberu Crossman finished speaking, Cale thought to himself that as symbols of the sun, they hate beings that thrive in the shadows without relying on them. Burning those people and killing them, that is justice to them. After analyzing for a moment, Cale felt a bad premonition about this. Shaking off his thoughts, Cale said, I will go and return soon. Alberu Crossman, sitting by the communication device with his chin in his hand, smiled and replied, I was planning to attend that festival without you anyway. Cale curiously asked him, But why did the Crown Prince suddenly organize a festival and invite me? Isn't it obvious that he also contacted other kingdoms? Alberu replied, Probably because he's crazy. Cale was startled and replied, Aren't you being a bit too informal in front of me now? Then he continued, I don't know either. On the other end, Alberu Crossman smiled and said, Of course you don't. In any case, I'm counting on you. I will definitely pay you a fair reward. After he hung up, Cale thought helplessly, Do I even have a choice? But I can't let myself die either. Cale thought for a moment, then decided to put on a fake, polite smile and asked, Your Highness, the shining star in the hearts of the kingdom's citizens, where exactly is the place you mentioned? Earlier, Alberu Crossman had called Cale and said, You have to go to the west, the western continent, to help me. Hearing this, Cale asked, That's where the Dark Elves live, right? Albaru Crossman praised Cale. As expected, you're quick-witted. He recalled that the place was a dead land. During the day, the sand glowed red like blood, and at night, it was pitch black, like the void. In the past, a necromancer had led countless corpses there to start the final decisive battle. Then he suddenly broke into a cold sweat, worriedly thinking, a desert in the summer? Hearing that, Ryan flew over and asked, are we going on a trip, human? An also walked over and said, the desert is really hot. Young master, you mustn't faint. Then Cale suddenly asked the black dragon, Ryan, connect the communication device again. Hearing that, Raon Miru asked, again? Cale smiled and said, yes, to someone else. Rayon curiously asked him where he was going. At that moment, Cale thought of a powerful religious group to deal with the Church of the Sun God. It wasn't the moon, nor was it ordinary darkness. It was eternal darkness, the kind that makes it impossible for humans to see the sun. That is death. Thinking of that meant Cale was thinking of Cage, so he asked the Black Dragon to contact the Stan territory. Cale immediately started a meeting with Cage. She arrived, heard the story, and said, a dead land? I see. Cale held his fan and asked, what do you think? Cage replied, of course I have to go. For the item that young master Cale Henituse received, I just need to bless it, right? Cale replied, yes. Once a day until we return to the capital. Please continuously bestow the blessing of the god of death upon that item. Cage was surprised, not quite understanding, and asked, young master, is someone planning to kill a priest of the sun god? Then Cale smiled and replied, it seems you don't think it's me. Cage looked at him and shared her judgment. Young master Cale Henituse would never want to clash with a priest of the sun god. On the contrary, the Church of the Sun God would love you, young master. You're wealthy, have ancient powers, and above all, you're a kind person. It sounded very reasonable, so Cale thought, based on the teachings of the Sun God, I really am the type of person they would like. If you exclude the kindness part. Seeing no reaction, Cale spoke up. Let's go, let's hit the road. Then Cale walked to the door and said, oh, I need to introduce someone to you. He opened the door, and a woman stepped in. She exclaimed, oh, we have a guest. Cale corrected her, not a guest, she will be coming with us. Hearing that, Tasha replied, oh, is that so? Have you finished talking? Cale replied, yes. I've said everything about where to go and what to bring. Cage stood by, blankly watching them talk to each other, thinking, they aren't using polite language, but they aren't speaking rudely either. Turning to Tasha and Cale, she happily replied, so that's everything then? Then she pointed toward Cage, bowed, and exclaimed, nice to meet you. I am Tasha, the guide in charge. I've disguised myself now. Then the two shook hands. Cage replied, nice to meet you. I am Cage, an exiled priestess of the god of death. Tasha smiled happily and said, we have a new companion, so let's have a welcoming party later. Hearing that, Cage excitedly shouted, oh, wonderful. Is there any alcohol? Tasha replied, of course, we have every kind of drink. Then she said, Tasha, let's go. Hearing that, she turned and replied, yes. Without further ado, they mounted their horses and headed toward that fearsome desert. Cale broke into a sweat, complaining, ugh, this heat is no joke. Looking at the scenery so hot the walls seemed to be glowing red with fire, Cale walked over and asked, Tasha, is the dead land just outside the western gate? She stepped forward and said, that's right. Then Cale wondered, why would there be a city gate leading to a place of no return? Tasha replied, strange, isn't it? Rosalind, who was also with her, stepped forward and said, really strange. Cage also stepped out and exclaimed, true, is it even necessary? Tasha pointed toward the gate and said, I know why. Everyone looked in that direction and heard the soldiers shouting, catch them and interrogate them. Looking at the gate, Cale sighed and replied, so, the gate was built to catch those trying to escape. Tasha looked that way and replied, that's right. It's used to catch the citizens who try to sneak out through that gate. Tasha broke into a sweat and exclaimed, of course, the number isn't huge, but they keep trying to escape regularly. That's because the Duke's family keeps increasing taxes through every generation of ruling the territory. Watching those miserable citizens who couldn't even escape and were being beaten, a young girl knelt before the soldiers and said, please, please, spare my life. The soldier shouted angrily, you guys are bold, aren't you? Did you think we wouldn't be here at night? If we had gone to eat early, you would have taken the chance to escape, right? You ignorant lot. The soldier kicked the citizens hard while shouting. They could only bow their heads and reply, I was wrong, Sir Knight. Because we have no money, ugh. Cale saw that the scene was too brutal, so he walked over and commanded, "Stop." He held out a gold coin and said, "We want to pass through the city gate." The soldier grabbed the gold coin and quickly shoved it into his pocket, obsequiously blurting out, "You sure are understanding, sir." Then the soldier said, "Open the gate." The soldier saluted him. "Make sure you survive and come back. I hope you guys don't become blood-staining those red sands. It'll be like that." Then, as he passed, he remembered something, tossed another gold coin, and said, "Oh, and one more thing." He asked the soldier to let them go. The soldier heard this and replied, "Ah, yes, I understand." Then the soldier bowed to him. "You really are a kind young master." Heh. Cale sighed in annoyance and replied, "I'm just meddling in trivial things." Then Cale stepped into the gate and said, "If I survive and come back, I'll give you another gold coin." The soldier heard this and laughed excitedly. "Great, I'll be waiting." Then he looked at everyone, standing there with blank expressions, and asked, "What is it?" He asked blankly, "Why is everyone staring at me? Hurry up and lead the way." Hearing this, Rosalind covered her mouth and smiled. "Oh, of course, that's how it should be. Our young master is truly kind." Cale heard this and coldly replied, "Kind? On the contrary, it's irresponsible." Then Cale ignored them, and Tasha said, "Now, I will lead the way, so follow me. Let's get far away from these city walls quickly." After saying that, he flew off with the black dragon to continue the arduous journey. Flying above and looking down, he suddenly exclaimed, "It's truly magical. The sand looks like real blood." Cale then said with interest, "Now everyone, take a look at this scenery." Everyone was surprised, not understanding why he said that. Cale wondered, "This scenery, you ask? It's a sky filled with deep red and purple, added with the glittering specks of stars." Choi Han held Little Hong, and On was also surprised, exclaiming, "The black dragon was delighted, flying in circles and saying, 'The colors are like me. This desert is like me, so it's also very beautiful and cool.'" Cale then also exclaimed, "It's truly mysterious, as if the night is descending upon the land." Tasha turned back, smiled, and replied, "That's right. The night is descending upon the land." Then, how deep would the ground go? Cale heard this and answered, "If the night descends upon the land, then perhaps hell would go deeper than the night." Hearing this, Tasha exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, exactly. Then now I will guide everyone to the city of the Dark Elves. When night falls, covering the land and going deep beneath the earth, it is a place deeper than the night itself." Choi Han suggested, "Let's start from there. The person who goes in last just needs to hold the door and climb down." Cale looked into that deep, dark vortex, thinking, "Surely there's no way I'll slip and fall to my death, right?" Rosalind was trembling with fear, saying, "It seems like we're heading to the basement." The black dragon urged them, "Humans, let's try it." Looking at the black dragon by his side, Cale felt somewhat reassured and thought, "That's right, Raon Miru is here, so it will be fine." As he went down, he suddenly exclaimed, he thought in surprise, "A slide-like staircase?" The black dragon happily joined in and said, "Human, this is fun. I want to play it again." Then, as they went down, everything around them was pitch black, and Cale thought, "Even though I can't see anything, it turns out there's something to carry people down, huh?" After descending, he landed on something soft. Cale felt, "What is this? This lovely sound." Then he let it go and said, "All right, let's get up." Tasha turned to look at him, smiled, and said, "Welcome to the City of Death." When they stepped inside, the deep blue sky added with a bit of sparkle made them exclaim, "Oh my God!" Rosalind said in astonishment, "How can such a place exist underground?" Cage also looked around and exclaimed, "As expected, death is a part of nature." Cale looked at that shimmer and asked, "Are these spirits?" Tasha replied, "Just the power of nature. Although dark elves obtain magic from death, they are a type of existence of nature in their own right. They are the race of darkness, and at the same time, they are elves, so they can control spirits while using death magic." Then Tasha waved at her relative and said, "Hey, long time no see." They saw her and complained, "What do you mean long time no see? You couldn't even send one letter home in all these years, and you still have the nerve to say long time no see?" Seeing an acquaintance, Tasha happily greeted, "It's been a long time for you too." But the elf ignored Tasha's greeting and walked over to greet Cale. "It is an honor to meet you. From now on, I will guide you. You just need to follow me comfortably." Seeing this, Tasha said angrily, "Are you ignoring me?" Then the elf asked Cale, "May I ask if you have any luggage? We can carry it for you." Cale heard this and replied, "I don't have much luggage. Could you take me to the mayor right now?" The elf heard this and replied, "He is waiting for you anyway. I will lead the way right now." Furthermore, he explained, I heard you are a noble, so you can speak to me comfortably as well. Cale heard this, looked at the elf, and replied, All right, I'll do that. Then he followed the elf and took the opportunity to admire the city. Cale said, The more I look, the more magical it seems. Tasha proudly exclaimed, It looks much more developed than most other cities, doesn't it? Cale heard this and replied, That's certainly true. Then he walked in and observed, This isn't a place that only has dark elves, but humans are mixed in too, right? Why is that? He looked at Tasha and suddenly thought, Ah, so that's it. Then Cale bowed his head and spoke about the reason why those who fled to the desert could not return. He looked up at the glittering city of 1,000 stars and said, It is because of this. The elf heard this and praised him. You are very perceptive. That's right, because we understand their thoughts better than anyone else. The land of death is one of the 5 mysteries. Those sands that look like blood were created by the deaths of countless people. There is a horror story that says dark elves use curses to lure people into the desert. He thought about those words and quietly mused that even with such rumors, there are still people who have no choice but to flee to survive. And those who have fled before, like the dark elves, understand that psychology better than anyone. Finishing his thoughts, he looked at the magnificent, splendid houses and exclaimed, And those who had once fled, like the dark elves, understood that mindset better than anyone. Breaking his train of thought, he looked at the magnificent, opulent white buildings and muttered, Truly fascinating, a place to live that is inextricably linked to death, a race that had to flee because of human prejudice. Can he really be this tolerant toward humans? Even though they're different from elves, who usually despise being close to humans, this truly seems to be a trait of the dark elves. After looking around and thinking for a moment, he said, Now I understand why nature favors the dark elves. She adjusted her glasses and replied proudly, Well, isn't this just a characteristic of the land I live in? You see, this place is essentially a land of death. He explained, Although we don't know the exact reason why, this desert is saturated with the aura of death, and every year, a surge of dead mana blooms here. Right above the desert sands a time or two. Cage continued, saying the death energy permeating this desert wasn't actually evil. Cage reached out and said, That's just death energy that should naturally fade away, or depart according to the world's order. Cale, looking apprehensive, asked, You seem to be a priestess of the god of death, don't you? Cage replied cheerfully, I've been stripped of my right to communicate with him. Then, Jung looked up, and the black dragon followed his gaze, adding, Who knows? Perhaps this place, he continued. It's a land blessed by the god of death, even though dark races require death energy, so it's not like they only do evil deeds. After all, there are plenty of crazed and cruel people among humans too. Aren't they quite similar? After replying, Cale looked at the black dragon, who looked back at him without a word. Then, Ron Molen agreed with him and replied, That is correct, young master. I happily gestured and said, Anyway, this is quite a livable city, isn't it? Come on, let's keep moving. As we walk, allow me to introduce you to our city's mayor's office. The eldest resident usually holds the position of mayor, and the current mayor is 521 years old. Suddenly, the mayor gasped in shock. He was trembling, standing frozen while radiating this aura. I panicked and asked, Mayor, are you all right? Sir, what's wrong? Cale wondered as he watched them. Sir? Is she calling him that because she's close to the mayor? Or are they related? He watched her soothe the mayor. He thought that if Rosalind was related to the mayor, it would explain her close relationship with the crown prince. I reached out to steady him and said, It's been a while since I last visited, so why do you look so shocked, Mayor? Hearing this, Cale thought of Alberu, granddaughter? Ah, is that really the case? If he's to become the crown prince, his background couldn't possibly be ordinary. His grandfather is the mayor of the city of death. The mayor walked over to him, trembling, and said, Please, this way. Cale was surprised and thought, I have a bad feeling about this. The mayor smiled kindly and said, I have heard that you possess the magic of a dead dragon. Might I ask, young master? Hearing this, Cale truly felt things were going south. He thought, as I expected. He denied it, saying, I am not a dragon. The mayor refused to believe it, saying, But I can clearly feel a dragon's power near you, that great, natural power. Raon Miru, who was using invisibility beside them, said, That old dark elf has quite the sharp intuition. Cale replied to Raon Miru telepathically, Right, he certainly didn't waste his long life. Then, Cale continued to deny it. As I said, I am not a dragon. The mayor stroked his beard and exclaimed, How strange. It is exactly the same aura I felt when I was graced with an audience with a dragon in the past. Even my spiritual sense tells me this aura matches the dragon I met back then. Cale broke into a sweat, thinking, he met a what now? The black dragon looked on, confused by the mayor's words. Cale continued to think, well, if he's 521 years old, he's lived long enough to have met a dragon once. The problem was, he looked at Rosalind, who was talking to the mayor. Sir, what are you saying? Let's head into the mayor's office first. Cale looked at the old man and thought, they say that once a spiritual sense perceives a certain power, it observes and memorizes it. What do I do? He's already said his spiritual sense saw it, so I can't keep lying in this situation. He clearly senses the dragon's aura, and if I keep insisting I'm not a dragon, he'll never stop being suspicious. There's no other way. He then looked at Choi Han. The two looked at each other and nodded, then Choi Han tapped the wall. Raon, the black dragon, asked in surprise, me? Is it okay for me to appear? Rosalind gasped in surprise as the voice rang out from empty air. Choi Han nodded, agreeing for the black dragon to appear. I panicked and gaped, exclaiming, oh my goodness. The mayor just chuckled. The person in the black cloak was also startled. Raon appeared on Cale's shoulder, and everyone shouted in shock. A real dragon is here. Raon Miru hid behind Cale's back. Cale turned around, looked at him, and laughed. Why are you still standing there? Get out here. The mayor was thrilled when he saw the little dragon, Raon Miru. Oh, I exclaimed in a panic. But, this how can you? They watched Raon Miru floating in the air, saying, a real dragon is truly here. Then, the mayor bowed his head and said, I truly cannot stand on my own 2 feet when graced with the presence of a dragon like this. Watching him bow in respect, Cale thought, I know the dwarves are crazy about dragons, but to this extent? Raon Miru felt proud, laughed, and said, I am the great Raon Miru, and I have just reached the wonderful age of 4. Cale saw this and thought, was it really necessary to mention your age? Raon flew over to the mayor and said, and since Cale Henituse is too weak, I am currently taking care of him. The mayor looked up and said, oh, so that's how it is. Cale broke into a sweat, feeling helpless. Cale spoke up, Mayor, please, stand up. The mayor stammered, I cannot, sir. He shook his head and cried. Cale said, the dragon I met in the past said as much that standing on 2 feet means being in a battle stance. I have no desire to fight a dragon. Then, Cale looked at the black dragon and thought, what kind of dragon did he actually meet? Just looking at his actions, it feels like he's terrified, not just showing respect. Raon Miru said smugly, I hate that. Stand up. The mayor stood up joyfully and replied, yes. Oh, I will stand up right away. Then, Raon Miru turned to look at Cale. He chuckled smugly. Us dragons are pretty impressive, right? Cale crossed his arms and sighed, thinking, I can't deal with this. At that moment, the mayor treated them to a lavish meal. Cale asked, have the others been taken to their resting place? The mayor heard this and replied, yes, of course. Then the mayor introduced himself. My greeting was a bit late. I am Obante. Cale smiled and replied, I am Cale Henituse. Cale continued, before we get to the main point, I would like you to keep the fact that you've seen a dragon a secret. Hearing this, Obante, Rosalind, and Choi Han all nodded in agreement. He said, of course, I would be honored. I swear on my connection with the spirits that I will keep this a secret. Then he looked at Raon, who was leisurely eating cake, and thought, he can't talk to me comfortably, can he? That makes sense, since I'm with this little dragon, and we seem so close. Then Obante asked him, does young Master Cale Henituse and Alburu know about this? Hearing the question, he started to think, looking at the way he casually used the Crown Prince's name, could they be? He cut off his train of thought and replied, His Highness does not know. The mayor was startled and asked, oh? Alburu? He secretly has a relationship with someone this noble? I shouldn't tell Alburu either, right? Hearing this, Cale replied, I will handle that matter myself. Obante heard this and replied, what a pity, but I will keep my promise. Then Obante continued, in any case, I heard that you haven't been clearly informed about the item you will be receiving today. Cale heard this and replied, yes, that is correct. Obante replied that it was in the shape of a bracelet, but he leaned back in his chair and thought about the item, saying, Chief, I honestly couldn't care less about what that thing is. Cale's blunt words took the chief by surprise. Was that necklace really something anyone could just touch? Sean asked in a panic. What do you mean? He didn't understand, and asked why Cale would even inquire about such a thing. Cale looked at him and said, there is someone in our group who knows how to perform the ritual of the dead's blessing, until that item is handed over to me. I hope we can receive that blessing every day. So, I will perform the ritual with 2 priests. They will be the ones touching it. The chief explained, if that's the reason, I should be thanking you instead. It should be fine. And doing it that way will make it less likely for Albaru to discover us. Even if you end up in a dangerous situation, you'll still be able to avoid it. Priestess K was a madwoman who performed the death god's blessing. Even though her holy power had been stripped away, her blessing hadn't weakened at all. Perhaps she alone was enough to stand against the blessings of the twin priests from the sun god's side. Cale turned to the chief and said, "By the way, shouldn't we prepare for this properly?" Obante replied, "Indeed. I leave everything to you." He then mentioned that the crafting would be finished by tomorrow. Cale asked, "So, does that mean I can leave whenever I want tomorrow?" Obante replied, "That might be a bit difficult." Cale asked in surprise, "Why is that?" Obante explained, not knowing if Cale Henituse was already aware, but reflecting on the most terrifying time in this desert. He said, "Twice a year in this desert, the source of dead mana blooms from the grains of sand. Since that period doesn't follow any specific pattern, we haven't been able to study it closely." Hearing this, Cale asked in surprise, "So, is it that time now?" Obante replied, "Yes, in about 2 days actually. It's predicted to happen in about 3 days." While the two were talking, Rayon was still calmly munching on a cookie. Cale asked, "Is it in liquid form?" Obante answered, "It's in gaseous form." Rayon thought silently. Isn't the smell of dead mana coming from a liquid? Is it dead mana floating around like smoke? Even if it wasn't, it was dangerous enough, and now it was even more so. Although Tasha, a dark elf, could fly across the desert during this time, Cale looked at Tasha as he spoke. So it's that time of the year, huh? He thought. It's best if everyone leaves a week after that. After thinking it over, Cale said, "So we have to stay here for a week then?" Obante replied, "Yes, I'm afraid so." Suddenly, Obante asked in surprise, "Wait, what?" Cale explained that since there was nothing to do while stuck here for a week, he would look around. "Do you have a tourist map of the underground city?" Obante replied, "Yes, I do. I'll have someone act as your guide." Cale looked at the person in the black cloak and asked, "Who is that?" Obante replied, "That child is they are the one learning how to craft by helping with the creation of the necklace this time. I called them here to introduce them to you." Rayon, who was eating a cookie, looked up to see who it was. Rayon said, "That person is completely human. How can a human be inside the City of Darkness? It's amazing." Cale looked at Rayon and thought, "I knew it." Obante asked, "Is there a problem?" Obante stumbled as he tried to explain, "Lord Dragon, it's just that before the person in the black cloak cut him off. Chief, I want to go to the outside world." The person in the black cloak continued, "I am very curious about the world out there." Suddenly, everyone panicked at that request. Even Tasha asked, "What did you say?" Then, turning to Obante, she asked, "Mary, what do you mean by that?" Tasha turned to Obante and asked, "What on earth is going on?" Sean broke out into a cold sweat and said, "You know, the world outside is very dangerous, don't you?" Hearing that, Mary reassured them, "That is why I will go alone." Tasha stood up and refused. "You cannot go alone." Silence filled the room. Round looked at Cale and said, "That human is really strong, so why not? They're stronger than any mage I've ever known." Cale thought, "Oh? You mean they're stronger than Rosalind?" Mary remained silent. Sean worriedly called out, "Mary?" Choi Han, who was standing outside listening to the conversation, did not respond. On the other side, Mary suddenly pulled up her sleeve, revealing black threads surrounding her arm, which shocked Tasha and Sean. Cale looked at her and thought, "They are 100% human, yet they have the attributes of the Dark Elf tribe, and they can even create items with dark attributes. This is the truth. It's very difficult for a normal person to have dark attributes. But if this black spider is truly a necromancer, then the story will take a completely different turn. They could create an arm for Ron Molan." At this point, she introduced herself. "I am Mary, and I am 25 years old." Tasha, seeing Mary reveal her arm, screamed in a panic. "Mary, you exposed your body in front of others just like that. What are you thinking?" Furthermore, Tasha was sweating profusely from fear. Cale Henituse paid no attention to them. He leisurely drank his tea while thinking to himself, "Her self-introduction is just like Ron's." Moreover, seeing that Cale said nothing, Chief Obante began to ask him, "Cale Henituse, do you know anything about necromancers?" And he replied, honestly, "I only know what everyone else knows." Hearing that, Obante said, "Then, I suppose there's no need to introduce the basics, right?" Then, Sean continued, "During the season, when dead mana blooms, we go up to the surface every night, because we need to get people to this city as quickly as possible. Most of the people fleeing to the land of death had severely weakened health, That was because even a small amount of exposure to dead mana could be fatal. Additionally, Tasha added, however, we can't save everyone like the rumors outside say. At this point, Sean told the truth. We met Mary that way. It was on the day the dead mana bloomed the most in the last few hundred years. At that time, Mary was running while calling for her mother, and Mary's mother told her, Mary, keep running, and absolutely do not look back. Mary kept running until she had no strength left and collapsed to the ground. Even then, although she was exhausted, Mary said through tears, I have to run. I have to run away, further away. But before Mary could finish, she lost consciousness. Furthermore, Sean added, at that time, we found Mary in a state where she had absorbed a large amount of dead mana. To be honest, it wouldn't have been surprising even if she had died. Hearing Sean, Cale wondered. And yet, she survived? However, it wasn't Sean who answered, but Mary herself. She nodded and said, yes, I survived back then. It was truly painful. It felt as if all the blood vessels in my body were about to explode. If one is to survive when being in such pain, she really should have been able to control that death magic. At this point, she clenched her fists and continued. So, between being a black mage and a necromancer, I chose necromancer. After that, I didn't feel pain anymore, and it's still the same now. Tasha listened to Mary's entire story with a very satisfied look on her face, while Cale Henituse gently asked, you're not in pain anymore? He secretly thought to himself, a young girl found in a desert full of death magic. Mary had to become a necromancer to survive. However, because the gods don't accept the consumption of such large amounts of death magic, a necromancer is a being destined to suffer pain for their entire life. However, Mary then hesitated and said, but I don't have any memories. I only remember my other family members passing out afterward, and I just kept running through the desert. The faces of the people in my family or the world I lived in before. I don't remember anything at all. Mary kept running. Absolutely, do not look back. The only thing I remember is my mother's voice. Afterward, Mary said, even though I've suffered pain for 15 years, I have been very happy. I'm still happy now, and feel very grateful. Hearing this, Choi Han and Tasha looked at her with eyes full of affection. A second later, she held out her arm covered in black veins and said, I've heard that humans hate necromancers and are disgusted by these scars. I just need to move and avoid people's eyes so these scars aren't seen. I've truly prepared a lot. At this moment, the black dragon was startled upon seeing her arm. Furthermore, Mary added, I am curious about this world. The black dragon sat up, pointed at Mary, and said, you're truly amazing. It's great that you survived like this. Mary was a bit surprised after being praised by the black dragon. But then, the black dragon arrogantly added, of course, you can't be as great as me, but you're still pretty impressive. Cale Henituse also agreed with the black dragon's compliment, saying, that's right, truly amazing. Just being alive is enough. Then the black dragon followed up. That's right. I acknowledge that you are a fairly capable human, but if a weak human, only as strong as a toenail of mine, claims they won't let themselves get hurt, yet they end up covered in wounds. When I return, I will level this entire land. Cale Henituse didn't agree with the black dragon's way of thinking, feeling uncomfortable, and thought to himself, that's not right. If you're hurt, you should get treated first. Of course, Mary wouldn't want those close to her to be hurt, so I can understand Rayon's words and the hearts of these dark elves, but no one can stop her desire to find the 10 years she has lost. Following that, Mary honestly said, I will not leave this place until I have permission, and I will definitely return within a year, without letting anyone discover me. However, Tribal Chief Obante raised his hand to stop her. Leave it for later. Speak of it later. A while later, after the room suddenly fell silent, and she finished thinking, Mary hesitated and said, yes, I understand. Next, Obante turned to him and said, young master, after the season of blooming death magic passes, may I contact you then? During that time, I will host you here, so you can rest. And he agreed. If that is the case, I would be very willing. Thank you, Tribal Chief. The Tribal Chief then turned to Ta and said, guide the young master. However, Ta just nodded in agreement without saying anything else. Very quickly, everyone left, leaving only Tribal Chief Obante alone. Afterward, he walked to the door and watched their retreating figures fade away. Next, Cale turned to her and called her name, Mary, and Mary nodded in response. Very quickly, Cale Henituse asked, can you create an arm? She seemed to understand his intent, so she replied, do you mean an arm for a human body? And he replied, that's right, a left arm. However, she asked curiously, do you need a left arm? A second later, Cale Henituse simply replied, "Yeah," and Mary understood, gently saying, "I understand. I will make it for you." However, when he didn't hear her mention payment, he was a bit curious and thought to himself, "Does she not need a reward?" He began to probe for her wishes. "Mary, if you go to the human world, what do you want to see?" But Mary only replied hesitatingly, "I don't know, because I have no memories and have only read stories in books. I cannot imagine what the human world looks like, so I probably have to see it with my own eyes before the things I want to see will appear." He agreed with her way of thinking and said happily, "Yeah, you're right. I understand that thought of yours." Also, at this moment, he muttered to himself about her vague wish. She didn't want to see or do anything specific. She just wanted to be free. To Raon Miru, this world was just like a cave, so he didn't know or want anything at all. That's right. Perhaps the one who understands that thought best is Raon Miru. Later, the Black Dragon even praised Mary. "You are a wonderful human and seem very kind. Although you can't compare to this weak human. Basically, you belong to our side and have lived very wonderfully until now." Cale Henituse, after hearing that, sighed and smiled as he looked at it, thinking, could it be that he's downplaying his desire to have her come along? 2 days later, while at the restaurant, he ordered Beecrox. Mullen. "Beecrox, go get another glass of lemonade." However, Ron Mullen wanted to go, and said, "Young master, let me get it for you." But Cale Henituse raised a hand to stop him and said, "No, you just sit there." He then added, "Beecrox, once you're ready, come over here." At this, Mary appeared before him. As soon as he saw her, he turned to Beecrox and said, "This is the person who will create the left arm for your father." Hearing that, both Beecrox and Ron Mullen were surprised and looked at each other. Cale looked at Mary and muttered to himself, "The one who creates something wonderful should be rewarded accordingly for what she has done. Furthermore, she is the one creating an arm for my own person, even though I really like things that are free." He wasn't the type to hoard money or stab others in the back, but he wasn't a scammer either. As Mary sat beside him, Cale Henituse said to her, "Mary, do you remember when I asked you to make an arm for me last time?" She replied, "Yes, I remember." He then said, "I'm not someone who likes to be in anyone's debt, so I will provide you with a place to stay for 1 year and 6 months. What do you think?" Meanwhile, Beecrox and Ron Mullen were staring at Mary. Cale Henituse stood before the girl, who was wrapped head to toe in a cloak. "Mary, I will provide you with a place to stay for 1 year and 6 months. Raon Miru looked excited. "Oh ho, you did well, you weak human." Mary looked incredibly mysterious, completely enveloped in her black fabric. "What do you mean by that?" "Sir," Cale Henituse waved his hand to explain, "I mean, I'll provide you with a place to stay until winter." He then picked up the golden tea on the table, but the place where she would be staying wasn't a village, unlike the normal world humans lived in. It was a place where 2 cities coexisted, where one could spend time admiring the true beauty of the world. Cale Henituse raised his teacup to enjoy it, while imagining the wild scenery where she would be staying. That was because the place she would stay was the Forest of Darkness, which was filled with monsters. Other than that, the scenery was quite beautiful. The landscape there was something you couldn't see in the underground city, as it was both beautiful and majestic. Upon hearing Cale Henituse's words, she replied, "I won't be a burden to you, sir." Cale Henituse smiled and pointed. "Perhaps you say that because you don't know me yet. I absolutely would never do anything that would make me work hard." But this was what he thought to himself without saying it aloud. "I only do the things the church calls crazy just to spite them. And the reason I keep pushing forward like this is because they can't catch me." Afterward, Cale Henituse held up a finger. 6 months after you meet the Church of the Sun God, I will at least make sure you don't die and help you escape once." Mary looked quite surprised by Cale Henituse's words. "Is that really possible, sir?" An old man with silver hair appeared before her. The owner of this inn was a 70-year-old man. He didn't seem to be in very good health. "Sir, can you really help our Mary?" As expected, this old man had also been rescued from the desert by the Dark Elves. According to what she said, after Tassa left, he had become Mary's family. Cale Henituse answered him, "That's right. Have you ever heard of it?" He imagined the dragon's dead mana. "I'm thinking of giving her that." Cale Henituse was lost in thought, imagining things. Necromancer Mary's strength was on par with the mage Rosalind. If she had to travel while avoiding the priests of the Church of the Sun God, he just needed to make her even stronger. Suddenly, Ron Mullen appeared before him with an anxious look. It seemed he had run here, but Cale Henituse was still deep in thought. Since she made an arm for Ron Mullen, I should do at least that much for her to satisfy my own standards. Ron Mullen called out to him, but Cale Henituse didn't seem ready to talk to Ron Mullen yet. Stay there, Ron. Ron looked worried. But young master, the dragon's dead mana, you say? If things continue like this, Beacrox Mullen Cale Henituse pointed at the servant. What are you doing? I told you to bring a glass of lemonade up here, didn't I? The servant looked hesitant. Ah, yes. Ron Mullen also fell into a deep, pensive state. Mary sat at the table and spoke to someone. Regarding the offer you made to me, I am thinking of creating the arm first. As it turned out, the person sitting across from Mary was Ron Mullen. Your muscles here have already developed in a very strange way. Mary observed Ron Mullen with a skeptical expression, forming her own judgments. Looking at your right arm, along with your body's balance, it seems you use your left hand in a similar way. I think the arm needs to be crafted more meticulously. It would be best to try using it, then adjust it accordingly as we go. It turned out Cale Henituse had been listening to the conversation between Mary and Ron Mullen the whole time. He turned to ask her, "How long will it take?" Mary immediately replied, "It will take about 1 or 2 months, sir." He continued, "Then you can go ahead and make it at the inn on the surface." Ron Mullen was already working at her inn. Mary thought that might be quite difficult. Looking down at the golden teacup, she hesitated. "This makes me a bit confused, and it's rather difficult for me, because I cannot let you be implicated in any of this." So, she still had that mysterious air, but she added, "Besides, you have some very strong people with you, so perhaps it won't be an issue." Rowan was sitting on the table, drinking water and eavesdropping. As expected, this kind-hearted child was very smart. "If I'm by your side, there won't be any trouble at all." Rowan's face scrunched up a little. Just beating them all up is enough to finish it. But he still kept a few things to himself. He's starting to brag to the heavens again. I don't know who he learned that from. Then Mary turned to Cale Henituse. "I will think about it and speak with you again later, sir." Cale Henituse leaned slightly toward the table. "Is that so? Since we have to leave in a few days, make sure to decide before then, and pack your things to come with us." Cale Henituse and Ron Mullen left the table one after the other. He suddenly remembered, finish your lemonade before you go. After all, we'll be seeing each other quite often from now on. Cale Henituse turned his head back and smiled at Mary. "You should try the chef's cooking here too." Cale Henituse and Ron Mullen left afterward and were now chatting by the door. Ron Mullen wondered, "Young master, who is that person? And what is this really about?" Cale Henituse smiled. "Ron, you can just accept this much. It's fine." Ron Mullen was stunned for a moment before he could speak. "Young master, shall I bring up some tea and snacks for you?" Cale Henituse turned away. "No, don't bother with that. Just bring something to drink when you come up, that's fine." But Cale Henituse told Ron Mullen, "Don't bring any more lemonade." Though, Ron Mullen chuckled when he heard that. A few days later, at an inn in a village near the capital, Mary stood there with her mysterious air. Rowan was hovering beside her, looking surprised. "Is it really that magical?" She replied, "Yes, Lord Rowan Miru. This is the first time I've seen the sky like this, so it feels very magical." Mary's words were just as mysterious, describing a sky that seemed infinitely vast, impossible to measure. Rayon looked down. "Just you wait. When you come to our house, you'll see a night sky, much more beautiful than this." Rowan turned to Mary. "I'll take you on a tour of the entire Forest of Darkness," she replied. "Thank you." The scene shifted, inside the luxurious, gold-leafed building. Tunka introduced him to Cale Henituse. "Come, young master, you can just stay here for today," Cale Henituse asked in return. "Is this my room?" He then walked over and opened the door. Wow. A dazzling, radiant glow filled the room, complete with a sumptuous banquet table where Alberu Crossman was waiting. Everything was ready, just waiting for Cale Henituse to open the door. Alberu Crossman looked astonished. He made a welcoming gesture. Cale Henituse and Tunka looked so funny and cute right now that Cale Henituse grimaced. "This doesn't seem like my room." Tunka replied, "Haha, of course it's not." Tunka hurried to explain, "Sorry if I startled you, I was just asked to do this." Tunka gestured for Cale Henituse to sit at the lavish banquet table in the room, which was filled with a dazzling, brilliant aura. "Now, I've finished the order, so you two talk amongst yourselves." Alberu Crossman sat opposite Cale Henituse. "I didn't expect you to go to such lengths to come here. I was in a bit of a rush, that's why. First, take a seat." Cale Henituse locked eyes with Alberu Crossman. "Have you heard? Tunka has become the commander-in-chief and general of the Whipper Kingdom." He thought about the issues surrounding Tonka. He had thought Tonka's group had been quite quiet for the past few months, but they had officially begun. Tunka climbing to that position meant the Whipper royal family was now under his control. Cale Henituse began to sink into conversation with Alberu Crossman. He took a shortcut for a kingdom on the verge of collapse, didn't he? Alberu Crossman continued, "Indeed, Although, for now, that doesn't concern us. He then pulled out a blue stone bracelet. It seems your highness doesn't know how to lure mages, does he? Alberu Crossman handed the bracelet to Cale Henituse. Of course I don't. If even people in our kingdom don't know, how would the Whipper Kingdom know? Surprise was evident in Cale Henituse's eyes. Oh? Cale Henituse put on the bracelet and struck a pose like a trendy social media influencer. Alberu Crossman exclaimed, Your Highness, that look actually suits you quite well. Cale Henituse replied to Alberu Crossman with a confident, mesmerizing expression. Why ask such an obvious question? They always say being handsome is all that matters, don't they? Cale Henituse looked down at the sparkling bracelet. The blessing of the god of death? How lucky. Just as Cale Henituse was about to take a bite of food, he suddenly remembered hearing that General Tumka would be replacing the successor of the Whipper Kingdom to go to the Empire. He put his food back down. It really was a chaotic mess. Alberu placed a hand on his forehead. I think so too. I couldn't even imagine how bad it would get. Cale Henituse said. Anyway, that's that. But do you intend to stay in this territory? Alberu Crossman replied. Yes, I am considering it. Cale Henituse asked. For what purpose? Alberu Crossman looked sluggish and weary. I plan to grow some crops and rest for a while. Cale Henituse smiled. Who would believe you're going to do some farming with that expression? Growing crops is the honest truth. Alberu explained in detail. The seeds I brought back from the Magic Tower's secret laboratory, those seeds have sprouted. When I return to the territory, I intend to cultivate these seeds, talent, and money though. Of course, I don't intend to do it all myself. A voice came from the orb on the table. What on earth are you doing? Why did you say that General Tonka is your friend, and that you are the hero of the jungle? The person inside the orb used hand gestures to emphasize. The Prince of Breck is also looking for his younger sister, Rosalind, and asking about news of you. Everyone is sneaking over to me to ask about you. What exactly is this situation? Truly too many things to drive a person crazy. The letter stated that the ocean had finally become peaceful. Young Master Cale Henituse, the Whale King wants to show you the path across the ocean. In short, I will return with the Prince of Breck. The imagery of blood and corpses in the chaotic scene was truly terrifying. The Pope of the Church of the Sun God was dead. The culprits were the twins serving as the saint and saintess of the Church of the Sun God. The scene shifted outdoors into the greenery, where a voice echoed from within. Young Master, there is a message from the Whale Tribe. Cale Henituse was reading a letter. Ron Molan reported that they were approaching their festival and wished to invite the young master to attend. It would be a chance to meet again after a long time. The three little ones, Raon, Miru, and Hong, stood by, listening excitedly. Raon exclaimed in surprise. A festival! The whole group of little ones was overjoyed. It's that festival. They were so excited that even Cale Henituse felt a headache from their noise. What a hassle. Cale Henituse suddenly hesitated. But having heard such news, he couldn't pretend not to know. Cale Henituse held the letter and pondered deeply. In short, I will return with the Prince of the Breck Kingdom, and the Pope of the Church of the Sun God is dead. In the letter, Alberu Crossman appeared. The culprits are said to be the twins who hold the roles of saint and saintess of the Church of the Sun God. They have fled, and nobody knows where they have disappeared to. Cale Henituse called out to Ron Molan. The man's face always looked ready to greet someone with a smile. Cale Henituse ordered Ron Molan, contact Rosalind. Don't worry about the rest. I will arrive at the Count's residence in 2 days. Ron Molan nodded and replied, I understand, young master. You are becoming more and more astute. Cale Henituse was now lying on the bed, and the little ones refused to let him rest. They jumped on him to annoy him. Rayon used his claws to scratch his shirt. Human, are you not even interested in the festival? Cale Henituse closed his eyes as if sinking into a dream. If we want to take the kids to see the festival, we probably have to hurry. Nonsense. Cale Henituse didn't forget to remind Ron, go call Rosalind quickly. The scene shifted to the dining table, where Cale Henituse had an appointment with someone. One of the princes asked the Crown Prince for news of Rosalind and myself, and the Crown Prince had decided to return here with that prince from the Empire. Someone poured tea, and Cale Henituse said to her, I called you here to relay this information. She replied, so it seems Rosalind has already grasped the situation. Perhaps that is the fourth prince. That kid had long forgotten his manners at Dragon Lair. Cale Henituse watched her drink tea and reflected on her words. What? Forgot what? Where? It seemed this was the first time Rosalind had spoken in such a manner. Rosalind told him about her past with that prince. Since he was young, he was a child who would scowl at the slightest thing, so I scolded him quite often. It might also be because he is a prince that he doesn't know any better. Her expression was very serious as she spoke, but even if he were a prince, This world isn't exactly the type of place that grants every single wish, is it? Then Rosalind laughed out loud. That's why I taught that kid a lesson about how the world works. Cale Henituse lifted his teacup in confusion, took a sip, and thought to himself, what kind of world are we talking about? For some reason, I have a feeling it's a terrifying world, Rosalind continued. Anyway, no matter who comes looking, I'll make sure to send them back safely. Cale Henituse replied. I see. But deep down, something felt off. Why did her response about sending them back safely sound so ominous? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Rosalind said, come in. It was Mary, the mysterious, yet familiar girl. Mary spoke up. Greetings. I hope everyone is having a good morning. Little Raon Miru suddenly popped into the room from out of nowhere. Human, listen, Raon excitedly revealed. That kind girl, and I found something. Cale Henituse was skeptical of Raon Miru's mischievous tone. Did you find another weird rock or a leaf with a bunch of holes in it again? Raon retorted quickly. No, we found something just like that. Cale Henituse pinched Raon Miru's cheeks, making him super ticklish. He pondered. Something similar to rocks and leaves. Did they find some kind of dirt? Suddenly, Raon Miru blurted out. Bones. We found bones. Cale Henituse was taken aback. Raon shouted with proud excitement. There must be a few hundred of them. There are so many. Mary explained to Cale Henituse. We discovered a burial site with about 200 corpses. She told him that because most of the bodies were buried directly in the ground, the bones were in very good condition. It's probably only been about 2 years at most, Raon added. Choi Han guessed they must have died while fighting each other in the Forest of Darkness. Mary agreed. That's right. Based on the bones, it's clearly a possibility. But it seems like it was a battle between ground-based beasts with wings versus a minority race. Raon's eyes sparkled with a pleading look. Human, can this kind child use those bone remains? Rosalind replied. I will use them carefully. I won't damage them, I promise. Cale Henituse intertwined his fingers, looking curious. Can the bones of flying beasts be used as well? Mary responded to his question. Even though the broken parts will need to be repaired after assembly, they seem quite sturdy. Cale Henituse asked her, what about the quantity? Mary told him they were fewer than the ground-based beasts, perhaps about 70 sets. Cale Henituse curiously asked about their size, and Mary replied, I believe they are mutant beasts. He asked her, are they about the size of W? Mary replied, a little bigger than that. After those questions, he wondered why he hadn't thought of that sooner. He recalled the image of the Northern Ween Night Brigade in their fiery red armor. If we use lightning and magic to deal with them, our side will likely suffer heavy losses. I've been agonizing over that. Cale Henituse finished his thought and smiled faintly. But there's no need to worry now. Cale Henituse turned to look at Mary. Mary, are you grateful to me? The mysterious girl replied. Yes, I am truly grateful, my lord. Cale Henituse crossed his arms and asked, if I ever run into trouble later on, I'm sure you'd want to return the favor, right? She didn't hesitate and replied directly. Yes, that's right. I want to repay you. Hearing this, Cale Henituse made a decision. Then, at some point, come to this territory. When I call for you, you can practice with as many beast bones as you like, but remember to return them before you leave. Mary didn't hesitate for a second. Yes, I will return them in perfect order before I depart. Rosalind observed the conversation between Cale Henituse and Mary with a hint of skepticism. There must be some kind of deal between them, right? Raon Miru was overjoyed. I knew you would let her use them. Cale Henituse continued chatting with Mary. By the way, Mary, if they are carcasses of flying beasts, they should be able to fly in the sky, right? Mary answered. Yes, but this is my first time working with flying beasts, so I need to practice. Cale Henituse's eyes were filled with deep thought. All right, if things go smoothly with this group, this might be a good countermeasure to deal with the W Night Brigade from the north. Cale Henituse imagined the image of the Scotan Flying Corps in his mind. Yeah, thinking about it again, this idea is truly excellent. It sounds cool just from the name alone. Cale Henituse instructed her, Mary, once you've mastered controlling the flying beasts, let me know. Mary replied, I understand. Then Mary turned to leave. If you'll excuse me. Raon was also done with his task here. I'm going, but I'll be right back, human. Mary, the mysterious girl, and Raon left the room. Raon turned to Mary and said with certainty, dragons will definitely crush W, right? Since there are still dragon bones found in the Exalam swamp. At this moment, the room was left with only the conversation between Cale Henituse and Rosalind. Rosalind replied, yes. He wanted to probe for more news about the Break Kingdom's military power, but her expression seemed like she didn't quite understand Cale Henituse's intention. What's wrong? Suddenly, his expression and tone became serious. The plan I am about to tell you is top secret. He informed her that the three northern kingdoms had formed an alliance. This was classified information, known only to a select few. Rosalind was puzzled. Young Master Cale Henituse. What does that mean? He looked at her. Miss Rosalind. But there is one thing. Suddenly, his expression became more relaxed. He smiled and used gestures to describe it. There's no law saying only they can form alliances, right? Outside the Lord's magnificent castle, groups of people were bustling about, as lively as a festival. Choi Han saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is a festival atmosphere." Choi Han's face was full of surprise. "This is the first time I've seen so many people gathered in front of the Lord's castle." Rayon nodded along as well. "That's right. It's my first time seeing it too." An and Hong were also happily excited. "Me too. I want to try lining up as well." Cale Henituse heard them and just sighed, then smiled gently. He had known about these festivals early on, so there was nothing too surprising. Cooking, painting, and sculpting in the Henny's territory. Every festival featured competitions hosted by Countess Violin. That lady of the Lord always spent a lot of money on rewards whenever she organized a festival. The prizes for the competitions were quite large, so the area in front of the Lord's castle was always packed with people. While he was thinking, Cale Henituse heard someone ask, "Do they host sword fighting too?" That question made him slightly confused. Sword fighting? There's no such thing, only cooking, sculpting, and painting competitions. He skeptically asked, "Sword fighting?" Choi Han, based on his observations, answered honestly, "Yes, especially those two. I find their skills quite impressive." He stated his judgment. "Perhaps they will make it to the finals, but it seems they don't just fight with swords. If you look at their shoulders, one of them seems to use a bow and arrow." Cale Henituse heard him and cast a glance at Ron Molan, who was sitting nearby. Ron Molan received his gaze and also spoke up. "There's even an assassin working as a butler here, so why wouldn't there be masters working as chefs or artisans?" Cale Henituse was dumbfounded upon hearing this. "Oh right, I suddenly forgot this is a fantasy world." He had forgotten that this was not an ordinary world. In this world, a chef with an ordinary appearance could be an expert in deadly poisons, and someone working in a tailor shop could also be a ruthless killer unmatched by anyone. This place had always been such a world. Through the communication device, a gentle voice resonated. "Will you stop making that face?" Cale Henituse immediately replied, "Your Highness is the same." He leaned back and spoke to Alberu Crossman on the other end, and they both coincidentally had the same thought. Calling every single day like this is truly tiresome. Starting the conversation that way, Cale Henituse immediately asked about the main topic. "Your Highness, the three northern kingdoms have allied, haven't they?" Alberu Crossman laughed and replied, "Ha, so you were pretending not to know?" Alberu Crossman heard the question and understood his intention. "That's why you helped me develop the coastal military base and recruit mages." Then he asked, "So, what do you think we need to do next?" Cale Henituse didn't hide anything. Lady Rosalind will meet her younger brother. Alberu Crossman was a bit surprised by this. "She knows about this too?" Cale Henituse immediately explained, "She is my ally." Alberu Crossman heard this and merely reminded him, "Besides that, you must keep it a secret from others. You surely know that confidentiality is the most important thing, right?" Cale Henituse also understood his concern. "I know. That's why, before this, I didn't even talk about this with your Highness." He seemed to remember something. "By the way, is the prince coming here, the fourth prince?" Alberu Crossman was utterly helpless when he heard him ask. "You're like a devil. There really isn't anything you don't know, is there?" He also honestly confirmed Cale Henituse's question. "That's right, the fourth prince will be coming there. He will bring the 3 Song Knights and head toward the Henny territory. I'll be leaving the Empire tomorrow, so just schedule everything around that timeline." Cale Henituse listened to his orders. "Understood. I'll pass that along to Rosalind." He did some quick thinking. "In that case, they'll be here within a month at the latest." Alberu Crossman added a reminder. "Make sure to tell Count Daruth Henituse as well." Cale Henituse agreed. "I understand." He fell into deep thought, unable to shake a lingering doubt. Does father know that Rosalind used to be a princess? It seemed he had already figured out the general situation. Even though he'd never revealed it himself, if Han already knew, then father surely knew as well. That makes sense. He is the head of the household after all. While he was lost in thought, Alberu Crossman called out to young Master Cale Henituse from the other end of the line. He gave a faint laugh and asked, "Do you want to hear something funny?" Cale Henituse turned him down without hesitation. "No, I really don't." But Alberu Crossman insisted. "Just listen." Cale Henituse was rendered speechless and helpless. Then why even ask? Alberu Crossman immediately launched into his story. Do you know how the Pope of the Sun God's Church died? He began to reminisce. After the Emperor announced the opening of the festival, the Pope went up to give a congratulatory speech, since the event was related to the sun god. The Pope had been standing on a platform in front of the temple dedicated to the sun god in the imperial capital. But in his memory now, there was a horrific explosion. The platform had been blown to bits. Cale Henituse was shocked. What? You mean an explosion? Alberu Crossman replied instantly. You're sharp. Yes, it was an explosion. He sounded uneasy. It was similar to what happened to us. Cale Henituse immediately realized which explosion Alberu Crossman was talking about, the magic bomb terror attack that had happened in the capital earlier. Since Alberu Crossman used the word us, it could only be that incident. Thinking about this, Cale Henituse fell into a deep silence. He remembered the twins, the figures in black, and the magic bombs. Their destructive power was on par with what he had witnessed in the capital. Alberu Crossman, on the other end, asked, "Why are you so quiet?" He then couldn't help but exclaim, "Luckily, I survived thanks to the mage's barrier." But the believers in front of the church were in total chaos, which means it wasn't just the Pope who died. His eyes turned icy, his voice cold and sharp. "I intend to track down the organization responsible for that, and make them pay. They had planned to do the same thing to our kingdom too." He clenched his fist. Even though the culprit this time was a different mage than the one from the other day, I'm determined to catch that mage and punish them. Cale Henituse listened silently before delivering the news. "Your Highness, that mage is already dead, so they no longer exist in this world." Alberu Crossman was stunned. "What?" he asked urgently. "You already killed them?" Cale Henituse immediately denied it. "I didn't do it." Alberu Crossman could only chuckle bitterly. "Ha, please let me know about things like that in the future." Cale Henituse gave a vague reply and went back to his thoughts. Yes, the causal link here is really hard to grasp. The twins, the sun god, and the magic bombs. It gave him a massive headache. This whole thing is frustrating, but I can't ask Choi Han or the others to go investigate. On the other end, Alberu Crossman felt equally troubled. He didn't want to talk about it anymore, so he advised, "Anyway, contact me once the fourth prince arrives." He recommended, "The fourth prince is a very polite and dignified man. You should talk to him." Cale Henituse grew suspicious at Alberu Crossman's description. Polite and dignified? He imagined the figure he knew in his head. It was worlds apart from what he had just heard. The next day, tents and supply stalls were already set up in a large, open field. A painting contest was taking place in the middle of the grounds. Raon looked at the scene and asked, "Human, is the festival starting?" He looked excited. "Are we going to see the night market later? Whatever I want to buy, you'll buy it for me, right?" Cale Henituse lifted his chin, thinking with a smile. "Of course. Anything sold at a night market, I can easily afford for you." This morning, he had explained currency to Raon and even given the kids some pocket money. On and Hong walked around the market with the money, looking very happy. The two chatted excitedly, their faces lit up with joy. The night market must have so much good food. We have to make sure our little brother gets to eat all the good stuff. Cale Henituse thought to himself, "That's right, they're learning bit by bit." He complimented himself. "Huh, I'm so generous." Raon Miru nodded in agreement, acting cute. "That's right. You're a good person, human." As they were talking happily, someone walked up, placed a file on the table in front of them, and reported, "Young master, this is the information you requested." Cale Henituse immediately picked up the file to check, and asked to confirm. "So these are the people, right?" Ron Mullen answered right away. Yes, they were formerly a Knights Brigade commander, an archer, and an assassin. Cale Henituse read the names on the list carefully, already planning in his mind. "With this many, I can form a regular combat unit. If the base Skotan Legion and a regular combat unit appear, how shocked will the enemy be?" He continued to ask, "How is their skill level?" Ron Mullen patiently reported, "Above average, sir. The strength of all three is comparable to Deputy Commander Hillsman." Hearing that, he couldn't help but break into a smile that made Raon, who was standing nearby, shiver. "What is it, human? Why are you smiling like that? Is something fun happening?" Ron Mullen laughed along, having a hidden conversation with Cale Henituse. "Haha, young master, isn't the Henituse territory a much better place to live than we thought?" He calmly raised his glass to his lips, unable to hide his joyful smile. He followed up on Ron Mullen's comment, "Indeed, it's very worth living in." Then the two of them burst into laughter, leaving Choi Han next to them confused and clueless. Once the laughter stopped, Cale Henituse began thinking about the political landscape and the recent shifts. After learning that the three kingdoms had formed an alliance, the Count had proceeded to build walls and not only increased but also improved the quality of the military forces within the territory. Of course, he was also investing money into his own affairs without hesitation. He stroked his hair in thought but still said that wouldn't be enough if everything followed this trajectory. As he was lost in thought, a sudden, desperate scream cut him off. "I'm a failure." An old man with long silver hair and a beard touching the ground was kneeling, clutching his head and wailing in agony. Beside him, an overturned canvas and a tray of spilled paint lay scattered on the ground. "How can you call this art? This trash true art isn't like this." The sound of an old man crying out, "Cale Henituse, this isn't right. My hand, it's gone mad. I'm truly a good-for-nothing," echoed through the room. Cale Henituse was stunned by the outburst. He couldn't understand it. The man's sketches were actually quite good. The preliminary round for the art competition began before the festival, followed by a second round to decide the winner. Currently, the qualifiers were sketching the stone mountains and the quarry behind the Lord's castle. Choi Han explained, "He is an archer." A man was sitting on the ground below, clutching his head and shouting, "What's wrong with me? Why is it so terrible?" Choi Han provided more details. "They say he's very sensitive." Seeing him pulling at his hair and muttering, "Art isn't supposed to be like this," Cale Henituse thought to himself that the description seemed accurate. Choi Han reported that the man had settled here 3 months ago, the shortest time among them, and lived in a house near the White Tree at the edge of the slums. That tree was his source of inspiration. Cale Henituse grew curious about what exactly inspired him. It was the indestructible shield, the very tree in the slums where he had obtained his first ancient power. Cale Henituse mused, "The tree reacts to me because I possess the indestructible shield. If I go to see him and he notices the tree vibrating in reaction to me, I might accidentally become his inspiration. That would be a huge headache." After careful deliberation, Cale Henituse decided to skip visiting him for now. Choi Han replied, "Understood." Cale Henituse then asked, "The sculptor is participating in tomorrow's qualifier, right?" Choi Han reported, "The sculptor failed the preliminary round." Cale Henituse was stunned and couldn't comprehend it. "What? How could he be eliminated?" His subordinate replied, "Well, he has no talent for sculpting. They say he ranked dead last." Ron Molen stood nearby, chuckling with a sly ho-ho, noting that the man hadn't lost his touch as an assassin. Cale Henituse sighed in frustration. Ron Molen politely asked, "Young master, shall I make a restaurant reservation for you?" Cale Henituse quickly agreed. "Fine, there's no other choice." He decided he should meet the chef first. Later, Cale Henituse's group arrived at the restaurant where the chef worked. 2 people were waiting to greet them as they entered. "Welcome." An elderly man with white hair bowed deeply. "I will guide you to your reserved room." Lily Henituse saw Cale Henituse and stuttered in surprise. Cale Henituse also bowed respectfully to show his reverence. "It is an honor. Meeting my mother's teacher is a pleasure." Hearing this, Lily let out a soft sound, unable to hide her surprise. Lily looked at her master and blurted out, "Master was Mom's teacher?" "Oh." After the slip-up, Lily realized she had accidentally revealed that she was secretly learning swordsmanship, something she had hidden from everyone at home. Cale Henituse smiled at Lily, making her nervous. Seeing that, Cale Henituse introduced, "Besides, he is also my sister's master, so I wanted to come and meet him." The old man laughed kindly. "Ho ho. The Countess's teacher?" With a bright smile, he spoke warmly. "You are too kind." His name was Edro. He was a chef and also a former captain. He used to lead the Knights' Order of a fallen noble house. When Lady Violin said she would dive into the cutthroat business world, he gave up his life as a knight, became a mercenary, and worked as a bodyguard for a merchant guild. Afterward, he followed Violin to this Henituse territory. Once Violin became a countess, he became a chef, a profession he had dreamed of for a long time, and settled down here. Count de Ruth had built this restaurant for him. He was Violin's childhood swordsmanship teacher, and was now Lily's master. After analyzing everything, Cale Henituse smiled and said to Ed, "I heard the food here is delicious. I'm really looking forward to it." Ed replied, "It's certainly worth a try." He then guided Cale Henituse, "Please, this way." Ron Molen stood behind, ready to serve. "I will attend to you." Hearing this, Ed turned to look at him, as if contemplating something. After a moment, Ed muttered, "You sly old man," making Ron Molen laugh. "Haha, I'm just like you." Ron Molen thought to himself that the young master had really grown up, and he was quite cunning too. Later, Ron Molen instructed Edro, "We came here without the Countess knowing, so please keep today a secret. The young master came here partly for Lady Lily's sake, but also because he wanted to meet you, who once served the Countess when she first arrived." Ed was stunned and asked, "Me?" Ron Molen replied, Yes, the young master wants to know about his mother's life. He then recalled a conversation he had with Cale Henituse. Make it so that whenever the territory is in danger, Edro would willingly step forward. That is my goal. Although he is older, and going to the front lines would be difficult, wouldn't people be moved if someone like him stepped up? Back in the present, Cale Henituse was talking with Lily inside. Lily, I believe you will become a great swordswoman. She nodded obediently. Yes, brother. I will become a knight who protects this territory. Ron Molen, listening from outside, was very satisfied. Young master, it seems you've succeeded. That evening, Cale Henituse and the others went to the night market, which was bustling and crowded. He stopped at a stall and pointed curiously at a twisted piece of wood. Is this a demon? The old woman selling it quickly explained. Welcome, welcome. Oh, my lord. This is a canary, a type of flower. Cale Henituse was surprised. Ron Miru appeared and warned him. This is so shocking, human. This isn't a canary at all. Cale Henituse silently marveled. This is a talent of its own, I suppose. After thinking it over, Cale Henituse decided, I'll take this. The old woman asked happily. Really? Are you sure? Cale Henituse confirmed. Yes, I want to give it to someone important to me. To avoid hurting her feelings, Cale Henituse politely praised the items she had created. This sculpture is excellent. It suits my taste perfectly. Hearing this, the woman happily hugged the piece of wood Cale Henituse was holding and flattered him. A truly wonderful choice, my lord. Wait a moment. I'll wrap it up right away. Cale Henituse was speechless. Is she truly oblivious? Or is this real? Cale Henituse mused to himself. If this is an act, she's a master of it. Was the old woman genuinely happy, deluding herself that someone in this world finally recognized her artistic sense? Cale Henituse thought. If she wasn't an assassin, she had to be a spy. Investigations had shown she wasn't a spy, so Cale Henituse took the item and paid the owner. This gold coin should be enough for you to close up shop and go home early, right? The owner replied. Oh my. What should I do? I don't have any small change to give you back. Cale Henituse took off his hat and replied, No need. That is my token of appreciation for your hard work. The old woman was stunned. Since I started this carving craft, this is the first time someone has recognized my hard work. Suddenly, the owner realizes something is missing and asks with a bright smile, Young Master Cale Henituse? Living in hiding must be tough, right? With genuine sincerity, Cale Henituse advises her, Just take the money. It's a token of my appreciation for the trouble you went through to escape. Then, Cale Henituse gives an order, Ron Molen, take care of the rest. Ron Molen quickly obeys, Yes, sir. Cale Henituse believes that an assassin is best suited to handle another assassin. An assassin who is also a carver? Freya, the escapee, has just like that fallen into his plans. Cale Henituse thinks to himself and chuckles. If he's going to build a combat squad for everyday life, he might as well do it properly, right? 3 weeks later, Cale Henituse is leisurely snacking on a cookie, while Rosalind is feeling extremely annoyed by being bothered. Her younger brother cries out sobbing, Sister! Oh, sister! He wails at Cale Henituse with a pitiful face, his nose and eyes running with tears. Why are you staying in such a shabby, run-down place? You're my only sister in this world. How can you live in a place made of nothing but rocks? Sob, sob, why bury yourself in this count's territory? Hearing this, Cale Henituse recalls what Alberu Crossman said about him, that he is very polite and dignified. Cale Henituse feels completely confused. In what way is he polite or dignified? Ryan, sitting nearby, finds it an eyesore and can't help but speak up. Our home is amazing precisely because it has so many rocks. That stupid crybaby, who even is he? Seeing this, Cale Henituse thinks to himself, who else could it be but him? The guest who traveled all this way to find his sister is none other than the spoiled younger brother Rosalind mentioned. Who else but the fourth prince of the Breck kingdom? The fourth prince of Breck, Ben. A voice rings out. Thanks to Crown Prince Alberu, I was able to meet my sister safe and sound. The voice on the other end says, I'm glad. Will you be leaving right away? The voice replies, No, I think I'll stay here for a few days before I go. Meanwhile, Cale Henituse frowns, thinking to himself, I'm skeptical of the Crown Prince's judgment. He's supposed to be polite and refined, and I admit he looks decent right now, but just a moment ago, he was crying at Locke and throwing a tantrum. Cale Henituse gets more confused. Where is the politeness? And how dare you bring someone like this hot-headed colt here? At the same time, Alberu Crossman is deep in thought. Looking at that expression, he must feel chaotic. Is it because this isn't the right person to discuss the alliance with? Reflecting on this, he speaks up. Then, I wish you a pleasant trip in the Roan Kingdom. Ben replies with a solemn, polite demeanor. Thank you. As soon as the connection ends, Rosalind commands, "Are you done talking? Now, go change into your training gear and head to the training grounds." 1 second she was annoyed with her brother. The next, she is smiling happily at Cale Henituse. "Young master, may I borrow your training grounds? I want to practice while catching up with my brother after all this time," he replies cheerfully. "Of course. If it's for a conversation between siblings, I'll clear the whole training ground for you. You two take your time." Seeing his sister, Ben shrinks back in fear and calls out, "Sister, what did I do wrong?" Conversation between the two sisters. "I will hold down the training grounds for you, my lady. The two of you should take your time to talk." Looking at her older sister in front of her, she flushed and asked fearfully, "Sister, what did I do wrong?" Flashback to before the call to Crown Prince Alberu. In front of Rosalind, Ben cries and tells Locke, "You, who were the heir to the throne, chose to give it up and become a magic tower master, only to live like a mage in this tiny territory full of rocks? Does this even make sense?" Cale Henituse, sitting across from them, cuts in. "Who knows if she can become a magic tower master? I don't know about being a queen, but if she becomes a mage, I think she could be the supreme mage." "Your Highness, do you not trust Lady Rosalind?" Ben quickly replies, of course I trust her, but a commoner with no noble title dares to lecture me about my sister." Before he can finish, Rosalind gifts him with a splash of cool water. "Oh," she says, slowly standing up. "Get up." Rosalind wears a warm but deadly smile, and continues, "I think you and I need to have a very deep conversation after such a long time." Returning to the present, Rosalind has already used magic to dry his soaked clothes. She says nonchalantly, "You head to the training ground first. I'll be there soon." Hearing this, Ben is even more panicked. "Sister, what's wrong?" Rayon, lying on Cale Henituse's shoulder, can't help but judge. "That crybaby doesn't even know how exceptional Mage Rosalind is. How dare he mock our home and look down on weak humans?" He pouts and adds, "I don't like him. I hate those whiny kid types the most." A while later, Cale Henituse leaves. Before heading out, he happily says, "See you later, Your Highness. Oh, and before I go, I want to let you know something. Since this is a territory made of rocks, the floor of the training ground is also made of rock." He adds with a smile, "It's very hard and sturdy. It's quite good, really." "Ha ha," Ben thinks with caution. So they are cut from the same cloth. No wonder those two hang out together. Time flies, and a year passes. Cale Henituse is now 19. As time goes on, I've suddenly grown a year older. Raon playfully calls out, "Young master, you have to wake up now." An and Hong chime in, "It's time for you to wake up." "That's right." Seeing no movement, Raon continues to grumble, "Human, you've slept for 13 hours. You're not a winter bear, so get up. Spring is almost over. Stop sleeping so much." Cale Henituse still lies in bed, groggily saying, Time really flies. Is it already late spring? So, I have to head to the location of the final ancient power now. It's the Ten-Finger Forest, but before I go there are a few things I need to check." Someone asks, "You can control them all at once, right?" Cale Henituse quickly replies, "Yes, if I didn't care about other people's stares, I would have had them all fly up at once. It's a shame, really." Finally, the Bone Dragon squad is ready. We sprinkled the powder of 2 high-grade magic stones onto the bodies of the 72 flying monsters that Mary restored. Cale Henituse turns to Raon, annoyed. "Ugh, why is this so uncomfortable?" "It's because it's bone. Even with the cushions, my butt still hurts." Looking at the scenery below, Cale Henituse sighs. But in exchange, the view is top tier. Rayon suddenly pipes up, "Hey, human, the vice butler is down there." Below, the butler is excitedly waving. "Young Master Cale Henituse, I'm here." As soon as he finishes speaking, Cale Henituse lands in front of him. The butler smiles and hands over a letter. "Young Master, the Count and young Basin have sent word. It seems like everything is about to end, doesn't it?" Daruth Henituse writes in the letter, "Young Master, I have tried my best to decorate the interior just as you said. I am working hard so that I can grow taller. The best defensive tool for the city walls, the ship named Whale, is also being completed. I will also meet with Lady Rosalind soon. She is the one who traveled to 2 kingdoms and handled the negotiations herself. Whitty will be arriving soon, too. He said he would come here in person because he has something to discuss." After finishing the letter, Cale Henituse immediately asked the butler if the luggage was all packed. He happily replied, "Yes." Radhika spoke up, "I'm leaving now, too." Cale Henituse replied politely, "All right, it's a shame we're heading in different directions." He replied, "I will return soon. Until then, please look after my children for me. I'll probably miss this place a lot, but I will definitely be back." Cale Henituse responded helplessly, "All right," with a head full of question marks, But who were these children he mentioned? He suddenly realized he meant the bone monsters. Could it be those? Scene cuts to Odious' office. Cale Henituse said casually, "Long time no see. So, this sofa war is going well, isn't it?" Odious replied humbly, "I've switched to a cheaper one." Cale Henituse immediately retorted, "Stop lying. You've been living pretty well lately, haven't you?" He replied happily, "Of course, sir. Ben Stand has been rotting in the dungeon for life. Why wouldn't I be living well?" Hearing that, Cale Henituse smirked. Ben Stand had gone insane. Word is, every time it's mealtime, he starts having seizures. I heard the Marquis's limbs are being chopped off one by one. Odious said admiringly, "Young Master Taylor is truly talented." He replied, "Of course, young Master Taylor is naturally talented." After a moment of small talk, Odious got straight to the point. "But, what brings you here today, sir?" That was when he spoke up. "Ah, Odious, do you have any regular trade routes?" He replied proudly, "If you're talking about clean trading routes, I have a few. I'm a merchant who works in the light." Cale Henituse replied in a cold voice, "Is that so?" As he finished, he took out a gold coin and said, "If so, then..." Seeing the gold coin, Odious gasped in shock. That isn't a gold coin, is it?" Cale Henituse heard him and replied calmly, "You know your stuff, don't you?" "That's right. You just need to get 200,000 silver coins for me." Odious was frozen by his request. He asked in surprise, 200,000? Silver? Faced with his shock, Cale Henituse replied as calmly as if nothing had happened. "Yeah, 200,000 silver." Odious asked again, "Is gold not okay?" Cale Henituse replied, "Can you get 200,000 gold coins instead?" Whatever. Let's just do that." Odious thought to himself, "Ah, so anything works as long as it adds up to 200,000 units of value. If it's 200,000 gold coins, that's like 200 billion. Earning that much is truly difficult, but it's not impossible. Besides, compared to being caught by the Crown Prince for having 200 billion, being caught with just 2 billion is still better." Even so, Odious hesitated. But 200,000 coins is a huge quantity, and it's also heavy. What on earth do you plan to do with them? Cale Henituse looked at him and smirked. "You want to know?" Odious quickly waved his hands. "Ah, not at all. I was just saying." Hearing that, Cale Henituse coldly commanded, "All right, have it ready for me in 1 hour." Hearing the request, Odious jumped and quickly asked, "Huh? In 1 hour? How?" Cale Henituse maintained his cold attitude, emphasizing every word. "You can prepare it, can't you?" Faced with that intense killing intent, Odious had to bow his head and obey. I will prepare it, sir." Receiving a satisfactory answer, Cale Henituse said happily, "Good, that's how it should be." Right then, a thought crossed his mind. What will I do with 200,000 prepared coins? What else? Of course, I'm going to create a road of money to walk on, step by step. Rayon held the coin Cale Henituse gave him. "So happy, I have lots of money too." "Human, are you really going to carry all that huge amount of money?" Odious couldn't help but ask. "Where are you going now?" "Ah, never mind, I won't ask anything." Cale Henituse smiled at him. "A wise choice. Do me a favor and send my regards to Billows Flynn. Tell him I'm enjoying the money and living a happy life." Scene change. On, Hong, and Choi Han were all excited. "Young master," the lovely gentleman said, "they really like this inn. I hate coming in here." "You like this place the best? Really?" he thought to himself. Now those two kids can manipulate the assistant butler however they want. Choi Han called out softly, "Cale Henituse Nim. Are we going to wait for Rosalind here?" "Yes, they are in Harris Village. It's the village closest to the western border of the Roan Kingdom, frequented by many merchants and travelers. I bet the Ten-Finger Mountains and the Elf Village are near here too. So what? Those guys who hate human contact would never come here? Would they? The elves never set foot in Harris Village or any cities where humans live. Because that's the village's rule. They only come down from the mountains if the village is in danger of being wiped out. So there's probably no way I'll run into them. Just enjoy your food," Cale Henituse thought to himself. Afterward, they decided to stay at this inn. "I'll go book the rooms right now." "Yeah, take your time." As the door opened, the bell hanging in front of it chimed. The shop owner saw them and greeted them enthusiastically. "Oh my, welcome, guests." As soon as they stepped inside, Cale Henituse immediately noticed a group of people in cloaks, sitting in a corner. That bunch looked quite uneasy, staring at the food that consisted of nothing but greens. Could it be? Raon Miru quickly picked up on it too. "Weak human. I don't think those guys are human." Cale didn't answer him, just gave a wry smile. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself that it made no sense. Could the elf village really be on the verge of being wiped out? Suddenly, Round's gaze made one of those people jump, his face turning pale, and his whole body shaking like a leaf. The guy looked around frantically, trying to find the source of that stare, and Cale Henituse, seeing that, thought, "Oh, crap. It seems like some elves might have encountered a dragon's aura before," he whispered to Raun Miru. "Raun Miru, go sneak around the restaurant without letting anyone see you. And remember, we don't know each other." Even though he didn't understand why, he still agreed. Fine, human. After that, Raun Miru stopped hiding his aura and just flew around aimlessly, leaving Cale Henituse to think to himself. But it's lucky that this inn is so crowded. As long as Raun Miru keeps flying around invisibly above us, it should be fine. Raun circled around and lifted Cale Henituse up. "Human, I'm spinning!" He intentionally turned his head away. "Yeah, I know nothing. I'm just a passerby right now." Over there, the others quickly noticed that guy's unstable state. "What on earth is wrong with you? Let me go." Raun kept flying. "Look how good I am. Round and round." Cale Henituse praised him in his heart. "Yeah, you're great. Just keep circling the ceiling. Don't come over here." Compared to the elves, the dark elves' reaction was insignificant. To them, Raon, just flicking his tail was enough to make them collapse backward. If they met Raon and started praising him like some sort of god, the mere thought gives me the creeps. We absolutely cannot let his identity be revealed. Just then, the man suddenly jumped up. He found him. The others couldn't hold him back. "Hey, you!" Others nearby complained as he kept shoving his way through. "Is that guy drunk? Why is he crashing into people?" "Sorry about that." Above them, Raun kept flying around. "Human, how much longer do I have to circle around? I'm going again." Cale Henituse frowned slightly. "Keep going. Stop only when I say so." He knew the man was approaching, but why was he heading this way? Raon wasn't even here, right? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Young master," they said, "the rooms on the 3rd floor and up are more comfortable. Would that be okay?" It was Han. Cale jumped, immediately cutting him off. "Sure, why not?" "Han, of course that sounds great." The innkeeper asked them. "Then I'll prepare a special room on the 3rd floor for you, sir." "Yes, thank you." "Wait, young master, where are you going?" He walked toward the stairs without hesitation. Raon noticed and asked, "Hey, human, where are you going without me? Are you not feeling well? You look pale. Should I follow you?" "No, stay away, please." Cale Henituse walked quickly, but the man caught up to him in no time. He reached out, asking something. Cale froze the moment he heard the voice from right behind him. If he turned around now, that cringeworthy situation would definitely happen. Just then, Choi Han and Ron Molen appeared. "What's this? Who are you people?" Cale felt like he'd found his saviors. "Right, I have them." Cale Henituse turned around and asked the man, "What is it?" The man stammered. Another person quickly caught up as well. "Sir, what's wrong?" Cale realized he was going to lose his mind. It was Pendrick. Why was he here? The man continued, "I know this might sound strange, but do you believe in mana?" Cale had question marks all over his face. "Why does this feel like he's trying to convert me?" The man glanced up at where Raon Miru was flying. The aura hovering in the air was clearly that of a dragon. No dragon would be aimlessly circling around like that. It must be a dragon manipulating its aura, a dragon an existence people wouldn't dare speak of. The scent of the wind, the scent of the trees, the scent of the river, coming from him, humans can't emit that many scents at once. This person is clearly Cale Henituse's side. "I don't believe in things like mana." If he were a nature-loving creature like a dragon, he'd say he believed in mana, so he answered that he didn't. The man frowned at that. "I see, so that's how you've set it up. I will act according to your wishes." Cale Henituse frowned. What kind of weird reply is that? Why is he reacting like this? The man and Pendrick bowed their heads in unison. "I apologize for disrupting your peaceful journey. From now on, I will pretend I know nothing. I hope I haven't ruined your mood." Cale waved his hand and said, "Now that we're done, let's go our separate ways." He thought to himself, "He's clearly treating me like a dragon. Pretending not to know is the best policy. Sorry for wasting your time." After Cale Henituse and the others left, Pendrick asked, "What was that about, sir?" "It's nothing. Let's go." The man looked serious. "We must hurry. We need to go back to the village and replenish our power." At the Ten-Finger Mountains, the fire of destruction appeared on the peak of the 3rd mountain. This liquid-like substance, whether it's fire or lava, no one knows, will melt half the mountain in 2 weeks, until the fire completely engulfs the peak, and before the elves can obtain the ancient power that allows them to control fire spirits, no one will be able to stop this fire. Cale Henituse smiled faintly. The others would never know how to get this ancient power. Only someone like him, who read The Birth of a Hero, would know the right way to obtain it. Raun frowned and asked, "Human, are you actually going to do it?" No way. If you have any complaints, just tell me. This much money could buy a whole lot of chicken skewers. No, I'm going through with it. Saying that, he dumped a bag full of money right into the fire. Flashing money really is the best way to relieve stress. Oh, this is blissful. It's not often in life you get to spend someone else's money this freely. Ah, what's wrong with you? Just then, a different voice rang out. The scent of money. How long has it been since I last felt that cool, elegant scent of gold? Money. Let me feel even more of that scent. Cale Henituse exhaled. The owner of this ancient power is quite the money grubber. He kept tossing money down there. Soon enough, the coins almost filled the place. The voice was incredibly excited now. In my life, apart from that crazy teammate of mine, I've never seen anyone throw money around like this. I never thought another one like that would appear. Keep throwing it. Rayon stopped trying to stop him and said, Weak human, so you had it all planned out. If you're still short, tell me. I'll even give you this. Forget it. I don't like taking money from kids. Cale Henituse looked down at the money bags. There were 200,000 silver coins here, the ones the crown prince had given him. The voice continued, laughing loudly. I want to smell more money. He didn't hesitate to throw it all down. The elves couldn't take the fire of destruction in its complete state because they didn't know the method, so they didn't use it, thinking it was useless. However, the more money you throw, the more the true power of this fire reveals itself. If those elves knew how great the true power of this fire was, they'd surely regret it. A golden pig floated in the air. The voice came from it. Excellent. I'd love to spend money like this too, but those bastards stole all my money and my teammates too. Those jerks. Those villains who make others work for free. Cale Henituse thought wearily that doing this was basically manual labor too. What a pain. You've got to throw money around once or twice for it to be fun. His money was piling up so high it could almost form a path across the fire. The voice couldn't help but sniff. This guy is actually pretty kind. I'll give you that. Right after that, a burst of red power radiated from the golden pig. You have enough ambition to claim this power. If you can throw away this much money, you can overcome anything. Cale asked. Is this all? Huh? There's more right here. Cale Henituse dumped another bag of money. Oh, I've met a madman who's basically an angel. I admit, I was hesitant because I could sense the power of my old friend in you. Cale Henituse. Hearing that, he thought about his best friend's power. He's the best friend of the thief, the master of the wind's sound. Seriously? Great. Another useless piece of information for me, the guy continued. As expected, none of those who possess ancient powers are normal. He frowned. Is he implying that I'm abnormal? All right, take this, a power capable of burning everything away. That blazing red current of power was growing stronger and stronger. The silver coins were floating above the flames. He added, suddenly, except for the money. Cale Henituse thought to himself, he's easier to manipulate than I expected. Is he already like this after only 2 billion? Wait, hold on. You live in the land of rocks, yet you don't have the power of the rock? He looked at him, confused. He told him, since you resolved my grudge, I'll make an exception and tell you. Actually, besides money, there's one more thing I can't destroy. Stone. In the land of rocks, there's a terrifying rock called the Rock King. The rock didn't feel like anything special. I already have the water to extinguish fire and the dominating aura, so why would I need any other ancient power? Besides, with this, I'd have enough ability for defense, regeneration, escaping, and attacking. Then, he touched the golden pig. That power immediately enveloped his body. I'm going to have all of this in my hands. A fierce red flame erupted all around him. It burned violently, swirling like fire dragons in midair. Melt everything that stands in your way. Cale Henituse's wings appeared at that moment. The golden pig's eyes lit up. And you shall endure them all. Following that, powerful bolts of lightning continuously struck his shield. Those flames merged together, forming an orange-red gem. The ground was no longer covered in red flames. It had returned to being a barren, cracked wasteland. Cale Henituse looked at the shield and said, isn't it a pig-shaped pattern? The pig statue from earlier was actually pretty cute. Raon Miru then asked, human, is that power yours now? Right. You're actually a tiny bit less weak now. You're now as strong as half of my smallest toenail. He smirked at him. So, I've been recognized by Raon, huh? But human, I saw the situation was serious earlier, so I waited until now to tell you. The Mage Slayer has arrived nearby. Who arrived? Raon Miru smiled and replied, he just got here. I scouted him with my mana. Cale Henituse finally remembered. Ah, that's right. The Mage Slayer belongs to the mysterious organization we encountered on H2 Island. I can sense him over there. Raon pointed ahead. He suddenly froze. In front of them, between the 7th and 8th peaks of the 10-Finger Mountains, there was a village hidden by illusion magic that humans couldn't see. The Mage Slayer had appeared at the elf village, the threat that caused those 5 elves to leave the village. Of course, this story wasn't in the first 5 books of The Birth of a Hero. Why did the Mage Slayer come to that village? I've already guessed who the elves are fighting against. Round continued. The guy we met last time is here. He's so fast, he's already up the mountain peak. I'm hiding. Cale Henituse. Hearing that, he was startled. What? Can't you say these things a little earlier? Do you have to be so difficult about it? Up on the peak, Pendrick looked around, confused. It was definitely here. He saw Cale Henituse standing there alone, and froze. That was back at the inn. Pendrick had asked the other man, "But who is that person that you're detaining him?" "I don't know either. It's just someone we're better off not knowing." Cale Henituse heard his voice and asked, "Who's there? Do you know me?" Rayon whispered to Cale Henituse, "Human. I know him. He's the elf standing behind the guy, the elf who spoke to you when we first arrived at the inn. I am a great dragon, so I remember everything." Of course, he remembered him too. He was just pretending not to. "You don't need to tell me. I already know. Why is he like that?" Pendrick stepped toward him. "I met you at the inn last time. I remember we locked eyes." Cale Henituse turned away sharply. "Is that so?" he thought to himself. "Maybe if I act like this, he won't care anymore. Right? I shouldn't talk to him much. One word leads to another complication. I've been through this before." Just then, Pendrick asked him, "Have you obtained an ancient power?" He froze upon hearing that, then answered without hiding it, "Yes." Pendrick was startled, genuinely surprised. Cale Henituse then realized, "Wait, don't tell me he's been following me? Can I ask a favor?" He stammered. "Could I possibly borrow that ancient power?" He turned his head to look at him without saying a word. Pendrick took off his hood. Raon saw this and asked, "Human, is that guy sick?" His complexion looked serious. "No, not sick. He just looks like he is. He's an elf who doesn't know how to control elementals, so he has to live in despair his whole life. Yet, he had handsome features and a deathly pale complexion." Pendrick didn't hide it and explained, "I am an elf, currently living in the elf village. An organization attacked our village to steal the branch of the world tree." Cale Henituse was shocked. "What?" Just like in typical fantasy stories, this place also had legends about the existence of the world tree, the thing that supports the 2 continents. The world tree here allows elementals to live comfortably in nature. The elves have cut branches that were permitted to build their village, living in nests made from natural wood. The world tree's branches granted the elves safety through illusion magic. So, what would happen if that world tree branch disappeared? Cale Henituse frowned slightly. Wouldn't the elf village collapse if the branch were lost? Yes, that's exactly right. Pendrick was quite surprised that he knew this. What is this? This person knows a lot about elves. So, to protect the branch, the elves and elementals are currently fighting against that organization. He continued to ask, "Where is that organization?" In his heart, he had already vaguely guessed. Could it be? He replied, "I don't know. I only know that on their uniforms, there is a white star and 5 red stars. As expected, it's those crazy people. Even after investigating, we couldn't figure out where that symbol belonged." Cale Henituse thought, "It's no wonder you couldn't. Even Ron Molen couldn't find the clear identity of ARM." Round spoke up. "Destroying homes? They really are scum. Those guys deserve karmic retribution. If our home were destroyed, I would destroy the whole world." He asked himself, "I know the elf village is in danger now, but what does this power have to do with anything?" He asked Pendrick quietly, "But why do you need my ancient power?" He said softly, "Do you know what the most lethal poison to elves is?" Cale Henituse sighed. "I know. Damn it. I unfortunately know exactly what that is. That's why the relationship between the elves and dark elves is so sour. It benefits the dark elves, but is poison to the elves. It's dead mana. But on the surface, I'll just say I'm not sure if this fire can incinerate it or not." Pendrick pleaded desperately. "Even so, I have to try. Please, help me." Cale Henituse didn't answer immediately, deep in thought. Dead mana? Someone like Mary, who always suffers in pain, yet claims it doesn't hurt that much. Either way, this would be useful for her later. He was going to need to use her quite a bit in the future, so getting her in his debt now wasn't a bad idea. Seeing his hesitation, Pendrick added, "If you help us, we will surely repay you." "Repay me?" Cale asked. "Yes, we will." Cale flatly interrupted him. "Forget it." Pendrick looked bewildered. "What?" Cale smiled and reached out. "You people who live in the heart of nature, where would you get the money to repay me?" Rayon whispered in Cale's ear. "Your face is doing that weird thing again, human. Of course, Pendrick's healers and the elementals could pay him back, but the elves were the type to pretend they didn't care about material things, right? He was purposely saying what they wanted to hear to score some points. As expected, Pendrick looked stunned. Rayon sounded annoyed. Cale, human, I want to punch that spearman. Right, what can I do when the strongest person here has already spoken? Pendrick had survived because the plot changed, and he didn't want to see him die. Tell me the location of the village. My group and I will head there to support you right now. After all, those people in that organization might be the same ones I've encountered before. Cutting to the elf village, the members of the organization had already forced their way in, attacking the villagers. A fierce battle was unfolding as Cale Henituse and his group quickly arrived on the scene. The elf villagers saw them, and Cale spoke up. Enemies? Are they attacking again? Pendrick looked at them in confusion, but Choi Han immediately leaped forward. Pendrick stared at Choi Han, bewildered. Then he hurriedly asked, "Who are you people? How?" Choi Han fixed a sharp gaze on the organization members, and instantly drew his sword, slashing at them. Cale heard their cries of pain, as Choi Han said in a low voice, "Won't they just go crazy?" Cale Henituse replied, "Isn't that a good thing?" A man stepped forward and shouted, "This is insane. We ran into you guys last time, and now again? Just who in the hell are you?" Choi Han smirked, as if he had to ask. "We're a secret organization." His expression was no different from the villains. Cale felt a shock internally. Good heavens, even Choi Han knows how to sneer? At this rate, he's definitely going to get them furious. The man gritted his teeth. "You absolute lunatics," Cale thought to himself. "Having a hard time, aren't you? You came all the way here just to invite trouble and frustration. That's why I asked why you're out causing trouble and hurting people." The young elf's voice rang out steadily. "Among the enemies we have to face, there's a young boy." He kept standing there, telling Cale Henituse the boy's name was Bellat. Looking at the words the kid used, it seemed only his appearance resembled a child. The middle-aged swordsman in the group was protecting him. Recalling the image of the boy in his mind, his voice dropped. When the wolves in the valley saw the boy's white pupils, they all lost their senses. It seemed to be the boy's ability. Cale's expression didn't change at all despite the story a relatively difficult opponent. Bellat used animals to handle dead mana. The image of the boy became even clearer as the swordsman stood right next to him. At the same time, the elf added, "Dead mana is a lethal poison to elves. Because they have to avoid the dead mana, the elves couldn't attack them properly." Back in reality, Ron noticed the boy too. Both of them weren't as strong as the spearman, but what was special about the boy? Soon, those abilities were laid bare. Bellat had the ability to befriend living animals or monsters to fight for him, or he could steal their minds and turn them into the living dead. The wolves' eyes gradually turned red, growling and gnashing their teeth. However, after losing their minds, the animals or monsters he manipulated were effectively dead. So when they were no longer controlled, they wouldn't survive, but rather explode and die. Hearing this, Locke couldn't help but growl. "I cannot forgive this." His hands trembled as claws slowly emerged. Bellat was startled. "Huh?" His fingernails. Watching the ferocious aura radiating from Locke's body, Bellat didn't realize the gravity of the situation, still observing with interest. "Is he from the wolf tribe?" Locke's eyes had turned red, and Bellat grew greedy. "I want to have him." The swordsman looked at Locke, feeling like he had seen him before, and asked, "Are they the ones who ruined things at the mermaid tribe?" The brown-haired man also realized. "Right, it's that bunch of lunatics." Beecrox Molan looked at them with pure contempt. "You weaklings talk too much." Ron Molan immediately ran to Cale Henituse and reported, "Young master, it's going to get bloody from here on out. Are you okay, young master?" Cale Henituse had been lost in thought, and only realized when he turned back that the man was indeed a cunning old man, but he replied, "Yeah. For now, let's head to the border." Receiving the order, Ron Molan happily put on his hood. Cale's expression turned cold, and he said slowly, "You can fight now." Immediately after, figures blurred as they rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, blood sprayed from slashes, followed by a chain of wounds on other targets. Cries of pain echoed throughout the area. The brown-haired man was terrified by the sight. "What are you doing? Stop them!" At the same time, Cale Henituse's cold voice rang out, "It seems you've underestimated the mist." The brown-haired man looked back in terror. At Cale's side, he stretched his hand forward, creating countless waves of poison mist that spread out. The unlucky ones who inhaled it were immediately paralyzed. The swordsman's side wasn't, doing much better as Choi Han continuously attacked, leaving him annoyed. "Damn it, where did these guys come from?" Choi Han was fighting intensely. "You still have time to talk? Then I'll have to get a little rougher." After that, strikes with terrifying force were delivered. The sound of clashing weapons was deafening. The brown-haired man couldn't fight anymore and screamed, "Damn it! I didn't intend to get thrown into this battlefield. What the hell are these guys that keep pouncing on us?" Beecrox had no intention of letting him go and rushed at him. "Shut your mouth! Today, I'm going to use up all these white gloves." Beecrox Molen lunged at the brown-haired guy. Although he didn't want to fight, the guy raised his sword to block. With his other hand, he summoned a fireball, cursing angrily about some nonsense, before hurling the fireball and screaming. But then, Locke rushed out from somewhere to intercept the fireball. His eyes were filled with immense rage. Remembering his previous conversation with Cale Henituse, "Young master, can't you heal animals? Won't they ever return to their normal state?" Cale Henituse could only reply, "Animals that have had their minds stolen cannot return to how they were. Even if they did return, it's unlikely they could survive in that state." Images of the mind-controlled wolves flashed through Locke's mind. His hands grew more rigid, and he charged at Benchek in a fury. But Benchek remained indifferent, thinking Locke was coming to be controlled. "You're coming here for me to catch you, are you?" Benchek's eyes began to glow. He reached out with both hands to use his control ability, not forgetting to say, "Thanks." But Benchek suddenly grew fearful of the air currents surrounding them. Locke's hand lunged forward as if to take his life. Before Locke could reach him, a figure appeared to shield Benchek. "That won't do. I think I'll have to cut off your fingers." The brown-haired guy panicked and fled immediately. "There's another one?" The swordsman was filled with anxiety. "Damn it, number one. Get out of the way." Choi Han flashed behind the guy in white. He said coldly, "What were you planning to cut?" Realizing the danger, the guy ran off, barely dodging Choi Han's attack, quickly grabbed Benchek, and retreated. Choi Han stopped and took a breath. On the other side, Benchek was furious at being targeted, cursing, "So annoying. I'm going to kill that wolf." Suddenly, Beecrox Molen's blood-soaked gloves were thrown to the ground. Choi Han found it strange. "What's with those gloves? Why are there more and more of them?" Beecrox approached and answered nonchalantly, "I'm just annoyed." The guardian warrior was surprised when he saw Cale Henituse. He's not a dragon. He's the one who helped the whale tribe when they were suffering because of the merfolk. The one who partnered with the secret organization and protected the kingdom's citizens from the bombing terror. Cale Henituse then noticed him too. The guardian warrior continued his own thoughts. "While out investigating, I heard this name and the people with him aren't ordinary either. Where did all these people with unfathomable power come from?" Cale Henituse approached him and called out. But a scream cut through the conversation. Benchek's face was twisted as he shouted, "At all costs, kill that wolf first. My precious baby-smooth skin is hurt." Benchek worriedly turned to ask Cale Henituse, "Cale Henituse Nim, is this really okay?" "They're getting angrier and angrier." Cale Henituse replied calmly, "That's what I intended." Benchek was bewildered by that statement. Looking at the dead mana under their feet, Cale Henituse realized he was furious, but he still didn't let his team members get poisoned by the dead mana. Then he spoke up. "He looks crazy, but he's still clear-headed." Benchek asked, "So what do we do now?" Cale Henituse summoned flames in his palm. Benchek watched in astonishment. "Is he planning to use fire to destroy those animals and the dead mana?" Cale Henituse said with a chilling tone. "Not at all. I plan to do it directly to those guys." Despite his shocked expression, Benchek replied, "Understood." The fireball in Cale Henituse's hand kept growing larger, and the brown-haired guy ordered anxiously, "Damn it, stop him. Number one. You two go as well." The swordsman was trembling now. How could he dare to charge in? "You want me to go through dead mana?" Yet the brown-haired guy was firm. "That's an order." Raun Miru popped out and said, "Human, what's this? The weather is strange. Can I stay here?" Cale Henituse replied, "Yeah, it's fine." Summoning his shield, Cale Henituse's voice echoed, "Someone who can throw away money like you can endure anything. Melt everything in your path and endure it." Immediately after, Cale Henituse clenched his fist, and intense power shot out from between his fingers. Soon after, lightning strikes rained down, stones and debris flew everywhere, and the scene descended into indescribable chaos. Suddenly, Cale Henituse seemed to be struck by something, his body snapping backward. He coughed up blood and cursed under his breath. "Damn it." Cale Henituse looked exhausted, thinking, "No one mentioned this recoil effect from the beginning." Around him, voices called out repeatedly, "Cale Henituse! Cale Henituse!" The image blurred. Droplets of blood fell to the ground alongside his thoughts. "Is that Ron? It hurts. Since coming to this world, this is the first time." Cale Henituse, half-conscious, thought with difficulty, "I feel such pain." Choi Han rushed over to support the collapsing Cale Henituse, calling out, "Cale Henituse Nim, but a voice stopped him. Stop. Ron Moulin hurriedly prevented him. One wrong move and the blood will reflux. What if it flows into his windpipe? Choi Han asked anxiously. But Cale Henituse, despite his injuries, tried to get up and whispered, I'm fine. Cale Henituse's whole body was trembling, his speech becoming difficult. More importantly, you have to hurry. Seeing his condition, Choi Han became even more worried, desperately calling his name. Cale Henituse Nim. Cale Henituse himself wondered why the blood wouldn't stop flowing. Then the answer came. Because the energy of his heart had begun to recover, the pain was gradually disappearing, but he was still bleeding. And furthermore, Cale Henituse clutched his stomach, which was writhing in pain. My stomach is burning, as if I've been starving for a long time. I'm so hungry. Yet Cale Henituse still tried to say something. Hurry. Seeing this, Choi Han hurriedly advised, What are you saying? You have to take care of your body first. On and Hong, nearby, saw their master injured and teared up. Cale Henituse's complexion turned pale. No, I'm trying to say go get some bread. I'm hungry. Even though he only thought that, Cale Henituse couldn't say it out loud. Suddenly, a terrified scream rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Benchek was wailing incessantly because that baby-smooth skin he loved was now damaged by fire, his face covered in scars. He screamed in despair, My skin! My skin! My precious skin! So, Cale Henituse's latest move unleashed a massive inferno. It swallowed everything in sight. It was like a sea of fire, and absolutely nothing could stop those raging flames. Seeing that spectacle reminded Choi Han of what Cale Henituse had said. I've just obtained an ancient power, and I want to test it out. Cale Henituse was so confident in his move that he warned, That's why I need everyone to clear out the moment I give the signal. Choi Han then noticed Ben Lang screaming over there, It hurts, I'll kill you all. I'm going to kill every single one of you. Choi Han was shocked to see that the enemies had actually survived that sea of fire. They managed to use teleportation in such a short window? So, they aren't completely done for, huh? Their appearances had already started to look twisted and strange. Seeing Choi Han like that, Cale Henituse, despite being injured himself, tried to stay sharp. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go take care of the tamed beasts. You aren't just going to leave those innocent animals like that, are you? Indeed, over there were wolves with glowing red eyes, growling endlessly because they were being controlled. Seeing that, Choi Han thought back to the terror incident in the capital. Remembering how Cale Henituse had fought with everything he had, Choi Han's perspective on him shifted. He realized that this man was someone who would save others, even when he was wounded, soaked in blood, or completely exhausted. The image of Cale Henituse tenderly cradling a heavily injured Raon Miru in his arms came to mind. He would always be by their side. Even when he was hurt and drained, Cale Henituse had been wounded so badly he was coughing up blood. Back in the present, Choi Han placed a hand on Cale Henituse's shoulder. Despite his concern, he couldn't help but blame him internally. What's the point of having that power? If using it every single time means you end up getting hurt like this, it would be much better not to have it at all. Cale Henituse urged him, Hurry up. Still, Choi Han hesitated. Cale Henituse tried to call out to him, looking at Choi Han with trust as he gasped for air, telling him that everything depended on him, while Raon Miru kept coughing up blood. Cale Henituse knew deep down that he couldn't rely on Raon right now. I had intended to send Raon away, but Raon Miru is acting a bit strange. Finally, Choi Han stood up and left as Cale Henituse instructed, but not before saying, I will return. Cale Henituse looked satisfied. All right, now go. He then turned to call for Ron Moulin regarding the dead mana. Ron Moulin replied, Yes. Cale Henituse added, Locke, go with him. With that, both of them quickly departed, leaving Cale Henituse with the remaining few. Watching them leave, Cale Henituse recalled that Raon's new left arm had been crafted by Mary, the necromancer. Since it wasn't a living organism, it could extract dead mana. Cale Henituse rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. No matter how tired I get, I can never give up on my money.